Chapter 1. A turbulent transformation in the clouds. The waves crashed upon the shore with a tumultuous roar, bringing not only frothy spray, but also various debris, some of which bore the insignia of a certain airline. Not far offshore, an aircraft lay precariously afloat on the surface of the water. Inside the cabin, oxygen masks hung down ominously, while wires sparked intermittently with a crackling sound. Seawater had infiltrated the cabin, where dismembered limbs lay strewn about. In a seat near the aisle, a man stirred slightly, an involuntary movement that unleashed a pungent aroma of charred material, the acrid scent of electrical short circuits, and an indescribable chill, reminiscent of rust mingled with the briny air of the sea, which violently assaulted his nostrils. Each breath he took provoked a sharp pain deep within his chest, as though fractured ribs were grinding against one another. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, clad in a white shirt that suggested he was a security personnel from a certain protective services company. With great effort, he pried his eyelids open, shaking his throbbing head. Glancing toward the shattered window, he was met not with the serene blue sky, but with a grotesque, twisted metal surface and an endless expanse of ocean, shimmering with blinding whitecaps under the unforgiving sun. "Am I alive? The plane has plunged into the sea?" he exclaimed in shock. This realization struck him like a bucket of icy water, dispelling much of the chaotic haze clouding his mind. Instinct for survival compelled him to tense his body, attempting to move. A slight movement sent searing pain radiating through his right arm, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Lowering his gaze, he saw a twisted piece of metal lodged firmly against his forearm, blood seeping slowly from the torn fabric of his uniform. He attempted to exert force, but the brace remained immovable, intensifying his agony. "Calm down, Chen Mo. Stay calm," he urged himself inwardly. As a senior security officer at Rock Solid Security and the personal bodyguard of President Su Mujin, he had undergone rigorous crisis training. Panic was his greatest adversary at this moment. He forced himself to slow his breathing and began to rapidly assess his situation. The environment he found himself in was evidently part of the aircraft wreckage, specifically the business class cabin. Once a space of comfort and spaciousness, it had morphed into a hellish landscape. His eyes were met with contorted, broken seats, scattered luggage, and debris, alongside dismembered limbs above him. The emergency lights flickered ominously with a weak, foreboding red glow, while a gaping tear in the fuselage revealed the encroaching sea. Not far off, he discerned a lush expanse of green vegetation. "That's an island," Chen Mo mused, bewilderment flooding his mind. President Su Mujin. This name sliced through the chaos of his thoughts like a bolt of lightning. He abruptly turned his head to look at the adjacent seat, the one he had maintained a heightened state of alertness and since boarding. The seat remained, though it was severely deformed. The fabric had been torn apart, exposing the foam and springs beneath. The seat belt was tightly secured, the buckle slightly warped from the immense force it had endured. Yet there was no one there. President Su Mujin. Chen Mo's voice, hoarse and frail, echoed weakly amidst the eerie silence and the cacophony of wreckage. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his arm, he frantically rummaged through the scattered debris around his seat with his still functioning left hand. But there was no sign of Su Mujin. Where'd she be? Was she thrown out during the crash? Or, Chen Mo dared not think further. Protecting Su Mujin was his sole and most crucial mission on this journey. If anything were to happen to her, he could not bear to contemplate the consequences. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a faint, muffled groan emanated from beneath the seat. Chen Mo's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he leaned down and desperately lifted a twisted metal panel that was pinning down something beneath the front seat. A face, pale as parchment and marred with dust and blood, came into view. It was Su Mujin. "President Su. President Su. Wake up. Can you hear me? It's Chen Mo." His voice trembled, urgent and pleading. In that moment, Su Mujin had shed her usual indomitable demeanor as the beautiful president now. She lay curled in a confined space, a significant abrasion on her forehead, blood staining her temples, and disheveled hair clinging to her face. Her expensive tailored suit was torn in multiple places, rendering her a pitiful sight. Fortunately, she appeared to have no severe deformities, restrained by her seatbelt, and had not been ejected from the aircraft. President Su, wake up. Chen Mo called out again, his anxiety palpable. Su Mujin's long lashes fluttered slightly as she struggled to open her eyes. Those eyes, typically sharp, calm, and seemingly able to discern every business opportunity, were now filled with confusion, pain, and a profound terror. She stared blankly at Chen Mo's indistinct face for several moments before her pupils gradually focused and recognized him. Chen Mo? Su Mujin's voice was as fragile as a feather. What? What happened? The plane? She was still in a daze, shaking her head as she tried to recall the events leading up to this moment. The plane encountered trouble and crashed into the sea. But we are alive. Chen Mo endeavored to keep his voice steady and reassuring, providing her with a semblance of support. You are injured, but do not fear, I am here. Can you move? Try to see if your limbs have any sensation. Under Chen Mo's guidance, Su Mujin attempted to wiggle her fingers and toes, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, I can move my hands and feet, there should be no fractures. Good, very good, President Su. Chen Mo sighed with relief, his taut nerves easing slightly. We need to find a way out. This place is unsafe, and the plane could sink at any moment. His gaze fell upon the metal brace that still trapped his right arm, his brow furrowing in concentration. This issue needed to be addressed first. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his weight entirely onto his intact left arm, tensed his right shoulder muscles, and with all his might, he forcefully wrenched. A searing pain engulfed him, and darkness threatened to close in. Yet, accompanied by a nauseating sound of metal grinding, that infernal brace finally yielded to his brute strength, creating a gap. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, Chen Mo swiftly extricated his injured limb. Blood oozed from a wound on his right arm. Yet Chen Mo merely cast a fleeting glance at it, disregarding the pain as he turned to Su Mujin. President Su, I shall now unfasten your seatbelt. Please bear with the discomfort. He located the buckle and pressed it firmly. The buckle appeared somewhat distorted, requiring considerable effort to release. Once the restraint was undone, Chen Mo cautiously assisted Su Mujin, helping her emerge from the cramped hiding place. Her frail body leaned heavily against him. As he felt the softness of Su Mujin's form against his chest, an unusual sensation washed over Chen Mo. However, surveying the cabin, which resembled a scene ravaged by a monstrous beast, he inhaled deeply and said, President Su, please hold on. The aircraft may explode at any moment, and we must vacate this place swiftly. All right, your hand. Su Mujin grasped Chen Mo's arm tightly, her knuckles paling from the pressure. Her complexion remained ashen. Glancing at his bloodied arm, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. But my leg feels a bit numb, Su Mujin admitted awkwardly, furrowing her brow. Just hold on to me, Chen Mo replied, glancing at her as he half-supported her toward the breach in the aircraft. As Su Mujin observed the man beside her, his chiseled features, the bleeding wound on his arm, and the burden of her weight upon him, she noted the unwavering determination etched on his face. A glimmer of confusion flickered in her eyes, mingled with a sense of relief. Who could have imagined that just hours prior, she was soaring 30,000 feet above the ground, surveying the world from the clouds, engaged in negotiations involving multi-billion-dollar multinational mergers. And now, hours ago, the Boeing 787 cruised smoothly in the stratosphere. Outside the porthole lay the boundless, sapphire-blue expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light across the pristine cabin. In first class, passengers sat quietly in their seats, resting. Su Mujin reclined in her spacious airline seat. A substantial merger document sprawled across her lap, her delicate brow slightly furrowed as her fingers unconsciously traced the intricate data charts on her tablet. Dressed in a meticulously tailored pearl-white suit that accentuated her poised elegance, her stunning visage radiated an undeniable aura of a business elite, even within the confines of the aircraft. Occasionally, passing flight attendants would cast respectful, if slightly admiring, glances. After all, she was the youngest female president of Xinghai Technology, a dazzling sight in her own right. Chen Mo, serving as Su Mujin's security detail, occupied a seat diagonally behind her in the business class. He sat upright at 27 or 8 years of age. His eyes bore a wisdom and composure uncommon among his peers. Those sharp eyes functioned like the most sophisticated radar, discreetly scanning every corner of the cabin, evaluating each passenger. He donned dark trousers, the contours of his muscles subtly discernible beneath the tailored fit. His demeanor, characterized by a quiet reserve, rendered him akin to an ordinary businessman rather than a seasoned security expert. At that moment, the aircraft jolted unexpectedly, a gentle tremor akin to a vehicle traversing a minor pothole. Many passengers remained oblivious, engrossed in their own activities, while the cabin crew maintained their professional smiles. This turbulence feels unusual, as if Chen Mo's brow furrowed instantaneously. Years of experience and keen intuition alerted him that the frequency and sensation of the disturbance were amiss. He instinctively straightened in his seat, casting his gaze toward the window. That is, a fleeting burst of light outside deepened Chen Mo's frown, amplifying the unease that churned within him. President Su, just a moment. Chen Mo attempted to caution Su Mujin, yet his words were left unfinished. Clang! The flight attendant's cart collided abruptly with a seat, bottles, and containers scattering to the floor. Bang! Another resounding crash reverberated, akin to an invisible giant fist striking the belly of the aircraft. The entire fuselage was violently thrust upward before plummeting downward. The passengers aboard finally reacted, unleashing cries of terror. Please remain calm. Fasten your seatbelts. We are encountering turbulence. There is no need for concern. The cabin crew's somewhat frantic yet determined announcements echoed through the cabin. Chen Mo, Su Mujin, startled by the sudden upheaval, lost her grip, her body crashing against the armrest, a twinge of pain radiating from her abdomen as she looked anxiously at Chen Mo. President Su, hold on tight and fasten your seatbelt. This is no ordinary turbulence. Chen Mo shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos of the cabin. He was no stranger to air travel and turbulence, but this was undeniably different, especially given the flash they had just witnessed. Before he could finish, an even more violent impact followed. This time, the aircraft swung wildly from side to side, ascending and descending frantically. The severity of the angles transformed every unsecured object in the cabin into lethal projectiles. The food cart careened violently, crashing against the wall, scattering drinks, food, and shards of glass. Oxygen masks tumbled down from overhead, swinging wildly above the passengers' heads. Oh God, help! Mommy! The cabin erupted into chaos, the air filled with desperate cries, screams, and prayers that drowned out all else. The overhead lights flickered incessantly, dimming and brightening like the gasps of the dying. Chapter 2. Cast away on a deserted island. Bang! Another intense noise reverberated through the aircraft, as if someone aimed to cleave it in two. The violent tremors sent debris flying throughout the cabin, and several unfortunate souls, unbuckled, were hurled across the space, emitting anguished cries. Chen Mo, what do we do? Su Mujin's face drained of color. As she turned to Chen Mo, her composure faltering. Despite her status as a renowned female executive, the specter of death instilled a primal fear within her, prompting her to instinctively seek Chen Mo's guidance. Chen Mo gripped the armrest of his seat tightly, his knuckles paling from the strain. Put on the oxygen mask, hold onto the armrests, and press your back against the seat. He forced himself to overcome the discomfort of his body, seizing the fallen mask in a fleeting moment of stability, demonstrating to Su Mujin as he spoke. Attention, passengers! We are encountering severe, unknown turbulence. Please remain seated. Fasten your seatbelts. Put on your oxygen masks. The captain's voice crackled intermittently through the intercom, laced with piercing alarm sounds and his labored breaths. Help! Is the plane going to crash? I still have money to spend. The cabin was filled with the anguished cries and wails of terrified passengers. Unknown turbulence, Chen Mo's heart sank. Experience told him that this violent, erratic shaking resembled some sort of shockwave, or perhaps human interference. But were they truly at 10,000 meters? The aircraft resembled a wild stallion, utterly out of control, desperately rolling and twisting through the sky. Each drastic plunge was accompanied by the passengers' heart-wrenching screams, and every ascent felt as if blood were flowing backward, with their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Despair, absolute despair, permeated the entire cabin. Some began to vomit, others wept softly, while a few tightly shut their eyes, lips moving rapidly in silent prayer. Chen Mo clenched his jaw, battling the overwhelming discomfort as he looked at Su Mujin. He saw her body being violently tossed to one side with each roll of the plane, the seatbelt digging deeply into her frame, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. "Hold on, Ms. Su, look at me. Stay strong," Chen Mo shouted with all his might, striving to transmit his willpower to Su Mujin. Yet his voice seemed so feeble amidst the cacophony and chaos, he wondered if Su Mujin could even hear him. "Alert! Alert! Hydraulic system failure. Engine 1 has lost thrust. Engine 2's thrust is rapidly decreasing." The captain's desperate howl, accompanied by a piercing alarm that felt like it could shatter eardrums, obliterated any remaining flicker of hope among the passengers. "Prepare for emergency landing. Repeat. Prepare for emergency landing. Brace for impact. Brace." The captain's final command resonated with a tragic resolve. "The plane is making an emergency landing. I wish everyone good luck." The flight attendant's voice followed, sounding both like an announcement and a final farewell. Su Mujin cast a glance at Chen Mo, her expression complex had it not been for her security detail. Perhaps Chen Mo would not have ventured abroad, nor would he have encountered this calamity. In Chen Mo's mind, only one thought remained: protect Su Mujin. This was not merely his duty, but a way to repay the kindness her grandfather had shown his family years ago. He looked at Su Mujin, noticing her efforts to assume a brace position, and felt a measure of relief whether they would survive now rested in the hands of fate. Bang! Chen Mo completely lost consciousness. The terrifying impact etched a look of agony across his face, his brows furrowed tightly together. Shaking his head, he glanced at the icy demeanor of the female CO beside him. The water in the cabin had already risen past his ankles, the chilling reality abruptly yanking him back from the horrifying memories of just a few hours prior. The excruciating pain in his arm, the pervasive stench of death in the air, and the faint yet tangible breath of Su Mujin beside him all served as stark reminders. They were still alive. Yet the crisis was far from over. The damaged aircraft could erupt into flames at any moment. Outside, it's the ocean. The cabin had fractured into several segments, and upon reaching the gaping tier, Su Mujin gazed outward, her heart plummeting. Chen Mo abruptly turned his head, and through the distorted cabin wall, he beheld an endless expanse of sea. What had once merely lapped at the remnants was now greedily surging upward, murky waves frothing as they relentlessly crashed higher and higher. "This is bad, it's sinking faster than before." Chen Mo's face reflected his urgency as he watched the water transform into a merciless devourer, inch by inch dragging the steel tomb toward the dark depths below. Scattered across the surface of the water were ghastly sight-scattered luggage fragments, torn seat cushions, and several lifeless bodies, their forms grotesquely contorted, bobbing with the undulating waves. Dark red streaks, like ominous ribbons, slowly diffused through the murky water, tracing a harrowing path. The smell of blood. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, detecting a strong metallic scent. "Your hand is bleeding, Wei." Su Mujin, noticing Chen Mo's pale complexion, realized her chest was stained crimson, the blood seeping from his wound. Blood sharks, a chill ran through Chen Mo's heart, the mere thought of sharks coiled around his spirit like a frigid serpent. In this unfamiliar sea, the pungent scent of blood was the deadliest summons. He could almost envision the terror of a gray dorsal fin silently slicing through the water's surface. They could not remain here any longer. Every second of delay was a step closer to the abyss of death. "Su, the CEO." Chen Mo's voice was resolute, brimming with an urgency that jolted Su Mujin from her profound confusion and sorrow. She visibly flinched, as if yanked from a nightmare into a more brutal reality. Instinctively, she looked up at the sound, her gaze unfocused on Chen Mo's face. "What's wrong?" Su Mujin's voice trembled, her usually fair and unblemished complexion now marred by dust and a mixture of congealed blood. Her long, dark hair lay in disarray, damply clinging to her pale cheeks and neck. The exquisite pearl-white custom suit she wore had become a pitiful sight, torn grievously at the left shoulder, the luxurious fabric stained with grease and dirt, and her trousers ripped, exposing her fair thigh beneath. She had lost her elegant high heels, standing barefoot in the water, Her delicate feet submerge sharks. The scent of blood will attract sharks. This place is about to sink. We must leave immediately. Now, Chen Mo had no time for further explanations. They needed to evacuate the wreckage of the aircraft without delay. Leave? Leave? Where to? Su Mujin was beginning to grasp the gravity of their situation, her voice trembling. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards the boundless, yet ominously fierce, deep blue ocean outside the cabin. Look over there. Chen Mo pointed in another direction. There's an island, we must go there. Su Mujin followed the direction of his finger, spotting an island standing majestically in the sea a few hundred meters away. Instead of excitement, a deep concern etched itself on her face. It's so far, how will we get there? We'll swim. Chen Mo indicated towards the sandy beach glimmering in the sunlight, their solitary beacon of hope at that moment. Swim? But I can't swim, and you. As someone who is not adept in aquatic endeavors, Su Mujin felt a surge of anxiety, especially considering Chen Mo's injuries. Wait for me. Chen Mo's voice brooked no argument as his gaze swept across the chaotic cabin interior, searching for anything buoyant that might assist them. Trust me, we'll be fine. Without waiting for her response, Chen Mo dashed towards a torn storage compartment, its sturdy plastic panel still relatively intact. Utilizing his injured right arm in conjunction with his left, he gritted his teeth, disregarding the searing pain from his wound, and with a tremendous effort, he tore the panel free with a resounding crack. It measured over a meter in length and half a meter in width. Take this. Hold on tight. It will help you float. We can swim over. Chen Mo thrust the heavy plastic panel into Su Mujin's arms. The weight nearly caused her to stumble, but her instinct for survival compelled her to clutch the makeshift lifeboat tightly. Chen Mo's eyes did not linger. They fixed on a square, rigid plastic meal tray floating in the water. He swiftly waded over, retrieving 3 of the largest trays, deftly binding them together with a few relatively intact nylon safety belts torn from the seats, fashioning a rudimentary flotation raft. He then quickly seized a sizable sealed food cooler bobbing on the surface, which appeared to contain some unopened bottled water and packaged snacks. Let's go. Chen Mo slid the assembled raft beneath the large panel in Su Mujin's grasp, indicating for her to hold onto it as well to enhance buoyancy. While speaking, he secured the cooler to his waist with a broken safety belt. One hand firmly grasped Su Mujin's icy, trembling wrist, while the other shielded her from behind. His gaze sharpened as he looked toward the distant island, their only means of survival. In that brief moment, the water had risen to their thighs, chilling to the bone, the sea outside darkening, and the currents growing more turbulent, forming small whirlpools. The floating bodies mirrored a hellish reflection before their eyes. Uncertain whether it was fear or the chill, Su Mujin trembled all over. For no matter her past identity, she was merely a 24-year-old girl now. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Swim out with me. Do not think of anything, just paddle forward with all your might. I will safely bring you home. Trust me. Chen Mo's voice was deep and powerful. He felt the intense trembling of Su Mujin's wrist and could even hear her teeth chattering. He could only strive to console her. I believe in you. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Su Mujin nodded vigorously, an inexplicable sense of comfort washing over her. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her determined gaze upon him, her long eyelashes quivering violently, glistening with droplets of water. Let's go. Chen Mo commanded with a firm tone, grasping Su Mujin's hand as they surged forth into the relentless onslaught of the incoming sea. Chapter 3. Debris and survivors. Chen Mo's injured right hand gripped Su Mujin tightly as the frigid sea engulfed them in an instant. The immense pressure and force of the water surged from all directions, filling their ears with a muffled roar. Chen Mo felt the weight of the thermal box at his waist plummet, but he was prepared. His arm muscles tensed as he held on to Su Mujin with unwavering resolve. The plastic partition and raft in Su Mujin's grasp provided precious buoyancy, preventing her from sinking immediately. As a novice swimmer, Su Mujin flailed her legs desperately, her overwhelming fear igniting a remarkable strength within her. Do not be afraid. I am here. After braving the initial shock of the ocean's embrace, Chen Mo managed to regain his composure, softly reassuring Su Mujin. She dared not speak. merely nodding in response to him. With great effort, Chen Mo paddled through the water, guiding Su Mujin's direction. He fought against the currents while vigilantly scanning the murky depths around them. Faster, we must go faster. Though he could not see the terrifying dorsal fin. The scent of blood hung in the air like an invisible tether, sending chills down his spine. With a resounding thud, the aircraft wreckage continued its descent, stirring the waters into a chaotic frenzy. Chen Mo felt a force tugging at his legs, compelling him to kick harder while pushing Su Mujin away from the debris. Su Mujin screamed in fright. Do not look back. Swim forward. Look for the beach. Chen Mo bellowed through the water, the salty sea filling his mouth. Bitter and bracing. Coughing violently after choking on the brine, Chen Mo propelled Su Mujin forward with a forceful shove. Instinctively, she paddled with renewed determination, her legs kicking fiercely as the floating objects in her arms faithfully supported her. Su Mujin dared not glance back at the steel tomb sinking beneath the waves, nor ponder the lurking shadows that might be concealed within the murky depths. Her gaze remained fixed on the increasingly distinct golden beach ahead. With a sigh of relief, Chen Mo felt the icy water gradually robbing him of warmth, his arm and leg muscles aching and trembling from exertion, each stroke becoming an arduous feat. When his feet first touched the solid, coarse, sandy bottom, an indescribable wave of exhilaration and exhaustion washed over him. Come, just a little further, he urged, nearly dragging the fatigue Su Mujin onto the shore. Both collapsed onto the scorching sand, gasping for breath like two fish out of water. The salty sea water was expelled from their mouths and noses, mingling with tears of survival. Sobbing, Su Mujin lay on the beach, her body shaking uncontrollably. In that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions. The harrowing experience had rendered her acutely aware of her own insignificance. Had it not been for Chen Mo, she might have perished in the depths of the ocean. It's all right. We are safe for now. Chen Mo struggled to sit up, wiping the seawater and sand from his face. Has the plane sunk? Su Mujin also fought to sit upright, following Chen Mo's gaze. Behold the place where the remnants of the aircraft rest, now merely a swirling vortex frothing with murky foam, the debris of the plane no longer visible. Thank you, Chen Mo. As Su Mujin gazed upon the insatiable sea that devoured all, her body trembled. Had it not been for the man beside her, she too might have sunk to the depths like the aircraft wreckage. Chen Mo observed Su Mujin's quaking form, yearning to utter words of comfort. Yet he found that any utterance would appear insipid in the face of such life-and-death turmoil, where emotions crave release. He glanced at the hastily bandaged wound on his arm. The cloth thoroughly soaked by seawater, the pain piercing through to his nerves, involuntarily eliciting a sound from him. Your wound has turned pale. Let me tend to it. Su Mujin exclaimed, noticing the way the seawater had rendered his injury white and swollen at the edges, her gaze darting anxiously to the sealed box at his waist. I can manage it, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. After all, as a retired Special Forces soldier, dressing wounds was a basic skill. He unfastened the sealed thermal box from his waist, relieved to find it intact. Containing several bottles of mineral water and small packets of compressed biscuits he had hastily gathered from the cabin. Allow me to assist, Su Mujin insisted, eager to prove her usefulness. But as an aloof CEO, she had never dealt with injuries before and was clueless about where to begin, her forehead beating with sweat. Please, take a moment to rest. I can handle this. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chen Mo gently interjected. He then twisted open a bottle of water, rinsing the wound on his arm. The icy water elicited a sharp intake of breath from him. I. Su Mujin had never felt so embarrassed before. The skills and experiences she had once learned seemed utterly ineffectual at this moment. She buried her head deep in her knees, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness as she began to weep quietly. It's all right. Chen Mo understood her feelings without needing further explanation. He simply picked up a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit. Drink some water and replenish your energy. It's all right to cry, but after the tears, we must persevere. Su Mujin's sobs subsided as she lifted her head, revealing her eyes swollen and bloodshot. Upon seeing the water and biscuit Chen Mo offered, she gently accepted them. We must survive. Yes, We absolutely must survive. Su Mujin's gaze met Chen Mo's. Her eyes rekindled with brightness and determination. She opened the water bottle and took small, yet resolute sips. There's no signal. It appears we are on a deserted island. Chen Mo retrieved a highly water-resistant phone he had found while leaving the cabin. To his dismay, it yielded no signal whatsoever. No signal, indeed? Su Mujin noticed the phone in his hand, but remained silent, her heart sinking further as her mind conjured various speculations about their predicament. Perhaps we should ascend to a higher vantage point. Chen Mo withheld his deeper thoughts and opted to offer comforting words instead. We are approximately 2 hours away from our destination. Given our current location, we should be in the vicinity of Bermuda, where the aircraft met its tragic fate. This island may very well be a desolate one. Su Mujin was aware that Chen Mo's words were intended to comfort her. Yet, as a young female CEO, she possessed a certain psychological resilience. Upon hearing Su Mujin's remark, Chen Mo momentarily paused. Then, recalling Su Mujin's status, he felt a sense of relief. After all, having such a stunningly beautiful CEO by his side on this deserted island was not entirely a misfortune. What are you thinking? Su Mujin greeted. Let me tell you. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, she turned to him only to find his gaze fixed upon her, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Startled, she instinctively clasped her hands over her chest, her expression tinged with wariness. Miss Su, you misunderstand. I was merely lost in thought. Look over there. Observing the expression on Su Mujin's face, Chen Mo felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment and quickly gestured towards an area behind her. About 300 to 400 meters away, on the surface of the sea, he sought to divert Su Mujin's attention. Initially cautious, Su Mujin turned to follow his gaze, spotting a larger wreckage of the airplane just beyond the reef area, still partially afloat. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from it, as if it were on the verge of sinking. What is that? Is that the business class section? Su Mujin's face reflected shock as she surveyed the sizable debris, wondering what sort of storm they had endured to have the plane torn into such numerous fragments. Indeed, there may be other survivors within, as well as essential supplies we might need. Chen Mo pondered, a bold thought stirring in his mind. It was now certain that this was a deserted island, and mere reliance on himself and Su Mujin would not suffice for survival. The presence of additional survivors would enhance their chances of enduring. Miss Su, please remain here without moving around. Conserve your strength, he instructed with a serious tone. I will venture to that wreckage to ascertain if there are any other survivors and a search for provisions for our survival. He gestured towards the rocky area. Following his line of sight, Su Mujin's eyes filled once more with overwhelming fear as she beheld the aircraft remnants several hundred meters away. Instinctively, she grasped Chen Mo's drenched pant leg, her fingers trembling from the pressure. No, don't go. It's too dangerous. It might sink further, she implored, her voice trailing off, yet the worry and fear in her eyes were unmistakable. That wreckage symbolized death. I understand the peril, but Chen Mo glanced at the meager supplies they had. Only 2 bottles of water and a few compressed biscuits, his tone somber yet resolute. Gently, he removed her hand from his leg. I must go. With the supplies we have on this deserted island, we may not survive beyond 3 days. Moreover, having another person increases our chances of survival. The more resources we have, the better our prospects for endurance. Stay here and await my return. Trust me. Chen Mo's voice was firm and unwavering. The last 3 words spoken with utmost gravity. All right, but you must be careful. I will wait for your return. Su Mujin gazed into Chen Mo's unwavering eyes, her grip on the hem of her trousers gradually loosening. Rest assured, I shall return, Chen Mo declared, his resolve unshaken. He placed the remaining water and biscuits beside Su Mujin, tightened the strap of the insulated box around his waist, and strode toward the shoreline, plunging fearlessly into the frigid and perilous waters. In your eyes, am I merely Su Zong? Su Mujin Pandev, feeling a twinge of melancholy as Chen Mo once again referred to her by that title. Observing Chen Mo's silhouette, steadfast amid solitude, she recognized that in this desolate and uncharted island, he was her sole anchor, irrespective of her willingness to concede this truth. With great effort, Chen Mo finally approached the main wreckage, stepping onto the jagged rocks. The scene before him was even more harrowing than before. The tremendous impact had torn the fuselage into several large fragments, strewn among the rugged black rocks. This section appears relatively intact. It should not sink for now. Let us hope no other creatures dwell here. Chen Mo silently mused, preparing to enter the cabin. He approached the middle section of the passenger cabin, which seemed comparatively whole, wedged at an angle between massive rocks. The front half stood elevated, pointing skyward, while the rear half was submerged in the surging sea, rising and falling with the waves. The relentless water battered the gaping openings, creating a cacophony of sound. I hope to find what I need here. Chen Mo cautiously maneuvered around floating oil slicks and sharp metal shards, squeezing through a relatively stable, large breach near the rocks. Inside the cabin, the devastation was even more pronounced than in the tail section. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies floated on the surface, their severed ends bleached by seawater. The air was thick with a nauseating amalgamation of odors, charred remnants, burning fuel, the acrid scent of melting plastic, and a chilling metallic tang of blood. Such a sight is rare to behold. Chen Mo murmured to himself, shaking his head as memories flooded back to his time in a mercenary organization post-retirement, where he had encountered similar gruesome scenes. Wading through the icy, murky water, Chen Mo noted that most of the emergency lights had extinguished, with only a few flickering ominously in red, casting eerie shadows on the contorted seats and scattered debris. I must leave quickly. This cabin cannot withstand much longer, he observed, as the water surged from below and through the breaches, now reaching his calves cold and biting. These items, Chen Mo surveyed the floating suitcases, pillows, blankets, magazines, shoes, and more. Never mind. Let us first check for survivors. He waded through the chilling water, lowering his body to avoid the sharp metal and cables hanging above. Is anyone there? Is anyone alive? His voice echoed within the hollow, reverberating wreckage, sounding faint and forlorn. Help me. Chapter 4, Flight Attendant Help I'm stuck. A faint voice, like a flickering candle in the wind, intermittently penetrated Chen Mo's ears. Instantly, he halted, holding his breath as all his senses heightened. Carefully discerning the source of the sound, he discovered it came from not far ahead, beneath a row of severely deformed and precariously stacked business-class seats. Don't worry, I'm coming to your rescue. Chen Mo determined the direction and immediately waded through the water. Upon reaching the origin of the voice, he beheld several rows of seats twisted and contorted by a tremendous impact. The backs were broken, cushions overturned, and metal frames intertwined, forming an exceedingly narrow and dark triangular space. The seawater had already risen to 1/3 the height of the seats. Are you injured? Can you move your body? Chen Mo crouched down, trying to get closer to the gap, and shouted, Ugh! Help me! The voice responded instantly, tinged with a sob and uncontrollable tremors. Water's coming in. My legs. I'm trapped. Please help me. The voice sounded like that of a young woman. Don't be afraid. I will get you out immediately. Stay calm. Don't move. Chen Mo reassured her loudly while swiftly assessing the situation before him. Several twisted metal pipes and deformed aluminum seat frames were tightly entwined, creating a formidable cage. The trapped individual was evidently ensnared at the very bottom, while the seawater continued to rise. Chen Mo attempted to pry the metal pipes apart with his hands, but they were exceptionally sturdy and did not budge. He tried to lift the seats, pressing down on them, but they were precariously stacked, their combined weight alarming, and the structure was highly unstable. A slight exertion caused the entire heap to emit a nerve-wracking creak, as if it might collapse entirely at any moment, burying the person beneath. Ugh! A muffled cry of pain emerged from within, clearly indicating that the seats were pressing tightly, and even the slightest movement could inflict harm on the trapped individual. Just hold on, endure. Chen Mo's gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a segment hanging from the cabin wall caught his eye. It was a metal crowbar, perhaps part of the emergency equipment on board. Eureka! Chen Mo felt a surge of hope as he grasped the heavy, cold crowbar from the wall. It was now his lifeline. I found a tool. There may be some vibrations and noise shortly. So protect your head and try to lower it as much as possible. Just bear with it, don't be afraid. Chen Mo called out loudly. He aimed the sturdy end of the crowbar at the two thick metal pipes that were entwined, poised to create a pivot point, and forcefully wedged it into the crevice where they intersected. Hey! Chen Mo growled, straining upward with all his might. A searing pain shot through his injured right arm. Yet he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Creak! The agonizing sound of metal deforming abruptly resonated. The entire pile of trapped seats began to shift upwards. The two metal pipes that had been pried open by the crowbar finally yielded a slight gap under the immense force. It moved. Again. Chen Mo, filled with renewed hope, roared with determination once more. Crack! A resounding fracture echoed through the air. The crowbar, under immense force, pried apart the two crucial metal pipes, shattering them completely. The stacked seats above lost a vital support point and suddenly collapsed downward. A woman let out a terrified scream. Do not be afraid. Hold on. We are almost there. Chen Mo set the crowbar aside, grasping the edge of the collapsing seat above with both hands, exerting every ounce of strength to heave it sideways. With a tremendous clatter, he forced the heavy seat upward, revealing the twisted framework beneath. At last, just as the murky seawater threatened to submerge the confined space, Chen Mo spotted the trapped individual. It's you! It's you! They exclaimed in unison. There, ensnared within the contorted seat framework, sat a girl clad in a deep blue flight attendant uniform, now tattered and stained with filth and blood. She was grotesquely wedged between the metal skeleton of the lower seat and the upturned cushion, her body immobilized below the waist by the deformed metal. Half of her figure was submerged in the frigid seawater, her long hair clinging to her pallid face, which bore the marks of tears, grime, and abrasions. Most distressingly, her left leg was pierced by the jagged end of a broken metal pipe, blood gushing from the wound and staining the surrounding water a shocking pale red. The girl suddenly erupted into anguished sobs, her cries piercing the air, filled with helplessness and despair. Her eyes, which should have sparkled with life and professional warmth, were now clouded by agony, the terror of impending death and boundless despair. Tears streamed down her face like a raging flood, mingling with the dirt to carve two clear paths down her cheeks. Please, please don't cry. If you keep crying, I might leave. Chen Mo, unsure of how to respond to her weeping, realized that this was not the moment for solace. He had to sternly warn the flight attendant instead. I am Chen Wei, a flight attendant from business class. We've met before. Please save me. I beg you. It hurts, the water. It's rising. I don't want to die. Despite hearing Chen Mo's words, Chen Wei could not cease her tears, overwhelmed by fear. Moments ago, she thought she would perish here, but now, seeing a glimmer of hope, she wept with longing for life, her tears flowing incessantly from her eyes. Chen Wei, do not cry. Do not be afraid. Look at me. Chen Mo's voice was unusually stern, reverberating like thunder in her ears, forcefully interrupting her breakdown. I will rescue you immediately. Trust me, you must conserve your strength. His harshness was not born of indifference, but rather an understanding that emotional collapse would only hasten Chen Wei's hypothermia and deplete her already limited strength, potentially worsening her injuries. Startled by his commanding tone, Chen Wei paused her cries, lifting her tear-blurred, bloodshot eyes to gaze at Chen Mo with a look of bewilderment and helplessness. Chen Wei bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. As she desperately suppressed the cries of anguish rising in her throat, her body trembling uncontrollably, Chen Mo ceased his words, bending down carefully to avoid the terrifying metal pipe lodged against Chen Wei's leg, his hands plunging into the icy, murky water as he searched for the metal structure that constricted her waist and legs. For Chen Mo, time was of the essence. Upon locating the latch, he inhaled sharply, his arm muscles tensing as he exerted tremendous force. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching groan of metal, the muffled sound of the girl's stifled pain, and the agonizing throb from his own wounds, he finally pried the stuck structure open a fraction more. Quick, give me your hand. Pull your leg out with all your might. Forget about the pipe. Chen Mo shouted hoarsely, extending his blood-stained and oil-smeared hand toward Chen Wei. Fortunately, the metal pipe embedded in her calf had not penetrated too deeply and spared her bones. Chen Wei gazed at the steadfast and powerful hand reaching for her, as though with a last lifeline. Driven by the instinct to survive, she closed her eyes and let out a piercing scream. A chilling blend of pain and determination. Summoning every ounce of strength left within her, she yanked her trapped leg outward with ferocity. A sickening, jarring sound echoed as flesh was mercilessly torn apart. Blood gushed forth from her calf in an instant. The excruciating pain caused her vision to darken, and her body collapsed backward on the verge of unconsciousness. Chen Mo, quick to react, thrust his arms under her armpits just as she fell, gripping her tightly as if she were a lifeless doll, pulling her from the twisted metal cage. The warmth of her blood immediately soaked through his shirt, the pungent scent of iron filling the air. "Hold on, Chen Wei. Stay with me," Chen Mo urged, one arm firmly encircling her waist while the other swiftly tore off his already tattered shirt, wrapping it tightly around her bleeding calf to staunch the flow of blood. The fabric quickly became saturated with crimson, yet the torrent was at last contained. Chen Wei, how are you feeling?" he asked anxiously, observing her leaning weakly against him, her face pale as if translucent, her breath barely discernible. "I am fine," Chen Wei replied in a faint whisper. Chen Mo knew they could not linger. He quickly scanned their surroundings, his gaze landing on an object floating nearby, a bright orange adult life jacket. He seized it and deftly slipped it over the nearly unconscious Chen Wei, securing all the straps with haste. The life jacket provided precious buoyancy. Chen Mo then retrieved the metal pry bar he had discarded earlier, inserting it into the straps at the back of the life jacket to enhance its rigidity and potential defensive utility. Having completed his preparations, Chen Mo hesitated no longer. Cradling the disoriented Chen Wei, he waded through the frigid, bone-chilling seawater, now lapping at his thighs, resolutely making his way toward the breach, toward the treacherous yet alluring azure sea, and toward the distant stretch of golden sand that symbolized survival with unwavering determination. At this moment, Su Mujin anxiously awaited on the beach. "Chen Mo, you'll be fine, won't you? You must return," she murmured to herself, offering encouragement. Nearly an hour had passed since Chen Mo ventured towards the wreckage of the plane. During this hour, Su Mujin yearned to take action, yet the dark, primordial forest behind her, coupled with the myriad unsettling sounds, made her acutely aware of the specter of death for the first time. Just then, she spotted a figure on the dark reef several hundred meters away, igniting a flicker of hope within her heart. This was the first time in many years that Su Mujin anticipated the arrival of a man. "It's him. He hasn't deceived me." Su Mujin abruptly rose from the sand, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Chapter 5. Return to the cabin, Chen Mo. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Su Mujin sprinted toward the shallow waters and leaped into his embrace. Chen Mo instantly felt the fullness of Su Mujin's chest, causing his weary body to tense in response. "Su, President Su." Chen Mo was taken aback by Su Mujin's unexpected display of affection as her body trembled in his arms. He wished to utter words of comfort, but found himself at a loss for what to say. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Su Mujin, unaware of her own state, misinterpreted Chen Mo's quivering voice as a sign of his injury. In a panic, she stepped back to examine him. Gasping heavily, every breath exacerbated the pain coursing through his body and the wound on his arm, the agony tearing through him like a relentless storm. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Let us head to the beach." Chen Mo's chest heaved violently, akin to a battered bellows. He glanced at the unconscious Chen Wei, then, gripping Su Mujin's hand, he hoisted Chen Wei into his arms and made his way toward the shore. It was only then that Su Mujin became aware of her earlier actions, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks as her heart raced. Watching Chen Mo stride toward the beach, cradling a girl in his arms, she inhaled deeply, picked up a life vest, and followed him. "Is she injured?" Su Mujin inquired as she observed Chen Mo carefully tending to the girl, who appeared to be a flight attendant, her face a ghostly white. Chen Wei's complexion resembled crumpled paper, her lips devoid of color, cracked and dry. Her brow furrowed tightly. Even in her semi-conscious state, her body involuntarily twitching from the excruciating pain. Cold sweat matted her disheveled hair, clinging to her pallid skin. Yes, her name is Chen Wei. She's a flight attendant from our cabin, Chen Mo explained, casting a glance at Su Mujin. He gestured toward the remaining water bottle. Let her have a sip. All right, Su Mujin responded, kneeling beside Chen Wei, carefully offering her the water Chen Mo had left behind. Her movements were gentle, infused with an unprecedented, almost clumsy tenderness. Cold, Chen Wei murmured unconsciously, her voice barely rising above the sound of the waves, her body trembling even more violently. Her forehead is burning. Su Mujin touched Chen Wei's brow, her expression contorted with concern as she looked at Chen Mo. I'll think of something. You keep giving her water. We must prevent her from dehydrating. After resting for a moment and regaining some strength, Chen Mo's face bore an expression of unwavering determination. There must be medicinal herbs on the island, but Chen Mo. Her leg is bleeding again, the blood one T stop. Su Mujin, having just finished giving water, watched in horror as Chen Wei's leg began to bleed anew. Her voice quivered with urgency. Her eyes, once sharp and discerning in business, now glistening with unshed tears. If this continues, she won't last much longer. At that moment, Su Mujin's heart plummeted as if it had fallen into an abyss. Were they truly to witness the life before them slip away? Chen Wei couldn't be more than in her early 20s. On this desolate island, their identities are equal. The thought of losing Chen Mo is unbearable for Su Mujin. Yet, the sight of Chen Wei gradually fading away is equally suffocating. Chen Mo struggles to sit up, his heavy gaze fixating on the wound on Chen Wei's leg. The vibrant crimson beneath the bandage remains painfully conspicuous. Blood loss, infection, shock from pain. Any one of these factors could swiftly claim the life of this young flight attendant. The first aid kit. Chen Mo's voice is hoarse and dry, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. There must be one on the plane, in the crew's preparation area, or near the cockpit. Chen Mo diligently recalls the layout of the flight. Earlier, he had been solely focused on saving lives, neglecting to search for other supplies. It seems. Chen Mo lifts his head, his gaze drifting toward the distant wreckage of the plane, still engulfed in thick smoke, half submerged among the rocks. Back to the plane, Su Mujin's voice suddenly rises, laced with incredulous terror. You cannot be serious. Just look at it. She points vehemently at the wreckage, her finger trembling, as if it could sink entirely at any moment. Do you not recall the peril we faced to escape? And her voice falters, choked by fear. There may still be. Su Mujin cannot finish her thought, but Chen Mo comprehends her implication. Those floating corpses. The palpable aura of death. Do we have any other options? Without antibiotics, without tourniquets, without suturing tools. Chen Mo's gaze remains fixed on the wreckage, his tone somber yet resolute. She's undoubtedly doomed. His eyes sweep over Chen Wei's pale face before shifting back to Su Mujin. It's not just a first aid kit. That could be food, fresh water, tools. Even other survivors. Chen Mo recalls the sounds he heard when he carried Chen Wei away from the cabin. The clattering of high heels indicated that there were still lives trapped within the wreckage. Others? Su Mujin hesitates for a moment, then vigorously shakes her head, as if to dispel this unrealistic fantasy. Even if there are, we can hardly care for ourselves. She looks at Chen Mo, her eyes landing on his injured arm and his weary face. You are injured. Your strength is depleted. If you go back in, what if? Su Mujin cannot finish, a profound fear causing her to instinctively grasp Chen Mo's uninjured left arm, her grip pleading. Please don't go. We can search for herbs on the island, or wait for rescue. The announcement said there might be a forced landing. A search team will surely come. Wait. Chen Mo's gaze returns to Su Mujin's face, carrying a nearly cruel calmness. He raises his hand, pointing to the sky, then gesturing around them. Su, look around you. Do you recognize this place? Su Mujin, bewildered, follows his pointing finger. The azure sky is devoid of any trace of aircraft. The boundless, deep blue sea stretches endlessly to the horizon, blending seamlessly with the sky, with no sign of ships or islands in sight. Behind her lay a dense, almost untamed tropical jungle, where towering trees obscured the sky and vines entwined like colossal serpents, with lush vegetation extending to the edge of the golden beach. From deep within the jungle, an echo of unknown beast-haunting howls reverberated, their sounds low and penetrating, imbued with primal ferocity and threat. No, I did not recognize. Su Mujin's voice diminished, a chill creeping up her spine. As a titan of the business world, Su Mujin had traversed the globe. Yet before this wholly untouched and perilous environment, she felt only instinctual dread, based on the flight route and timing, coupled with the current temperature and foliage. Chen Mo's voice carried a cold decisiveness. We are likely on the periphery of the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle? Su Mujin inhaled sharply, the very name cloaked in mystery and terror. Countless legends of disappearances flooded her mind. Even if we are not in the core area, Chen Mo's tone remained unyielding. The intricate currents of this maritime region, the unpredictable weather, along with the records of disappearances, all signified that rescue could be a distant hope. Observing the pallor draining from Su Mujin's face, Chen Mo continued, "Let us examine this forest." He gestured towards the thicket where the beastly sounds emanated. "Su, do you hear that noise?" Lacking suitable tools, weapons, fire sources, or secure shelter, do you think we could survive here for several days? Can we await that elusive rescue? Chen Mo pointed at the frail Chen Wei, let alone in her current state. Yet, Su Mujin's voice bore the weight of desperate struggle, her gaze shifting once more to the dangerous wreckage. "It is far too perilous. You will perish." This sentiment stripped away her identity as a corporate leader, revealing her profound concern for her only anchor. "Moreover, you are mine. I cannot permit you to go." Su Mujin's heart was tumultuous. As she uttered these words, regret flooded her, and she dared not meet Chen Mo's eyes. "The medical kit is in the forward cabin. Locker B area, the code 0731. At that moment, Chen Wei, who had been in a deep stupor, suddenly emitted an exceedingly faint sound. Having spoken, she fell back into a deeper unconsciousness. This fragile yet crucial information was akin to a final lifeline. "Rest assured, Su, as long as I am here, your safety is guaranteed." Chen Mo's gaze sharpened and solidified in resolve. He gently patted the back of Su Mujin's hand resting on his arm. However, Su Mujin hesitated, words caught in her throat. "Since our location is confirmed, I must venture forth." Chen Mo rose, stretching his sore limbs, a grimace crossing his face as the movement tugged at his wounds. Yet his tone was resolute. "Take care of her, and also yourself. Hide behind those rocks over there. Remain as concealed as possible. If you hear anything amiss, or if I do not return for an extended period." Chen Mo faltered, unsure of what to say, grasping a crowbar and placing it in Su Mujin's hands. "Hold this, protect yourself, and await my return." Upon uttering these words, Chen Mo resolutely turned away, striding purposefully towards the all-consuming sea, heading for the wreckage that ominously signaled a countdown to death. Su Mujin observed as the setting sun elongated Chen Mo's silhouette, casting it upon the golden sands, a figure both solitary and burdened, yet imbued with an unwavering determination. As she watched his figure vanish amidst the crashing waves, Su Mujin parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Ultimately, all her worries and fears coalesced into a heavy sigh. Her gaze regained its steely resolve as she carefully dragged the unconscious Chen Wei, laboriously making her way toward a cluster of jagged black rocks not far off. This secluded spot offered refuge from the prying eyes of the jungle and the expansive beach. The oppressive weight of survival compelled Su Mujin to swiftly reclaim the decisiveness befitting the president of Xinghai technology. Upon re-entering the wreckage, Chen Mo felt an intensified sense of suffocation and peril. The seawater had risen significantly. What had previously lapped at his calves was now surging beyond his knees, frigid and piercing, and it continued to ascend at a visibly alarming rate. It appeared that time was of the essence. Chen Montak musit internadi. Observing the fuel leaking, he understood the grave implications. A mere spark or even a static discharge, could transform this place into a hellish inferno in an instant. He forced himself to remain calm. His objective clear. The forward cabin, storage lockers in Zone B. Is anyone there? Alive, respond to me. Chen Mo called out as he passed the spot where he had rescued Chen Wei, glancing ahead. Suddenly, a faint, intermittent whimpering sound, akin to the mewling of a kitten, drifted from behind a row of overturned seats ahead. Chapter 6. A hero's rescue. Chen Mo's spirit lifted, and he immediately followed the sound. As he navigated around the overturned chairs, the sight before him tightened his heart. A young girl was curled up in a relatively dry yet exceedingly cramped corner. She appeared to be younger than Chen Wei. The girl wore a torn, dirt-stained dress of pale pink, the hem shredded, revealing her fair legs marred by numerous abrasions. She clutched her knees tightly, huddled like a frightened creature, trembling violently. Her face, which should have radiated youthful beauty, was now devoid of color, streaked with tears, dust, and several distinct trails of blood. Her once meticulously styled chestnut curls were disheveled, smeared with grease and debris. Most striking were the extensive bruises that marred her exposed shoulders and arms, clearly the result of a violent impact. The girl seemed utterly engulfed in her terror, oblivious to Chen Mo's approach, only sobbing quietly, her shoulders shaking as silent tears cascaded down, landing on her encircled arms. "Little sister, are you all right?" Chen Mo endeavored to soften his voice, slowly inching closer, fearful of further alarming her. Suddenly, the girl froze at the unexpected sound, her head snapping up. Those once lively eyes were now filled with sheer terror, her pupils dilated from fright, nearly consuming her irises, reflecting Chen Mo's bloodied figure with startling clarity. With a start, the girl recoiled like a startled rabbit, her back thudding heavily against the cold metallic wall of the cabin, producing a dull thump. "Do not be afraid, little sister. I'm here to rescue you. My name is Chen Mo, a passenger on this flight. I am also a survivor." Chen Mo immediately halted, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, striving to maintain a calm tone. "The plane has crashed into the ocean. It is perilous here, the water is rising, and we must leave at once." Crashed, ocean. The girl seemed to finally grasp a few key phrases, her vacant gaze momentarily sharpening with a flicker of focus. "Yes, but do not worry. There's an island ahead. I will get you out now," Chen Mo reassured softly. The girl stared blankly at Chen Mo, then glanced around at the hellish scene, and a wave of dread swept over her once more. She suddenly clasped her head, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "Ah, no, I do not want to die here. Help! Someone save me. Mommy!" Her voice, piercing and desperate, echoed within the confined space. Silence. Chen Mo was compelled to raise his voice, almost sternly interrupting her frantic screams. "Listen to me. If you wish to survive, do not cry. Calm yourself. Tell me your name." Chen Mo understood that the girl was on the brink of collapse. Any attempt at soothing her would be futile. He needed to pull her back to rationality with a commanding tone. The girl was momentarily stunned by his authoritative demeanor. Her cries ceased abruptly, leaving only the sound of her heavy sobs and uncontrollable shivering. "My name is Xia Xuening," she stammered, her voice broken as she uttered her name. "Xia Xuening. Are you the newly emerged little star?" Chen Montauk nodded, recalling a recently popular short drama featuring an actress named Xia Xuening. "Yes," Xia Xuening replied softly, her eyes still filled with lingering fear. Chen Mo's tone softened yet remained urgent. "Are you hurt? Can you move?" Xia Xuening looked down in confusion at the extensive bruises and scrapes on her arms and legs. She attempted to move, but winced in pain, tears welling up. "It hurts. Everything hurts. My foot seems twisted. Can you stand?" "Try to get up," Chen Mo said, striving to keep his voice gentle. Gritting her teeth, Xia Xuening endured the pain, trembling as she leaned against a nearby metal wall, attempting to rise. Just as she stood halfway, a sharp pain shot through her right ankle, causing her to cry out and nearly collapse. Chen Mo was quick to react, catching her. "You've sprained it. Don't force it," he assessed swiftly. "Stay here and don't move. I will find others in return for you immediately." Chen Mo knew he had to act quickly to locate a first aid kit and other survivors. Every minute wasted brought danger closer. Moreover, There were 2 girls left on the beach. The thought of what might happen to them if he didn't return before dark was unbearable. Please, you can't leave me. Take me with you. Xia Xuanning's fear erupted as she heard Chen Mo's intent to leave. She clutched his arm desperately, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Her eyes filled with the despair of abandonment. Rest assured, I will not leave you, Chen Mo declared firmly as he pried her fingers away. But we must find a first aid kit. There might still be others alive. Wait for me here. I will be back shortly. Chen Mo cast a deep, resolute glance at Xia Xuanning, and her instinctive response was to release her grip, though she remained huddled in fear. Her tear-filled eyes following him as he vanished into the smoke and chaos. With a heart full of urgency, Chen Mo accelerated toward the forward cabin, guided by memory. He had not gone far when a piercing, high-pitched wail, filled with sobs, pierced through from the direction of the cabin. Damn this wretched door. Open up. Let me out. You useless lot. Someone help. My father is Shen Wonjun. He will not spare you. Chen Mo rushed toward the sound, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. A young woman clad in a champagne-colored silk blouse and matching wide-leg trousers sat helplessly in knee-deep seawater. One foot was adorned with an expensive, diamond-studded high heel, while the other was bare, her delicate ankle swollen like a bun, clearly sprained. Her clothing was severely torn, revealing her smooth skin beneath. Clutching her high heel, she was frantically pounding the severely deformed emergency door with its heel. Bang, bang, bang. The hard heel struck the metal door repeatedly, producing a dull thud, but aside from leaving a few dents, it was utterly futile. A young woman, while striking the door, cursed in a voice tinged with tears, berating the airline, the aircraft designers, and the accursed door itself. Occasionally, she interspersed her tirade with desperate calls for her father, Shen Wonjun, as if his name were a universal talisman. Open the door. I command you to open it. Can you hear me? Do you know who my father is? I am Shen Yueru. The Shen Group's Shen Yueru. Let me out, or you shall all face dire consequences. Woe is me, my foot. It hurts so much, damn it. Exhausted from her futile attempts, Shen Yueru finally succumbed to despair, cradling her inflamed ankle, and burst into an unrestrained cry, her shoulders heaving and her high heels falling into the murky water. Chen Mo hurried over, striving to keep his voice calm. Miss, the door is jammed from the outside. It cannot be opened from within. Please, remain calm. Shen Yueru, startled by the sudden voice, looked up through tear-filled eyes to see a tall, equally disheveled man. You, just in time. Quickly, get this damn door open. Hurry, I've twisted my foot. It hurts terribly. I cannot stay in this wretched place for another second. The water is rising. Open it now. Shen Yueru clung to her last hope, disregarding her dignity as she urgently commanded Chen Mo with a choked voice. Ignoring her imperious tone, Chen Mo swiftly assessed the situation of the door. The frame was severely warped, and the latch was firmly stuck, rendering it nearly impossible to force it open from within. The door won't budge. This is not a safe place. The sea water is rising, and there's a fuel leak that could ignite at any moment. He succinctly explained the gravity of the situation. You've twisted your ankle? Can you walk? Explode. Shen Yueru's face turned ashen, her cries forgotten, engulfed by overwhelming fear that made her tremble. I can't walk. It hurts too much to move. You must carry me out. Quickly. Regaining her authoritative instinct, she pointed at Chen Mo, issuing commands once more. Chen Mo frowned, but there was no time to argue. Stay here and do not move. I will find others and return with a first aid kit. He turned to leave, knowing the kit was not far ahead. Hey, stop. Shen Yueru, alarmed, raised her voice sharply again. Do you dare leave me? Do you know who I am? My father. Shut up and conserve your strength if you don't wish to perish. I have no interest in who your father is. Chen Mo abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly interrupting Shen Yueru. In times like this, why are you still invoking family ties? If you wish to survive, do as I say and remain still. The frigid authority in his eyes rendered Shen Yueru's words stuck in her throat. Never before had she encountered someone so dismissive of her status, yet so audacious in his threats. For a moment, she was taken aback, instinctively retracting her neck, clutching her swollen ankle, and falling silent, merely glaring at Chen Mo's retreating figure with a mix of resentment and fear. Without further delay, Chen Mo waded forward through the water. At last, in a relatively intact section of the fore cabin, albeit equally soaked by seawater, there lies a metal storage cabinet embedded within the bulkhead. The cabinet's door boldly displays the words First Aid in striking red, accompanied by a prominent cross symbol. Adjacent to it is a slightly smaller cabinet, marked with the inscription Emergency Equipment. Chapter 7. A terrifying encounter in the cabin. At long last, he had found it. Chen Mo's heart surged with excitement. Risking his life, he had finally uncovered what he desperately needed. He rushed forward, attempting to pry open the cabinet door. It appeared to be stuck, unyielding to his efforts. The password, yes, he needed the password. Chen Mo recalled the numbers Chen Wei had murmured before losing consciousness. 0731. Beside him was a small numerical keypad. Fortunately, the power system had not been entirely compromised. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant dilemma. Seeing that the display screen still glowed, Chen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he swiftly entered 0731. With a soft beep, accompanied by the mechanical sound of unlocking, the cabinet door creaked open just a crack. Chen Mo immediately yanked it wide open. Inside, various medical supplies were meticulously organized. Although some items lay scattered due to the impact and water intrusion, the essentials remained intact. Sealed tourniquets, large rolls of antiseptic gauze and bandages, an assortment of adhesive bandages, iodine and alcohol disinfectants, painkillers, antibiotics, antihistamines, and even a suturing kit with a small yet sharp medical scissors. In another emergency equipment cabinet nearby, he was pleasantly surprised to discover several signal flares along with illuminating projectiles, 2 powerful waterproof flashlights, several multifunctional tools, and even a hefty fire axe. Equipped with these supplies, his chances of survival on the deserted island had significantly increased. Holding the fire axe in one hand and surveying the tools before him, Chen Mo felt a joy surpassing that of winning a lottery. These were indeed lifelines. Overwhelmed with elation, he swiftly located a relatively intact waterproof first aid kit and began to pack everything inside. To his astonishment, he found several high-end windproof lighters and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes tucked away in the cabinet, prompting an excited laugh. On a deserted island, food could be acquired with ingenuity, but cigarettes were a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had been away for nearly an hour. "You're awake. Do you feel any better?" Su Mujin asked anxiously upon seeing Chen Wei regain consciousness. I feel much better," Chen Wei mumbled, still groggy and suffering from a pounding headache. Noticing Chen Mo's absence, she questioned with concern, "Where is brother Chen Mo?" He went to the cabin to search for supplies," Su Mujin replied. Worry etched on her face as she gazed towards the distant rocky area. During this past hour, her heart had been tightly wounded with apprehension. Chen Wei, unaware of Chen Mo's return to the cabin, was taken aback by Su Mujin's words. With great effort, she propped herself up and looked toward the cabin, fear evident in her eyes. "He will come back. He promised me," Su Mujin said, her voice tinged with sadness yet resolutely firm, as if speaking to Chen Wei, but more so to herself. "Yes, brother Chen Mo is a good person. He will definitely return," Chen Wei murmured in response. "Are you the esteemed President Su of Xinghai Technology?" Chen Wei regained a flicker of consciousness as she gazed at the aloof yet stunning woman before her, reminiscent of the remarkable figures her companions often spoke of. "I am Su Mujin, the president of Xinghai Technology. However, at this moment, we are all survivors," Su Mujin remarked gently, her eyes fixed on Chen Wei. President Su, look over there. It seems there is someone," Chen Wei exclaimed, inadvertently glancing behind Su Mujin. With the ebb and flow of the waves, a crimson figure was washed ashore, prompting her astonished outcry. Su Mujin abruptly turned her head, instinctively grasping the crowbar left by Chen Mo, declaring, "I shall investigate. Stay put." Upon seeing that the figure washed ashore remained still, a sigh of relief escaped Su Mujin's lips. Clutching the crowbar, she cautiously approached the red-clad figure. Discovering a head of neatly cropped hair, now drenched, with the face turned downwards, lying quietly on the beach, presumably a passenger from the ill-fated aircraft. As Su Mujin turned the woman over, she noted the pallor of her complexion, which sent a jolt of concern through her. The woman possessed a delicate oval face, fair and exquisite skin, and a tall, well-proportioned figure, an embodiment of the idealized form reminiscent of a Korean star. Su Mujin, who had always considered herself beautiful, felt eclipsed by the woman's striking appearance. With no time to indulge in her thoughts, she reached out to check the woman's breath, discovering a faint pulse. "She's still alive," Su Mujin announced to Chen Wei. President Su applied chest compressions and performed CPR. "Let us see if we can revive her," Chen Wei urged, drawing upon her knowledge as a flight attendant in basic medical care. "All right, I shall try," Su Mujin responded, initiating the emergency procedures with determined resolve. To their astonishment, the woman in red began to convulse and expel water from her mouth under Su Mujin's diligent efforts. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Chen Mo had gathered supplies. Gripping the heavy fire axe tightly in his hand, the cold metallic touch and its weight instilled an indescribable sense of security. In the desolation of the island, this would prove more practical than a firearm. Just as Chen Mo turned to depart, a cacophony erupted. Thud, clang, crash. A violent sound of metal fracturing and heavy objects plunging into the water resonated, accompanied by a heart-stopping rush of water. Who's over there?" Chen Mo called out loudly. At that moment, the entire cabin suddenly tilted sharply to the left. Taken by surprise, he lost his balance, tumbling heavily into the rapidly rising seawater. Clutching the first aid kit and fire axe, coughing and spluttering, Chen Mo struggled to rise from the water, wiping the grime from his face, his mind racing with alarm. Before him, a massive section of the cabin ceiling, along with a fractured keel, collapsed like a landslide, crashing into the sea and sending towering waves surging upwards. The water poured in like a torrential flood, gushing through the newly created breach with alarming speed, quickly rising to his chest. The entire wreckage emitted a dying, chilling groan as it sank at an alarming rate. Panic surged within Chen Mo's heart. Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru were still behind him. He could no longer afford to inspect the cabin. Grasping a first aid kit filled with life-saving supplies tightly in one hand and dragging a heavy fire axe in the other, he fought against the current like a fish striving upstream, desperately swimming towards the direction of Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru. "Help! Water! It's coming in! I can't swim! Woo!" Xia Xuanning's terrified screams pierced through the chaos, filled with the dread of drowning. "Damn it! Hurry up! The water is rising. I'm going to drown. Save me. My father is Shen Wanjun." Shen Yueru's frantic cries and curses followed closely, her voice distorted by fear. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and pressed on. The water level was nearly at his chin, just a few steps away from Shen Yueru. A flicker of movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention, causing him to halt abruptly, his pupils constricting. In that breach area, a woman clad in a black tank top and shorts turned around. Chen Mo realized she was a quintessential Eastern beauty. The tank top barely concealed her form, her bosom prominently accentuated. Her abdomen was bare, smooth and devoid of any excess flesh, with two braided pigtails and an approximate height of 162 centimeters. Her gaze was as sharp and cold as a blade, exuding an aura of youthful allure paired with formidable prowess. This woman was a master. In the instant she glanced at Chen Mo, he concluded with startling clarity that she was not like the others, who were shrieking in panic or crying. Instead, she stood unervingly calm in water up to her chest, clutching what appeared to be a fragment of the aircraft's black box. Attempting to pry open a severely damaged, yet relatively intact piece of onboard communication equipment with the sharp edge of the debris. "Hey, get out of here! This place is about to sink," Chen Mo shouted at the eerily composed woman. She glanced at him, taking in the first aid kit in his arms and the fire axe in his hand, her gaze sweeping over the rapidly rising water. A flicker of quick calculation flashing in her eyes. The core communication module. It may have a positioning launch function. Detach it. Her voice was low, her speech rapid, imbued with an undeniable professional tone and a hint of foreign accent. "Give me 10 more seconds." With that, She disregarded Chen Mo and turned back to pry at the communication device with renewed vigor using the metallic fragment. Use this. Chen Mo pulled a multi-tool from his pocket. One of 5 he had found in the storage compartment, now serendipitously useful. Thank you. The woman swiftly accepted it and resumed her focused efforts. The water's up to my chest. Big brother, please come save me. Woo-woo. The distant cries of Xia Xuanning for help echoed through the turmoil. Chen Mo cast a glance towards the direction from which the voices of Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru emanated. The water had nearly engulfed their elevated refuge. Cursed be the fate. Chen Mo muttered under his breath, making a resolute decision. Be cautious. If it becomes untenable, do not hesitate to abandon it. I shall proceed to rescue them first. Once you have dismantled it, follow swiftly. The exit lies in that direction. He gestured towards the path he had traversed before, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed fervently towards the direction of Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru. The water level had already reached his lips. Chapter 8. The initial assembly, the water level within the cabin continued to rise, creating an ever-increasing resistance. With each meter that Chen Mo advanced, he exerted all his strength, while the encroaching seawater surged relentlessly. Beneath his feet lay various debris, and Chen Mo felt his efforts becoming increasingly arduous. He could only grit his teeth and persevere. Kia kue ning. Shen Yueru, grab my hand. After a monumental struggle, Chen Mo finally lunged toward the spot where the two were hiding. Xia Xuanning stood atop a dining cart, but the water had already reached her waist, while Shen Yueru, hindered by an injured foot, could not move, and the water had risen to her neck. Both were pale with fear, their cries distorted in panic. With all his might, Chen Mo seized the nearly paralyzed Xia Xuanning and the terrified, screaming Shen Yueru, dragging them from the depths. Shen Yueru let out a heart-wrenching wail as pain shot through her ankle. Ignoring her cries, Chen Mo slung the first aid kit across his chest, braced Shen Yueru against his shoulder, and grasped Xia Xuanning's arm tightly, as though he were hauling 2 heavy sacks towards the exit. The water had now risen to his chest, frigid and piercing, but he staggered forward with determination. Be quiet, don't move, or I will leave you behind. Chen Montauk, burdened with 2 encumbered souls, barked at them as they flailed helplessly, their resistance only adding to his struggle. Shen Yueru was initially reluctant, but seeing Xia Xuanning settle down, she too ceased her thrashing, allowing Chen Mo to pull them onward. As Chen Mo felt his strength waning and fatigue setting in, beads of cold sweat streamed down his brow. Just as they neared the exit, a figure in black dashed toward them. All set, Chen Mo spotted the woman in black, tightly clutching a palm-sized, oil-stained metal module. Though her movements were somewhat unsteady, her gaze remained sharp. All set. The woman raised the black module high, a glimmer of excitement on her face. Seeing Chen Mo with the 2 women, she swiftly approached and took over Shen Yueru, alleviating some of the weight from Chen Mo's burden. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Quickly, let us get to rocks. With a commanding shout, Chen Mo plunged forward. The 4 of them nearly tumbled out of the gaping breach, from which seawater continuously poured in. Once again, the icy water engulfed them, but this time they were closer to the shore, with their objective clearer. Phew, we are safe for the moment. After scrambling onto the rocks, Chen Mo exhaled deeply, his tense demeanor easing at once. Your injury? The woman in black spoke Mandarin with a slight awkwardness. Noticing the wound on Chen Mo's right arm, which had become exposed and pallid from the seawater, she expressed concern. It's nothing. I'll just bandage it up once we reach the beach, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly after glancing at the injury. Although they had reached the rocks, danger still loomed. You were Japanese? Shen Yueru, not having noticed Chen Mo's wound, looked at the woman in black in astonishment upon hearing her words. Yamamoto Keiko. The woman shot a fleeting glance at Shen Yueru, offering no further explanation. Hey, are we supposed to wait for rescue here? Shen Yueru did not heed the words of Yamaguchi Keiko, instead directing her gaze towards Chen Mo. Hey, I'm speaking to you. I am hungry. Is there anything to eat? Seeing Chen Mo's lack of response, she gave his shoulder a light slap, her face adorned with disdain. Show some respect. He saved you. If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut Yamaguchi Keiko retorted. Her tone as frosty as her demeanor. You little Japanese. My father is Shen Wonjun. Shen Yueru shot an arrogant glare at Yamaguchi Keiko upon hearing her words. Enough. This is not a place for boasting about your lineage. Yamaguchi Keiko brandished the utility knife that Chen Mo had given her, twirling it deftly in her hand. Upon seeing the blade, Shen Yueru recoiled, while Xia Xuanning burst into tears. All right, everyone, conserve your energy. Chen Mo's voice rang coldly, instantly silencing the three women. We are still some distance from the deserted island. Once the wreckage of the plane sinks completely, we will depart. He understood that although they had temporarily set foot on this reef, their safety was not guaranteed. As darkness enveloped the sky, the temperature of the sea would drop, and whether they could swim safely to the island remained uncertain. Are you Yamaguchi Keiko? Can you swim? Chen Mo shifted his gaze to Yamaguchi Keiko, ignoring Xia Xuanning's earlier comment. Yes, Yamaguchi Keiko replied succinctly. All right, let us rest for a moment before we swim over. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Big brother, I can't swim. You won't leave me behind, will you? Xia Xuanning looked anxiously at Chen Mo, her gaze fixed on the vast, daunting sea. Hey, why aren't you asking me who will take me back? I can have my father pay you. A lot of money. Shen Yueru interjected, her tone betraying her anxiety. Silence. Yamaguchi Keiko shot a glare at Shen Yueru. Though she attempted to protest, the sight of the knife in Yamaguchi Keiko's hand rendered her mute. Miss Keiko, please take Shen Yueru with you. I will take Xia Xuanning, Chen Mo decided, reasoning that it was best for Yamaguchi Keiko to accompany Shen Yueru. With a resounding crash, the wreckage of the plane sank completely beneath the waves, creating a massive whirlpool that relentlessly swallowed debris from the surface. The sight of the ominous vortex sent shivers down one's spine. The sun dipped lower in the sky, though the exact time was unknown. The position of the sun indicated it was around 5 in the afternoon. The duration of night on this island was uncertain, yet the time available to the group was dwindling. On the sandy beach of the deserted island, Chen Wei's complexion grew increasingly pale, though she had not lost consciousness. The pain caused her teeth to chatter. The woman in red had also been rescued, but remained in a state of unconsciousness. Sister Su, the plane, it seems to have sunk. Will Brother Chen Mo? Chen Wei's eyes remained fixed on a rocky area, and upon witnessing the wreckage disappear beneath the waves, a tremor of dread surged through her. Su Mujin was lost in thought, her mind flickering with the events of the day. Although she had come to terms with the plane crash, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion about the path ahead. Suddenly, she heard Chen Wei's voice and turned in terror towards the rocky area. Su Mujin sprang to her feet, hastily making her way towards the sea. Sister Su. Chen Wei's face turned even paler as she witnessed Su Mujin's frantic movements and quickly called out to her. Chen Mo promised me he would return. He will come back, right? Su Mujin halted, her face reflecting a mixture of hope and inquiry towards Chen Wei. Brother Chen Mo will definitely return. Chen Wei replied with unwavering conviction, her words seemingly directed at Su Mujin, but also a reassurance for herself. For both Su Mujin and Chen Wei, the thought of Chen Mo not returning was unbearable. They could hardly fathom what they should do next or whether they could survive at all. As the two anxiously awaited, the 4 individuals in the rocky area were preparing everything necessary to swim across the vast expanse of ocean that lay before them, surrendering to fate for their passage. Are we going to die? Xia Xuanning asked, her voice tinged with tears as the sea was now devoid of any remnants. The wreckage of the plane had sunk, and the whirlpool it created had vanished. For Xia Xuanning, Chen Mo represented her sole hope for survival. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo exchanged a glance with Yamamoto Keiko, both recognizing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes, yet neither spoke a word. The absence of bodies on the surface of the water was the most terrifying aspect. Chen Mo's gaze was fixed on the depths below, as if something awaited him there. We can't wait any longer. We must leave this place immediately. Chen Mo resolved internally, glancing at the 3 women. I will take Xia Xuanning, while Shen Yueru follows Keiko. Remember, to survive, do not shout or move recklessly once we are in the water. Do you understand? His tone was serious. and he cast a piercing look at Shen Yueru. Sensing the tension, she felt a chill run down her spine and nodded silently. Let's go. Chen Montak Wukit, leading the trembling Xia Xuanning into the unknown depths of the ocean without hesitation. Watching him plunge into the sea, Yamamoto Keiko's eyes sparkled with determination. Her thoughts unspoken but intense. With a fierce gaze directed at Shen Yueru, she grasped her hand and followed Chen Mo into the water. Chen Mo supported the nearly non-swimming Xia Xuanning as he swam vigorously towards the shore. Xia Xuanning's hand rested on his shoulder, her body quaking yet resolutely biting her lip to suppress any sound. The heavy medical kit and fire axe strapped to Chen Mo's back became a significant burden, making each stroke laborious. He occasionally glanced back at Yamamoto Keiko, who was closely following, and at Shen Yueru, who struggled to keep up. Chen Mo could sense a pair of eyes watching him from the depths of the sea. However, at that moment, he had no choice but to paddle with all his might, yearning to reach the shore as swiftly as possible. The several hundred meters of ocean stretched before him like an insurmountable chasm, testing the endurance and resolve of the few individuals involved. Almost there. The shallow waters are just ahead. Chen Mo incessantly calculated the distance in his mind. Perhaps it was divine favor, or perhaps it was simply that fate had spared them. They encountered no peril along the way, and the four of them finally reached the shallows. As his feet touched solid ground, Chen Mo's anxious heart began to settle. The unconscious Xia Xuanning draped over him like a limp doll, her softness pressing against his back. Yet at that moment, Chen Mo's mind was devoid of any other thoughts. Similarly, Yamaguchi Keiko struggled to drag the equally senseless Shen Yueru, panting heavily. Despite her strong physique, being a woman had its limits, and she too was utterly exhausted. Were it not for the unwavering belief in survival, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. Chen Mo, upon entering the shallow waters, Su Mujin spotted him and hurriedly rushed over, supporting him just as he was about to collapse. Are you all right? Are you injured? In the chest-deep water, Su Mujin steadied Chen Mo, her voice laced with urgency. Chen Mo gently shook his head, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. He felt utterly drained, and had it not been for his steadfast conviction, he might have already fallen. The group stumbled out of the water, collapsing onto the sand beside a massive rock where Chen Wei had taken refuge, their strength evaporating as they fell to the ground. Chen Mo surveyed his fellow survivors, the trembling and terrified Xia Xuanning leaning against him. Shen Yueru, seated on the beach, clutching her swollen ankle, weeping while casting venomous glances at her own condition. The calm, yet exhausted Yamaguchi Keiko, who had also collapsed onto the sand. And the concerned faces of Su Mujin and Chen Wei. Chen Mo glanced at the last woman, dressed in red, and murmured softly. How did another person appear? And a woman at that? She was washed ashore after you left, and we rescued her. Su Mujin quickly explained upon noticing Chen Mo's gaze. 6 women and 1 man, all injured and in disarray. Chapter 9. The first lesson of survival. 7 individuals lay sprawled upon the beach, 6 women and 1 man. As the sun descended slowly, casting a golden hue that mingled with their pallor, one might mistake them for affluent travelers rather than survivors of a plane crash. Chen Mo stretched his weary limbs and gradually rose to his feet. After resting for half an hour, his muscles still ached, and with each slight movement, the audible crack of his joints echoed in the stillness. The wound on his right arm throbbed with an excruciating pain, akin to a burn from boiling water, sending sharp sensations coursing through his nerves. Yet, Chen Mo understood that he could no longer afford to rest. Darkness was approaching, and while they had salvaged some supplies, their food was alarmingly scarce. They had merely 3 bottles of water and 5 compressed biscuits to share among 7 people. From this moment forth, if they wished to survive, they could rely only on themselves. Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings, his voice hoarse yet resolute, echoing across the twilight beach. Apart from Su Mujin, he was unfamiliar with the others. Should they venture alone, their chances of survival on this desolate island were grim. As thoughts swirled among the group, a piercing voice suddenly cut through the air. Shen Yueru. Damn that wretched plane. Damn this cursed place. My leg. It hurts like hell. There isn't even a doctor here. My limited edition handbag is gone. It contained my passport and black card. Everything is ruined. It's all that useless pilot's fault. And you, Shen Yueru shot a venomous glare at Chen Mo. You yanked my leg in the water. Savage. Do you have any idea how much insurance I took out on these feet? All eyes turned toward Shen Yueru, captivated by the outburst from this tempestuous young lady. Enough. I wouldn't hesitate to toss you back into the sea, Yamamoto Keiko remarked sharply, her gaze icy as she toyed with a multifunctional knife. What are you all staring at? I'll tell my father, Shen Yueru stammered, shrinking back under their scrutiny, particularly from Yamamoto's glinting blade, seeking to use her father as a shield. Enough. Put away your entitled tantrums. No one here will indulge you. Chen Mo's voice was cold and commanding. If you wish to play the daddy-esque girl card, you must first survive. Remember, this is a deserted island. Having delivered his admonition, Chen Mo turned his attention to Chen Wei's injury. How are you feeling? Let me change your dressing. With care, he unwrapped the makeshift bandage from Chen Wei's leg, examining the wound meticulously. The injury had been soaked in seawater, its edges pale and swollen, yet fortunately, no bone was visible, nor were there signs of infection. Thankfully, there's no infection. With a couple of days of rest, you should be fine. Chen Mo sighed in relief. The situation far better than he had anticipated. Had there been an infection, it would have spelled certain doom on this island. He retrieved the first aid kit salvaged from the wreckage, locating iodine and alcohol. This will sting a bit. Bear with it, he said in a low tone to Chen Wei, as he uncapped the iodine bottle and pinched a wad of cotton with tweezers. Chen Wei weakly nodded, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes trembling violently as she clenched her teeth. The moment the cotton ball, soaked in deep brown iodine, brushed against the edge of her wound, her body jolted violently, and a piercing cry escaped her throat. Ah, it hurts! The excruciating pain contorted her body, akin to a fish out of water, tears streaming down her face like a breached dam. Hold her down, Chen Mo commanded in a deep voice to Su Mujin beside him, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Startled by Chen Wei's agonized scream, Su Mujin instinctively pressed down on Chen Wei's shoulders. She observed Chen Mo, his expression impassive, yet his movements remarkably steady as he continued to tenderly clean Chen Wei's grotesque wound, his complexion paling slightly, a tumult churning in his stomach. Forcing herself to divert her gaze, it inadvertently landed on Chen Mo's exposed arm. Your injury? Su Mujin stammered, her voice quivering with emotion, choked by the realization that since the plane crash, it had always been Chen Mo rescuing others, with no one ever concerning themselves for him. At that moment, Chen Mo's right arm bore the gaping wound inflicted while saving Su Mujin and Chen Wei, its edges swollen and inflamed, tiny grains of sand embedded in the flesh. I'm fine, Chen Mo replied tersely, his lips pressed together, brow furrowed in concentration and effort, seemingly oblivious to the pain in his arm. All his willpower focused on the suturing needle before him. A sudden pang struck Su Mujin's heart, akin to a gentle stab, awakening an unfamiliar, sharp ache and heartache. What is happening to me? Chen Mo is my bodyguard. It is his duty to protect me, Su Mujin reassured herself internally. Yet, as her gaze uncontrollably flickered back to Chen Mo's focused profile, noting the slight furrow of his brow in response to Chen Wei's suffering and observing the careful, almost tender manner in which he avoided blood vessels while stitching, a more intense and clearer discomfort coiled around her heart like a vine. Su Mujin felt an inexplicable frustration and suffocation, as if something that was originally hers was now being monopolized by another's attention, and so effortlessly at that. All right, try not to move for the next couple of days. Chen Mo finally snipped the suture line. He administered an antibiotic found in the first aid kit to Chen Wei and offered her painkillers. Taking a deep breath after completing these tasks, he exhaled a long sigh. Thank you, Brother Chen Mo. Chen Wei weakly expressed her gratitude, her tear-streaked face appearing even paler. Big brother, let me help with your wound. Xiaoxuan Ning had approached Chen Mo without her noticing, gazing cautiously at the injury on his right arm, aware of her lack of outdoor survival skills. She recognized that in this team, this man was her best chance for survival. Just as Su Mujin intended to speak, Xia Xuan preempted her. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her face, yet she said nothing. It's just a superficial injury. I can handle it myself. Upon the reminder from Xia Xuan, Chen Mo finally became aware of the searing pain and swelling radiating from the wound on his right arm. Grasping a bottle of alcohol, he resolutely poured it over his injury. The sharp sting elicited a sharp intake of breath from Chen Mo, his muscles tensing instantaneously, teeth clenched tightly. Observing the agony etched on Chen Mo's face, Su Mujin felt a tightening in her heart. The other girls looked on in astonishment. Even the notoriously temperamental Shen Yueru's expression shifted dramatically at Chen Mo's actions. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo swiftly took a clean piece of gauze, soaked it in alcohol, and roughly wiped away the dirt and grit surrounding the wound, then sprinkled on some anti-inflammatory powder, wrapping it simply with the gauze. His movements were crisp and efficient, as if he were tending to something other than his own flesh. "Monster," Shen Yueru murmured under her breath. Yet, when she caught a glimpse of Yamaguchi Keiko's cold gaze directed at her, she instinctively shrank back and fell silent. Watching Chen Mo's fierce determination in treating his wound, Su Mujin's initial discomfort was swiftly replaced by a mix of admiration and concern. She instinctively reached out to offer him a clean cloth to wipe away the sweat. But halfway through, her hand froze, and she ultimately retracted it, her fingertips curling slightly. "Let's introduce ourselves," Chen Mo said, his voice raspy with fatigue. Shattering the brief silence, he surveyed the group, stating, "I am Chen Mo, a security guard from the Pancher Security Company, tasked with ensuring President Su's safety." He gestured towards Su Mujin. "Su Mujin, president of Xinghai Technology," she replied, sitting up straighter. Despite her pale complexion, the aura of authority inherent in her position reasserted itself under the instinct of survival. Xia Xuan," she stammered, resembling a startled rabbit, her voice barely above a whisper. I am an actress." The sound was faint, like a whisper of a fly. "Oomph." Shen Yueru, cradling her pained ankle, scoffed disdainfully, her tone imbued with a haughty superiority. "I am Shen Yueru, of the Shun Corporation. Surely you are aware of it? That is my family's enterprise." It was as if this title still held some enchantment on this deserted island. Yamaguchi Keiko, the woman who dismantled modules, raised her head. Her voice calm and steady, tinged with a distinct Japanese accent, yet laced with a hint of a northeastern dialect. "I am an engineer specializing in marine geological exploration." As Yamaguchi Keiko introduced herself, Chen Mo's gaze remained fixed upon this Japanese woman. He felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had encountered her or someone resembling her before. Her overly calm and piercing eyes suggested that there was more to her than met the eye. Noticing Chen Mo's scrutiny, Yamaguchi Keiko merely exchanged a brief glance with him, offering a slight nod before diverting her gaze. She sensed that Chen Mo had discerned something. Yet concealing her true self was a lesson Yamaguchi Keiko had learned from a young age. "Chen Wei, I am a flight attendant on this voyage," she introduced herself, her voice still weak. The collective gaze of the group instinctively shifted to the final individual, the woman in red, who had been discovered by Su Mujin and remained unconscious. The woman clad in red possesses exquisitely refined features, embodying the quintessential elements of Korean aestheticism: her delicate oval face, elegantly sculpted nose, and full lips. Even in her current disheveled state, her beauty remains undeniable. Particularly striking is the small, tear-shaped brown beauty mark located just beneath the corner of her right eye, which glimmers in the firelight, adding an enchanting touch of vulnerability to her allure. Chapter 10. Gathering supplies. Li Enchi's gaze subtly swept over the crowd, and as her eyes fell upon Chen Mo's retreating figure, a fleeting yet sharp glint flickered in her depths, so swift and concealed that it was nearly imperceptible. When her gaze landed on Yamaguchi Keiko, a hint of suspicion mingled with an indescribable complexity shadowed her expression. Li Enchi's identity was far from simplistic. Her grandfather had served as a soldier in the U.S. forces during the Korean War, while her grandmother was Korean. On the surface, Lian Shi was an internationally renowned expert in jewelry and art appraisal. Yet her true familial mission was to locate a trove of extraordinarily precious artifacts that her grandfather's comrades had seized from China. Given this context, let us acknowledge our acquaintance. Our primary objective now is survival. Only by enduring can we await rescue. I hope we can unite our efforts. Chen Mo surveyed the 6 women before him, his heart heavy with unease, uncertain if rescue would ever arrive. Hey, your words sound nice, but are you just trying to make us listen to you? I never agreed. Shen Yueru's voice chimed in at an opportune moment, her face adorned with the haughty demeanor typical of a spoiled young lady. If you wish to survive, I suggest you keep silent. Yamaguchi Keiko shot a frosty glare at Shen Yueru, dismissive of her ignorance in the current perilous situation. You. Shen Yueru was taken aback by Yamaguchi Keiko's directness. She pointed at her, struggling to articulate her thoughts. But the sight of the knife in Yamaguchi's hand stifled her words. Do you all share this sentiment? Chen Mo's piercing gaze scanned the assembly. I concur with Chen Mo. We must stand united. Su Mujin was the first to voice her support. I agree. Chen Wei quickly followed suit. I also concur, Yamaguchi Keiko coldly remarked, casting a glance at Shen Yueru. I too support what my elder brother has said. Xia Xuanning chimed in, her voice soft and gentle. I have no objections, Li Inchi added in agreement. You all, I never said I disagreed, Shen Yueru retorted, feeling aggrieved as she noticed the consensus among the others. Since we are in accord, let's take advantage of the daylight to assess our supplies. After speaking, Chen Mo gathered the items he had retrieved from the aircraft. A fire axe, a crowbar, 5 Swiss Army knives, including the one held by Yamaguchi Keiko, 2 windproof lighters, 2 unopened packs of cigarettes, 5 blocks of compressed biscuits, a dozen chocolate bars, and a first aid kit. These constituted their entire stock. Gurgle. Xia Xuanning's stomach betrayed her with an embarrassing growl, causing her to glance around sheepishly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. We have only these supplies, so we must urgently search the surrounding area, Chen Mo stated gravely. Su, you, and Ms. Li Enshi will head south along the coast. Collect anything from the plane that you encounter. Understood. Su Mujin had anticipated being called upon first, but resolutely supported Chen Mo's directive. Miss Huizi, accompanied by Xia Xuanning, ventured north in search of resources, while Miss Chen Wei awaited the others here. Miss Shen Yueru, I kindly ask you to look after Chen Wei. Chen Mo meticulously assigned tasks to everyone. Initially, he intended for all to join the expedition, but upon noticing Shen Yueru's swollen ankle, he refrained from further insistence. We all have our responsibilities. Where do you intend to go? You wouldn't contemplate fleeing, would you? Shen Yueru, upon hearing Chen Mo's arrangements yet not finding her own, inquired promptly. I shall explore the interior, Chen Mo declared resolutely, casting his gaze towards the dense thicket behind him. No, you cannot go, Su Mujin instinctively protested. The mysteries lurking within the forest were unknown to anyone, and the potential dangers were too daunting for her to contemplate further. Rest assured, I shall not venture deep. We require sustenance and a source of fire for the night. I must seek out combustible wood, Chen Mo asserted with unwavering determination. He was acutely aware of the perils that the forest harbored, yet felt compelled to proceed. So be it. Regardless of whether we find anything, we must return before sunset. With that, Chen Mo, without waiting for a response, grasped the fire axe from the ground and resolutely strode into the thicket. He was equally curious about what secrets this desolate island's forest might hold. At that very moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. This silent island, dormant for a century, was about to welcome its visitors once more. The secrets concealed within the island would begin to unravel the instant Chen Mo stepped into the forest. Su Mujin watched as his figure faded into the foliage, letting out a soft sigh without uttering another word, and proceeded south along the coastline. Lin, and she observed Chen Mo's disappearing silhouette, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, and swiftly followed Su Mujin, careful to remain unnoticed. Yamamoto Keiko also gazed with a complex expression at Chen Mo's vanishing form, saying nothing further. as she toyed with her Swiss Army knife and made her way north along the CS edge, with Xia Xuanning hastily trailing behind. On the beach, only the injured and immobile Chen Wei remained, alongside the limping Shen Yueru, as tranquility gradually enveloped the shore. Russell. Once Chen Mo entered the forest, towering trees obscured the sunlight, and a thick carpet of dry leaves blanketed the ground, rendering each step soft yet audible. In that moment, Chen Mo resembled a vigilant leopard, his eyes scanning the surroundings with acute focus, treading carefully with each movement. Hiss! A sound pierced Chen Mo's ears, prompting him to halt abruptly and glance towards the source of the noise on his left. A silver-ringed snake. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he spotted a black-and-white, silver-ringed snake dangling from a tree, his heart racing in surprise. How did it come to be here? He pondered, perplexed by the snake's presence. The silver-ringed snake did not attack, merely regarding this unfamiliar creature with caution before slithering along the branches, vanishing from Chen Mo's sight. First, let us gather some dry firewood. I will explore the jungle tomorrow, Chen Mo resolved, having already traversed over 200 meters as dusk began to settle around him. He decided to prioritize collecting kindling. After glancing at a few desolate trees to his right, Chen Mo wasted no time and began to wield the fire axe vigorously. Half an hour later, he had severed 6 dead trees, cutting them into manageable sections, which he then bound together with vines. However, transporting them to the beach would still require considerable effort. Suddenly, as he finished tying the dead trees, a series of sounds reached his ears from ahead. Setting down the timber, Chen Mo stood up and moved forward. Not far along, he encountered a thicket of low trees, where the foliage was relatively sparse, and the ground was overrun with wild grasses. In the distance, he spotted 2 wild chickens engaged in a tussle. Wild chickens, what a prize! Alas, he had only a fire axe at his disposal. Observing the scuffle, a sense of disappointment washed over him. With no traps or a hunting rifle, capturing a wild chicken would indeed prove challenging. Yet if there were wild chickens, other creatures must surely inhabit the area. Chen Mo raised his gaze to the underbrush and noticed signs of nibbling. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him. Indeed, after only a few steps, he caught sight of a gray figure amidst the grass. Approaching cautiously, he pounced like a panther the moment the prey lifted its head, swiftly ensnaring the gray form in his grasp. Laughing heartily, he reveled in his good fortune. A sumptuous feast awaited him that evening. In his hands, he held a plump wild rabbit, weighing at least 10 pounds, ample sustenance for several people to enjoy a hearty meal. Without lingering further, Chen Mo turned back to his original spot, threading 2 bundles of dead wood onto a sturdy stick to create a makeshift yoke. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted the 2 bundles, weighing over 200 pounds, and began his laborious trek toward the beach. Chapter 11. Keiko Yamaguchi on the beach. Su Mujin and Li Unshi had returned, as had Xia Xuanning, but Keiko Yamaguchi was still absent. Su Mujin's gaze remained fixed toward the direction of the jungle, her eyes filled with concern and urgency. The beach had accumulated various items, including 2 suitcases and an assortment of colorful clothing, presumably belongings left behind by passengers from a plane. President Su, Mr. Chen Mo should be back soon, Lianxi remarked casually. Although Su Mujin concealed her feelings well, Lianxi discerned that the female executive was evidently worried about Chen Mo. Yes, Miss Lianxi, please call me Mujin, Su Mujin replied softly, nodding with a smile directed at Lianxi. Just as the words left their lips, Chen Mo emerged slowly from the woods, carrying 2 bundles of dry wood. Chen Mo, upon catching sight of him, Su Mujin instinctively wished to approach, but hesitated, feeling that such familiarity might be inappropriate, and thus paused. President Su, Miss Lianxi, Chen Mo greeted the group, setting down the wood, which still bore a wild rabbit. Brother Chen Mo, we found 2 suitcases, along with bottled water and clothing, Xia Xuanning exclaimed as she approached Chen Mo, affectionately taking his hand and proudly gesturing toward the gathered supplies. Being the youngest among them, Xia Xuanning possessed the least awareness of the impending dangers. Discovering such a bounty felt like a child seeking praise from their parents. Where's Keiko? Chen Montak inquired. frowning upon noticing her absence from the group. Keiko said she would take a look over there and asked me to return first. Xia Xuan Ning indicated toward the northern edge of the jungle. Chen Mo's gaze followed her gesture, a flicker of complexity passing through his eyes. After all, Keiko Yamaguchi was skilled in her own right, and relying solely on himself to ensure the safety of these vulnerable women during potential dangers was insufficient. If Keiko were present, she would undoubtedly provide valuable support. Clutching a communication module, Keiko Yamaguchi cautiously made her way to the jungle's edge, where a cluster of rocky formations lay. Before the rocks, there was a grove of banana trees. Scanning the rocky periphery, she discovered several stones piled together, forming a sizable rocky platform about half a meter high, which offered a level space. A glimmer of joy appeared on her face, for this location was ideal for setting up camp. In truth, Keiko Yamaguchi was not entirely Japanese. Her identity was more intricate than it appeared. To be precise, she belonged to the Black Dragon Society, a clandestine organization steeped in history. Her grandfather was a soldier involved in the invasion of China, while her grandmother hailed from northeast China, resulting in Keiko possessing a mix of Chinese heritage. This complex lineage afforded her a profound and painful understanding of that tumultuous history. Her journey to country A was merely a fade. Keiko was on a quest to uncover a substantial treasure hidden by the Japanese military during the latter stages of World War II, gathered from China and various Southeast Asian nations. After the plane crash, Keiko Yamaguchi, utilizing her expertise and keen intuition, swiftly discerned the numerous unnatural elements associated with the strong gust of wind, leading her to believe it was unlikely to be a mere accident. While Yamaguchi yearned to uncover the treasure, her intentions diverged significantly from the avarice of the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Society. She aspired to retrieve it and return it to China, hoping to atone for her ancestors' sins and sever the burdens of guilt born within her lineage. Indeed, Chen Mo had not misjudged her. Keiko Yamaguchi had undergone rigorous training as a secret agent, excelling in combat, tracking, intelligence analysis, wilderness survival, and mechanics. Her composure and rationality bordered on coldness, making her second only to Chen Mo in terms of survival skills within the team. Upon locating her desired destination, Yamaguchi did not linger but turned towards the beach. On the shore, Chen Mo had completed an inventory of the supplies discovered. 15 unopened bottles of mineral water collected from debris washed ashore and floating near the aircraft wreckage. Several washed-up suitcases contained primarily clothing, seemingly of good quality based on the fabric. Among the items were a few pieces of jewelry, which, to the others, appeared to be of little use. The garments were soaked, yet Chen Mo was reluctant to discard them, not wanting to succumb to a feral existence without knowing when rescue might arrive. Those clothes were essential. In a waterproof travel toiletry bag with excellent sealing, they found a box of Durex condoms, which left everyone feeling quite awkward. Additionally, there were several pieces of airline meal bread, a few packs of individually wrapped biscuits, and chocolate, all in pristine condition, suggesting that domestically produced food was indeed commendable. A stainless steel thermos, several specially designed blankets from the plane, and miscellaneous magazines and contracts were also among the findings. Rabbit, are we going to eat tonight? Xia Xuan Ning expressed her disinterest in the supplies, feeling it was not her concern, yet she was excited by the sight of the rabbit that Chen Mo had brought. I will search for Miss Yamaguchi. We can discuss the rest upon my return. Chen Mo glanced at the time, noting that Keiko Yamaguchi had not yet returned, prompting him to set out in search of her. I'm back. Just as Chen Mo picked up the fire axe to depart, Yamaguchi's voice resonated from the jungle. Did you venture into the forest? Chen Mo inquired with a furrowed brow upon seeing her return. Yes. I noticed this area is too close to the sea, and since we are unaware of the tide situation, I found a temporary camp that offers shelter from the wind and rain, Yamaguchi replied in her usual calm manner, briefly explaining her discovery of the campsite. A camp? Shen Yueru, clutching her ankle, was the first to exclaim, her voice sharp. In this wretched place? It's filled with rocks and sand, cold and hard. How are we supposed to sleep? And my ankle is killing me. How can I walk? Shen Yueru's grievances were palpable as she plopped down on the ground in frustration. Xia Xuanning quietly echoed her sentiments, her voice tinged with tears. Yes, brother Chen Mo, I'm scared. It feels like there is something in the woods. Can we just manage for one night here? If we start a fire, it should be safe, right? Xia Xuanning gazed fearfully at the increasingly ominous jungle shrouded in dusk. Manage? Chen Mo's voice suddenly turned frigid, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Shen Yueru and Xia Xuanning. Miss Wheezy was indeed correct. While the campfire could ward off some small creatures, it could not deter larger beasts, nor could it withstand the increasingly fierce sea winds and the possibly rising tides. The temperature would drop even further at night, and without any shelter, the likelihood of freezing to death or succumbing to illness was far greater than being devoured by a wild animal. As for the pain in her foot, he glanced at Shen Yueru, his tone devoid of any sympathy. If she wished to avoid becoming a cripple, she would need to endure. They could either remain here and await death or rise and move forward together. Two options only. Chen Mo's assertive demeanor left Shen Yueru and Xia Xuanning momentarily speechless. Shen Yueru's face paled with anger, her lips trembling as if to utter a curse, but upon meeting Chen Mo's icy, emotionless eyes, she choked back her words, leaving only a glare filled with resentment. Xia Xuanning, frightened, shrank back and tugged at Chen Mo, afraid to speak further. I concur with Chen Mo's assessment. Su Mujin suddenly interjected, her voice clear and composed. Staying here poses too great a risk. We require a more secure refuge. Chen Wei's injury necessitates a relatively dry and sheltered environment. We must all persevere. This is not the time for hesitation. Su Mujin's words carried an inherent weight, characteristic of a natural leader. Shen Yueru could dismiss Chen Mo, yet she instinctively tempered her dissatisfaction in the presence of Su Mujin, a peer of equal standing in the business realm, merely letting out a disgruntled huff. Follow me. Yamamoto Huizi's voice remained calm and steady. Without looking at anyone, she pointed toward a location deeper within the rocky outcrop, near the edge of the jungle. There, the rock formations created a natural alcove, sheltered by overhanging stones, with a relatively dry and even ground, distance from the highest tide line. The area offered a broad view, allowing observation of both the sea and the jungle's edge. It was the optimal choice. Yamamoto Huizi spoke no superfluous words. Chen Mo followed her gaze and indeed spotted a naturally formed rock hollow reminiscent of a shallow cave, with large stones jutting out overhead, providing shelter. Excellent location. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he swiftly made a decision. Let's proceed there. Now, everyone move. Mr. Su, Li and Shi, you two are responsible for gathering any usable clothing, blankets, food, and water and transporting them over. Xia Xuanning, you will handle the luggage. Miss Wheezy, kindly lead the way. Here is a flashlight we found on the plane. Please take it and remain vigilant of your surroundings. Shen Yueru. Chen Mo turned his attention to the unwilling young lady, his tone brooking no argument. Your foot may be injured, but your hands are intact. Assisting Mr. Su with some smaller items should pose no issue. Chen Mo swiftly organized the tasks. What? You want me to carry things? Shen Yueru erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fury igniting. You expect an injured person to fetch items? I refuse. If you want something carried, do it yourself. She glared at Chen Mo, indignant as a fighting cock. Either you carry the items, or you remain here to feed the beasts. Chen Mo's voice was as cold as ice, leaving no room for negotiation. There was no place for idleness here. To survive, one must contribute. No one was obligated to serve her. Chen Mo's piercing gaze remained fixed on her, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread under Chen Mo's scrutinizing gaze. She was both frightened and infuriated, with tears welling up in her eyes. As Shen Yueru surveyed her surroundings, she noticed Su Mujin silently gathering her belongings, while Xia Xuanning timidly looked her way. Keiko Yamamoto held a flashlight, her expression inscrutable. Under the pressure of survival and the chilling stare of Chen Mo, Shen Yueru reluctantly began to gather her clothes, grumbling to herself as she did so. Chapter 12. The new camp. Keiko Yamaguchi led the way, followed closely by Mujin Su and Enshi Li, who carried the supplies they had gathered. Xia Xuanning trailed behind, pulling 2 suitcases along as their group of 7 embarked on a brief journey of migration. The temporary campsite was not far from the edge of the rocky outcrop, yet navigating through the jagged stones proved to be fraught with challenges. By the time they reached the concave wall chosen by Keiko Yamaguchi, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, illuminated only by the faint beam of a flashlight. This rocky formation was indeed commendable. The overhanging stone served as a natural roof, effectively shielding them from the ocean winds. The indentation was substantial, with a relatively dry ground beneath. Chen Mo surveyed the towering rock wall behind him, flanked by stones on either side, leaving only a narrow opening toward the jungle and the sea. He asserted confidently, "This will suffice." "Brother Chen Mo, please put me down. I can stand," Chen Wei said, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Although the distance was short, it was her first experience being carried by a man, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. "All right, try not to move too much to avoid reopening your wound." Chen Mo carefully set Chen Wei down in the driest, most sheltered corner. "Miss and she, here is another flashlight. Please check the surroundings." He handed the flashlight to Li and Shi. "Miss Yamaguchi, take the flashlight and follow me. The rest of you can rest for now." Having arranged everything, Chen Mo led Keiko Yamaguchi toward the nearby banana grove. Keiko Yamaguchi did not inquire about Chen Mo's intentions. Upon hearing his words, she simply followed him to the grove. "Mr. Chen Mo," she began, puzzled. "Just call me Chen Mo, Miss Yamaguchi. We need to chop down a few trees. Otherwise, our clothes will remain wet. And that could lead to illness," he replied in a light-hearted tone. "All right, then you may call me Keiko," she responded. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Mo brandished the fire axe in his hand and began chopping at several small trees before them, each as thick as an arm. Together, they worked in harmony, and before long, they had felled a few saplings, clearing away the errant branches, each measuring over 2 meters, totaling 10 in number. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep them waiting." Chen Mo tied the long poles together with vines and hoisted them onto his shoulder, beckoning Keiko Yamaguchi to depart. Nightfall had descended completely, and a flickering light illuminated the newly relocated campsite, emanating from Li Enshi's flashlight. Upon their return, Chen Mo and Keiko Yamaguchi placed the 10 poles on the ground. Near the edge of the jungle, Chen Mo crossed the poles to create a rudimentary fence, with a slightly thicker pole laid horizontally across the center. "What is this for?" Xia Xuanning inquired curiously, approaching with a puzzled expression. "The clothes and blankets we collected are all wet, and we need to dry them by the fire. Otherwise, we risk falling ill," Chen Mo explained briefly as he secured the framework of vines. "Now, gather everything that can burn, dry branches, leaves, seaweed. The more, the better," Chen Mo commanded once again, gesturing towards the beach and the edge of the jungle. "The fire must not go out tonight. It is our barrier, our source of warmth, and our signal. Pair up, but do not wander far." Miss and Shi and Xia Xuanning teamed up to gather dried seaweed and small twigs on the nearby beach. "Mr. Su, you tend to the fire and keep an eye on Shen Wei," he instructed. Turning to the visibly displeased young lady, "Shen Yueru," he added, "since your foot is injured, your responsibility is to organize the items everyone has collected and maintain the camp's interior. Once the fire is lit, ensure it continues to burn." "Me again, organizing things? And I have to make the fire?" Shen Yueru was nearly beside herself with rage. As a proud heiress of the Shen family, she could not believe she was assigned such menial tasks. "I refuse. I want to rest. My foot hurts terribly." "Very well," Chen Mo replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Shen Yueru as he gestured towards the impenetrable darkness beyond the cave wall. "You may go outside to rest. We do not require idlers here." His voice, though low, carried an undeniable finality. His eyes were as unyielding as stone, and an invisible pressure enveloped the space. Shen Yueru opened her mouth, staring into the thick darkness outside, listening to the increasingly distinct rustling and low growls emanating from the distant jungle. A chill rushed from her feet to the crown of her head. She shuddered violently. All her discontent and resentment were swiftly suppressed by overwhelming fear. With a resentful glare at Chen Mo, she begrudgingly sank down to the ground, clumsily gathering the small twigs brought back by Li Enshi and Xia Xuanning. Her movements were rough, and she muttered curses under her breath, although her voice had noticeably diminished in volume. Su Mujin observed how Chen Mo firmly curtailed Shen Yueru's arrogance, feeling a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, she understood and agreed with Chen Mo's approach. In dire circumstances, there could be no democracy or leniency. Leadership must be resolute. On the other hand, witnessing Chen Mo's unyielding demeanor towards Shen Yueru stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. He had never been so severe with her. This thought unsettled Su Mujin. She shook her head, forcing herself to concentrate on the immediate task of survival. Using the windproof lighter provided by Chen Mo, she ignited the twigs, and the flames instantly illuminated the surroundings, raising the temperature. Huizi, let us bring the driftwood left on the beach over. These leaves and seaweed won't last through the night. Chen Mo quietly communicated with Yamamoto Huizi. Understood. Huizi nodded and pointed her flashlight toward the edge of the jungle, where a few fallen, dead trees lay, and promptly headed towards the beach. Chen Mo grasped the heavy fire axe without hesitation and joined Huizi as they ventured into the darkness. With Huizi wielding the flashlight, the two swiftly vanished into the shadows at the jungle's edge. The darkness engulfed the sky like thick ink, completely swallowing the vast azure of the daytime sea and sky, compressing it into the small, dimly lit hollow illuminated only by the campfire. Lian Shi and Xia Xuanning had returned. The fire crackled gently, and the five women gathered around it, draping their soaked clothing over the makeshift rack that Chen Mo had set up to dry, with wisps of white smoke rising. Let's all change out of our wet clothes. Prolonged exposure may lead to illness. Su Mujin gazed at the white suit adorning her figure, noticing that some areas had become streaked. Although her attire had dried on the beach, it clung uncomfortably to her skin. What if that scoundrel returns? Shen Yueru crossed her arms, her gaze drifting outward. The fullness of her bosom quivered as her arms pressed against it. Shen Yueru, you mustn't speak ill of Chen Mo, Chen Wei remarked icily, feeling a surge of anger towards Shen Yueru, who constantly opposed Chen Mo. What? Feeling sympathetic. That brute seems to care for you. Could there be something more between you two? Shen Yueru scoffed, taunting Chen Wei. You. Chen Wei straightened up in indignation, wincing as her injury throbbed, a grimace of pain crossing her face. Shen Yueru, I advise you to be sensible. If you wish to leave this place, you're free to do so. Su Mujin's tone was somewhat frigid. Criticizing Chen Mo made her uncomfortable. After all, he was one of their own. How about this? You both change your clothes, and I will guard the entrance. Once you are done, I will change as well. Li and Shi, feeling it inappropriate to interject, intervened to halt the escalating quarrel. With that, she took a flashlight and stepped outside to the rocks, in case Chen Mo unexpectedly returned. Su Mujin found a similar white shirt and a small blazer. Under normal circumstances, wearing someone else's clothing would be unthinkable. But such concerns had become trivial. She removed her undergarments, preparing to dry them by the fire. Xia Xuanning, being relatively petite, had no trouble finding clothing. She discovered a white t-shirt in her luggage and donned it, pairing it with a pair of sweatpants. Fortunately, she had not worn high heels on the plane, or it would have posed a significant issue. Sister Mujin, could you help me find an outfit? Chen Wei asked shyly. She had originally worn a flight attendant uniform, but her skirt was too short and had sustained damage, revealing the undergarment beneath, while her top was in tatters. The t-shirts are all men's. Wear this shirt. Your legs are still injured, so I will cut off a portion of the pant legs for you, Su Mujin suggested. She assessed the available clothing. Although there were plenty, most of the luggage belonged to male passengers, leaving few options for women. Ultimately, she found a white shirt and a pair of jeans for Chen Wei. You all can wear men's clothing. I refuse to change. I will wear my dress, Shen Yueru declared with disdain as she observed the others changing. Where can one wash up? I feel so uncomfortable with this stickiness. With that, she removed her undergarments and hung them on a rack to dry, her discomfort palpable. You can wash at the beach, Chen Wei replied coldly. Yumph. Shen Yueru felt vexed, yet the thought of venturing to the beach daunted her. I will go change, Li Enshi, Su Mujin said as she helped Chen Wei in her new clothes and moved towards the entrance to allow Li Enshi to come in and change. Li Enshi casually selected a set of men's athletic wear, the oversized jacket enveloping her figure completely, yet she seemed unconcerned by it. The group reconvened within the recess, the atmosphere heavy and stifling. The collected blankets have been dried and are now spread over the soft seagrass. Su Mujin sits in a corner, sheltered from the wind. Chen Wei rests her head on Su Mujin's lap, wrapping both of them as snugly as possible in a thin blanket. On this desolate island, Chen Wei is the only person, aside from Chen Mo, with whom Su Mujin had any prior connection before the catastrophe. That fragile bond, originating from their shared cabin, is magnified under the shadow of death, becoming the sole anchor of warmth from the civilized world that Su Mujin can cling to at this moment. Lianxi, enveloped in a large men's sports jacket, sits beside Su Mujin, drawing slightly closer to the fire. Her amber eyes reflect the flickering flames, yet her gaze appears somewhat distant, as if contemplating something far away and significant. Could this island be a guiding force of fate? Lianxi muses quietly to herself, her eyes drifting toward the boundless darkness beyond the embankment, tinged with a subtle sense of inquiry and concern. Chapter 13. Campfire, Serpent Shadows. In the night, watchman Shen Yueru sat slumped against the entrance of the recess, utterly disregarding her image, positioning herself closest to the fire as if she wished to roast herself dry. Her silk gown, now speckled with sand and stains, appeared particularly disheveled under the flickering flames, while her face bore the marks of impatience and grievance. "I'm freezing. I'm hard as a rock. This wretched grass is making me itch all over." Shen Yueru's voice, laden with an unmistakable whine and resentment, shattered the oppressive silence. "I've never slept in such a miserable place in my entire life. Not even a bed. The floor is 1,000 times more comfortable than this. And these damned feet, they hurt like hell. That barbarian must have done it on purpose. He even made me carry things, causing me to trip. Who does he think he is? A stinking security guard. What right does he have to boss us around?" As she vented her frustrations, her voice rose in pitch, echoing harshly within the confines of the recess. "Yuedong, please don't speak of Brother Chen like that." Xia Xuanning, seated diagonally across from Shen Yueru and positioned a bit farther from the flames, timidly interjected. Clad in a relatively clean cartoon t-shirt and beach shorts, she curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, resembling a young creature seeking solace. Her complexion had improved significantly since her rescue, yet her large eyes still brimmed with residual fear, frequently darting nervously towards the engulfing darkness beyond the recess. "Brother Chen is only looking out for us. If it weren't for him, we might not." Xia Xuanning's voice faltered, choked with the remnants of fear. "Looking out for us?" Shen Yueru scoffed, as if she had heard the most absurd jest. With a manicured finger still bearing remnants of nail polish, she nearly poked Xia Xuanning in the face. "Look at him, with that cold demeanor, speaking as if issuing commands. Who does he think he is? A savior? What does he take us for? His subordinates? Don't forget you, Xia Xuanning, are a star. And what am I, Shen Yueru? He is just a bodyguard. What right does he have to treat us with such disdain? Does he not understand the concept of cherishing the delicate? Does he not know what it means to be a gentleman? What man does not treat me with utmost care, fearing that I might suffer even the slightest grievance? And yet here I am. He made me carry things, gather firewood, and now I must sleep in a place worse than a pigsty." As Shen Yueru became increasingly agitated, it seemed she sought to unleash all the pent-up grievances she had endured at Chen Mo's hands. And that Japanese woman, so pretentious, cold as ice like a robot, what right does she have to accompany that barbarian outside? They've been gone for so long. Surely they're up to no good. Shen Yueru speculated maliciously, tinged with a twisted sense of satisfaction. That is not true. Brother Chen is not that kind of person, Xia Xuanning immediately retorted, her voice tinged with urgency and an unrecognized dependence. He and Miss Huizi must have found a lot of wood. It must be too heavy for them to return quickly. Xia Xuanning seemed to be persuading Shen Yueru, but more so, convincing herself. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the heart-stopping darkness beyond the recess, her eyes filled with worry and fear. Who knows? Shen Yueru rolled her eyes, cradling her swollen ankle. shifting into an even more uncomfortable position, her voice dripping with disdain. I see he just wants to play the hero in front of us, flaunting his abilities, accompanying a Japanese woman. Who knows what intentions he harbors? Her voice gradually dwindled, laced with malicious conjecture. Enough. Were it not for brother Chen Mo, you would have perished in the cabin long ago. Chen Wei could no longer endure Shen Yueru's incessant prattle, glaring at her with icy eyes, her chest heaving with indignation. Why you? Shen Yueru attempted to continue the quarrel. Shen Yueru, temper your entitled demeanor. Chen Mo is mine. If you speak of him in such a manner again, I implore you to leave at once. Su Mujin's voice was equally frigid. Hearing Shen Yueru mention Chen Mo and Yamaguchi Keiko unsettled her, and she had not anticipated the relentless tirade that followed. She listened in silence, her amber eyes glimmering in the firelight, refraining from partaking in the verbal skirmish. Shen Yueru, daunted by Su Mujin's fortitude, found the atmosphere within the recess once again steeped in a stifling silence, marred by tension, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire and the mournful wailing of the wind outside. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Shen Yueru, so shrill it seemed to rend the night sky. As if seared by a branding iron, she leapt from the ground, her movements so swift they belied her severely injured ankle. Shen Yueru's complexion turned ghostly pale, her pupils dilating in terror as she fixated on the sandy ground less than half a meter away, her body trembling violently, finger pointing in that direction, gasping like one choking. A snake! There's a snake! Shen Yueru finally uttered the words that sent shivers through everyone's bones, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Every nerve in their bodies instantly tensed. Following Shen Yueru's trembling finger, they beheld a snake approximately a meter long, its body adorned with dark brown diamond patterns, silently slithering from the damp shadows at the entrance of the recess. Its triangular head slightly raised, the slender tongue flicked rapidly, emitting a faint hissing sound, while its cold vertical pupils reflected a ghostly green light in the fire-esque glow, exuding an eerie chill and threat. Xia Xuanning was equally terrified, shrieking as she scuttled towards Su Mujin and Li Enshi, her body shaking like leaves in an autumn breeze. Su Mujin felt a tightening in her chest as she instinctively shielded Chen Wei closer, her complexion paling, though slightly more composed than Xia Xuanning. The instinctual fear of such a slick and cold creature sent her heart racing. The recess descended into chaos. Fear spread like a plague. Don't move. Stay calm. Do not provoke it. Li Enshi's voice suddenly rang out, unnaturally calm, exuding an undeniable steadiness. Her amber eyes locked onto the snake. Her body gradually, yet painstakingly, rose from the ground, her movements so delicate that they produced no sound. Shen Yueru was impervious to reason. She was ensnared by an overwhelming terror. As she beheld the serpent inching closer, a wave of fright seized her, causing her to scream in panic and retreat heedlessly, entirely oblivious to her sprained ankle. Get away! Leave me alone! Help! Shen Yueru flailed her arms in a futile attempt to ward off the snake. In her frantic movements, she stumbled, crashing heavily to the ground, her elbow colliding with the unforgiving rock, eliciting a cry of pain that left her face streaked with tears and snot. Her frantic gestures and piercing screams instantly provoked the vigilant serpent. The triangular head recoiled sharply, its neck muscles taut, coiling like a spring primed to unleash a lethal strike. Sister Yueru, don't move. Xia Xuanning cried out in despair, her voice tinged with desperation. At that critical moment, Li Enshi sprang into action. Her movements were as swift as lightning as she seized a withered branch nearby. With a flick of her wrist, the branch flew forth like a well-aimed spear, embedding itself in the sand not half a foot from the serpent's striking path. Thud! The branch sank deeply into the ground, perfectly obstructing the serpent's impending lunge. Startled, the serpent's poised attack was interrupted. It withdrew its head, its cold, slit-like pupils fixated on the branch and Li Enshi. Quick! Fire! A torch! Li Enshi commanded sharply, maintaining her unwavering gaze on the venomous creature, her body slightly crouched, poised to spring into action like a coiled leopard. Su Mujin responded with alacrity, swiftly pulling a thick, flaming branch from the fire, the flames roaring with intensity, and handed it to Li Yanxi. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yanxi thrust the burning end toward the serpent. The flickering flames and surging heat were the natural adversaries of serpents. Hiss! The dark brown snake, under the duress of the flames and heat, finally revealed its fear. Its elevated head swiftly lowered, its body writhed in agitation as it turned, silently retreating into the shadows beyond the crevice, vanishing among the rocks. The crisis was averted. Within the crevice, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the ragged, terrified breaths of the 5 women. Shen Yueru lay sprawled on the cold ground, gasping for air as she soaked in cold sweat, her face a disheveled mess of tears, mucus, and dirt. The harrowing brush with death left her body trembling uncontrollably. Xia Xuanning collapsed beside Su Mujin, her pale face concealed in her hands, her heart racing uncontrollably. Su Mujin, too, released a sigh of relief, her palms clammy with sweat. She cast a grateful, yet subtly astonished glance at Li Yanxi. The series of responses from Li Yanxi, her precise judgment, decisive action, and calmness in confronting the venomous snake, were far from those of an ordinary woman with a head injury. Li Yanxi returned the torch to the fire, exhaling softly. A hint of fatigue and lingering fear etched on her face, as if the momentary surge of energy had drained her completely, rubbing her still, aching shoulder. She cast a glance at the startled Shen Yueru, her voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. Miss Shen, in a place like this, any vigorous movements or screams might attract unnecessary trouble that could include venomous snakes and even more terrifying entities. After Li Yanxi spoke, her gaze pointedly swept towards the shadowy depths of the jungle. Moreover, we have merely encountered a snake tonight, and already we are at a loss. If, Li Yanxi paused, if we were to face a more formidable danger, do you truly believe you could survive without Mr. Chen Mo? Li Yanxi had calmtone. Yet the gravity of her words left no room for doubt. The team could do without Shen Yueru, but not without Chen Mo. Shen Yueru, now acutely aware of the malice of nature and the looming threat of death, dared not retort. Her once lofty status, wealth, and beauty felt utterly fragile in the face of the cold, serpent-like eyes and lethal fangs. Had it not been for Li Yanxi just moments ago. Shen Yueru shuddered at the thought. A profound fear and lingering dread filled her heart as she clutched her injured ankle and bruised elbow, silently sobbing, no longer daring to utter a word of complaint. The arrogance of the pampered young lady had been extinguished by a mere snake. Miss Li, thank you. Su Mujin expressed sincerely to Li Yanxi. Xia Xuanning quickly nodded in agreement, her gratitude palpable after their narrow escape. Li Yanxi waved her hand dismissively, offering a faint smile. No need for thanks. We must remain united. With that, Li Yanxi returned to her previous position, tightening her coat around her. Her gaze once again fixed on the dark entrance, where concern deepened in her amber eyes. Mr. Chen Mo and Miss Wheezy, why have I not returned? Li Yanxi voiced the collective anxiety that hung in the air. Just as this apprehension and fear began to swell anew, the heavy, weary sound of footsteps finally emerged from beyond the recesses of the cave, accompanied by the brittle crunch of twigs snapping beneath their weight. It's Brother Chen Mo, Xia Xuanning exclaimed in delight, struggling to rise. Chapter 14. The Soul Identity. Survivor. All eyes were fixed intently on the entrance. In the darkness, 2 figures gradually became discernible. Kei Yamamoto, steadfastly wielding a powerful flashlight, navigated the rugged path ahead, its beam illuminating the treacherous terrain. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's silhouette elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. He bore on his back 2 hefty bundles of firewood, bound together with vines, each log as thick as an arm and exceeding a meter in length, weighing heavily upon his broad, yet slightly stooped frame. On his exposed right arm, the already gruesome wound had reopened, the bandaging stained anew with crimson, the dark hue stark against the flickering firelight. In his other hand, he gripped 2 lifeless, furry hairs, their necks twisted and drooping limply. Yamamoto appeared somewhat better off than Chen Mo, yet she too was drenched in sweat, her breath coming in quick gasps. Besides the flashlight, she dragged a thicker tree branch, clearly having exerted considerable effort. The rugged path had left her shoes caked in mud and grass. As they stepped into the glow of the alcove, Chen Mo unceremoniously dropped the heavy bundles beside the fire, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. The relief of shedding his burden brought an immediate wave of soreness, the pain in his right arm striking like a dagger. His body utterly fatigued as he struggled to maintain his footing. Su Mujin's gaze instinctively fell upon the wound on Chen Mo's arm. The sight of the glaring, expanding dark red stain pierced her heart like a needle. She yearned to rush over and examine the injury, to confront him about his reckless disregard for his own well-being, to urge him to sit down and rest. Countless thoughts surged within her. Yet, just as her lips parted, poised to speak, "Mr. Chen, your arm." Lianshi's voice, brimming with concern and compassion, rang out, echoing clearly within the alcove. Lianshi sprang to her feet, her amber eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo's injury, her face an open book of worry and urgency. "You lost so much blood. Sit down. You must not strain the wound any further. Miss Su, the first aid kit. Quickly, fetch the first aid kit." Lianshi's gaze darted towards Su Mujin, as if it were an imperative. Su Mujin's hand, reaching for the first aid kit, froze midair. A chilling and unfamiliar sensation surged from her heart, radiating through her limbs. It was as though something had lodged in her throat, rendering her breathless. In that moment, Su Mujin beheld Lianshi's face, etched with concern and delicate beauty, saw Chen Mo's bewildered glance directed at Lianshi, then glanced down at her own immobilized hand. All her impulses and worries crystallized into a frozen stillness, shattered. Deep within her gaze, it seemed that something quietly dimmed, akin to an ember extinguished by the wind. Resignedly, she mechanically retrieved the first aid kit from beside Chen Wei, handed it over, and then lowered her head once more, redirecting her focus on Chen Wei. Su Mujin was acutely aware that, deep within her heart, something had been gently yet unmistakably taken away by Lianshi's concern call. Lianshi meticulously cleaned Chen Mo's wound with alcohol, then applied iodine and tightly bandaged it with gauze. Oomph, what a pretentious display. Although Shen Yueru was still immersed in the terror of the recent ordeal, she couldn't help but emit a cold snort at Lianshi's concerned demeanor, muttering under her breath with a mixture of post-traumatic resentment and a barely perceptible twinge of jealousy. However, she had learned to be cautious this time, keeping her voice low and refraining from making a scene. Yamaguchi Keiko set down the log she had been dragging, her gaze sweeping over the alarming wound on Chen Mo's arm, then landing on Lianshi's anxious expression and Su Mujin's suddenly stiff profile, ultimately resting on Shen Yueru. Her voice was icy as she addressed her. "Miss Shen, if your eyes, which seem only capable of complaint, possess any utility, you should discern what he has brought back." Without waiting for Shen Yueru's reaction, Yamaguchi Keiko pointed towards the mound of firewood and the 2 wild rabbits. "This firewood is sufficient to sustain a fire until noon tomorrow, warding off the cold and wild beasts. Without it, the frigid temperatures of the latter half of the night could claim your life." Yamaguchi Keiko's voice held no inflection, yet each word cut like a knife. The 2 rabbits were found by him on the edge of the jungle while searching for firewood. To catch them, he risked being bitten by venomous insects and attacked by unknown beasts, lying in wait for nearly 20 minutes and exhausting his last reserves of strength. Without them, we would all awaken tomorrow, too famished to rise. Yamaguchi Keiko's gaze pierced through Shen Yueru like a cold probe. "And you, Miss Shen, aside from creating noise and wasting precious fresh water to cleanse your utterly useless wound, what can you contribute to the group? If your so-called delicate care and gentlemanly demeanor consist merely of lying there, awaiting others to deliver food and warmth to your lips, only to then criticize the very person who has sacrificed blood and sweat for you, I suggest you put away your ridiculous arrogance. This is not the banquet hall of the Shen Corporation. This is a battlefield for survival. Every drop of blood he sheds, every log he carries, every prey he captures is a desperate bid for the survival of the team. Those who fail to express gratitude do not deserve the fruits of such labor." It was the first time Yamaguchi Keiko had spoken so extensively, her voice calm, yet incisive, as if a scalpel had precisely stripped away all of Shen Yueru's self-righteous aids and complaints, laying the harsh reality bare before everyone. Upon hearing Yamaguchi Keiko's words, the cave fell into a profound silence. Even the crackling of the campfire seemed to freeze. Shen Yueru's face flickered between red and white, a tumult of shame, indignation, and fear intertwining within her. She glanced around at the others, wanting to speak, yet no words emerged, and ultimately, she lowered her head in defeat. Xia Shui was left dumbfounded, her eyes directed at Chen Mo, filled with a deeper sense of guilt and gratitude. Lianxi also fell silent, her gaze towards Chen Mo growing ever more complex. Chen Mo cast a surprised glance at Yamaguchi Keiko, astonished that this usually taciturn and almost cold woman would speak up for him at such a moment. With a hoarse voice, he shattered the profound silence that enveloped them. Keiko was indeed correct. This was not a city with hotels, waitstaff, or a throng of admirers. This was a deserted island, an unknown land on the fringe of the Bermuda Triangle. What confronted them was hunger, cold, pain, venomous creatures, and the ever-looming specter of death. His gaze swept across each face, momentarily pausing on Su Mujin's lowered profile before finally resting on Shen Yueru. To survive, they must relinquish their past identities, statuses, and habits. In this place, they were all the same, mere survivors. The sole rule was to persist. This required unity, obedience, and the contribution of each individual's strength. Rather than adopting a passive role filled with complaints, accusations, and hindrances, Chen Mo spoke with unwavering authority, his words resonating like a war drum in every heart. Complaints would resolve nothing. Tears would not procure food or safety. From this moment on, my words are commands. To survive, they must be followed. Those unwilling. He gestured toward the boundless darkness beyond the shelter. The door lies there. Silence enveloped the group. Shen Yueru lowered her head even further. Xia Xuanning nodded vigorously. Lianxi appeared contemplative. A flicker of acknowledgement passed through Yamaguchi Keiko's eyes. Su Mujin still tended to Chen Wei, yet her fingers, gripping the damp cloth, tightened slightly. Chen Mo ceased to elaborate further. He approached the fire and picked up 2 wild rabbits. I will prepare the rabbits by the sea. You wait here. Armed with a Swiss Army knife, he turned and departed the shelter. I will go with you. Keiko, you should rest for a while. Observing Chen Mo leave, Lianxi hurriedly grabbed a flashlight and followed. Before long, Chen Mo returned with the prepared rabbits. Lacking a pot, he procured a few relatively straight, sturdy branches, sharpened one end, and skewered the cut rabbit meat before suspending it over the bonfire to roast. Grease dripped onto the coals, producing a sizzling sound, and the enticing aroma of meat began to permeate the shelter. To the ravenously hungry group, this primal and rich fragrance was akin to heavenly music. Xia Xuanning could not help but swallow hard. Even Shen Yueru, who was steeped in pain and resentment, felt her stomach betray her with an audible growl. Lianxi and Su Mujin's gazes were drawn to the rabbit meat, gradually turning golden in the flickering firelight. The meat was ready. There was no salt, no seasoning, only the pure essence of food. Yet at this moment, it was the epitome of culinary delight. Chen Mo tore off the most succulent, thoroughly roasted rabbit leg and approached Chen Wei, urging her to eat, saying, "This will help you regain your strength and recover swiftly." "Thank you, brother Chen Mo." Chen Wei accepted the rabbit leg, a hint of color flushing her cheeks. Although she understood Chen Mo's intentions to hasten her recovery, her heart fluttered with a subtle turmoil. Su Mujin silently observed Chen Mo, illuminated by the flickering flames, his face glistening with sweat and weariness, and the glaring traces of blood still staining his arm. A medley of emotions swirling within her. Chen Mo divided the remaining rabbit meat among the others. Keiko Yamamoto devoured her portion swiftly, her vigilant gaze scanning the entrance. "Thank you, brother Chen Mo." Xia Xuanning smiled gratefully as she accepted the rabbit meat handed to her, gently nibbling on the meat. A hint of color finally returned to her cheeks. Shen Yueru hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, Hunger overcame her shyness. She snatched the rabbit meat from Chen Mo and turned away, ravenously devouring it, her manners forgotten as she obviously was famished. Mr. Chen Mo, aren't you going to eat? She glanced at the limited rabbit meat, refraining from immediately taking any, instead looking towards Chen Mo and inquiring softly. You all eat first to replenish your strength. I'll eat after I finish roasting the last one. Chen Mo responded, picking up the remaining rabbit, the one he had felled while gathering firewood. Brother Chen, you must take care of yourself. If you fall, Chen Wei's voice was somewhat frail, yet her words echoed the shared concern of everyone present. Rest assured, I will ensure that we all survive, Chen Mo replied, a tinge of melancholy in his heart. Survival on a deserted island is a common theme in novels, yet facing such a reality left him feeling somewhat uncertain, as he lacked any extraordinary advantages. The food momentarily alleviated their hunger, bringing a semblance of warmth and fleeting tranquility. Once everyone was satiated, fatigue and drowsiness washed over them like a tide. This day had been nothing short of harrowing, and for these survivors, it would be a day etched indelibly in their memories. Chapter 15. The first night on the deserted island, the space within the hollow wall was already limited, spanning merely a few dozen square meters. Yet it now housed 7 individuals. The ground was covered with a thin layer of seaweed, barely sufficient for lying down, and even then, only just. The awkwardness lay in the arrangement of the sole male. Chen Mo, Shen Yueru, first occupied the innermost corner, the most sheltered and driest spot, clutching her swollen ankle. I'm injured. I must sleep at the back. She had not forgotten the fear instilled by the snake and believed that the innermost position would offer safety. Xia Xuanning glanced towards the dark entrance, her small face etched with terror. Observing Chen Mo seated outside, she timidly moved closer to him and whispered, Chen Mo, I'm scared, may I sleep beside you? Her eyes, filled with dependence and pleading, sought his reassurance, fearing rejection. Why don't you sleep next to Mr. Su? Chen Mo was taken aback by her request. However, considering the empty space before him, he realized that if he took the innermost position, no one would rest easily tonight. Miss Li, you should sleep closer to the entrance. All right. Li and she nodded in agreement, understanding Chen Mo's assessment of their situation without further discussion. Yamamoto Keiko, holding a powerful flashlight, checked its battery before making her way to the entrance of the hollow wall. Leaning against a protruding rock, she settled down, facing outward. I'll take the first watch. Her voice was calm and steady, as though this was the most natural arrangement. Okay, I'll relieve you at midnight. Chen Mo acknowledged her decision, realizing he was indeed fatigued and needed a moment to rest. Su Mujin remained silent, arranging Chen Wei close to Shen Yueru before lying down beside her, yet sleep eluded him. His gaze drifted towards the entrance, landing on Chen Mo, who sat alone by the fire. The flickering flames illuminated Chen Mo's sharply defined profile and his broad, yet somewhat solitary silhouette, stirring a mix of emotions within him. As this unfamiliar deserted island night unfolded, a palpable tension gripped everyone, each acutely aware of the unseen threats lurking in the darkness. Yet, after the day's exhausting trials, fatigue soon overcame the group. One by one, the women succumbed to slumber. Chen Mo sensed that everyone had drifted off to sleep. He glanced back to see an empty spot beside Lin and Shi, but instead of taking that place, he grasped the heavy fire axe and moved to the entrance of the hollow wall, settling against the rock across from Yamamoto Keiko. He laid the axe across his lap, surveying the jungle outside, which loomed like a great beast in waiting. Wake me in the latter half of the night, he requested, his voice low and resolute. Yamamoto Keiko glanced at her injured arm, tightened her grip on the crowbar, and nodded subtly. Chen Montag was utterly exhausted. He had never felt this fatigued, even during demanding missions, where he was usually accompanied by capable teammates. Today, however, he faced the challenge of 6 injured women. The night deepened. The sound of waves, the whisper of the wind, and the occasional eerie noises from deep within the jungle entwined to create the symphony of the first night on the deserted island. Xia Shui emitted a faint snore, while Shen Yu, curled up, drifted into a deep slumber, occasionally mumbling a few words. Before long, Chen Mo succumbed to sleep as well, his body rigid as a javelin. his right hand firmly gripping the handle of a fire axe. This posture was the result of a dream he was having. "Captain, do we really have to do this?" A man clad in black urgently questioned Chen Mo in the dream. "Yes," Chen Mo responded resolutely. "Captain, the other party is offering 20 billion. The brothers have lived on the edge for years. If we take this deal, we can retire and go home." The man in black remained anxious. He had witnessed how the captain had always looked after his comrades, rescuing them from the battlefield of mercenaries time and again. Why was it different this time? "Hell Fox, I, Chen Mo, have never mistreated my brothers, but I will never forget that I am a Chinese citizen. I cannot stand by and watch these treasures of China fall into foreign hands, nor will I escort them." Chen Mo placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the man in black, known as Hell Fox, his words resonating with conviction, his face imbued with determination. "Captain, are you saying the boxes contain treasures of China?" Hell Fox asked, astonished by Chen Mo's declaration. "Indeed. Hence, even if my brothers do not participate, I will bring the treasures back to our homeland." Chen Mo slowly turned to face the east, a pensive expression gracing his features. "Captain, I will follow you to the death." Hell Fox immediately stood at attention, saluting with the precision of a mercenary, his eyes reflecting a fierce resolve. "Hell Fox, there is no need to rush a decision. After delivering the treasures back home, I plan to retire. Thus you have a choice." Chen Mo observed Hell Fox's resolute expression and spoke with a somber tone, revealing his intention. "Captain, why?" Hell Fox asked, taken aback by Chen Mo's words. 30 years ago, old Su saved my grandfather. I heard that enemies have found old Su's granddaughter. I promised my grandfather to protect her, and so I have decided to retire." Chen Montauk reminisced slowly. A few days prior, his grandfather had informed him that the female CEO of Xinghai Technology had developed a technology that had drawn unwanted attention. Initially, he intended to complete his mission and then return home, but now the timeline had shifted unexpectedly. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Hell Fox did not hesitate, saluting Chen Mo once more before turning to gather the brothers, intent on returning home immediately. Chen Mo had just reached out to stop him when he suddenly awoke, realizing it had all been a dream. Glancing at the large watch on his wrist, he noted it was already past 1 o'clock, surprised to find he had slept for several hours. It seemed the exhaustion from the day had indeed taken its toll. Hearing the commotion, Yamamoto Keiko turned her gaze toward Chen Mo. He gestured for her to rest on the blanket, but she remained still, leaning against a rock and falling asleep. Chen Mo chose not to say more, wishing to avoid disturbing the slumbering women. The depth has intensified, and darkness envelopes the surroundings, devoid of any glimmer of light. Beyond a 5-meter radius from the campfire, visibility fades into obscurity. Occasionally, faint sounds echo through the jungle, and in the distance, primal roars resonate, likely emanating from formidable beasts. Chen Mo gazes upward at the night sky, and to his astonishment, he realizes he cannot identify a single star by name. Even the familiar Big Dipper eludes his sight. This celestial expanse fills Chen Mo with perplexity. Throughout the years, he has traversed various terrains, frequently visiting islands. Yet this particular sky is an unprecedented sight. Could it possibly be? No, the route he traveled does not align with such a location. A furrow deepens on Chen Mo's brow. This sky, though unfamiliar, is not entirely unknown to him. During his time as a mercenary, he had heard tales from a certain individual, a man of color, who spoke of a remote island in the depths of the Atlantic, home to a notorious band of pirates, so formidable that even the Americans of old could not dislodge them. The man had also divulged that these pirates were war criminals from the Second World War, hoarding vast treasures, and acquiring even a fraction of their wealth would lead to fortune. With this thought, Chen Mo's anxiety escalates. If this truly is that island, not only would they likely not receive rescue, but even if a rescue team were to arrive, their chances of survival against pirates would be exceedingly slim. Damn this wretched place. Suddenly, a sound interrupts his reverie. It is Shen Yueru, likely caught in the throes of a dream. Turning over, she resumes her slumber. Chen Mo retracts his thoughts. Regardless of where they are, survival remains paramount. If he succumbs to despair, death will soon follow. Resolving to cast aside his troubling thoughts, Chen Mo rises and drapes a blanket over Yamaguchi Keiko, who lies nearby. The nighttime chill is unbearable, with temperatures plummeting to around 10 degrees. If they are not cautious, they may not witness the dawn. Though his movements are gentle, Yamaguchi Keiko instinctively tightens her grip on the crowbar, only relaxing upon realizing it is Chen Mo covering her with a blanket, to which she softly utters her thanks. Chen Mo refrains from engaging further, moving to the fire to add more wood, ensuring the flames blaze more fervently, dispelling some of the damp cold and warming their makeshift shelter. "Mr. Chen, I've rested well. Please take a little more time to relax." Lian Shi is the first to awaken, gently approaching Chen Mo, signaling her willingness to keep watch. "Please replace Keiko. Let her lie down for a while. I can rest here." Chen Mo contemplates the situation. It would indeed be awkward for him to sleep now, as the team is still unfamiliar with one another, and discretion is advisable at this juncture. Considering Yamaguchi Keiko is a woman and the morning temperature remains frigid, allowing her to rest aligns with Chen Mo's considerations. Having a capable companion within the team would certainly alleviate some of his concerns. Lian Shi did not verbally refuse. Instead, she approached Yamaguchi Keiko. As Lian Shi drew nearer, Yamaguchi Keiko had already regained consciousness, nodding at Lian Shi before they exchanged places. "Please," Chen Mo softly instructed upon seeing Lian Shi take a seat, wielding a short stick in her hand. The rationale behind this arrangement stemmed from Chen Mo's inability to fully comprehend Lian Shi's character. While Yamaguchi Keiko also possessed an air of mystery, there remained a distinct difference between her and Lian Shi. Chen Mo harbored a persistent feeling that Lian Shi's relationship with this island diverged from that of others. Although her exterior revealed little, Chen Mo steadfastly trusted his instincts, believing that Lian Shi held knowledge of secrets about the deserted island that eluded the common understanding. He even harbored suspicions that Lian Shi's true objective lay with this very island. Although Chen Mo could not pinpoint the origin of these thoughts, he felt that whenever he gazed into Lian Shi's eyes, she appeared to be recording something significant. Lacking tangible evidence, he nonetheless remained convinced of this intuition. Chapter 16. The water crisis. The campfire burned through the night, and although the temperature outside was frigid, the small team of survivors led by Chen Mo was not besieged by the cold. Each member carried a heavy burden of fear and fatigue. Yet they managed to endure their first night on the desolate island in relative warmth. Chen Mo did not dream this time, but he slept deeply, enveloped in exhaustion. When the first pale rays of dawn, like icy probes, timidly pierced the darkness of the cave entrance, outlining the jagged contours of the rocky landscape, Chen Mo jolted awake from a state bordering on stupor. Surveying his surroundings, he found only Chen Wei, half-seated on the platform, while the others had vanished. Chen Mo rose, stretching his limbs. Every bone in his body felt as though it had come apart, and each muscle protested silently, as if steeped in acid. After the numbness faded, a dull, burning pain throbbed in his injured right arm, and his joints emitted soft clicks. "Brother Chen, would you like to lie down here and rest a bit?" Chen Wei, blushing slightly upon seeing him awake, gestured to the blanket beside her. Though she had slept soundly, the unfamiliar surroundings had stirred a flicker of fear within her, prompting several awakenings during the night, each time finding Chen Mo seated at the entrance. "No need. Where's everyone?" He approached Chen Wei as he spoke. "They've all gone to the beach," she replied in a hushed tone. Crouching beside her, Chen Mo touched her forehead, relieved to find her fever had subsided. "Does your wound still hurt?" Observing the faint return of color to her cheeks and the slight pink hue to her lips, no longer the dry, purplish state from the previous night, he felt a measure of comfort and gently inquired. "No, it doesn't hurt much anymore." As his hand made contact with her forehead, Chen Wei shivered slightly, her face warming, and she lowered her gaze, her heart racing involuntarily. Chen Mo remained oblivious to her subtle reactions. After all, his lifetime of solitude had left him unaware of how intimate his gesture had been. "You rest for a while. I'll check on the others and find a way to get some fresh water." Dismissing further thoughts, he stood, picked up the axe, and headed toward the beach. The shelter lapsed back into silence. Watching Chen Mo's departing figure, Chen Wei mused, "Brother Chen is so gentle. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? A flush returned to her cheeks as she pondered her bold thoughts, and she shyly smiled to herself. It seems like Sister Mujin has feelings for Brother Chen. What am I thinking? Her mind involuntarily drifted to the connection between Su Mujin and Chen Mo, a mix of shyness and disappointment coursing through her, yet simultaneously, a resolve began to form. The golden sands glistened under the morning light, stretching toward the crystal-clear azure sea, resembling a vast sapphire. The beach, smoothed by the retreating tide, bore the beautiful imprints of rippling waves. In stark contrast to the eerie terror of the previous night, the island now revealed a primal and unblemished grandeur. The sea breeze carried a briny scent, yet it lacked the myriad of odors found in the city. Were this not a deserted island, it could indeed be a splendid place to reside. Taking a deep breath of the morning air, Chen Mo reflected, as the oppressive atmosphere of being stranded seemed to dissipate at that moment. On the beach, Shen Yueru sat upon a relatively dry rock, cautiously moistening a small piece of cloth with the dwindling bottled fresh water, endeavoring to wipe away the remnants of dirt and tears from her face. Tan, all thanks to this wretched sun, my sunscreen. Sigh. Shen Yueru murmured incessantly, her delicate nature finding the current environment utterly vexing. Xia Xuanning had donned a pair of beach shorts, her bare feet splashing in the refreshing sea water as she gingerly sifted through the shells washed ashore by the waves. Holding a vibrant shell up to the sunlight, she examined it closely, a faint smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. She sat at the edge of the beach near the jungle, grasping several flexible vines and a few broad, unfamiliar palm-like leaves, attempting to weave the vines into a rudimentary basket shape, skillfully interlacing the leaves within. Su Mujin had changed into a beige linen shirt. Though oversized and ill-fitting, she still carried herself with an upright posture, exuding a cool elegance that seemed out of place in the surrounding environment. Chen Mo scanned the area, yet he could not spot the figure of Yamamoto Keiko. Chen Montake, Xia Xuanning, was the first to notice him, darting from the water to the shore like a startled rabbit, clutching the beautiful shell in her hand, her face adorned with a smile that conveyed relief at seeing her steadfast support. Shen Yueru ceased her wiping, casting a glance at Chen Mo, huffing softly, then turning her face away, though she refrained from the loud complaints of the previous night. She paused her weaving, looking up at Chen Mo, her amber eyes reflecting a mixture of inquiry and a barely perceptible concern. Su Mujin turned around, observing the bloodshot eyes and undeniable weariness etched on Chen Mo's face. Her lips moved slightly, ultimately settling on a calm statement. Keiko went north, saying she wanted to search a bit more. Chen Mo, too, turned to gaze at the northern coastline, but as his eyes swept over the few bottles of water that resembled lifelines on the ground, his heart sank instantaneously. From the 15 bottles remaining last night, only 5 stood before him now. Who touched the water? Chen Mo's voice turned icy, laced with suppressed fury, his sharp gaze slicing through each person on the beach. The air instantly thickened. Xia Xuanning's face paled in fear, instinctively taking a step back, clutching the shell tightly, hastily shaking her head. No, it wasn't me. I only drank my share. Shen Yueru felt uneasy under Chen Mo's piercing gaze, stiffening her neck as she feigned calmness to defend herself. My feet hurt. I was thirsty. My face was covered. I just use a little. Who knew the water would be so scarce? Shen Yueru appeared somewhat guilty, her eyes darting away. She also set down her vines, rising with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Mo. We did try to advise Yueru, but she hesitated, her words trailing off. As everyone witnessed Shen Yu's indifference while washing her face with water, their attempts to persuade her proved futile. Chen Mo was acutely aware of the young lady's temperament. It was no small feat to avoid a quarrel. Su Mujin nodded in silence, affirming Shi's words, and recognized the significance of water in their dire situation. Despite knowing they were stranded on a deserted island, Su Mujin realized she possessed no practical experience in survival. Ultimately, this fresh water was the entirety of their collective fortune. Without it, all 7 of them would succumb to dehydration within 3 days. Chen Mo's voice was frigid, insisting that these spoiled young ladies must learn a lesson. Otherwise, their fractured team will be doomed to fail. Why are you so fierce? It's merely water. Surely there are coconuts on the island. Yes, that's what they say in novels. With your abilities, why not go find some? Shen Yu retorted defiantly, her neck arched and face adorned with a sense of injustice. Unable to comprehend why Chen Mo seemed to target her. Miss Shun, Chen Mo is under no obligation to serve you. You heard what was said last night. You are aware of the dangers lurking in the jungle. If you believe there are coconuts, then by all means, seek them out yourself. Why should Chen Mo assist you? Su Mujin felt compelled to interject. A team burdened by a disruptive member would collapse under internal strife without any external interference. Mujin is right. Miss Shun, it would be wise to temper your delicate disposition. If you cannot contribute to the team, it might be best for you to leave, and she added, stepping forward. Her voice calm, yet resolute. Though she possessed some skills, she understood that survival on this island relied on unity. Thus, she needed to align herself with Chen Mo. I also believe you are in the wrong, Sister Yu, Xia Xuanning said, glancing at the others before standing beside Chen Mo, speaking softly. You all. Woo. Shen Yu felt deeply wronged by the collective reproach, yearning to escape. Yet, upon surveying the surrounding jungle and the endless ocean, she could only crouch down and weep in frustration. What was happening? At that moment, Yamaguchi Keiko approached, observing the tense atmosphere with a puzzled expression. Li and she succinctly explained the situation, causing Yamaguchi Keiko's countenance to turn icy, casting a disapproving gaze at Shen Yu. Chen Mo was equally incensed. However, expelling Shen Yu from the team was not something he could bring himself to do. Accustomed to life-and-death scenarios, he was no saint. Yet he could not abandon a compatriot from Huagua to fend for herself. Shen Yu, regardless of your past status, if you wish to remain in this team, you must consider your comrades. If you continue to act selfishly, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave, Chen Mo stated coldly, granting her one final chance. Shen Yu felt a swell of grievance within her heart, but recognized her fault this time, refraining from rebuttal. Though her face still bore the weight of her distress, tears streaming unbidden down her cheeks. Enough. This is not the time to assign blame. Chen Mo's gaze swept across each individual, asserting, to survive, we must unite. Now, let us each share our strengths. Any skill that can enhance our chances of survival is valuable. Chen Mo resolved to bring an end to this farce, understanding that swift cohesion among the group was imperative. Only through integration and mutual support could they amplify their chances of survival. I can cook, and I have some knowledge of first aid. Xia Xuanning was the first to speak softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I can also sing and dance, but that seems rather useless. Her words dwindled, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Shen Yueru felt a pang of inadequacy, but managed to compose herself. I can manage finances, but what good is money in this dismal place? I possess no other skills. As she spoke, she observed the expressions of those around her, feeling acutely aware of her own lack of abilities. Lianxi hesitated for a moment before softly saying, I have some knowledge of botany and weaving. I can identify certain edible wild fruits and vegetables, and I can craft simple containers or traps from vines. She gestured to a rudimentary basket she had begun weaving, choosing not to elaborate further, aware that her expertise as an appraiser was of little relevance here. I possess knowledge in geological exploration and basic mechanics and electronics. I can analyze terrain to locate potential water sources and attempt to repair or utilize mechanical components, Yamamoto Keiko stated calmly, her voice steady. This revelation caused the others to take notice, surprised by her unexpected skill set. Su Mujin took a deep breath, meeting Chen Mo's gaze with clarity and composure. I excel in strategic planning, resource allocation, and personnel management. While I lack outdoor survival skills, my capacity for learning is commendable. Su Mujin candidly acknowledged her limitations, but conveyed her willingness to learn. Chapter 17. Division of Labor. Chen Mo swiftly processed the information of each individual, his mind racing with thoughts. Chen Wei should possess knowledge of medicine and nursing. Thus, aside from Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru, the team essentially comprised individuals with survival skills. Firstly, I would like to clarify one point. Does anyone wish to leave? If so, you may take a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Chen Mo glanced at the 5 women beside him, noting their silence. Since no one intended to depart, we are now a cohesive unit. I hope that we can assist one another moving forward. Anyone who drags behind may leave the team. Is that agreeable? Chen Mo spoke with a firm and resolute tone. I have no objections. Lianqi was the first to respond enthusiastically. I concur, said Su Mujin, following suit. No objections here. Yamamoto Keiko remained her usual icy self. I will heed Brother Chen Mo's words, Xia Xuanning said, shyly tugging at Chen Mo's sleeve, her head bowed. I never said I wouldn't cooperate, Shen Yueru stammered, feeling the weight of everyone's gazes upon her. Very well. Now, let's allocate our tasks. Chen Mo commanded directly. Su Mujin, you will oversee all camp affairs, tend to Chen Wei, manage our remaining supplies, and ensure the fire remains lit. He handed her a Swiss Army knife. Take this. It may serve as a means of defense or for cutting if necessary. Understood. I will safeguard the supplies diligently. Su Mujin regained her authoritative demeanor and turned to head towards the camp, where only Chen Wei remained. Miss Lianqi, you are responsible for foraging for edible wild fruits and vegetables in the vicinity of the camp. You may also set some traps to catch potential prey. But do exercise caution and refrain from venturing too deep into the jungle. All right, I will first weave some baskets for collecting supplies. Also, Mr. Chen Mo, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Lianqi. Lianqi responded decisively, gesturing towards the half-finished basket on the ground and offering Chen Mo a slight smile. Chen Mo nodded in agreement and turned his attention to Xia Xuanning. Xia Xuanning, assist Lianqi and feel free to collect shells and other marine treasures along the shore. Remember, do not stray far from the camp. Should anything arise, call for help immediately. Earlier, Chen Mo had observed numerous treasures left behind by the retreating tide. Sure, Brother Chen Mo, you can call me Xiao Shui from now on. That is what my parents call me. Xia Xuanning beamed with joy upon receiving her task. Shen Yueru, Chen Mo addressed the reluctant young lady. I will tend to your injured foot shortly. For now, you shall learn to weave containers alongside Lianqi. It is crucial and must be accomplished. Chen Mo's tone brooked no argument, assigning the young lady a task suited to her capabilities. Fine, I will weave. After all, this young lady is not without skill. Shen Yueru, though initially resistant, recognized that in such an environment, she must yield. Otherwise, she would face the ire of everyone, which would prove troublesome. Keiko, what have you discovered? Chen Mo turned his gaze towards the expert, having just noticed that Yoshiko Yamaguchi had returned, albeit with empty hands. I have discovered some aircraft debris, which I have placed at the camp. There's also a coconut grove nearby. I believe we should procure some, Yoshiko casually remarked. Then, tidy up these empty bottles and take Xiaoxue with you for a trip. Be cautious. I will venture into the sea to catch fish. As everyone is injured and we must find a way to prepare some soup, Chen Mo responded. Upon hearing about the coconut grove, he decided to temporarily set aside the issue of fresh water. However, given the injuries everyone bore, it remained imperative to procure some warm soup. There's an old saying in Huaxia, rely on the mountains for sustenance when by the mountains, and on water when by the water. Now, with a vast sea at their disposal, catching fish should prove relatively simple. The group dispersed according to the tasks assigned. Armed with a fire axe, Chen Mo sought out a resilient sapling, severed it, sharpened one end, weighed it in his hands, and then made his way toward the ocean. The morning sea was frigid, and as Chen Mo stepped into the water, a shiver coursed through him, the refreshing sensation jolting his senses. The wound on his right arm prevented him from diving beneath the surface. Instead, he stood in water up to his waist, waiting patiently. The waters here were pristine and untouched. Fortune favored him as a school of fish swam into view. Chen Mo's heart raced with excitement, yet he remained perfectly still, his gaze fixated on the approaching fish. When the school drew within a meter, he sprang into action like a swift cheetah, thrusting the sharpened stick towards the largest fish with great force. Splash! The startled fish scattered in all directions, yet the one he had targeted was not so fortunate. Impaled directly by the stick. With a firm grip, Chen Mo hoisted a 5 to 6 pound fish from the water. Breakfast was secured, and seeing his prize lifted his spirits immensely. However, luck is fickle. After catching one, the surrounding waters yielded no further fish. Chen Mo, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced at the wound on his right arm, deeming it manageable. He then removed his shirt, preparing to explore the depths. Without hesitation, he plunged into the sea. Although the wound stung slightly, it did not hinder his speed. Beneath the surface, rocks abounded, and indeed, numerous marine creatures congregated around them. Sea urchins, shrimp, and schools of fish aplenty, but lacking a container, he could only pursue larger catches. By a moderately sized rock, he spotted a grouper resting. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the wooden stick tightly, braving the resistance of the water, and struck forcefully. The grouper could not evade its fate, pierced through by the stick. Emulating this technique, he ultimately captured 2 5 to 6 pound groupers and 2 sizable lobsters, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Meanwhile, at the camp, Su Mujin and others were busily engaged in their tasks. Yoshiko Yamaguchi had returned, bringing with her over 20 coconuts, thus temporarily alleviating the issue of fresh water. And smiles adorned everyone's faces. Chen Wei sat at the entrance of the camp, diligently learning to weave baskets alongside Lianxi. Su Mujin was also assisting in the cutting of banana leaves and vines. Chen Mo had returned, laden with his catch. Summer Snow was the first to notice the triumphant Chen Mo. Such a large fish and lobsters. Brother Chen Mo, you are truly amazing, she exclaimed, running excitedly towards him, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the fish and lobsters skewered on a stick in his hand. You went into the sea? Su Mujin observed Chen Mo's wet clothes and dripping hair, immediately realizing something and asking with a serious tone. Yes. The fish were hiding among the coral at the sea bottom. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. How is your wound? Chen Wei asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on him. Chen Mo glanced at his exposed injury and reassured her. It's nothing. A bit of medicine will suffice. He was not overly concerned about this minor wound. Having rested the previous night, it posed no significant issue. Brother Chen Mo, let me apply some medicine for you, Chen Wei said with concern, eagerly reaching for the nearby first aid kit and looking at him with anticipation. Seeing Chen Wei's actions, Su Mujin felt a twinge of disappointment. She hadn't expected Chen Mo to slip away so quickly from being hers. For now, he had transformed from her protector into the spiritual pillar of the entire team. Chen Wei was gentle, fearing she might hurt him, and after applying the medicine and a simple bandage, Chen Mo noticed that the swelling had subsided, and he felt considerably better. I'll go handle the fish. Xiaoxue, come with me, Lianxi said, eyeing the fish on the ground, standing up to head to the seaside for preparation. However, finding them too heavy to lift alone, she called for Summer Snow to assist. Chen Mo did not intervene and took a glance around the camp, relieved to see over 20 coconuts scattered on the ground. The coconut water could serve as a substitute for fresh water, and they could concoct some soup. Chen Mo, look at these. How we use them. The voice of Yamamoto Keiko broke his thoughts as she pointed at several pieces of aircraft debris before them. What is this? Aircraft remnants. Excellent. We can have fish soup in a bit. Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the debris, as he had been fretting over the lack of cooking vessels. Now, with these remnants, he could fashion a pot. Without further ado, he picked up one of the larger pieces and found a sturdy rock nearby, using the blunt end of his axe to strike the debris. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Mo wielded his axe, shifting angles as the shape of the debris gradually transformed, eventually giving birth to a makeshift pot. Though its appearance was somewhat crude, it would suffice for cooking. Wow, a pot. Lianxi and Summer Snow had also finished preparing the fish and rushed over to see the pot in Chen Mo's hands, with Summer Snow beaming with delight. All right, come help me gather stones to build a stove. We can have fish soup today, Chen Mo called out, seeking out relatively flat rocks nearby and breaking them into uniform sizes with his axe. Su Mujin and Summer Snow hurriedly followed suit, while Lianxi placed a clean fish on a clean rock. Yamamoto Keiko, however, did not join them, continuing to carve branches of finger thickness with her small knife. Having already set aside several finished products, each wrapped in pieces of aircraft debris resembling arrows. Before long, a makeshift stove was assembled beside the fire. Chen Mo split open several coconuts and poured the coconut water into a pot. Lianqi assisted by cutting the fish into pieces and placing them into the pot. However, there was no salt. As Xia Xuanning observed the fish entering the pot, a sense of concern washed over her due to the lack of seasoning. "I have something," Lianqi exclaimed, presenting a handful of grass-like plants from a woven basket, waving them before everyone. "What is this?" Xia Xuanning inquired. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the greenery in Lianqi's hand. "I found this nearby. This one is salty and can substitute for salt. While this is a spice that can eliminate the fishy odor and enhance the aroma," Lianqi elaborated, sharing her knowledge with enthusiasm. "Sister Inshi is amazing." Xia Xuanning clapped her hands in excitement, her face radiating the innocence and exuberance characteristic of her age. In that moment, the distress from the plane crash seemed to fade away, replaced entirely by joy. Observing the bustling activity around him, Chen Mo retrieved a set of clothes from their supplies, a black t-shirt and black sweatpants, complemented by his unique cap, and strolled toward the seaside. Chapter 18. The crisis of trust time languidly flowed amidst the rich aroma of savory meat. Within the camp, a fish simmered in a pot, accompanied by coconut flesh and spices discovered by Lianqi, along with some seafood gathered by Xia Xuanning. The coconut water, as creamy as milk, bubbled softly. 2 lobsters sizzled over the fire, their juices dripping and mingling with the fragrant air. "Gurgle!" Xia Xuanning swallowed hard, a sheepish grin spreading across her face. The enticing aroma was irresistible. Everyone gathered around the pot, their eyes fixed on the fish soup, illustrating that, regardless of the circumstances, the allure of food reigned supreme. "Is the fish soup ready? Are the lobsters done?" Lianqi inquired, using a pair of makeshift chopsticks to inspect the soup while glancing at Chen Wei, who was grilling the lobsters. "It's ready, but how do we drink the soup without bowls?" Chen Wei's words caught everyone off guard in their eagerness for the soup. They had forgotten they lacked the necessary utensils. "Use this." At an unexpected moment, Chen Mo returned from outside, holding several round objects resembling bowls, along with a carved wooden spoon. "Wow, Brother Chen Mo, where did you find these?" Xia Xuanning exclaimed joyfully as she took the items from him, inspecting them closely. "I took a stroll around the vicinity. This wood is relatively light and can be easily fashioned into something usable," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. Unbeknownst to him, his rugged exterior belied a sensitive heart, a realization that dawned upon Chen Wei, her gaze towards him now tinged with shyness and curiosity. This sentiment was shared by Su Mujin and Lianqi as well. For Su Mujin, her interactions with Chen Mo had been minimal in the past, merely viewing him as a diligent subordinate. However, recent encounters had unveiled layers to his character that intrigued her. Lianqi, on the other hand, felt a sense of exploration, eager to learn more about this man. Yet, Chen Mo remained unaware of their thoughts. He had simply stepped outside for a smoke and casually crafted these items. "All right, we only have 5 bowls. We'll have to make do with the meal boxes we brought from the plane for the rest," he stated, handing the items to Su Mujin before sitting down to the side. Under the spell of the culinary delights, no one voiced any objections, and they soon gathered together. Su Mujin served Chen Wei a bowl of fish soup first. "Thank you, Mujin." Chen Wei accepted the bowl, her voice laced with gratitude, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Drink plenty. It will help your wounds heal faster." Su Mujin understood Chen Wei's sentiments well, wishing for her recovery as a fellow team member. "This fish soup is incredibly fresh. Sister Inshi, you are amazing," Xia Xuanning exclaimed after savoring a sip of the delightful broth, showering compliments without restraint. "All thanks to Chen Mo. You must know, this fish would cost several hundred yuan per pound, even in the city," she added. Lianqi smiled faintly, acknowledging that the credit truly belonged to Chen Mo. Had it not been for Chen Mo's daring plunge into the water, yearning for a taste of fish soup, survival on this desolate island would have been a mere fantasy. This time, Shen Yu's demeanor was unusually subdued. After all, the food had been procured by Chen Mo regardless of her dissatisfaction. There was little she could express at this moment, as satisfying their hunger was of paramount importance. A pot of fish soup, 2 lobsters, and the 7 of them consumed it all. After feasting, their faces regained a hint of color. Even Chen Wei's complexion appeared more vibrant. Once they had eaten their fill, Lian Shi and Xia Xuanning ventured to the shoreline to wash the dishes, while Su Mujin assisted Chen Wei to the entrance of the rocks to learn weaving. Yamamoto Keiko remained industriously occupied. Chen Mo longed for a cigarette after the meal. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he restrained the impulse, knowing their rations were limited and must be conserved. In the hollow, only Shen Yueru remained, her left ankle still inflamed. Chen Mo glanced over, his brow furrowing. Why? Why are you looking at me? Shen Yueru, noticing Chen Mo's gaze fixated on her leg, hastily adjusted her skirt, crossing her arms defensively, her expression tense. Observing her reaction, Chen Mo shook his head and chuckled softly, pondering what was going through her mind. I must tell you, I have a boyfriend. Shen Yueru stammered, her anxiety intensifying as she clutched her arms tighter. Her frantic movements only served to exacerbate the already damaged skirt, revealing a patch of alabaster thigh. What is happening? Su Mujin, not far off, turned her head at the sound, her brow furrowed in confusion. You're a security guard. He is staring at my leg, Shen Yueru exclaimed, seizing the opportunity as though it were a lifeline, addressing Su Mujin before Chen Mo could respond. Taken aback by Shen Yu's words, Su Mujin cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Mo. Did he truly harbor such intentions? If so, what would that mean for them? Enough, Shen Yueru. Brother Chen Mo is not that kind of person, and honestly, someone like you is hardly worth his attention. Chen Wei's voice resonated with indignation, her discontent evident. Shen Yu's behavior was utterly intolerable, daring to speak of Chen Mo in such a manner. Among this group, it was Chen Wei who genuinely trusted Chen Mo. Su Mujin's faith stemmed from Chen Mo being her subordinate, while Xia Xuanning sought a pillar of support. Yamamoto Keiko and Li Enshi's relationship with him was largely transactional, lacking true trust. However, Chen Wei was different. Despite her injuries, which rendered her a burden to most, Chen Mo never neglected or rejected her, thus fostering her trust in him. Let me examine your injury. If it is a dislocation, it needs to be reset. Otherwise, even if you recover, there will be lingering repercussions, Chen Mo stated, foregoing any further explanation as he gestured for Shen Yueru to extend her injured foot. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Su Mujin's expression shifted from surprise to a barely perceptible hint of regret. She had doubted Chen Mo, despite having known him the longest. Even longer than Chen Wei. Shen Yueru too recognized her overreaction, but refrained from apologizing, her hands still tightly clasped over her chest. If you're unwilling, so be it. However, there may be lingering consequences. Chen Mo observed that Shen Yueru remained cautious towards him and did not press the matter further. After all, his intention stemmed from the fact that they were part of the same team, and aiding Shen Yueru in her recovery was also for the sake of not hindering others. I am willing. The first time, Shen Yueru merely heard Chen Mo's offer to examine her injury, but this time she distinctly caught the mention of after effects. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, she could not deny Chen Mo's skills. What if there truly were lingering repercussions? Or worse, if she were to become lame? How would she live her life then? Therefore, without waiting for Chen Mo to finish speaking, she extended her foot. Ouch! The sudden movement aggravated her ankle injury, causing Shen Yueru to grimace and emit a hissing sound. Fortunately, it was merely a dislocation and not a fracture. Chen Mo grasped Shen Yueru's foot and examined her ankle. It must be said that despite her tempestuous temperament, Shen Yueru was indeed a beauty. Even her feet were exquisitely shaped, her slender ankles reminiscent of finely carved jade, her skin emanating a delicate pinkish-white hue akin to porcelain. Her toes were petite and rounded, the nails meticulously groomed, showcasing a natural soft pink sheen, further enhanced by a touch of nail polish that made her toes resemble lustrous pearls. Can it be treated? Shen Yueru asked softly. As Chen Mo held her foot, she felt an unfamiliar sensation. It was her first time being held by a man. Gazing at Chen Mo's face, she found herself momentarily entranced. It's not a major issue. It will hurt a bit. Please bear with it. Chen Mo, regaining his focus, held her foot firmly with one hand while gripping her calf with the other. Crack! Just as Chen Mo finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Ah, mother! Almost simultaneously, Shen Yueru let out a sharp, anguished scream. You brute! You deceived me! Did you not say it would only hurt a little? Shen Yueru cried out, her eyes brimming with tears. It's already fixed. Try to stand up. Chen Mo hadn't anticipated that this young lady would be so delicate. But fortunately, the injury was not severe. Once she was set right, standing was no problem. Once the swelling subsided, she would fully recover. Shen Yueru ceased her cries, and, seeing that Chen Mo was already standing, she attempted to rise as well. Indeed, the excruciating pain had vanished, leaving only a feeling of discomfort from the swelling. Ah, it truly feels better. Shen Yueru took a few tentative steps, her face lighting up with a smile. Though tears still clung to her cheeks, they only accentuated the beauty of this precious young lady. Shen Yueru possessed a classic oval face, her features soft and harmonious. Her chin tapered perfectly, neither sharp nor square. Her delicate brows resembled willow leaves, and when she smiled, faint dimples appeared at the corners of her eyes. Her nose was petite and elegant, and her lips formed the ideal shape of cherry blossoms. Her capricious nature might stem from her upbringing. Yet Shen Yueru was not inherently a spiteful person. What just happened? We seemed to hear a scream. Lian Shi and Xia Xuanning hurried back, with Lian Shi being the one to speak. Chen Mo is treating Shen Yueru's injury, explained Su Mujin briefly. Chen Wei, please assist Shen Yueru in applying the medicine shortly, so she can reduce the swelling quickly. Chen Mo said little, offering a simple instruction. All right. Although Chen Wei was reluctant in her heart, she refrained from expressing her feelings, as it was Chen Mo's request. With everyone present, she decided to outline the forthcoming arrangements. Noticing that everyone was attentive, Chen Mo began to articulate his plans. Our supply of fresh water can only sustain us for a day, and our remaining coconuts are scarce. Thus, I intend to venture into the jungle at dawn. No, that is far too perilous. Chen Mo's words had yet to reach their conclusion when Su Mujin interjected, her voice laced with an urgency she was scarcely aware of. Your injury is not yet healed. The jungle, we all heard the sounds of beasts last night. We could devise a plan here on the beach as well. Su Mujin's gaze drifted to Chen Mo's right arm, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in her eyes, mingling concern with fear of the unknown dangers. I am acutely aware of the risks, yet I possess compelling reasons to proceed. Chen Mo's tone brooked no argument. I have surveyed this maritime region. The very rocks upon which we stand are in imminent danger of being submerged by the rising tide. What shall we do then? Chen Mo pointed toward the cluster of rocks they occupied. The others followed his gesture, noting the remnants of seawater clinging to the highest rock. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Ideally, if a rescue team approaches the beach, it would be the best scenario. Yet, if it is not a rescue team, then Chen Mo hesitated, leaving his words hanging in the air. If it is not a rescue team, then who could it be? Xia Xuanning pondered the critical element, casting a curious glance at the group. Chapter 19. Turbulence resurfaces. The words of Xia Xuanning left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Could there be something else lurking in the shadows? Yet, within Chen Mo's heart, a profound understanding prevailed. The most terrifying entities were not the creatures of the jungle, but rather fellow humans, perhaps even pirates. This was a truth too dreadful to utter aloud. Su Mujin furrowed her brow, while Lian Shi appeared contemplative. Other survivors? Yamamoto Keiko remarked coldly, yet we see no one else around. Su Mujin couldn't help but express her confusion. There had been hundreds aboard the aircraft. Surely, more than just their group had survived. Chen Wei, a flight attendant, was well aware of the passenger count. Other survivors? Isn't that a good thing? Strength lies in numbers, Xia Xuanning mused, her thoughts wandering. Miss Xia, you are far too naive. If anyone were to spot our group, what do you think they would do? Yamamoto Keiko cast a sidelong glance at Xia Xuanning, her gaze lingering on her chest. Realization dawned on Xia Xuanning as she perceived the implications of Yamamoto Keiko's look. In this lawless island, the absence of civilization meant that even murder could be concealed without a trace. The thought sent a shiver through her, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Chen Mo. Enough of speculation. We must address the issue of fresh water Chen Mo interjected, determined to prevent unnecessary panic. I shall accompany you. We can look out for one another. Yamamoto Keiko proposed, seeking Chen Mo's approval. Lianxi hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Very well, Chen Mo agreed, having intended to invite either Yamamoto Keiko or Lianxi along. So, take Xia Xuanning to the beach and use the life vest we brought to create a signal for rescue, Chen Mo instructed, pointing towards the orange life jackets. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Su Mujin responded decisively, leading Xia Xuanning to retrieve the vests. Enonce, please inspect the area around the camp and set up as many traps as possible to eliminate potential dangers, Chen Mo advised, deeming it necessary to secure the campsite against any serpentine threats. Certainly, I'll burn the surrounding area, Li Enshi affirmed, making the most prudent choice. Animals feared fire, making it the most effective deterrent. Shen Yueru, you will assist, Enshi, Chen Mo cautioned, eyeing the most troublesome member of their group. Shen Yueru huffed in reluctant agreement, her dissatisfaction evident but unspoken. Chen Wei, take the remaining 2 fish, slice them, and sun-dry them to preserve them, Chen Mo directed, assigning a straightforward task to the now-recovered Chen Wei. All right, brother Chen Mo, I will prepare the salt for drying. May I go to the beach shortly? Chen Wei replied, sharing her intent to gather salt. Of course, I'll have Enshi take you. Chen Mo consented, pleasantly surprised by Chen Wei's capabilities. Let us prepare. We must hasten our efforts. Arranging everything meticulously, Chen Mo grasped the fire axe and cast a glance at the equally prepared Keiko Yamaguchi. Keiko nodded, wielding a sturdy wooden stick, the end of which was encased in metal, presumably remnants of an aircraft. Unexpectedly, she had fashioned it into a spear, appearing remarkably sharp. Without hesitation, Chen Mo picked up a wooden stick about his height, securely binding a dagger to its top, thus creating a rudimentary yet functional spear. Let us gather all the empty bottles and pack them. We're leaving, he instructed. From his supplies, he retrieved a black backpack, an item he had found while scouring the beach, now proving to be quite useful. He handed it to Keiko while he took the thermos for himself. Keiko deftly packed 10 or so empty bottles into the bag, tucking a Swiss Army knife into her waistband, and followed closely behind Chen Mo, without uttering another word. Their figures swiftly vanished into the verdant shadows of the jungle. Watching the direction in which Chen Mo had disappeared, Su Mujin felt as though her heart was obstructed by some unseen force. Chen Mo's resolute silhouette and Keiko's demeanor, cold to the point of indifference, struck hard at her emotions. Su Mujin understood that Chen Mo had chosen to accompany Keiko because she possessed the capability to protect herself. However, a sense of discomfort lingered within her, for Chen Mo was indeed hers. Mujin, how should we set up the distress signal? Xia Xuanning's inquiry jolted Su Mujin back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she refocused her thoughts and began to arrange the international SOS signal on the ground. Within the camp, everyone was preoccupied with their respective tasks. I'm exhausted. Where's the water? I need a drink. Shen Yueru's complaints immediately echoed. Shen Yueru, you haven't finished your assigned work yet, have you? The water is limited. We must conserve it, Su Mujin replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction as she observed Shen Yueru's ongoing grievances. Pointing at the vines and leaves scattered on the ground, she expressed her distaste. I am not your servant. These filthy things are prickly, and my foot still hurts. I want water. Miss Shen, this is about division of labor. Everyone must contribute. Su Mujin patiently explained, attempting to reason with her. If your foot is bothering you, you could weave a container. We will need something to hold water or food when we find it. I refuse. I want to rest. I'm thirsty. Where have you hidden the water? Why do you get to manage the supplies? Shen Yueru crossed her arms defiantly, throwing a tantrum as she kicked aside the vines. Yueru, Xia Xuanning timidly tried to advise, but was met with a disdainful glare from Shen Yueru. Lianxi intervened, attempting to mediate, Miss Shen. When Chen Mo left, be quiet. Always bringing up Chen Mo. I'm not afraid. Shen Yueru interrupted Lianxi rudely, turning her ire towards Su Mujin. Mujin, don't think that just because Chen Mo left you in charge of the camp, you're the boss. You're just like me, Both of us are in dire straits. Who are you to boss me around? I'll set my own tasks. Right now, I want water. Bring it out. Shen Yueru shouted angrily. Su Mujin gazed at Shen Yueru, who displayed such a brazen demeanor, and a surge of anger coursed through her. Once a manager of a multinational corporation with over 10,000 employees, she had never encountered a subordinate so obstinately unreasonable. Suppressing her fury, Su Mujin spoke coldly. Shen Yueru, there is a limited supply of fresh water. You contribute nothing and yet waste resources. If you apologize and acknowledge your mistake, I may forgive you. Otherwise, the water allocated to you today will be rescinded. You dare. Shen Yueru's eyes widened abruptly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. That belongs to everyone. What authority do you have to deny me? By virtue of my position as the camp manager. Su Mujin's voice rose. Imbued with the gravitas of a CEO, without contributing labor, you have no right to share in the resources. This is the most fundamental principle of survival. You. Shen Yueru trembled with rage, glancing at Xia Xuanning and Li Enshi, only to find them indifferent to her plight. You are all despicable. Shen Yueru began to throw a tantrum. Caught between the two, Xia Xuanning was a loss, darting her gaze from one to the other, nearly in tears. Sister Su, Sister Yueru, please stop arguing. I'll give my water to Sister Yueru. Absolutely not. Su Mujin firmly rejected. Xiao Shui, remember, we are under no obligation to care for anyone. To survive, one must obey orders. Shen Yueru, if you wish for water, you must weave. There is no room for negotiation. Su Mujin pressed down on Shen Yueru with an unyielding command. I refuse to comply. What can you do to me? Shen Yueru stood her ground defiantly, her neck arched. Then please leave. You are not welcome here. Su Mujin's voice turned icy. I support Sister Mujin. Shen Yueru, if you continue this ruckus, please leave immediately. Chen Wei, usually gentle, stood up, asserting her stance. Li Enshi sighed helplessly. There were some things she found too difficult to articulate, yet her silence spoke volumes. Xia Xuanning, with reddened eyes, stood frozen in place, uncertain of what to do. Why should I be the one to leave? Your words hold no weight. Shen Yueru, feeling the absence of support, felt a flicker of insecurity within her, and she plopped down on the ground, refusing to engage with anyone. Observing the chaotic scene before her, a profound sense of powerlessness and frustration welled up within Su Mujin. Managing a team devoid of any constraints proved to be far more challenging than she had ever imagined. The camp fell into silence once again. The five women ceased their conversation, each uncertain how to navigate this predicament, their gazes instinctively drifting towards the jungle, the direction from which Chen Mo had departed. Chapter 20. The Perilous Jungle. As Chen Mo and Yoshiko Yamaguchi ventured deeper into the jungle, the pervasive sense of danger became palpable. Every stretch of ground presented an array of challenges. The interior of the jungle was an entirely different realm. Towering trees obscured the sunlight, while twisted vines cascaded down like gigantic serpents, forming natural green barriers. The thick layer of decaying matter beneath their feet was soft yet treacherous, with every step shrouded in uncertainty. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and rotting foliage, and the oppressive humidity enveloped them like a steamer, causing beads of sweat to saturate Chen Mo's attire in an instant. Stay close to me, watch your footing, and overhead, Chen Mo murmured, gripping the spear that bore a dagger, leading the way through the underbrush. It wasn't too long before they encountered several waves of peril. Fortunately, Chen Mo's extensive knowledge of jungle survival proved invaluable, for otherwise, they would have found themselves at a standstill. Be careful. Just as Chen Mo was about to push aside a vine blocking their path, Yoshiko's voice rang out suddenly. With a swift reflex, Chen Mo evaded just in time. Witnessing a snake, resembling the vine, plummet to the ground from his previous position. The serpent, severed in two, writhed on the forest floor, sending a chill down Chen Mo's spine. He had been so focused ahead that he had failed to notice the hidden danger among the vines. Thank you. Chen Mo quietly expressed his gratitude to Yoshiko, relieved that it was she by his side. Had it been anyone else, evading such a threat might not have been as seamless. Let us proceed, Yoshiko replied, offering a nod as she maintained her vigilant stance just a step behind him, her eyes scanning their surroundings. Chen Mo, undeterred, swung his spear. The sharp edge of the dagger effortlessly severed the obstructing vines and thorny branches, producing a soft hissing sound with each decisive motion. Have you served in the military? Yoshiko inquired, observing Chen Mo's movements. Did you notice? Chen Mo did not turn to face her, nor elaborate, but countered her question. Your movements. You must have seen combat, Yoshiko analyzed calmly. I was a mercenary, Chen Mo replied, carefully advancing as he spoke. My grandfather also served, but Yoshiko trailed off, her voice tinged with melancholy. He participated in the invasion of China, did he not? Chen Mo's tone grew cold, recalling that shameful chapter in history, a burden not easily borne by any descendant of the Chinese people. I'm sorry, Yoshiko said apologetically, her emotions wavering. Be cautious, Chen Mo warned again, his spear slicing through the air to strike a brightly colored caterpillar that had dropped from a nearby leaf. The creature curled up swiftly upon hitting the ground, revealing its sharply pointed venomous spines. Yoshiko, startled by the sight, had momentarily lost her focus. You need not apologize to me. No one has the right to forgive those war criminals on behalf of the fallen heroes. Chen Mo's voice resonated with conviction as he glanced back at Yoshiko. But we are part of a team now, Chen Mo reflected, allowing a moment of understanding between them. I understand. My grandmother hails from the Huaxiao lineage, and I carry within me the blood of this heritage. My grandfather enlisted in the army at the tender age of 14, yet he never took a life, ultimately becoming a deserter, saved by my grandmother's father. Yamamoto Keiko recounted her grandfather's past in one breath, unaware of why she so fervently wished to avoid any misunderstanding with Chen Mo. This was the phrase she had uttered most frequently in recent days. Chen Mo, taken aback by the depth of Yamamoto's revelations, decided to move on without dwelling on the matter of right or wrong, a judgment beyond his capacity. All he could do was strive to survive, hence he offered no further explanation. As Chen Mo continued onward, Yamamoto Keiko followed closely behind, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Her sharp eyes darted across the trunks, ground, and vines, seemingly in search of something. The lush vegetation and high humidity indicated the potential presence of a water source nearby. Yamamoto Keiko picked up a patch of moss and whispered her analysis, her voice resonating with clarity in the stillness of the jungle. Can we be certain? Our camp is not far from here. It would be splendid if there were fresh water. Chen Mo glanced at the moss in her hand, then toward the direction of their camp, which lay merely an hour's journey away, approximately 1 kilometer. Observe the changes in vegetation, Yamamoto Keiko pointed out. There's a greater abundance of ferns around us, and the moisture-loving tree species we face now are denser than before. Her observation was astute. Indeed, the trees they encountered now were predominantly freshwater flora, unlike the vines that surrounded them earlier. Then let us proceed. Be mindful of the direction, Chen Mo replied, taking a few steps forward. Beware the poison dart frog. Yamamoto Keiko suddenly grasped Chen Mo's arm, alerting him to a tiny, vividly blue and yellow frog, no larger than a fingernail, nestled upon the damp moss. Its venom was exceedingly lethal. How could there be poison dart frogs here? Chen Mo questioned, astonished not only by the presence of the creature, but also by the implications of its habitat. Perhaps it is the similarity in climate, Yamamoto Keiko pondered, her earlier thoughts now clouded with uncertainty following Chen Mo's inquiry. Chen Mo's expression grew grave, having encountered a silver-ringed snake the previous day and now this poisonous frog. He questioned the nature of their surroundings. Chen Mo, have you also discerned something? Yamamoto Keiko ventured to ask, contemplating the weight of her words. Chen Mo met her gaze, his brow furrowed, yet he seized upon the significance of her inquiry, realizing that she too had begun to recognize the peculiarities of their situation. Let us first seek a water source, he declared, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, as it was not the time for such discussions. He turned, avoiding the poison dart frog as they pressed onward. The deeper they ventured, the more the terrain flattened, though the dense canopy obstructed much of the sunlight, casting the forest floor into gloom and severely limiting visibility. The air was thick with a medley of exotic floral fragrances and the scent of decay, blending into a suffocating aroma steeped in primal wildness. A faint, chilling hiss echoed from above, sending shivers down their spines. Chen Mo suddenly lifted his head to behold a serpent, as thick as a wrist, its body adorned with dark green, ring-like patterns, coiled upon a horizontal branch scarcely 2 meters above him. The triangular head of the snake slightly raised, its cold, vertical pupils glinting ominously in the bright light, while its forked tongue flicked rapidly. "Step back," Chen Mo commanded softly, instantly positioning himself to shield Yamamoto Keiko, his spear angled defensively towards the creature above. "Allow me." A warm current surged through Yamamoto Keiko as she felt Chen Mo's protection. For years, she had undergone secret training, devoid of any concern from others. Chen Mo was the first to care. Glancing back, Chen Mo noted the steadfast determination in her eyes and chose to remain silent. Yamamoto Keiko took a slight step forward, crouching slightly, and with a swift motion, released her military knife, which accurately pierced the serpent's eye. Following that, her spear thrust directly through the creature's vital point. With a crash, the serpent plummeted from the tree, its body writhing, and Yamamoto Keiko relinquished her spear. "Let me handle this." Chen Mo swiftly stepped forward, drawing a fire axe from his waist, swinging it in a wide arc, the blade severing the serpent at its vital junction. With a final convulsion, the creature succumbed to death. Both individuals exhaled in relief. Chen Mo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sharp pain radiating from his arm. It was evident that until his wound had fully healed, it would be prudent to refrain from further conflict. "Your injury requires rest. Allow me to scout ahead," Yamamoto Keiko said, retrieving her spear from the serpent's body and extracting her knife from its head. She cleaned the blade with moss and reinserted it into her waist, shifting it from the back to the front. "Very well," Chen Mo chuckled lightly. It was the first time a woman had requested he stand behind her. Yet, amidst the desolation of this island, Yamamoto Keiko's assertion was indeed valid. The two continued onward, exercising greater caution. They deftly avoided a wasp nest, reminiscent of a grand chandelier. Suspended from the vines, they circumvented a patch of unusually vibrant fungi exuding a cloying sweetness, and used the spear to disturb several grotesque scorpions, which lay hidden beneath the dry leaves, armed with formidable venomous pincers. After an hour of delving deeper, the nature of the vegetation began to shift. The towering trees grew sparse, replaced by denser ferns and low shrubs with broad leaves. The air became palpably more humid, even offering a hint of coolness. The ground beneath their feet turned increasingly muddy and slippery. "It appears we are on the right track," Yamamoto Keiko remarked, kneeling to examine the damp earth, its high moisture content suggesting proximity to a water source. "Listen carefully. We just encountered a wasp nest. We must remain vigilant," Chen Mo cautioned, aware that the presence of a nest signified other predators nearby. "Indeed, let us tread cautiously." Upon Chen Mo's reminder, Yamaguchi Keiko became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, her expression turning exceedingly serious. The two continued onward, and after approximately 15 minutes, amidst the whispers of the wind and the chirping of insects, they seemed to faintly discern a delicate sound, a whisper of water flowing, as fragile as a fine thread. It was faint, distant, yet undeniably present. "Over there." Both of them perked up, exclaiming in unison before hastening in the direction of the sound. However, as they traversed a particularly dense thicket of ferns, Yamaguchi Keiko's gaze abruptly fixed on something on the ground not far ahead. "Wait," she exclaimed softly, her voice imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Chen Mo immediately halted, following her gaze forward. There upon the soft, damp earth were clearly defined enormous paw prints, deeply embedded in the ground. Each print was as large as a grown man's palm, with sharp, dagger-like claws at the front and a broad, thick pad at the rear. A chill surged up Chen Mo's spine, creeping from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The earlier prediction had indeed materialized. He approached to examine the prints closely. A bear, and one of considerable size. The freshness of the tracks was evident, the edges of the mud still sharply defined, indicating they had been made not long ago. As they gazed at the prince before them, they exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. It was clear that danger loomed much closer than they had anticipated. Their camp was far from being a safe haven. The peril lurking in the depths of the jungle revealed itself in an alarmingly visceral and ferocious manner for the first time. The hope of finding a nearby water source was instantly shrouded in a heavy veil of deathly foreboding cast by the imposing paw prints. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the weighty breaths of the two and the increasingly distinct sound of the faint water flow in the distance, echoing like a death knell. Chapter 21. Water Sources and Crisis. Chen Mo and Yamaguchi Keiko cautiously approached the water source, while back at the camp, noon was fast approaching. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the sandy beach with its relentless rays. The camp lay fully exposed to the sunlight, and the only refuge from the glaring sun was the jungle, which the women dared not venture into. Arguments had long ceased under the threat of the sweltering heat, yet the underlying tensions remained, merely suppressed. In isolation, Shen Yueru reluctantly picked up vines and leaves, beginning her attempt at weaving. However, patience is not an innate quality. Why are these damn vines so stiff? In this sun, my skin is turning dark. Shen Yueru's movements were clumsy, producing a crooked and misshapen creation. She muttered curses under her breath, lamenting the prickliness of the vines and the harshness of the sun. Xia Xuanning collected a few sea treasures along the shore, though they were scant. Her cheeks flushed crimson from the sun's rays, sweat dampening her fair hair. I found some wild vegetables. I'll add them to the soup when we cook, she announced. Lian Shi, on the other hand, had a bountiful harvest. Her basket woven from vines held a variety of wild grasses. In Korea, fresh greens were rare, making the mountain's wild vegetables a frequent component of their diet. Su Mujin set a pot atop the stove, skillfully splitting a coconut with her knife. Preparing to concoct a soup with the leftover fish and the sea treasures Xia Xuanning had gathered. Sister Mujin, let me help you. Chen Wei approached, leaning on her stick. While she was quite adept at cooking, it was clear Su Mujin had little experience. All right, I'll assist you, she replied, not wanting to overextend herself, as she indeed struggled with the task. Xiao Shui, please add more firewood to the pit. We cannot let the flames die. Su Mujin instructed, glancing at the dwindling fire. Everyone had distanced themselves from the flames due to the oppressive heat. She attempted to delegate further. Shen Yueru, don't just stand there. Lend a hand to Inchi enough already. I know. Shen Yueru interjected impatiently, tossing her half-finished vine basket onto the ground. I'm dying of thirst. Just a sip of water. Absolutely not. Su Mujin firmly refused. We have limited water. You can drink some fish soup later. Su Mujin, are you trying to kill me of thirst? Shen Yueru's voice grew shrill. Yueru, please bear with it, Xia Xuanning whispered, trying to soothe her. Bear with it? You can stand there without any discomfort. Shen Yueru snapped, flaring up at Xia Xuanning. Lian Shi observed the camp teetering on the brink of chaos once more, letting out a resigned sigh, unsure of what to say. Shen Yueru, you cannot act so irrationally. Su Mujin retorted. Her tone is sharpening. I'm being irrational? On what grounds do you reprimand me? The sun is blazing. If you're so eager to work, then you do it. Shen Yueru shot back defiantly. Xia Xuanning, come over here, with Su Mujin ignoring her. Shen Yueru turned her gaze towards Xia Xuanning. I still need to add wood to the fire. Xia Xuanning whispered in response. What more do you want? Under such a blazing sun, do we still need a bonfire? Shen Yueru, witnessing Xia Xuanning's defiance, felt a surge of anger. If you refuse to heed my words, when we return, I shall have my father blacklist you. Seeing Xia Xuanning remain unmoved only fueled Shen Yueru's irritation. I. Xia Xuanning's delicate face paled in shock, tears welling in her eyes. Shen Yueru's father was notorious for his favoritism towards his daughter, and offending this young lady could indeed lead to trouble. Come on, you shall accompany me to gather banana leaves. I refuse to be scorched by the sun, Shen Yueru insisted, pulling Xia Xuanning towards the banana grove. I won't go. The mere mention of the banana grove sent shivers down Xia Xuanning's spine, invoking thoughts of terrifying creatures. What are you afraid of? It's broad daylight. There can't be anything out there. Shen Yueru, though harboring her own fears, steeled herself, determined to take the risk to avoid sunburn. Woo! Sister Mujin. Xia Xuanning looked to Su Mujin for rescue, tears cascading down her cheeks. Shen Yueru, that's enough. If you wish to go, go by yourself. Su Mujin's expression turned icy as she pulled Xia Xuanning behind her, glaring fiercely at the obstinate Shen Yueru. Who do you think you are? Su Mujin? Others may fear you, but I certainly do not. Shen Yueru retorted defiantly, her demeanor akin to a rooster ready to fight. Shen Yueru, you are unwelcome here. Kindly leave. Chen Wei, setting down her spoon, took her stand beside Su Mujin. Ah, you're all bullying me. Shen Yueru, in a fit of rage, kicked at the nearby vines, venting her pent-up frustration. Fine. If you want to leave, then go. After her outburst, Shen Yueru limped towards the banana grove. Ah! No sooner had she entered the grove than she let out a piercing scream, then dashed back to the camp, her speed vastly increased compared to her earlier pace. Shen Yueru's form zipped past Su Mujin and the others, making her way into a hollow for respite, her chest heaving violently. For it was in that very moment she had encountered a caterpillar, a creature that struck terror into her heart, leading to her earlier display of panic. Su Mujin observed this scene, her temples throbbing. A wave of exhaustion and defeat washed over her. Her gaze once more fell upon the depths of the foreboding jungle. Nearly 4 hours had passed, yet there was still no word from Chen Mo. That quiet yet formidable man was the true, irreplaceable pillar of this fragile team. Without him, this seemingly beautiful beach would swiftly devolve into a chaotic hell. Chen Mo, may you return safely. Su Mujin silently prayed in her heart, her anxious gaze fixed on the jungle's edge, as if attempting to pierce through its shadows. Deep within the jungle, Chen Mo and Yamaguchi Keiko had finally recovered from the shock of discovering the footprints. As they pressed deeper, the faint sound of flowing water reached their ears. Once more traversing through a thicket of diminutive shrubs, the landscape before them opened up splendidly. A crystal-clear stream cascaded from a great height, shattering against the moss-covered rocks into countless translucent droplets, which converged below into a small, enticing pool. The melodious sound of the water resonated in Chen Mo and Huizi's parched ears, surpassing any celestial music in beauty. We found it, we found it, Huizi exclaimed, turning to embrace Chen Mo, her face alight with exhilaration, a moment when Chen Mo beheld her smile for the first time. Huizi's visage was perfectly soft, her forehead full and smooth, her eyes resembling the classic Danfeng shape, with pupils akin to black glass steeped in fine sake, her smile reminiscent of a crescent moon. Her delicate nose was charmingly pert, accentuating her refined philtrum, while her naturally cherry blossom-colored lips, with gentle and full contours, complemented her healthily flushed cheeks. The baby fat on her face reminiscent of a lady in a ukiyo-e painting, clad in a sleek black outfit, her ample bosom rivaled that of Shen Yueru, while her twin ponytails added a touch of practicality, distinguishing her from the more delicate feminine forms. Realizing her exuberance was perhaps excessive, Huizi released Chen Mo, awkwardly turning her gaze towards the water source. Yet her once quiet heart now raced, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. You check the water source. I will survey the surroundings. Chen Mo suggested, alleviating the awkwardness with timely words. All right. Huizi approached the edge of the pool, her slender fingers scooping a handful of water, which she scrutinized closely before bringing it to her lips, though she refrained from drinking it immediately. The pristine spring water bore no impurities. Ah, this is wonderful. Chen Mo, it's spring water. Sweat dampened the few strands of hair on Huizi's forehead, clinging to her slightly flushed skin, and the weariness from their journey seemed to dissipate with the refreshing spring. Chen Mo, meanwhile, continued to scan the rocky cliffs and vegetation upstream, investigating the earthen traces at the pool's edge. Finding no signs of danger, he too cupped the spring water to examine it closely, his movements imbued with an instinctive caution, a mark of countless wilderness survival experiences ingrained in his very being. Yes, the water is quite clear, and for now, I see no obvious signs of animal activity. Chen Mo nodded, his voice deep and steady. However, to be prudent, we should take the water boil it, and then drink. He retrieved the backpack Huizi had set on the ground, rummaging through it to produce 2 bottles of mineral water he had brought before their departure. Let us drink this first, then refill the bottles. Good. Accepting the water Chen Mo offered, Huizi twisted off the cap and drank heartily, unconcerned with appearances. Chen Mo finished his bottle as well, then took out about 10 empty bottles, but instead of drawing from the pool, he approached the smooth rock beside it, positioning the bottles beneath the flowing water to let the current fill them naturally. He carefully tightened the caps and proceeded to fill another bottle. Huizi admirait Chen Mo's composure, mimicking his actions. Once all the empty bottles were filled, Chen Mo also filled his thermos with water, deeming this jungle expedition a resounding success. As the precious water source was carefully stowed away in the backpack, an unexpectedly dull and prolonged gurgle emanated from Chen Mo's abdomen, soon met with an equally loud response from Huizi. The two paused mid-action, exchanging an awkward glance, before both couldn't help but tug at the corners of their mouths, revealing a weary and resigned smile. Since their departure in search of water, the sun had ascended to its zenith, and breakfast had long since been digested. It appeared that they needed to hasten their return to the camp. Chen Mo offered an awkward smile, having found nothing edible along the way, and with hunger gnawing at him, encountering a wild beast would indeed pose a grave dilemma. Let us proceed. Chen Mo decided against handing the backpack to Yamamoto Huizi, for even a dozen bottles of water were rather cumbersome. With the water in tow, they needed to return swiftly. I am concerned. Chen Mo paused, refraining from elaborating further. Yet Huizi comprehended his implication. The companions back at the camp would likely not be as harmonious as one might hope. Chen Montak, there's something I feel compelled to discuss with you. Just as she lifted her foot, Yamamoto Huizi regarded Chen Mo with a serious expression. What is it? Chen Montak, noticing her grave demeanor, adopted a cautious tone. Lianxi. Yamamoto Huizi hesitated, observing Chen Mo's expression before continuing. This woman is not to be underestimated. Her skills are likely to rival my own. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's demeanor shifted. He no longer appeared as serious as before. I'm aware. She has been feigning weakness. Chen Mo's words startled Yamamoto Huizi momentarily, only for her to feel a sense of relief afterward. Indeed, if she could discern Lianxi's true nature, it was no surprise that Chen Mo could as well. Then, Yamamoto Huizi, uncertain of Chen Mo's thoughts, ventured cautiously. It matters not. As long as she is genuinely invested in the team, and there is no conflict, all will be well. Chen Mo's voice remained steady. Yet Yamamoto Huizi discerned his meaning. So long as Lianxi did not instigate trouble, they would leave her be. Let us proceed. Chen Mo refrained from furthering the conversation, rechecking the straps of his backpack before turning to retrace their steps. Just as he lifted his foot, an exceedingly faint sound, one that could raise the hairs on the back of their necks, suddenly pierced the ambient sounds of the mountain stream. SSS. SSSSSS. Chapter 22. The Terror of the Blood Python. The sound emanated from the dense thicket to the left and above Chen Mo, entwined with a multitude of vines. It was neither the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, nor the scurrying of small creatures. The sound, shoo, shoo, grew increasingly closer, a low, dragging noise that hinted at something heavy and slick, accompanied by a spine-chilling stickiness, slow yet undeniably oppressive as it approached from afar. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Something was nearing. Keiko Yamaguchi sensed the anomaly as well. Her years of rigorous training in the face of death had honed her instincts to detect potential threats. It must be that creature. Chen Mo swiftly deduced the identity of the approaching entity, for having often danced on the precipice of danger. He possessed an acute sensitivity to peril. In an instant, every muscle in Chen Mo's body tensed, a chilling dread racing up his spine to the crown of his head. His gaze fixated on the source of the sound. Keiko, move aside, he commanded, placing his backpack on the ground to allow Yamaguchi to step behind him. Your injury. She hesitated, having gleaned the nature of their imminent danger, yet her concern lingered as she observed Chen Mo's actions. Do not worry, keep the axe. He offered her the fire axe secured at his waist without further elaboration. Almost immediately, the dense underbrush before them seemed to collapse as if crushed by a bulldozer. Chen Mo gripped the makeshift spear tightly, his eyes locked onto the thicket, devoid of warmth. Just then, a chilling, viscous yellowish light, akin to the ghostly flames ignited in the depths of hell, pierced through the foliage, locking onto Chen Mo and Keiko with a fierce intensity. The shadow began to writhe and expand, revealing an unimaginably colossal form, as if an entity from the depths of a nightmare was silently emerging. Its girth resembled that of a human thigh, its body cloaked in deep brown, glossy scales that reflected the dim light of the forest, resembling a cold, deathly armor. The triangular head of the serpent reared high, its neck folds slightly parting to unveil even more vibrant warning colors beneath. A forked tongue, crimson and quivering at a disquieting frequency, flicked in and out with a barely audible hiss as it loomed before Chen Mo like a bandit, blocking the sole path of retreat, its massive shadow enveloping both him and Keiko entirely. Keiko's gaze was fixated upon the gargantuan python, her body taut with tension, her mind sharply focused. Gripping the fire axe, she stood ready to support Chen Mo at a moment's notice. The python's cold, slit-like pupils betrayed no trace of emotion typical of living beings. Instead, they radiated an unadulterated, primal desire for slaughter and consumption, firmly pinned on Chen Mo. The python sensed the aura of danger emanating from Chen Mo. To it, he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. It then shifted its attention to the side, eyeing Keiko Yamaguchi. "Keiko, get back!" Chen Mo bellowed, shattering the sudden silence. Chen Mo had not anticipated that this beast would instinctively target the weak. Before he could even contemplate, his body reacted before his mind. With a fierce shove, he propelled the stunned Huizi away from the giant python and the water's edge. "Quick, get away!" Huizi managed to escape, but Chen Mo found himself directly exposed to the python's assault. The creature's head lunged forward like a battering ram, its gaping maw filled with a foul wind hurtling towards him. In a swift motion, Chen Mo exerted force from his waist and threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly bite aimed at his torso. Although he evaded the lethal jaws, the python's putrid saliva splattered across his face, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Huizi stumbled backward from Chen Mo's tremendous push, crashing onto the slick pebbles by the creek, her elbows and knees crying out in sharp pain. Suddenly realizing her peril, she looked up just in time to witness Chen Mo evade the python's attack. His rescue attempt was as swift as lightning, yet the python's reaction was astonishing. Without a moment to spare, Chen Mo swung his spear, aiming directly at the beast. The blade met the python's scales with a harsh sound. Yet it failed to penetrate, merely leaving a scratch upon its armored hide. "This is bad," Chen Mo thought. Indeed, before he could adjust his stance, the python's massive body coiled around him like a steel cable, its immense strength making it impossible to resist. The spear slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The cold, slick scales pressed against his skin, constricting with terrifying force. Chen Mo attempted to create space with his arms, but the wound on his right arm tore open anew, a horrifying pressure enveloping him as every breath was violently expelled from his chest and abdomen. He could distinctly hear the sound of his ribs cracking under the relentless strain, as though they were about to shatter and pierce his organs. The python's head coldly adjusted its angle, its unfeeling yellow eyes locking onto his throat, its crimson forked tongue nearly brushing his cheek. The icy breath of death seeped into Chen Mo's very marrow. "Chen Mo!" Huizi cried out, rising from the water with a heavy heart. Witnessing Chen Mo ensnared in such peril filled her with regret, and her anguished scream pierced the air. A wave of intense fear ignited her nerves. But upon seeing Chen Mo's expression shift from red to a purple hue as he struggled against the python's vice-like grip, a surge of fierce, unrelenting courage overcame her terror. The fire axe. Huizi remembered the fire axe Chen Mo had handed her, now lying not far from the python. She knew rushing towards it would be dangerous. Yet the instinct to survive and the will to save her companion overshadowed all fear. With a sudden burst of strength, she lunged for the fire axe, her slender form radiating an astonishing power. Even as the python turned its head, Huizi hesitated not for a moment, seizing the axe with determination. "Ah!" Keiko Yamaguchi unleashed a scream from the depths of her chest, a sound that transcended human expression, aimed fiercely at the towering, terrifying head of the giant python. Her target, those cold, viscous, triangular heads that mirrored the shadows of death. With a dull thud, a sensation that sent shivers down her spine, her all-out, desperate thrust struck true. The force of the axe far surpassed that of a dagger, cleaving into the python's neck, penetrating 3 inches deep. While it was not fatal, it alleviated Chen Mo's peril. A surge of dark, thick serpent blood erupted violently, splattering Keiko's hand and face, warm and fetid. His crack. For the first time, the giant python emitted a genuine cry of pain and rage. The sound was sharp and piercing, distorted like metal scraping against metal, entirely unlike its previous threatening hisses. The sudden agony and the disorientation from the blow caused a momentary halt in its constricting movements. The terrifying strength capable of crushing the bones of a bison seemed to be momentarily paused, allowing a slight reprieve. In that fleeting half-second for Chen Mo, who teetered on the brink of death, it was as if a beam of light had pierced through the darkness of an abyss. His will to survive ignited like a detonated explosive, bursting forth with fervor. At this critical juncture, Chen Mo reached for the dagger pressed against the outside of his thigh, his right arm unleashing every ounce of remaining strength to free himself from the lingering binds, seizing the dagger in hand. The sharp tip shimmered with a frigid gleam, and without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo swung his right hand, the dagger plunging with unerring accuracy into the python's vulnerable spot beneath its neck, known as the 7 inches. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was heavy and resolute. Chen Mo distinctly felt the blade penetrate the resilient scales, slicing through the python's taut muscles. Warm, viscous serpent blood gushed forth like a flood released from a dam, spraying from both sides of the blade's blood grooves, instantly staining Chen Mo's arm and half of his chest, the metallic scent of blood thick and overwhelming. His howl! This time, the python's roar transformed entirely, no longer filled with anger, but steeped in dying despair and madness. The lethal wound drove it into a frenzy of sheer violence. In this moment, the python was at its most dangerous, its body writhing and rolling, its tail thrashing wildly. The terrifying power erupted completely, leaving destruction in its wake. Chen Mo felt an indescribable force collide with him, sending him, along with the daggers still lodged in the python, hurtling through the air. His body was like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily by the stream several meters away, pain radiating from his back as if his bones were shattering. His vision fading to black, nearly losing consciousness. Keiko Yamaguchi had already vacated the danger zone, her eyes fixed intently on the giant python. From its wound, dark red blood gushed forth like a miniature fountain, staining the stream and the pebbles along the bank. Yet it did not succumb immediately. Its colossal form writhed in a frenzy, its tail resembling a massive steel whip, striking the surrounding underbrush with such ferocity that branches and leaves were sent flying, and gravel scattered in disarray. The serpent's eyes fixated on Chen Mo, the one responsible for its mortal wound, shimmering with a venomous glint of utmost malice. Ignoring its own grievous injuries, the enormous serpent once again lifted its head, dragging its blood-soaked body, and lunged ferociously towards Chen Mo, who was struggling to rise. Keiko! Chen Mo bellowed, and immediately, Keiko understood his intent, hurling the fire axe towards him. Catch it, Chen Mo! Her heart raced, teetering on the edge of despair. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Chen Mo grasped the axe firmly in both hands, disregarding the searing agony in his back. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he darted to the side of the colossal python, aiming for the freshly inflicted wound, and swung the axe with all his might. The sound of the axe biting into flesh echoed. This sudden second assault and the accompanying pain shattered the serpent's final surge of aggression. Ugh! Chen Mo emitted a low growl, akin to a trapped beast. Without waiting for the serpent to writhe, he swung the axe once more. This strike tore the wound further open, severing half of the python's vital area. Hiss! Ugh! The enormous body of the serpent stiffened abruptly, followed by violent, unconscious convulsions. The terrifying, constricting force vanished entirely, leaving only the dying reflex of its nerve endings. With unwavering resolve, Chen Mo did not grant the serpent a moment's respite. He swung the axe a third time, severing the serpent's head cleanly from its body. Dark red blood gushed forth like a torrent unleashed, staining the stream and every stone along the banks, transforming Chen Mo into a figure drenched in crimson. At last, the serpent, once as taut as a steel cable, lay utterly limp, crashing heavily onto the pebble-strewn bank with a dull thud. Only the tip of its tail occasionally twitched involuntarily, a mere remnant of life. Silence enveloped the small ravine once more, broken only by the gurgling of the water and the ragged breaths of Chen Mo and Keiko, rising and falling like the bellows of a wind instrument in the blood-soaked air. Chapter 23. The struggle for survival. Chen Mo collapsed weakly beside the colossal corpse of the python, his hand still tightly gripping the fire axe, with the viscous, warm blood of the serpent dripping continuously down his arms. He felt the wound on his right arm tear once more, and each breath he took pulled painfully at the ribs that had been constricted by the massive serpent, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Yukiko Yamaguchi sat in the icy stream a few steps away, her clothes soaked through. Observing Chen Mo's bloodied silhouette, an unfamiliar emotion stirred within her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, perhaps only mere seconds, yet it felt like a century. Yukiko was the first to regain her composure, approaching Chen Mo's side and uttering but two words. Chen Mo finally stirred, pushing himself up on his knees and unsteadily rising to his feet. His face, smeared with serpent blood, rendered his features nearly unrecognizable, save for his eyes, which remained sharp and bright beneath the grime, reflecting a weariness that spoke of his arduous return from the depths of despair and a sense of relief that was almost palpable. "We are companions, are we not?" Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, as if he attempted to muster a reassuring smile, yet the blood-soaked visage lent his expression a grotesque quality, coupled with an inexplicable aura of reliability. Yukiko gazed at Chen Mo's weary countenance and suddenly dashed into his embrace, holding him tightly. Even a woman as resilient as Yukiko Yamaguchi harbored an instinctual fear of serpentine creatures. "Yukiko," Chen Mo rasped, his voice grating like sandpaper. "It's all right." As he spoke, he gently patted her back with his bloodied hands. Yukiko pulled away from Chen Mo, displaying no reluctance, instead emanating a sense of relief. Turning to glance back at the formidable serpent's corpse, she then looked at her own hands, equally stained with blood and stream water, her trembling gradually subsiding. "All right, it's fine." Yukiko regained her characteristic composure, noticing how her drenched clothing clung to her body, causing a momentary sense of discomfort. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the gigantic serpent's remains before he turned to examine the blood dripping from his own body, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Let us wash up a bit, then we'll return to the camp," he instructed Yukiko, who appeared equally disheveled. Approaching the stream, they vigorously washed the congealed blood from their hands and faces in the murky water, the coldness invigorating them amidst the brutality of their ordeal. "Come, help me," Chen Mo called, moving towards the python's side, his voice still somewhat raspy, yet regaining its usual calmness. "Are we taking it back?" Yukiko asked, puzzled by his intent. "Of course. Such a splendid trophy cannot be discarded. Moreover, this python likely has a territory. Bringing it back to the camp should deter smaller creatures from attacking easily." Chen Mo analyzed coolly, confident that this massive serpent would provide sustenance for several days. Yukiko refrained from further questioning, watching as Chen Mo severed the tail of the serpent, leaving only the central portion. Together, they endeavored to shift the heavy prize, the python's weight far exceeding their expectations, its cold, slick scales sending chills through their fingers. After a grueling struggle and adjustment, Chen Mo ultimately hoisted the massive serpent's carcass onto his broad, yet now battered shoulders. Yamamoto Keiko, on the other hand, resumed her burden of the precious freshwater backpack, securing the fire axe at her waist while gripping her spear tightly, vigilantly surveying the enveloping darkness of the forest. Each step on the return journey felt extraordinarily burdensome. with the immense weight of the serpent's body upon him. Chen Mo felt the strain in his waist and back with every movement, his breaths coming in labored gasps. Yamamoto Keiko stayed closely beside him, her eyes constantly scanning the dense foliage, her spear slightly pointed ahead, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air like a tangible fog, permeating the surrounding woods. This odor served as a harbinger of danger, potentially alerting nearby creatures to the presence of the gigantic python, rendering the path home unexpectedly tranquil. Should we pause for a moment? Yamamoto Keiko observed Chen Mo's arduous progress, noting the struggle in his every step, concern etched in her gaze. Haven't you learned? Carrying a heavy load and resting only makes one more fatigued. Chen Mo recalled a lesson from his childhood, understanding that now was not the time to rest. They must push onward to the camp while they still had the strength. He compelled himself to remain alert and oriented. Yamamoto Keiko, too, carved a cross into a conspicuous tree trunk with her dagger, marking their lifeline. In the stillness of the jungle, only their labored footsteps echoed, accompanied by the rustling of leaves as the serpent's body dragged along the ground. Each whisper of the wind heightened Yamamoto Keiko's grip on her knife, her knuckles paling. Just a bit longer, we will soon reach the camp. Yamamoto Keiko gazed at the familiar trees before them, aware that the exit lay ahead. As they beheld the thicket, both Chen Mo and Keiko exhaled simultaneously in relief. However, before the breath could fully escape their lips, a tense and vehement argument wafted through the air intermittently, carried by the wind. Shen Yueru, can you please stop causing trouble? What right do you have to control me? Miss Shun, you are truly going too far. Lianxi, you too. Are you going to lecture me? You are Korean. What gives you the right to dictate to us Chinese? The voices were sharp, anxious, teetering on the brink of despair. It was Shen Yueru's voice, seemingly intertwined with the exasperated attempts at reasoning from Chen Wei and Lianxi. Something has happened at the camp. Both Chen Mo and Keiko felt a tightening in their chests simultaneously. A flicker of urgency flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he disregarded the searing pain and the heavy burden, hastening his pace and stumbling through the last few dense ferns. Keiko followed closely, her heart racing in her throat. When Chen Mo, drenched in blood and bearing the weight of the giant python, burst through the final obstructive banana leaf like a demon emerging from the depths of a hellish blood pool, time seemed to freeze at the edge of the camp. The clamor within the camp abruptly ceased. Everyone stood as if struck by an invisible hammer, momentarily frozen in place, their expressions morphing into a mask of sheer terror. Brother Chen Mo. Blood. So much blood. Is Brother Chen Mo hurt? Oh my goodness. Xia Xuanning clutched a small tattered cloth, and upon catching sight of Chen Mo, the cloth slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground with a soft thud. Her mouth involuntarily gaped open, unleashing a piercing scream that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Chen Wei also caught sight of Chen Mo, gasping in astonishment. Shen Yueru, who had been facing away from the entrance, abruptly turned around, her irritation with Li In she momentarily forgotten, upon seeing the blood-soaked figure bearing a colossal burden. Her face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. Shen Yueru's scream eclipsed even Xia Xuanning's, prompting her to tremble and scurry behind Li In she for refuge. In the corner, Su Mujin, who had remained silent, abruptly halted her movements. Her cold gaze, sharp as a precision probe, swept over Chen Mo's form, lingering on his waist, abdomen, and arms, areas that could be injured, her brow furrowing deeply. Chen Montak, you. Su Mujin rushed to Chen Mo's side, her heart pierced by a sharp pang of anguish, tears welling in her eyes. Lianxi's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, instantly locking onto Chen Mo, who resembled a bloodied specter, and the massive python coiled around him. A flicker of shock crossed her face, but instead of succumbing to panic like the others, she stepped forward to confront Chen Mo. Her expression grave and her voice laced with a forced calmness. Chen Mo, have you encountered danger? Were you injured? Her eyes, akin to a surgeon's scalpel, swiftly scanned the blood-soaked areas of his body. The weight of the serpent's corpse bore down on Chen Mo, nearly preventing him from standing upright. the acrid scent of blood assaulting his senses. No, I'm Fine. It's not my blood. Chen Mo gasped for breath, shifting his body to reveal the massive python's form more clearly to the terrified onlookers. We encountered some trouble along the way. The blood belongs to this creature. He attempted to dislodge the serpent from his shoulder, but his injured body rendered his movements clumsy and laborious. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to assist him, reaching out to help lift the massive python, only to discover it was beyond her strength. Yamamoto Keiko placed her spear on the ground and joined forces with Shi. Together, they hoisted the serpent, its heavy body crashing onto the ground of the camp with a dull thud, stirring a small cloud of dust. A collective shiver coursed through the others as they cast fearful glances at the colossal serpent, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Hearing that Chen Mo was unharmed, Xia Xuanning pressed her hand to her chest, gasping for air as if her earlier scream had consumed all the oxygen. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, her face still pale with lingering dread. Shen Yueru slowly released her hand from her mouth, her body no longer shaking like a leaf in the wind, but her eyes remained filled with terror as they fixated on the serpent's lifeless body, her stomach churning. A snake? Sitting on the ground, Xia Xuanning's voice trembled with disbelief. Such a massive serpent? My heavens, did you kill it? Her eyes brimmed with astonishment. Keiko Yamaguchi stepped before the crowd, gently placing her backpack on the ground. Her voice, though weary, carried a sense of relief that accompanied the completion of a task. Water. We have found fresh water, all thanks to Chen Mo. Her gaze fell upon Chen Mo, who bore dark bruises and exhibited a noticeably stooped posture, her eyes reflecting a blend of tenderness and unabashed admiration. Chen Mo's complexion was pale from excruciating pain, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. You all tidy up. I will wash up by the seaside. His voice remained hoarse, his body hunched as he staggered towards the camp. Soon, the others were engulfed by the pungent and metallic scent of blood that clung to him. I will fetch you some clothes, Su Mujin said, her heart aching at the sight of Chen Mo's exhausted face. To conceal her emotions, she turned away to retrieve his garments. Chen Mo, are you all right? Chen Wei inquired, leaning on her staff as she approached him, her eyes filled with concern. Fine, how is your injury? Chen Mo attempted to lighten the atmosphere, but the blood smeared across his face rendered his smile a painful grimace. Wah, brother Chen Mo. Xia Xuanning began to weep, her heart aching for him as she witnessed his frail figure and wearied expression. Here are your clothes. Su Mujin returned, her eyes slightly reddened. Shi, could you please take care of this snake in a little while? Chen Mo addressed Shi, the enormous python serving as their vital source of sustenance. Shi nodded in agreement, harboring great respect for Chen Mo. Subduing such a large serpent was no trivial task. Without pausing to linger, Chen Mo staggered towards the sea. I'll accompany you. After taking a few steps, Keiko Yamaguchi followed with a set of clothes in hand, her words causing the others to exchange glances. Chen Mo, however, said nothing, continuing his journey towards the sandy shore. Chapter 24. Diverse thoughts upon witnessing the silhouettes of Chen Mo and Yamaguchi Keiko departing together. The individuals within the camp exchanged glances, each harboring their own musings. Su Mujin tightly clutched the hem of her garment, her heart resonating with a delicate sound, as though something fragile had shattered within. Could it be they? Shen Yueru, having regained her composure from earlier trepidation, gazed inquisitively into the distance. Do not speak nonsense. Brother Chen Mo is not that kind of person, Chen Wei asserted, feeling a pinch of jealousy, yet still defending Chen Mo. Indeed, Brother Chen Mo is a good man, Xia Xuanning concurred, her tone unwavering as she nodded in bewilderment. Shi, meanwhile, cast a subtle glance at Su Mujin, her expression contemplative. These women, all prominent figures in the realm of society, found themselves undergoing unbidden transformations in their sentiments on this desolate island, where the solitary male presence within their group elicited unexpected emotions. In the outside world, connections with Chen Mo would have been improbable, and any budding feelings utterly inconceivable. Yet here, in the span of merely 2 days, He had become their sole reliance for survival. By the seaside, Chen Mo trudged heavily, oblivious to the thoughts of the women in the camp. His singular desire was to indulge in a refreshing slumber. "You stay here, I'll head over there," he instructed Yamaguchi Keiko, gesturing towards a spot facing the camp before moving in another direction. Keiko nodded gently and waded into the sea. As Chen Mo ventured further from the camp, the sun blazed overhead, rendering the surroundings vividly visible. Upon realizing he had distanced himself significantly, he submerged his weary body into the cool embrace of the water. When the waves lapped at his chest, he finally shed his clothing, inadvertently catching sight of Yamaguchi Keiko standing in the water not far away. Keiko stood waist-deep, her upper body exposed to the air, and though her back was to Chen Mo, he could discern the graceful contours of her figure. Whether by design or mere happenstance, she suddenly turned, her ample bosom causing a rush of blood to Chen Mo's head, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Unperturbed, Keiko gently washed herself in the water. "Keiko, you are truly beautiful," Xia Ning exclaimed upon seeing Yamaguchi Keiko return, eagerly approaching her. "Where is brother Chen Mo?" she inquired, her eyes lingering on Keiko's back. "I do not know," came the icy response, for apart from Chen Mo, Keiko had scarcely engaged with anyone in the group. "Oh," Xia Ning's face fell slightly, her lips pouting as she turned to leave. Only after Yamaguchi Keiko had departed did Chen Mo ascend from the water, rinsing his discarded clothes with simplicity. He had intended to indulge in a cigarette, only to realize he had forgotten to bring any. Upon re-entering the camp, Xia Ning approached him with a coconut in hand. "Brother Chen Mo, this is for you." "Thank you." Chen Mo accepted the coconut and swiftly drank the refreshing juice, feeling a significant alleviation of his discomfort. "Allow me to assist you in hanging your clothes." Xia Ning, with a bright smile, took the damp garments from Chen Mo's hands and eagerly dashed towards the camp. In that fleeting moment, a blush graced her cheeks. Chen Mo could only smile helplessly. This scene did not escape Su Mujin's notice. Her fingers instinctively tightened, as if she were making a momentous decision. "Chen Mo, come here." After a fierce internal struggle, Su Mujin inhaled deeply and called out to him. Her voice resonated throughout the camp, capturing everyone's attention. With her lips pressed together and her head held high, her gaze bore an unwavering determination, as if to assert her claim. Upon hearing Su Mujin summon him, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback but soon approached her. "Su Thun, what is it?" You need not address me as Su Zong. Just call me by my name." Su Mujin had originally prepared a myriad of words, yet upon hearing Chen Mo's formal address, she felt an inexplicable sense of distance between them, leaving her somewhat melancholic. "Do you not realize you are injured? Why must you be so reckless? If something were to happen to you." Su Mujin's gaze fell upon the wound on Chen Mo's right arm. A pang of inexplicable sorrow gripped her heart. Did this man not know how to cherish himself? It was an accident. Chen Mo, bewildered by Su Mujin's reaction, merely thought of himself as her protector. Should he falter, who would ensure her safety? "Please sit down. I shall tend to your wound." Su Mujin, looking up at Chen Mo, who towered over her, softened her tone, urging him to take a seat. "All right then." Chen Mo initially intended to decline, yet the earnestness in Su Mujin's expression compelled him to acquiesce. Although Chen Mo's arm had begun to heal, it had split open again during the struggle with the giant python. The bleeding had ceased, yet the gaping wound remained a ghastly sight. Su Mujin's heart tightened at the sight. Her hand trembled slightly as she grasped the cotton swab. How incredibly resilient this man must be. I. Su Mujin felt at a loss, unsure how to proceed with the wound. "I can manage it myself," sensing Su Mujin's discomfort. Chen Mo took the alcohol and iodine, pouring them into the wound with a roughness that shocked him. A sharp pain shot through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. His senses sharpened as he quickly cleaned the area with a cotton swab before reaching for the gauze. I will help you." Su Mujin, observing Chen Mo's actions, trembled with trepidation, yet she steeled herself and carefully began to bandage his wound. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his arm, feeling the taut muscles and warm skin, causing a peculiar sensation to flutter within her. When she glanced at Chen Mo, She found his eyes fixed on her, sending a jolt of surprise through her, akin to a girl caught in a moment of vulnerability, her heart racing. Let me take over. Chen Mo, puzzled by Su Mujin's behavior, was at a loss for what was happening today. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. With a couple of turns of gauze and a simple nod, he stood up, ready to resume his tasks. Gazing at the enormous python in the distance, Li Unhe, being a woman, could not help but feel an instinctive fear in its presence. Xia Shui stood afar, hesitant to approach, while Shen Yueru lingered by the rocks, secretly observing, her shoulders slightly trembling as she seemed to stifle her nausea and trepidation. Allow me, Chen Mo insisted, refusing to rest. After all, this giant python had been a hard-won catch, and he instinctively knew that their sustenance for the next few days relied on it. Would you like to take a moment to rest? Li Unhe inquired, her concern evident as she watched Chen Mo approach. No need. I must prepare the snake meat before nightfall. Otherwise, all our efforts would be in vain. Chen Mo glanced at the sun, which was already sinking in the west, and without a hint of hesitation, he unsheathed the military knife from his belt and crouched beside the python's lifeless body. Su Mujin, Xiao Shui. You two go fetch some banana leaves. Chen Mo initially intended to call Su, but recalling Mujin's request, he revised his words. Be careful. All right, Xiao Shui, come with me. Hearing Chen Mo's instructions, Su Mujin wasted no time and led Xia Shui towards the banana trees. Shen Yueru, assist by transporting the cut banana leaves. Unaware of the events that transpired at the camp earlier, Chen Mo assigned tasks to Shen Yueru, who was hiding in the distance. Why should I go? Shen Yueru exclaimed. But upon meeting Chen Mo's icy gaze, she swallowed the rest of her words. Always picking on me, she muttered under her breath, yet dared not oppose Chen Mo, reluctantly complying with his orders to gather the banana leaves. Unhe, step aside. I will remove the snake skin, and you may assist afterward. Chen Mo, noticing Li Unhe's uncertainty, understood that her discomfort stemmed from her emotional state and decided to take the lead in peeling off the skin to ease her burden. With the military knife in hand, he steadily sliced along the soft midline of the python's belly. The resilient skin was severed, revealing the pink muscle and white fat beneath. The air became thick with the scent of blood, mingling with an indescribable, unique odor belonging to cold-blooded creatures. Let me help you. Yamamoto Keiko approached from an unknown direction and squatted opposite Chen Mo to lend a hand. You must be tired. Perhaps you should take a break, Chen Mo suggested, observing the weariness etched on Yamamoto's face with genuine concern. I can manage. Yamamoto Keiko replied tersely, her voice still icy, yet a hint of a smile graced her lips, a rare treat reserved solely for Chen Mo. Seeing Yamamoto Keiko's arrival, Li Unhe steeled herself against her discomfort and joined in. The three worked diligently to carefully strip away the snake's skin and extract its innards. Chen Mo's movements were efficient and precise as he cut large chunks of the pale, marbled snake meat, each piece measuring the length of an adult's forearm, while Li Unhe arranged the meat on the large banana leaves brought over. Ugh! Wow! Shen Yueru, delivering the banana leaves, caught sight of the stark white snake meat, her stomach churning uncontrollably, as the potent scent of blood wafted towards her. She could no longer contain herself and began to retch. Alas, I can no longer endure. Shen Yueru, overwhelmed with grievance, burst into tears and dashed towards the shore, lamenting the indignities faced by a lady of the esteemed Shen family. Sigh, how long can such a young lady survive in this perilous wilderness? Li Anshi observed Shen Yueru's retreating figure, gently shaking her head, in this treacherous isle. Even adult men struggle for survival, let alone a delicate young lady. At this moment, Chen Mo had no time to spare for such concerns. His knife incessantly sliced through, swiftly peeling the snake's skin away. Let us clean this up and place it before the camp. Chen Mo handed the sizable, cold, scaly serpent skin, still stained with blood, to Yamamoto Keiko. She silently accepted it and moved to the opposite side of the camp, meticulously scraping off the residual fat and connective tissue with her dagger. This was not merely a valuable hide, but also a deterrent for other predators. The scent of the giant python would likely dissuade many smaller hunters. gazing at the divided snake meat. It was estimated to weigh around 200 pounds, sufficient sustenance for several individuals for 10 days. Brother Chen Mo, will we be eating this from now on? Tia Pue Ning, still a bit apprehensive, cautiously inquired from behind Su Mujin. Yes, for the next few days, while my wounds are unfit for swimming, we will make do with this. Chen Mo replied succinctly, understanding the psychological barrier everyone had towards consuming snake meat. However, having food was already a considerable fortune. All right, everyone, let us take the meat to the seaside for a wash, then dry it into jerky. Chen Mo noted that there was still ample daylight. Seizing the opportunity to process the snake meat, I shall fetch the basket. Su Mujin, suppressing her discomfort, turned to retrieve the basket woven by Lian Shi. Finally, the fruits of their labor from that day would be put to use. The group promptly became engrossed in their tasks. Even the injured Chen Wei began to portion the snake meat, meticulously arranging the pieces on the rocks to dry under the sun. Chapter 25. Reinforcing the shelter. In Chapter 25, the task of reinforcing the shelter unfolds. Shen Yueru felt a profound sense of grievance. After leaving the camp, she initially intended to venture off alone, yet as she distanced herself from the camp, the solitude began to weigh upon her heart, igniting a flicker of regret. Particularly, when her gaze fell upon the dense jungle, it loomed before her like the gaping maw of a fearsome beast, sending a chill racing down her spine. It was in that moment of realization that she regretted her impulsive decision and resolutely made her way back to the camp. Within the camp, white snake meat was laid out on the rocky surface, the neatly cut pieces appearing less terrifying than before as everyone busily attended to their tasks. Shen Yueru contemplated joining in to assist, but the sight of the pale meat, coupled with memories of the enormous python, stirred her stomach, causing a wave of nausea. Upon her return, the others refrained from commenting and continued their work. Huizi, would you like to take a moment to rest? Chen Montak inquired, observing the fatigued expression on Yamamoto Huizi's face. I'm fine, Yamamoto Huizi responded, her voice retaining its calmness. Then, let us fortify the camp. It seems we may encounter rain tonight. Chen Mo glanced upward, noting the ominous dark clouds gathering in the northwest, predicting rain based on his experience. All right, Yamamoto Huizi descended from the rocks. Xiao Shui, you and Huizi should gather some banana leaves while I chop a few trees. Chen Mo stated decisively. Springing into action, I'll join. Upon hearing Chen Mo's plan, Shen Yueru seized the opportunity to prove herself and approached Yamamoto Huizi. Having recovered from her earlier ailments, Shen Yueru found no difficulty in walking now. Chen Mo did not object, merely nodding in agreement. And she, lend me a hand. Mujin and Chen Wei, please boil the remaining meat. It will be ready by the time we finish. Chen Mo thoughtfully organized the remaining tasks. I'll accompany you to chop trees. Let she stay behind to cook. Su Mujin swiftly followed Chen Mo down from the rocks, her face radiating anticipation. Chen Mo glanced at Su Mujin and then at Lian Shi. Let Mujin join you. I will stay back. Li Aini Levon, acknowledging Sumo Yinisigarnis, said nothing more and proceeded to the cooking area. There is fresh water in the backpack. It must be boiled before drinking, so use that for cooking. Before departing, Chen Mo pointed to the backpack on the ground, issuing his instructions before taking Su Mujin with him. As they entered the jungle, Su Mujin felt her heart leap into her throat, confronted by the gnarled roots of ancient trees and the thick carpet of decaying leaves beneath her feet. A nervous scan of her surroundings revealed this was her first venture into such a wild expanse, and fear was inevitable. Do not be afraid. There are no dangers in this vicinity. Chen Mo reassured her softly, noticing her tension, as Su Mujin remained focused on her surroundings. She was unprepared for Chen Mo's sudden halt. In her distraction, she collided directly into his embrace. Just as she attempted to step back, her footing faltered, causing her to tumble. With swift reflexes, Chen Mo caught her securely. Are you all right? He asked with genuine concern. I'm fine, she stammered, recovering from the unexpected encounter. Lying in the robust embrace of Chen Mo, Su Mujin's heart began to race, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Be careful. Observing the flush on Su Mujin's face, Chen Mo assumed she was startled and gently offered reassurance. Oh, yes. Su Mujin SHY nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, Chen Mo turned to the left, where a cluster of trees, roughly the girth of his arms, stood. He instructed her, "Stay behind me." Upon hearing this, Su Mujin found herself frozen in place, transported back 2 decades in time. "You are nothing but a wild child without a father." A chubby boy sneered at the 7 or 8-year-old Su Mujin. Su Mujin is a wild child. Ha ha. A dozen or so children pointed and laughed at her. Tears streamed down young Su Mujin's face. "What are you doing?" A boy around 10 years old appeared before her, helping her to her feet. "Who are you? Get lost, or we'll beat you too." The leader of the group, the chubby boy, threatened angrily. "You are not worthy of knowing who I am," the boy declared, shielding Su Mujin, his expression betraying no fear. "Come on, let us beat him too." The group charged towards Su Mujin under the chubby boy's lead. "Stay behind me." Without hesitation, the boy positioned Su Mujin safely behind him and faced the oncoming crowd alone. "Big brother, does it hurt?" Su Mujin observed as the boy drove away her tormentors, his lips stained with blood. "It's nothing. I'll take you home." "Muyin." "Misu." Chen Mo called out repeatedly, noticing Su Mujin lost in thought. "Ah." She snapped back to reality, glancing at Chen Mo, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. "What is wrong?" he inquired, concern evident in his voice. I'm Fine." Su Mujin buried her feelings deep within. "Let's go back." Chen Mo gestured towards the campsite. "I'll help you carry it." It then dawned on Su Mujin that she had come to chop wood. However, she discovered that Chen Mo had already gathered the felled trees, bundling them into 2 stacks with a thicker stick placed in between, resembling a delicate transformation. "Never mind. There's still one on the ground. You can take that." Chen Mo indicated a branch as thick as an arm that lay on the ground, warmth flooding his heart. Su Mujin picked up the branch and followed closely behind him, mindful of her footing. Chen Mo reminded her once more, "Stay behind me," as he led the way back to the campsite. As they arrived, they found Yamamoto Keiko busily arranging banana leaves, while a pot on the stove simmered with snake meat, releasing a savory aroma. Chen Mo placed the 2 bundles of wood down and instructed, "Keiko, could you please fetch some more vines? The banana leaves should suffice." "All right, come with me," she replied. Yamaguchi Keiko uttered a command to Shen Yueru, who stood nearby. "Me?" Shen Yueru was taken aback by Yamaguchi Keiko's summons. And just as she was about to retort, she caught a glimpse of Yamaguchi's icy gaze, silencing the remainder of her words. Among the team, it was Yamaguchi Keiko who instilled the greatest fear in Shen Yueru, followed closely by Chen Mo Xiaoxue. "Mujin, come and lend me a hand." Chen Mo called out, beginning to assess the contours of the depression to create barriers on either side, thereby expanding the available space. He sharpened one end of a piece of wood, using the opposite end of the axe to drive it into the ground, placing 2 stakes every 20 centimeters to form a cross pattern. Before long, the wooden poles stood upright on both sides, establishing a rudimentary framework. "Vines are here." Yamaguchi Keiko returned at that moment, a bundle of vines slung over her shoulder. "I'm utterly exhausted." Shen Yueru followed closely behind her, also bearing a bundle of vines, panting heavily. As she placed the vines on the ground, she sank down beside it. "Keiko, Xiaoxue, you 2 are in charge of the west side. Secure the banana leaves with the vines," Chen Mo instructed, gesturing towards the westward framework. "Mujin, come assist me. We shall reinforce the eastern wall." Observing Shen Yueru sprawled on the ground, Chen Mo realized that she was unreliable, prompting him to enlist Su Mujin instead. The 4 of them swiftly became engrossed in their tasks, binding banana leaves to the walls, ensuring that even during daylight, the interior would remain shielded from the sun's rays. Noticing the situation, Lianxi instructed Chen Wei to tend to the pot and join the construction efforts. Within half an hour, the shelter was completed, providing refuge from even the heaviest downpour. With some materials remaining, Chen Mo constructed a simple canopy near the resting area. In the evening, he would gather the sun-dried meat into this shelter, alleviating concerns about the rain. After inspecting the sturdiness of the canopy, Chen Mo felt a surge of relief. At that moment, the pot emitted bubbling sounds. The pale pink snake meat gradually transformed in hue, shifting from a soft pink to an alluring, translucent white. A fragrant aroma, blending the savory essence of the meat with a hint of sweetness, began to waft through the camp, effectively dispelling the previously nauseating scent of blood and the earthy odor from the depths of the jungle. This enticing fragrance seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Gurgle. The first to betray hunger was Chen Mo's stomach. Shortly thereafter, Yamaguchi Keiko, who had last eaten in the morning, realized that neither she nor Chen Mo had consumed anything since. Chen Mo glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and his stomach could no longer endure the emptiness. Xia Ning gazed at the bubbling meat in the pot, her throat involuntarily tightening as the fragrant aroma replaced the hesitation in her eyes. "Sister Mujin, have you ever tasted this?" Xia Ning inquired curiously, seeking a semblance of courage. "I've heard that it's favored in Zhejiang province, but I have yet to try it." Su Mujin glanced nervously at the pot, and after a moment's contemplation spoke up. "Snake meat is truly delicious, and the soup is exceptionally fresh." Chen Wei replied calmly, acknowledging that while she lacked the courage to kill, she had no reservations about consuming it. Otherwise, she certainly would not dare to stew it herself. "Sister Chen Wei, have you tried it?" Xia Ning inquired incredulously, astonished that the delicate Chen Wei would utter such words. "Indeed, I hail from Wenshi, where our local market offers it," Chen Wei stated matter-of-factly. Lianxi quietly approached the pot, grasping a makeshift long chopstick carved from a twig, and gently stirred the chunks of meat to ensure they were evenly heated. Meanwhile, Shen Yueru remained seated on the ground, curiously gazing towards the pot, as her stomach emitted a loud grumble of protest that resonated starkly in the stillness of the campsite. Chapter 26. Fright of the rainy night. Chen Mo paid no heed to the thoughts of others. Hunger was an undeniable force. Some individuals, without requiring persuasion, would inevitably alter their perspectives when the time was right. Approaching the pot, he beheld the tender, pale snake meat and the creamy broth, inhaling the enticing aroma that wafted into his nostrils. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a perfectly cooked piece of quivering, snow-white snake meat with a twig and savored it. It was time to eat. As he chewed the delectable meat, its exquisite flavor mingled with a subtle sweetness, prompting him to fill a bowl, meticulously carved by himself that morning, with the broth before selecting several pieces of snake meat to offer to Chen Wei. "Here you go." "Thank you, Brother Chen Mo." Chen Wei responded with a radiant smile as she accepted the bowl. Chen Mo filled another bowl, noticing the curious gazes of the others upon him. He said nothing further, retreating to a corner to satiate his hunger first. Chen Wei tentatively took a small bite, and indeed, a delightful blend of pure meatiness and an indescribable sweetness enveloped her palate. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her smile genuine. Su Mujin, trusting Chen Wei's judgment, also took a piece of snake meat from the pot, adding some broth. She closed her eyes as she tasted the meat. With each chew, her eyes widened. It was not as terrifying as she had anticipated, but rather exquisitely flavorful. "Sister Mujin, how is it?" Xia Ning inquired eagerly, her expression brimming with curiosity. "Delicious," Su Mujin replied succinctly. Xia Ning, encouraged, hesitated no longer, imitating Su Mujin's actions. She sampled the dish, finding the taste indeed pleasing. Yamamoto Keiko said nothing, simply filling her bowl to the brim before sitting down near Chen Mo, indulging heartily. Lianxi also joined in, relishing the meal without hesitation. Gurgle. Shen Yueru felt a profound discomfort, reluctant to consume snake meat, yet her stomach protested incessantly. Faced with the subtle sounds of her companions feasting and her own belly's thunderous complaints, Shen Yueru succumbed to despair. Torn between overwhelming grievance and physiological necessity, her nose tinged with sadness as her eyes involuntarily reddened. With a sudden pivot, she turned away from everyone, nearly racing to the pot. Her actions bore a desperate resolution, yet her extreme hunger rendered her somewhat unsteady. Grasping a pair of rudimentary wooden chopsticks, she averted her gaze from the bubbling morsels, tightly shutting her eyes. With reckless abandon, she clumsily fished out the smallest piece of white snake meat, daring not to look at it swiftly shoving it into her mouth with a tragic, almost fatalistic bravado. The scalding morsel seared her mouth, causing Shen Yueru to instinctively gasp for air, tears spilling forth from the pain and her sense of injustice. However, just as she began to chew it clumsily, preparing to swallow with steely resolve, her movements abruptly froze. Her tear-filled eyes, previously tightly shut, flew open in shock, filled with an overwhelming disbelief that bordered on the absurd. The chewing ceased, and she sat there, dazed, with the piece of snake meat lingering in her mouth. Her expression frozen in astonishment. The aroma. It was far from the imagined pungency and repulsiveness of reptiles. Under the gaze of all, Shen Yu's throat rolled slightly as she swallowed the meat. Subsequently, amidst the astonished stares, Shen Yu once again reached for her chopsticks, this time decisively grasping the largest, thickest, and most enticingly simmered piece of snake meat in the pot. The swiftness and ferocity of her actions were a stark contrast to her earlier defiance. Ha ha! Witnessing Shen Yu's actions, the crowd erupted in laughter. What are you all laughing at? Am I not allowed to be hungry? Shen Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as she stamped her foot and began to ladle soup into her bowl. The meal concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, and the women found their discomfort dissipating, leaving them with a lingering sense of satisfaction. I'm going to take a nap. After finishing her meal, Yamaguchi Keiko felt an overwhelming fatigue. She called out and made her way to the laid-out blanket, reclining on the eastern side. Chen Mo, you've also had a long day. Why don't you rest a bit too? We can handle the rest, Chen Wei gently urged, glancing at Chen Mo, who appeared even more fatigued than Yamaguchi. All right, before it gets dark, let us gather the dried meat. Chen Mo felt the need for rest as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure. Noticing Yamaguchi Keiko reclining against the eastern side, he lay down on the opposite side and soon drifted into slumber. As the sun gradually set in the west, Chen Mo remained deep in sleep. Since it was daytime and they were in a camp, he had no worries about the safety of the group, allowing him to sleep soundly. Su Mujin and the others refrained from disturbing him, moving quietly to gather the dried snake meat before nightfall, placing it in a makeshift shelter. Meanwhile, dark clouds began to coalesce in the northwest, heralding an impending storm. Plop! As the first raindrop fell, the rain intensified, and the sky turned pitch black. It's really raining. Xia Shui Ning hurried into the camp, watching as the raindrops grew larger and exclaiming. Fortunately, Chen Mo renovated the shelter. Otherwise, we'd be in dire straits tonight. Chen Wei regarded the still sleeping Chen Mo with a hint of admiration. Even Shen Yu fell silent, casting a complex glance at the slumbering Chen Mo. Let us not disturb him. If you're tired, go rest. I'll keep watch, Su Mujin said, glancing back at Chen Mo. A flicker of complexity crossing her face. Grabbing the fire axe, she settled beside the fire. I'm not sleepy yet. I'll keep you company. She also picked up a nearby spear and sat opposite Su Mujin. Xia Xuanning joined them. I'm not sleepy either. I've never seen rain this heavy. I want to watch. Emerging from the shadows of the plane crash, she began to reclaim her innocent demeanor. I can't sleep either. Chen Wei leaned on her stick and sat beside Su Mujin. I wonder what the world is like after our plane crash. She mused, gazing outside with a sense of melancholy, despite the obscurity of the view. It has been 2 days since we went missing, surpassing the critical 48 hours. Yet there has been no news regarding our search and rescue. Su Mujin wore a faint expression of sorrow. Given that we were aboard an international flight, populated with numerous esteemed entrepreneurs, it is inconceivable that no information has emerged after such a period, mused Lianxi. By the way, Mujin, were you en route to Country A for the International Forum? Lianxi appeared to recall something, gazing at Su Mujin with question. Yes, I was invited, replied Su Mujin, puzzled by Lianxi's inquiry. I was as well. Furthermore, the business class was predominantly filled with them. The revelation from Lianxi left Su Mujin momentarily speechless. She turned to glance at Shen Yueru, who, perplexed, exclaimed, Why are you looking at me? It was my father who asked me to attend some exchange meeting. Could this be related to the plane crash? However, Chen Wei, having overheard their conversation, was equally astonished. That involved hundreds of individuals, all distinguished figures in their respective fields. The enigma of the plane crash seemed to deepen. Stop pondering, regardless of the circumstances. We are alive, are we not? Lianxi sighed softly, choosing not to delve further into the discussion. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed through the air, followed by a blinding flash of lightning, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. Ah! A scream, more piercing than the thunder, erupted behind Su Mujin and the others just as the thunder faded. Before they could react, Chen Mo sprang up like a fish out of water, darting towards the fire, anxiously surveying the group. Keiko Yamaguchi responded with remarkable swiftness, brandishing another spear as she approached the fire alongside Chen Mo, Shen Yueru. Chen Mo glanced at the source of the sound, his expression icy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Shen Yueru trembled, as if confronted by something terrifying, her throat constricted, producing a hissing sound, her fingers quivering as they pointed ahead, her gaze fixated on the inky darkness beyond. Chen Mo turned to follow the direction of her finger, and once more a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, causing even him to tense in apprehension. At the entrance of the jungle, two indifferent gazes materialized, eerily glowing with a sinister green light. Those eyes held no emotion, with golden pupils that radiated an otherworldly charm, fixated on the camp. That is, Keiko Yamaguchi had also moved forward, recognizing the ominous gaze from afar. It was a light of vengeance. It is it. Chen Mo uttered 2 words, confirming Keiko's suspicion, while the others remained bewildered. The rain intensified, the night outside as dark as ink, rendering visibility non-existent. Only the flickering light surrounding the fire offered some illumination. Yet, Chen Mo's gaze seemed to pierce through the obsidian night, locking eyes with the creature lurking in the distance. Mujin, assist Chen Wei into the shelter, and Xiaoxue, you too. Chen Mo's tone was grave, his voice leaving no room for dissent. All right. Su Mujin did not perceive anything in the distance. Yet based on the tone of Chen Mo and Yamamoto Keiko, it was evident that whatever lay ahead was far from ordinary. Thus, he assisted Chen Wei as they ventured inward. Keiko, Unhe, you shall remain here, Chen Mo contemplated, ultimately deciding to assign Yamamoto Keiko and Li Un-he to guard the entrance. No, you cannot go. Yamamoto Keiko urgently grasped Chen Mo, her voice laced with tension. Is it that creature? Li Un-he, having glimpsed those ominous eyes moments ago, harbored her own suspicions, her expression grave. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a pair. The attention of such a creature was indeed foreboding. However, Chen Mo felt a slight sense of relief. As a beast, it would inherently harbor a fear of fire. Nevertheless, he knew he must devise a solution. Staying here was simply untenable. Indeed, the creature that had recently manifested was another colossal python, and he was taken aback to realize that 2 of these serpents resided deep within the jungle. It appeared that this creature had approached the vicinity of the camp just before the rain began, fortuitously seen by Shen Yueru. A crack of thunder echoed. In the fleeting moment illuminated by lightning, Chen Mo's gaze returned to the location of the giant python, only to discover that it had not shifted, which left him perplexed. Chen Mo, remain calm. The night is not in our favor. Yamamoto Keiko seized Chen Mo, attempting to dissuade him from proceeding. Chapter 27. The struggle beneath the rainy night. The night was as dark as pitch, rendering visibility non-existent. Extending one's hand yielded nothing but shadows. The distance was scarcely 2 meters, yet this was not the limit of the beasts lurking beyond. To compound matters, a torrential downpour besieged the surroundings, with raindrops as thick as fingers relentlessly battering the ground, soon forming a small stream before them. What lay ahead? At that moment, Su Mujin approached. Return. Chen Mo's tone was frigid as he noted Su Mujin's proximity. He could not allow her and the others to be informed, lest panic or even despair ensue. Su Mujin felt a pang in her heart upon hearing Chen Mo's words. This was the first time he had spoken to her with such coldness. Sister Mujin, Chen Wei, sensing the chill in Chen Mo's demeanor, quickly called out to Su Mujin. I'm sorry, Su Mujin replied, her voice laced with disappointment as she retreated to the back, clenching her hands tightly, her mind a blank. How would he shout at me like that? There's an old saying in Huaxia, fear not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. And what's more, this was a creature bent on vengeance. A mere flicker of light would not suffice. Chen Mo understood that night was not the ideal time for confrontation, yet faced with this vengeful giant serpent. Should it choose to fight to the death, casualties among the team would be inevitable. But if something happens to you, what will become of us? Lianxi did not finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. If Chen Mo were to fall, would the rest of them survive? Suddenly, a sound akin to something scraping against the ground reached their ears. Not good. It's coming. Chen Mo's heart raced. The very scenario he had dreaded was unfolding. He swiftly grasped the fire axe. Huizi, bring out the flashlight and use the beam to disorient it, he commanded. At this moment, he held the advantage, while the giant serpent remained concealed in the shadows. Fortunately, they had a powerful flashlight at their disposal. Wait for me. I'll stand by your side. Yamamoto Huizi did not hesitate, seizing the flashlight from the rocky wall and positioning herself beside Chen Mo. Having collaborated with him before, they shared a mutual understanding. And guard the entrance. Everyone close your eyes. Chen Mo's voice was icy yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. At that juncture, Su Mujin regained her composure, realizing the necessity of obeying Chen Mo, even if she was unsure of what lurked outside. From the snippets of conversation, she had gleaned some inkling of the peril they faced. Listen to Chen Mo, close your eyes. Su Mujin instructed Chen Wei and Xiao Shui beside her, pulling the still-dazed Shen Yueru close, covering her eyes with her hand to prevent any sound from escaping. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo organized their response and stepped out of the campsite, with Yamamoto Huizi following closely, the beam of the flashlight illuminating the source of the sound. Indeed, the massive serpent, identical to the one encountered earlier that day, was slowly slithering forward, its head darting aside as the bright light struck it. Raindrops incessantly pelted Chen Mo's face, momentarily disorienting him and causing his eyes to squint. Huizi, remember, keep the flashlight aimed at the creature's eyes, Chen Mo reiterated, his steps unwavering as he cautiously approached the giant serpent. Keiko Yamaguchi closely followed Chen Mo, holding a flashlight in one hand while tightly gripping a spear in the other. Despite the rain soaking her, cold sweat trickled down her back. At the entrance of the camp, He felt her heart rise to her throat as she glanced back at the four women inside, silently praying for Chen Mo's success. The giant python's eyes were devoid of emotion. Sensing Chen Mo's gradual approach, it twisted its body, yet did not advance, as the intense light forced it to retreat. Keiko, Chen Mo called softly, making a few gestures before vanishing into the shadows, maneuvering towards the side of the python. Yamaguchi, sensing their unspoken understanding, fixed her gaze on the python's movements, ready to distract it. The python seemed to perceive something, preparing to turn its head. Suddenly, without waiting for the python to fully turn, Yamaguchi struck the ground with her spear, ensuring the creature remained on guard. Indeed, the python's head swung around, but upon facing the blinding light in Yamaguchi's hand, it instinctively averted its gaze, while its tail thrashed against the ground, splashing rainwater everywhere with a cacophony of sound. Chen Mo remained concealed in the darkness, observing the python. Although the heavy rain limited his visibility, he could still discern the creature's position thanks to the powerful beam from Yamaguchi's flashlight. Upon spotting the python, a frown creased his brow. It appeared significantly different from earlier in the day, its body unusually swollen with a notably distended abdomen. Pregnant? Chen Mo pondered, then dismissed the thought. No, it must have swallowed something undigested. His spirits lifted. If that were the case, his chances of success had greatly increased. Utilizing the sound of the rain as cover, he cautiously approached the python, which was becoming increasingly agitated by Yamaguchi's light, thrashing its massive body restlessly. Yet, she maintained her distance, denying it any opportunity for an attack. In this tense standoff, Chen Mo had stealthily closed in on the python, positioning himself precisely at its vulnerable spot. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the fire axe tightly. The python's spine chilled as it sensed impending danger, its instincts sharper than any human's. and it abruptly turned its head towards Chen Mo's location. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Mo roared, striking with precision at the python's vulnerable spot before it could fully orient itself. The axe plunged deep into the creature's flesh with a sickening thud. A torrent of thick, warm snake blood erupting forth, splattering Chen Mo's face and hands with its acrid warmth. The python emitted a piercing, anguished hiss, a sound sharp and twisted, starkly contrasting with its previous threatening hisses. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo swiftly leaped away, narrowly avoiding being ensnared by the python's massive coils. In the fleeting moment that Chen Mo leaped aside, the colossal python executed a roll, its body convulsing violently. The force of its tail intensified, relentlessly striking the ground with a series of resounding thuds. The surrounding terrain lay in disarray. Huizi, move aside, Chen Mo warned urgently as he just cleared the danger. Hearing his voice, Yamaguchi Keiko swiftly retreated, creating distance between herself and the serpent in an instant. This sequence of actions transpired within the span of 5 breaths. Only after the two had distanced themselves did the python's tail begin to sweep across the ground, revealing a gruesome wound at its 7-inch mark, from which blood gushed forth incessantly. Chen Mo returned to Yamaguchi Keiko's side, demanding, "Hand me the spear." He transferred the bloodied fire axe to her, for the python was thrashing about, rendering close combat impossible, thus necessitating a long-range assault with the spear. "Be careful." Yamaguchi Keiko gripped the axe, a warm, viscous sensation emanating from her hands, while the acrid scent of blood filled her nostrils. "Continue," Chen Mo uttered, seizing the spear and swiftly maneuvering away as Yamaguchi Keiko utilized her flashlight to keep the python at bay. At this juncture, the python's eyes glinted with a profound malice. Its massive head no longer shying away from the light. Dragging its blood-soaked form, its tail writhed in agitation, as if resolved to deliver a final strike. "You're easy. Don't stand still," Chen Mo cautioned upon observing the serpent's movements, his voice piercing through the rain. The python, harboring a deeper resentment for Chen Mo, pivoted its massive head the moment it heard his voice, launching itself recklessly toward him. "Beast, perish!" Taking advantage of the bright light, Chen Mo saw the python open its gaping maw. Instead of retreating, he advanced, spear in hand. With a piercing sound, the spear plunged into the python's mouth, emerging from a 7-inch wound with precision. At the moment of impact, Chen Mo released his grip, leaping away once more. He understood that holding on would result in being flung by the serpent's strength. Indeed, upon feeling the thrust of the spear, the python's massive head thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge the weapon. Yet with each thrash, the wound widened, staining the ground crimson as the serpent's struggles weakened. Chen Mo circled back, grasping the fire axe, and with a fierce swing, he brought it down upon the python's 7-inch wound. A sickening sound echoed as the axe cleaved into flesh, nearly severing half of its head. Observing the python's struggles diminishing, Chen Mo wasted no time, striking twice more until the serpent's head was completely severed, its body convulsing in its final throes. With a sigh of relief, Chen Mo felt the weight of exhaustion wash over him, a wave of dizziness enveloping him. "Are you all right?" Yamaguchi Keiko steadied the faltering Chen Mo, her concern palpable. "I'm fine, let's head back." Casting a glance back at the colossal python lying in a pool of its own blood, I could not help but feel a profound sense of relief. The night had not only affected me, the serpent had also succumbed to the night's influence. Had it not been for the blinding beam of my flashlight, I might have met my demise this very night. Fortunately, all was now at an end. Upon hearing footsteps, I beheld Keiko Yamaguchi supporting Chen Mo as he returned. Su Mujin and the others also stirred from their slumber. "Ah, a ghost!" cried Shen Yueru, who had just opened her eyes, still reeling from the earlier shock. She was confronted with the ghastly sight of Chen Mo's face smeared with thick, congealed blood, with bits of flesh clinging to his body, a vision that profoundly unsettled her soul. Su Mujin trembled all over, though unaware of the conditions outside. The sight of Chen Mo's precarious stance made it evident that he had endured a fierce battle, her eyes clouded with a mist of concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired, her body still quaking as she rushed to his side, suppressing her discomfort to gaze at him with deep concern. "I'm fine. Just need a rest for a moment," Chen Mo replied weakly, as Yamaguchi released her hold on him and settled by the fire alone. Chapter 28. A grim situation and establishing rules in the face of the dire circumstances. Chen Mo refrained from providing further explanations, setting aside the fire axe he had wielded. Li and she hastily approached, presenting a basket before him. "First, wash your face." This basket, woven during daylight hours, was lined with banana leaves and originally intended to collect rainwater. It was then that Chen Mo realized the thick, foul blood of the giant python still clung to his face, and each breath was heavy with the stench of decay. The feeling of exhaustion had yet to dissipate, so he cupped the rainwater from the basket, washing his face with a simple gesture. The night air, washed clean by the downpour, had grown even colder, and the icy water cascaded over his cheeks, making him acutely aware of the biting chill that lashed against him. Without glancing at the others, Chen Mo retrieved a cigarette, lighting it gently. He inhaled deeply, the haze of smoke enveloping him, and as he exhaled, a sense of rejuvenation washed over him. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon this comfort. Though it was somewhat harsh, it alleviated much of his fatigue. "All right, everyone, feel free to rest." After finishing his cigarette, he noticed the eyes of the group fixed upon him, filled with a mix of fear and tension, yet none spoke. Chen Mo felt compelled to address them. "Huizi, you should change your clothes too." He observed Yamamoto Huizi, seated across from him, her garments completely drenched. Despite the warmth of the fire, he could see her shivering slightly. After his comment, he turned his gaze away, signaling his intent not to look. Yamamoto Huizi wasted no time, moving to a more secluded spot, and soon the rustling of fabric reached Chen Mo's ears. "Wow, that is quite something." Shen Yueru, seemingly lost in thought, exclaimed loudly as she witnessed Huizi disrobing. Although Chen Mo had already heard the sounds of her changing clothes, the reaction of a certain part of him was stirred by Shen Yueru's outburst, nearly compelling him to glance back. Yet he forced himself to remain still, resolutely seated. Does this Shen Yueru not realize she is addressing a man? Chen Montak pondered. Upon hearing her voice, the other women also turned their curious gazes inward, then returned to Chen Mo, their hearts fluttering with intrigue. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Shen Yueru stammered, her embarrassment palpable. Yet when she noticed that Yamamoto Huizi bore no anger and instead puffed her chest slightly, she fell into a deeper silence. However, the true awkwardness emerged when Yamamoto Huizi finished changing. "Aren't you going to change?" Li and she teased, prompting the collective gaze of the group to shift toward Chen Mo. Their expressions ranged from bashfulness to curiosity, with Xia Xuanning's eyes inadvertently drawn to Chen Mo's chest. Chen Wei's face flushed with a hint of crimson, and even Shen Yueru stared at him with keen interest. Chen Mo felt a wave of unease wash over him, thinking, what is the meaning of this? Chen Mo, gidge, your clothes. Xia Xuanning produced a set of garments that had been drying earlier that afternoon, extending them toward him. "Don't worry, we won peak." Xia Xuanning's voice was as soft as a whisper, and after speaking, she playfully stuck out her tongue. "Indeed, we all turn away." Li and she echoed with a hint of amusement. However, Chen Mo sensed an undercurrent of hostility in everyone's gazes. He trembled slightly, uncertain if it was from the cold or something else. "I'll go wash up outside," Chen Mo announced, rising abruptly, while the women regarded him with expressions more fearsome than that of a giant python. The icy rain cascaded over him, instantly cleansing the heat from his body and eradicating the lingering scent of blood. Upon returning to the campsite, he found all the women facing the rock wall, their backs turned to him. Chen Mo cleared his throat softly to signal his return. "Brother Chen Mo, rest assured, we won peak." Xia Xuanning's voice floated back to him. Chen Mo said nothing further. It was his first time changing clothes in front of women, especially with 6 of them present. Yet, he was the type to be bashful. He picked up a clean set of clothes and began a change. The women whispered amongst themselves. "Is brother Chen Mo starting to undress?" Xia Xuanning's voice inquired. "You'll find out if you just look," Shen Yueru replied. Aren't you too aware of modesty? Chen Wei's reproachful tone broke in. With only Chen Mo as the man here, if we were to be stranded, I doubt you would remain modest, Lian Shi chimed in. Xiao Shui, turn around and take a look. Shen Yueru continued her teasing. No, I'm still young. I haven't even dated yet. Tia Tue ning protested aneo. Chen Mo must have an 8-pack. Shen Yueru speculated. Enough of this chatter. Su Mujin interjected coldly, though her heart began to feel conflicted. Lian Shi's earlier remark made Su Mujin ponder a troubling question. If they truly couldn't return, would she really be stranded on the island with Chen Mo? As this thought crossed her mind, a faint blush crept onto her face, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. It seemed that perhaps not returning wasn't so bad after all. There were no urban intrigues here, no need to manage that tedious company. And Chen Mo was indeed quite remarkable. The deeper Su Mujin thought, the further her imagination wandered. All right, Chen Mo's voice abruptly interrupted her train of thought, prompting everyone to turn back. Chen Mo, do you have a wife? Lian Shi suddenly asked, leaving not only Chen Mo stunned, but also piquing the curiosity of the others. Su Mujin was equally intrigued. Although Chen Mo belonged to her, she knew little about his personal life. No, Chen Mo replied curtly, then settled down in front of the fire. Why not choose one among us? Lian Shi's audacious suggestion left Chen Mo speechless, his hand poised mid-motion as he looked at the women in disbelief. The women, each harboring their own thoughts, turned their gazes toward Chen Mo after Lian Shi's proposition. Chen Mo scanned the 6 women before him. It was undeniable that they were not only societal elites, but also possessed remarkable beauty. Su Mujin exuded an icy demeanor, yet her height of 172 centimeters, coupled with a dangerously alluring waist and legs, not to mention her exquisite visage, earned her the title of the most beautiful female CEO in the city. Shen Yueru, though somewhat headstrong, stood at 168 centimeters, boasting a voluptuous figure, an elongated neck, and a delicate countenance that rivaled Su Mujin's beauty. Xia Xuanning possessed a doll-like face, a quintessential starlet appearance, and a petite stature of 165 centimeters, appearing almost fragile. Chen Wei, towering at 174 centimeters, stood out amongst her peers, her long legs eclipsing even the most celebrated models. Yamamoto Keiko, with a height akin to Xia Xuanning, carried a unique charm all her own. Lian Shi, embodying the archetype of a Korean beauty, appeared refreshingly natural, exuding an intellectual allure, likely a byproduct of her profession as a designer. Gulp. Chen Mo swallowed hard. Here I am, merely a security guard, and my sole mission is to ensure everyone's survival. He steeled himself, resolutely stating, let us not dwell on this. We are stranded on an uninhabited island. Anything goes. Once we return to the city, our paths will diverge. Huh, no wonder you're single. Your courage is lacking. Shen Yueru remarked, her lips curling in disdain as she noted Chen Mo's discomfort. All right, if anyone is restless, let us engage in conversation. Chen Mo chose not to linger on the earlier topic, recognizing that survival was of utmost priority. The shelter had expanded significantly, providing ample space for the group, and they settled around the fire, their earlier disdain dissipating. Chen Mo understood that Lian Shi's teasing was a means to alleviate the group's anxiety, and he cast her a grateful glance. Let us discuss the state of our camp. He began, surveying the 6 women before him. You may have already surmised what we encountered earlier. Was it a companion of that creature? Chen Wei inquired cautiously. Chen Montauk nodded. Typically, snakes are solitary, but it is not unusual for larger ones to have companions. Is there more? Shen Yueru exclaimed in terror, her body trembling involuntarily. Even in the absence of a giant python, other dangers may lurk. The situation is dire. Chen Mo realized that certain truths could not remain concealed. They needed to foster a sense of urgency among the group, lest cohesion falter. Let us review the camp's condition. He spoke in a somber tone, his gaze sweeping over the group like a searchlight. Chen Wei's injury had not worsened and was beginning to heal. However, their freshwater supply was critically low, sufficient for only one more day. Su Mujin, managing the supplies, detailed their current predicament. It seems the snake meat could sustain us for up to 10 days. But fresh water is our most pressing concern, Chen Mo acknowledged, appreciating Su Mujin's clarity. Moreover, we must address the issue of team unity, Lianxi added, casting a glance at Shen Yueru. What are you looking at me for? I never said we weren't united, Shen Yueru retorted, her earlier bravado faltering as the day's events weighed heavily on her mind. If today I truly depart from the team, and later encounter a torrential downpour accompanied by that great serpent, the mere thought sent shivers coursing through Shen Yueru's entire being. I shall just focus on my work from now on. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Chen Mo refrained from approaching Shen Yueru. Anyone faced with such circumstances would find it difficult to accept, let alone someone of her privileged status. We have been stranded here for 2 days, with no signs of rescue in sight. Everyone has witnessed the dire situation. Even to quench our thirst, we must confront this deadly jungle. Chen Mo deliberately paused, his keen gaze sweeping across each face. I understood that everyone here is an elite in the city, even a prize jewel in their own right. But now we must confront the stark reality. If we remain disunited, none of us may survive. Chen Mo, please speak. We are all ears, Chen Wei remarked, sensing the grave atmosphere. First and foremost, we must cast aside our identities. At least until rescue arrives, we are no longer distinguished individuals or elites. We are mere survivors. Next, we need to delineate responsibilities. In times of crisis, we must adhere to directives without hesitation. We cannot afford to squabble over trivial matters. Chen Mo's voice was cold yet underscored a crucial point. After these 2 days of interaction, we have grown somewhat familiar with one another. It is now time to formally unite as a team and select a captain and a vice-captain. Chen Mo articulated the decision he had contemplated. Chapter 29. Team Building Selecting a Team Leader? Shen Yueru exclaimed, her gaze bewildered as it shifted from Chen Mo to Su Mujin. I concur. Only through unity can we survive. Lianxi was the first to voice her support, having observed for 2 days and ready to join this collective. Not solely because Su Mujin had saved her, but more significantly due to Chen Mo's sense of responsibility. I agree. Yamamoto Keiko, ever concise, spoke in her usual icy tone. With a tranquil gaze, Su Mujin stated, I agree. Without rules, there are no boundaries. I have no objections. Tia tue ning noted affirmativedi. What are you looking at me for? I never expressed dissent. After witnessing the unanimous support, Shen Yueru shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. Chen Montak acknowledget. Let us first elect a leader. Those who feel capable may self-nominate. Silence enveloped the group, save for the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Thoughts were varied, with currents of hidden emotions flowing beneath the surface. Brother Chen Mo, Xia Xuanning almost immediately called out, her urgency palpable. I choose Brother Chen Mo. If it weren't for him yesterday, her words trailed off, eyes filled with admiration for a hero. I also choose Brother Chen Mo. Chen Wei's gaze softened, expressing her unwavering trust in him. Chen Mo, Yamamoto Keiko's voice was light yet resolute. He possesses strength and experience, capable of safeguarding everyone. Lianxi nodded, recognizing that without Chen Mo, they might not witness the dawn of tomorrow. This was the crux of her support. I agree as well, Shen Yueru acknowledged, acknowledging that only Chen Mo could provide a sense of security. Su Mujin looked at Chen Mo, her tone unwavering. Chen Mo, feeling the weight of the responsibility deepen. Chen Mo understood that he must uphold the trust of Chen Wei, the reliance of Xia Xuanning, and the necessary protection of Su Mujin. Since everyone had chosen him, he hoped they would work together to overcome challenges. Next, let us select a vice-captain. Why do we need a vice-captain? Xia Xuanning questioned, puzzled by the complexity of it all given their small number. When a leader is absent, the vice-captain will oversee the team and delegate tasks. Chen Mo succinctly clarified. Then I choose Sister Keiko. After surveying the group, Xia Xuanning decided on Keiko, adding, Sister Keiko can assist Brother Chen Mo. I also choose Miss Keiko. Lianxi affirmed after glancing at the others. I concur. Shen Yueru, though reluctant to select Keiko, found no alternative. Then I too will support Miss Keiko. Chen Wei decided, casting a supportive glance toward her. Su Mujin regarded Yamamoto Keiko, contemplating her choice. Had it not been for the events of the day, She might have chosen herself. However, a tinge of disappointment washed over her. She nodded slightly. I too choose Keiko. Yet, just as the words settled, Yamamoto Keiko abruptly raised her head, her voice urgent. I disagree. Management is not my forte. I will assist Chen Mo in handling danger. After Yamaguchi Keiko spoke, she turned to Chen Mo, her expression resolute. This firm refusal left everyone astonished, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chen Mo, observing Yamaguchi Keiko's unwavering stance, realized that he, too, did not wish for her to assume the role of vice captain, as their synergy in collaboration was palpable. Should Yamaguchi Keiko become the vice captain, one of them would inevitably have to remain behind during their expeditions. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo shifted his gaze towards Su Mujin. Su Mujin was also taken aback by Yamaguchi Keiko's refusal. Yet when Chen Mo's eyes fell upon her, she felt a flicker of uncertainty. I believe Keiko has a point. I nominate Eunhee as vice captain. Su Mujin deliberated, glancing around at the others, prioritizing the greater good. She recognized that Lee Eunhee was exceptionally capable, yet since her joining, she had struggled to integrate into the team. If Lee Eunhee were to become vice captain, it would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks for the group. Me? Lee Eunhee was equally surprised by Su Mujin's choice, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, she comprehended the reasoning behind it. Perhaps it would be better if Mujin took on the vice captaincy. I will fully support you. After some consideration, Lee Eunhee made her decision, acknowledging that Su Mujin was indeed more suited for management. This prompted Su Mujin to hesitate, casting a glance at Chen Mo, seeking his input. I have no objections, Chen Mo declared decisively, responding to Su Mujin's inquiring gaze. He then added, with an unmistakable tone, however, Eunhee, you must commit entirely. Understood. Lee Eunhee nodded earnestly, at that moment binding herself to the team completely. I concur. Chen Wei was the first to raise her hand in agreement, believing Su Mujin to be the optimal choice. I also support this. Xia Xuanning stood up in affirmation. I have no objections. Keiko exhaled in relief, quickly glancing at Shen Mo. Once again, the group turned their attention to Shen Yueru. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Shen Yueru felt somewhat awkward. She did not wish for Su Mujin to become vice captain, yet she was uncertain about whom else to choose and recognized she lacked the authority to decide. I agree. Shen Yueru shot a displeased glance at Su Mujin, huffing lightly. Shen Yueru, I hope you remember your choice. Should any internal discord arise, I will not hesitate to expel you. Chen Mo's voice was icy, fully aware of Shen Yueru's potential as a destabilizing factor, and he deemed it necessary to issue a warning. What if you all turn against me? Shen Yueru retorted defiantly. If you wish to leave the team, you are free to do so. Since you have chosen to stay, you will be treated equally. Should anyone target you, feel free to voice your concerns. But if you stir trouble, you know the consequences. Chen Mo's tone remained frigid, yet he provided Shen Yueru with a clear stance. Rest assured, as long as you do not hinder our progress, we will treat you fairly. After all, you are part of the team. Su Mujin's voice was steady, addressing Shen Yueru's concerns openly. Since everyone has chosen me as vice captain, I will do my utmost to assist the captain within the framework of our rules, managing daily affairs and resource allocation. Su Mujin's words were understated yet profoundly significant. The matter was settled. Chen Mo served as the captain, while Su Mujin took on the role of vice captain. The core of the island team was firmly established on this stormy night. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the rain fell with increasing intensity, pooling on the ground to form small streams. The baskets woven during the day were now filled to the brim with rainwater. All right, everyone, let us rest early. I will keep watch, Chen Mo said, glancing at his watch and realizing it was already past 11 at night. In the city, one would either be at night market or scrolling through their phone at this hour, as the nightlife was just beginning. However, on this island devoid of modern civilization, there was only the pitch-black night and the uncertainty of impending danger. Brother Chen, I can't sleep. How about I keep you company during the watch? Chen Wei spoke up as she saw Chen Mo approach the fire. No need. We have much to do tomorrow, and you need to rest for your injuries. Chen Mo declined her offer, feeling a pang of melancholy as he contemplated the tasks ahead, unconsciously lighting a cigarette and exhaling wisps of smoke. Yamaguchi Keiko moved to a spot near the east and, without saying much, lay down to conserve her energy for when it was her turn to relieve Chen Mo. The others, however, found it impossible to sleep, possibly due to the looming threat of the giant python. Closing their eyes only conjured images of its terrifying gaze. Tomorrow marks the third day. Will a rescue team come to retrieve us? Xia Xuanning whispered to Chen Wei, who was also restless. Before the incident, the plane had indeed sent out a distress signal and indicated its flight path, but Chen Wei hesitated, her words trailing off without a response. Furrowing her brow, she recalled her experiences with turbulence in her line of work, yet this situation felt markedly different. She could not pinpoint what was amiss, but it was the first time she had encountered a lack of response after a distress signal was sent. Shen Yueru scoffed derisively, her sarcasm palpable. A boat? Don't be ridiculous. This forsaken place is devoid of life. Have you seen any planes overhead while you were out there? Su Mujin interjected calmly. Her voice soft yet clear. I heard the broadcast. Although the transmission was chaotic, it did convey our distress route and location. Perhaps the area is simply too vast. Her words seemed to comfort the group, and perhaps herself as well. In truth, there is nothing too bad about being on this island. We are distanced from the clamor of the city. Aren't there many bloggers showcasing their survival stories on deserted islands? We are essentially experiencing it for free. Lianxi remarked, a hint of relief gracing her features. Since it has come to this, there is a saying, if you cannot resist, then enjoy the process. This isn't so bad after all, she mused. Does anyone know if Mei Jie managed to escape? The sparkle in Xia Xuanning's eyes dimmed as she gazed at the pitch-black sky, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. Who is Mei Jie? Chen Wei inquired with curiosity. My manager. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I was all alone, Xia Xuanning recalled Mei Jie, who had guided her into the entertainment industry, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through her eyes. Su Mujin gently patted Xia Xuanning's shoulder, opting for silence, as some matters could not be resolved with mere words of comfort. The night deepened, and the oppressive heat that had lingered in the air had completely dissipated, giving way to a more refreshing chill. Chen Mo sat beside the crackling fire, feeling the coolness envelop him. The women, having exerted themselves throughout the day, gradually succumbed to slumber at this hour. The only sounds that remained were the patter of rain outside and the crackling of the bonfire. The night passed in silence, perhaps due to the intimidation instilled by the great python lurking outside, or perhaps the torrential rain that rendered the forest predators reluctant to stir. Thus, this night was remarkably tranquil. Chapter 30. Crisis and Hope as dawn approached. Lianxi took over the night watch from Chen Mo, who had fallen asleep not far from the fire. What is the matter? As the first light of day broke, Chen Mo was roused by a commotion. He soon realized that Su Mujin and the others were seated against the rock wall, their gazes fixated on the campsite's exterior, their faces betraying a mix of fear and embarrassment. Brother Chen Mo, we need to use the restroom. Xia Xuanning's voice was barely above a whisper, and she lowered her head in shyness after speaking. It was then that Chen Mo noticed the rain outside had ceased, the sky brightening. Yet the monstrous python for the previous night lay languidly nearby, its grotesque head ominously facing the camp. Seeing that Yamamoto Keiko and Lianxi were still fast asleep, it fell upon Su Mujin and Xia Xuanning to keep watch, though neither dared venture out alone. This Chen Mo felt a tinge of awkwardness at their predicament. All right, I'll accompany you. He refrained from waking Yamamoto Keiko and instead decided to take the initiative himself. Tia Toe Ning responded softly, rising alongside Su Mujin as they made their way outside. As they passed the python, both girls nestled behind Chen Mo, who himself did not linger on the creature, opting to move in another direction. Once they circumvented the python and reached the back of a rock, seeking shelter from the wind, Chen Mo turned his body. This will do. He indicated towards a rocky outcrop, signaling for the two to position themselves behind it. Su Mujin's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing, while Xia Xuanning, unperturbed, tugged Su Mujin towards the shelter of the rock. A series of rustling sounds ensued, followed by the unmistakable sounds of nature's call. prompting Chen Mo to step forward a few paces, lighting a cigarette to suppress the imagery in his mind. Before long, the two emerged from behind a rock, their faces tinged with a rosy hue, likely from the earlier commotion, as they averted their eyes from Chen Mo in embarrassment. Chen Mo refrained from further conversation, leading the two back along the same path. Mujin, Xiao Shui, where have you been? In the campsite, everyone was awake, and upon seeing Su Mujin and Xia Xuanning return, Chen Wei inquired with curiosity. We went to the restroom. Xia Xuanning's face, having just regained its color, flushed anew as she replied softly, falling silent thereafter. I need to go too, Chen Wei announced upon hearing Xia Xuanning's words, feeling the same urgency. I want to go as well. Shen Yueru rubbed her sleepy eyes, gazing longingly at Chen Mo, who had just entered. Keiko, you should accompany them, Chen Mo suggested, glancing at the now-awake Yamamoto Keiko, wishing to avoid experiencing such awkwardness again. Let us go, Yamamoto Keiko said little, assisting the somewhat unsteady Chen Wei as they headed outside together. Mujin, let us clean up by the sea, then return to prepare breakfast, Li Enshi proposed, gathering some charcoal, having to substitute it for toothpaste. Summoning Su Mujin and Xia Xuanning, the three exited the campsite together. In an instant, only Chen Mo remained in the camp, yet he did not idle. Grasping a fire axe and a dagger, he strode towards the giant python, determined to eliminate the menace. The python's enormous head bore a vicious expression, its snake-like eyes wide open, truly refusing to close even in death. Upon observing the creature's carcass, Chen Mo furrowed his brow once more. Its abdomen was distended, clearly not a sign of pregnancy, but rather an indication that it had recently fed and had yet to digest its meal. Without dwelling on the matter, he removed the long hair from the snake's head, binding it with vines, before proceeding into the jungle to dispose of the head far from the camp. Upon returning, he found that the others had also come back. Lianxi was preparing breakfast, while the rest remained sheltered within the tent. Chen Mo picked up the dagger, ready to dissect the python. With a swift thrust, the sharp blade penetrated the flesh, thick blood oozing from the wound. He did not pause, slicing downward from the creature's midsection, intent on discarding the python's remains. Upon witnessing Chen Mo's actions, Yamamoto Keiko approached, only to be momentarily struck dumb as she beheld the python being cast aside. Chen Mo's brow knitted in concern, his expression icy. A person, a corpse. Hearing Yamamoto's voice, Xia Xueching too drew near, yet the sight before her elicited a terrified scream. Chen Mo was equally astonished. The python had consumed a human, and judging by the attire, though tattered, it was evident that this individual had once been a survivor. The body was coated in slime, the exposed skin pockmarked and eroded, with only the hair obscuring the face revealing the features of an Oriental man. A putrid stench mingled with a sour odor pervaded the air, rendering it acrid and unbearable. Chen Fanxiao, how could it be him? Su Mujin approached, her eyes widening in shock as she witnessed Chen Mo extracting the body. Do you know him? Chen Mo inquired, glancing at Su Mujin with curiosity. Chen Fanxiao of Jiangqing, president of Zhang's Technology, a rival. Su Mujin felt a pang of discomfort. She had seen him just 2 days prior at the airport, never imagining that their next encounter would be in such grim circumstances, with him now lying in the belly of a snake. Let's find a place to bury him, Su Mujin suggested, her voice subdued. Keiko, lend a hand. Chen Mo suppressed his unease as he and Yamamoto Keiko worked together to lift Chen Fanxiao's body. This was the first other survivor they had encountered on the island, albeit deceased, which indicated that others might exist, though whether this was good news remained uncertain. After considerable effort, they buried Chen Fanxiao in a soft patch of earth. Initially, Chen Mo had intended to turn the giant python into jerky, yet now, it seemed unlikely that the others would partake in such a meal, and thus he resolved to discard it entirely. The breakfast that followed was burdened with a somber atmosphere. There are other survivors, should we? Su Mujin pondered aloud, contemplating whether they ought to seek out additional companions to bolster their ranks. The group turned their gazes towards Chen Mo. As the leader, they awaited his directive. What are your thoughts? upon noticing the inquiring gazes directed at him. Chen Mo tossed the question back to the group. I disagree, KKO Yamaguchi stated firmly. Why do you disagree? More people mean more strength. Shen Yu, unable to contain herself, argued that a larger group would possess greater power. But have you considered that an additional voice could complicate matters? What if they hinder our progress? Lianxi analyzed thoughtfully. At this, Shen Yu fell silent, unsure of how to counter the argument. I too dissent. 2 monks carry water together. What happens with 3? What if those who join us harbor ulterior motives? Chen Wei, well aware of human nature's propensity for laziness, was reluctant to welcome new members. If a woman joins, must Chen Mo take care of her? And if a man? KKO Yamaguchi's tone turned icy as she glanced meaningfully at Su Mujin and others. I also disagree. Xia Xuanning, recalling something, immediately clasped her chest in support of KKO Yamaguchi's stance. What is your opinion? Su Mujin turned to Chen Mo once more, eager for his perspective. It depends on the situation. Those who can contribute to the team may stay. Chen Mo rendered his final judgment. All right, we shall discuss this later. Subsisting solely on snake meat is not a sustainable solution. We have retreated. Let us gather some seafood. Chen Mo made the ultimate decision. Chen Wei, will you remain at the camp? Or? He glanced at her, seeking her input. I am much improved. I've changed the dressing today, and my wounds are beginning to heal. I shall accompany you to the seaside, Chen Wei declared, rising with the aid of stick, unwilling to stay alone at the camp. Good, Xiao Shui. Add more firewood to the pyre. Do not let the flames extinguish. Chen Montauk instructed, taking up the fire axe and stepping outside. I shall also scout the surroundings to see if I can locate any supplies, KKO Yamaguchi said, grasping her spear as she addressed Su Mujin, who was tending to the embers. Su Mujin nodded, be cautious, and do not wander too far. KKO Yamaguchi retraced her steps toward the beach. The sea in the morning light was tranquil and gentle, with waves leaving delicate patterns on the shore. Heading northeast, she passed several towering coconut trees, now devoid of coconuts. Continuing her journey without venturing deep into the jungle, she remained along the coastline and, after approximately 2 kilometers, the beach began to narrow, leading her to the sought-after discovery. Finally, I found it. Behind a rocky slope, a few tall, elegant trees came into view. Their canopies resembled umbrellas, with large, feather-like leaves, and at their tops, she could vaguely discern greenish, spherical fruits. Coconut trees. The number of coconut trees here far exceeded those previously encountered, and beyond them lay a lush expanse of bamboo forest, further igniting KKO Yamaguchi's excitement. This was precisely the resource she needed. The dangers faced in recent days had made her acutely aware of the limitations imposed by the absence of ranged weaponry. Though she had crafted numerous arrows, she had struggled to find materials to make a bow. Now, at last, her search bore fruit. Keiko Yamaguchi felt a surge of joy as she almost sprinted towards the sight before her. Indeed, it was a cluster of coconut trees. Approximately dozens of them thrived in a staggered formation at the junction of sandy soil and rocky terrain. The treetops were adorned with clusters of fruit, both green and yellow, shimmering in the morning light like lanterns of hope. Not far off, there lay an expansive bamboo grove. Chen Mo, I have discovered a coconut grove. Keiko Yamaguchi exclaimed as she dashed back to the camp, her face radiating excitement while pointing northeast. Coconuts. Summer Shui jumped up first, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I just happened to fashion a stretcher. Lianxi's eyes also gleamed with enthusiasm as she glanced at the stretcher she had just woven. Is it really true? This is wonderful. We won't have to trek into the jungle for fresh water. Chen Mo immediately rose, saying, let us go. Bring the stretcher. There's also a patch of bamboo that will be quite useful to us. Keiko gestured for Chen Mo to carry the fire axe, acknowledging its great utility. Chen Wei. Chen Mo glanced at Chen Wei, who was currently unable to move freely. You all go ahead. I will guard the camp. Chen Wei pondered for a moment, realizing that her inability to walk would only burden the others if she accompanied them. All right, take care of yourself. Hold on to this. Fire it if you encounter any danger. Chen Mo retrieved the signal gun from their supplies and handed it to Chen Wei. instructing her to call for help if trouble arose. Without further delay, the group set out towards the coconut grove while the temperature remained bearable. The 2-kilometer distance was not overly daunting, and upon arriving at the grove and gazing up at the enticing green fruits beneath the towering crowns of the trees, everyone was filled with exhilaration. However, a challenge soon presented itself. The trunks were smooth and straight, soaring to heights of over 10 meters. What do we do now? Faced with the daunting height, the group exchanged glances, and finally, Su Mujin turned her gaze towards Lianxi, as Chen Mo and Keiko had already ventured into the bamboo grove. Chapter 31. Unexpected gains. I am acrophobic. I cannot ascend. Lianxi waved her hand dismissively, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces as she gazed at the towering coconut tree standing at least 10 meters high. I cannot climb trees. Shen Yueru, noticing Su Mujin's gaze, shook her head in refusal. After all, she was a young lady of high standing. Such tasks were beneath her. I shall give it a try. I climbed trees when I was younger. Xia Xueqing rolled up her sleeves and wrapped her arms around the coconut tree, attempting to ascend. However, after only a few moments, she tumbled down, her face tinged with embarrassment. Shen Yueru crossed her arms. A smirk plastered on her face as she remarked, her voice sharp and sardonic. Ha. Xia the Star, you look just like a little monkey. Her laughter was so hearty that it sent ripples through her chest. Xia Xueqing's face turned crimson in an instant. You, if you're so capable, why don't you climb? I lack such abilities. Shen Yueru rolled her eyes, declining with disdain, then refrained from speaking so much. Little Shui is merely trying to assist the team. Observing the tears welling in Xia Xueqing's eyes, Su Mujin stepped forward and chastised Shen Yueru. I was just teasing little Shui, Shen Yueru admitted, realizing her fault, her tone now tinged with guilt. What has happened? Chen Mo and Yamamoto Keiko emerged from within, a bundle of freshly cut bamboo resting on their shoulders. We cannot ascend. Su Mujin pointed at the coconut tree. Feeling somewhat awkward, initially eager to assist, it became clear that without Chen Mo, the team would struggle even to procure food. Allow me, Chen Mo replied calmly, removing his deep blue t-shirt, revealing a muscular torso adorned with scars that resembled military honors, silently narrating the man's past tribulations. Ah, brother Chen Mo, you're back. Xia Xueqing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Even Su Mujin felt her heart tighten, pondering the hardships this man must have endured. Those are merely remnants of bygone days. Chen Mo offered no further explanation, loosening his joints. He approached the nearest sturdy coconut tree, grounding himself firmly, palms pressed against the trunk, his arm muscles tensing like stone. Employing the most primal and demanding bear hug climbing technique, Chen Mo alternated his arm strength, his inner thigh muscles clamping tightly around the tree, his core engaged like a drawn bow, and his entire body ascended with the grace of a nimble monkey. Upon reaching the crown of the tree, he carefully navigated the sharp leaf stems, retrieving a dagger from his waist. With a powerful strike, he severed the thick stem connecting the coconuts. One by one, the greenish-yellow coconuts plummeted to the soft sand below with a resounding thud. Without a moment's pause, Chen Mo collected all 20 coconuts from the tree and, maintaining his stability, gracefully descended, landing with poise, breathing slightly heavier, beads of sweat cascading down his chiseled chest. Wow, brother Chen Mo is incredible. Xia Xueqing cheered, rushing forward to gather the fallen coconuts. Before her lay a bounty of over 20 coconuts. Chen Mo casually picked one up from the ground and deftly sliced away the fibrous exterior with his knife. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the hard shell cracked open, and the refreshing, sweet coconut water surged forth, accompanied by an invigorating fragrance. Kulme, let us replenish. Su Mujin hastily took over, while Chen Mo swiftly followed suit, opening 2 more coconuts. The icy, sweet juice slid down his parched throat, and Chen Mo released a satisfied sigh, the weariness on his face significantly easing. Xia Xuening cradled the coconut shell, nibbling on the snow-white coconut flesh, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. So sweet, much better than the ones from a supermarket. She looked up at the remaining coconuts atop the tree, murmuring softly, If only the rescue plane could see us. Shen Yueru finished her drink and meticulously dug into the coconut flesh lining the shell with the tip of her knife, her movements refined, momentarily setting aside her sharp tongue to savor this tranquil gift. Hurry up and gather. I'll get some more. Chen Mo wasted no time. The journey was arduous, and none could predict whether danger or tomorrow would come first. He chose another coconut tree, employing the same method, and soon reached the top, his dagger deftly severing the coconuts from their perch. Lian Shi was arranging the coconuts on a makeshift stretcher when her keen ears detected an almost imperceptible sound, akin to countless small stones rolling across a beach. The noise emanated from the crevices and shadows of the rocky outcroppings behind them. Lian Shi abruptly raised her head, her gaze sharp as an eagle-s, and whispered, "Something S there?" Before she finished her sentence, a surge of dark crimson waves erupted from the eroded crevices at the base of the rocks, revealing a swarm of crustaceans, each as large as a grown man's palm, or even bigger. Their shells were a dark reddish-brown, rough and pockmarked, heavy as armor. A pair of disproportionately large pincers, adorned with sharp serrations, were raised high, resembling two menacing shears glimmering with a purplish-black sheen in the sunlight. They were coconut crabs, and in astonishing numbers. They displayed a formidable aggressiveness. Xia Xuanning was closest to the rocks when the largest coconut crab brandished its terrifying pincers, lunging towards her with lightning speed. Startled, she screamed and jumped back, tripping over her own feet and landing on the sand. "Watch out!" Yamamoto Keiko cried out instinctively, reaching for Xia Xuanning. But another coconut crab was already swinging its pincers towards her leg. "What is happening?" Chen Mo, having heard Xia Xuanning scream from the tree, glanced down in alarm, failing to spot any beasts, and shouted in confusion, "Chen Mo, help! There's a monster!" Shen Yueru called out as she dodged. Yamamoto Keiko reacted swiftly, hurling the coconut she was holding at the giant crab that threatened Xia Xuanning. Thud! The coconut struck the hard shell of the crab, causing it to sway slightly, but the thick armor remained unscathed, inciting the creature's fury as it turned and charged at Yamamoto Keiko with its massive pincers raised. Shen Yueru's face drained of color, her screams echoing as she hopped around, frantically scrambling to hide behind Su Mujin. "Heavens! What on earth is that? Chen Mo, come quickly and drive them away." Chaos erupted in an instant. The coconut crab swarm resembled a ravenous armored legion, brandishing terrifying pincers as they charged recklessly. "Fear not, for these are but coconut crabs." Li Unhe quickly regained her composure, recognizing the creatures before her. Chen Mo severed the last coconut and swiftly descended from the tree. Casting a glance at the ground where the coconut crabs roamed, he remained utterly unperturbed. "Yamamoto, use the stick to sweep them off their feet. Do not strike their shells directly," Chen Mo cautioned, observing the wooden spear in Yamamoto's hands. "Unhe, Mujin, retreat with Xia Shui to the dry sand slope behind." He pointed towards the soft sandy beach behind them. "Shen Yueru, do not run about. Move to the back." Chen Mo's voice rose, cutting through the chaotic screams with an extraordinary clarity. His commands were precise, specific, and unambiguous. Yamamoto immediately followed Chen Mo's instructions. Her spear swept through the air with vigor, toppling one coconut crab after another. Li Unhe grasped the still trembling Xia Shui and, alongside Su Mujin, hastily retreated to the dry sand slope. Shen Yueru instinctively fled backward, escaping the onslaught of the crabs. Meanwhile, Chen Mo moved with uncanny agility amongst the swarm. He targeted a particularly large coconut crab, engrossed in devouring a chunk of coconut, and struck with lightning speed. His foot landed precisely on the relatively soft joint connecting the crab's back to its abdomen. Crack! A faint sound of cracking exoskeleton echoed. The massive coconut crab's 8 legs stiffened and twitched, its mighty pincers drooping helplessly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo pressed on, exploiting the crab's preoccupation with their food and companions. "Yamamoto, hand me the backpack," Chen Mo called without glancing back. Yamamoto, having just cleared her immediate vicinity of crabs, promptly grasped the backpack on the ground and hurled it toward Chen Mo. He caught the backpack firmly and unzipped it, no longer treading upon the crabs. He deftly flicked his foot, sending the unsuspecting coconut crabs soaring into the air, arcing gracefully into the wide-open mouth of the backpack. Chen Mo's movements were fluid and swift, a mesmerizing display of skill. The chaos erupted quickly and dissipated just as swiftly. Under Chen Mo's calm leadership and his efficient personal harvesting, the once rampaging armored legion crumbled within mere minutes. The backpack now bulged, filled with heavy, writhing spoils that rustled within. Chen Mo zipped up the backpack, casually tossing it onto the sand while brushing off the grains from his hands. He remained composed, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Calm returned to the beach, leaving only the sound of waves and the heavy breaths of the group. "Brother Chen Mo is impressive," Xia Xuan murmured, still shaken. As she patted her chest, Shen Yueru gazed at the writhing backpack, her expression a complex mix of relief for surviving and distaste for its contents. Su Mujin approached the backpack, gently prodding it with her toe, then looked up at Chen Mo, asking coolly, "Chen Mo, what do you intend to do with these?" Chen Mo glanced at the backpack and chuckled softly. "Of course, it will be consumed as food during our midday replenishment." "Ah, you intend to eat it?" Shen Yueru looked at the backpack on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Can this be eaten?" Xia Xuanning inquired quietly. "Certainly, it is a source of protein." Chen Mo replied with a mysterious smile. "Now, let us tidy up quickly. I didn't expect this trip to yield such unexpected rewards." He gathered the scattered coconuts onto the stretcher. "What about the coconuts in the trees?" Xia Xuanning pointed at the coconut tree. They had only collected from 2 today. "Let them remain for now. We can't carry them down anyway," Chen Mo said softly. He slung the bamboo over his shoulder, then lifted one end of the stretcher, allowing the 4 girls to take turns with the other end. On the way back, a sense of ease settled among them. This outing had indeed proven to be remarkably fruitful. Chapter 32. Nutritional pairing within the encampment. Chen Wei was not idle. Drawing upon her memory, she crafted a frame from the remnants of the aircraft on the beach, within which she filtered seawater. Below, a flame flickered, crackling softly as it burned. The seawater began to bubble gently on the stone slab, with tiny bubbles rising to the surface. As the seawater evaporated, a layer of white crystals emerged at the bottom. "It's done," Chen Wei exclaimed with excitement. She pinched a small amount with her fingers and cautiously placed it in her mouth. A salty tang overwhelming her taste buds, salt had been achieved. Chen Wei continued her task, and by the time Chen Mo and the others returned to the camp, she had produced a small bowl of sea salt. Although coarse, it alleviated her worries about a lack of salt in the future. "Chen Wei Jia, we brought back a lot of coconuts." Upon seeing Chen Wei on the beach, Xia Xuanning was the first to rush over, eagerly recounting the events that had transpired. "What is this?" she inquired, gazing curiously at the bowl of white crystals in Chen Wei's hands. "You should try it." Chen Wei offered the sea salt to Xia Xuanning, encouraging her to taste a bit. "Salt! It's salt!" Xia Xuanning exclaimed in disbelief after sampling it. "Yes, I couldn't assist in any other way, so I extracted salt from the seawater. I made this much in just one morning." Chen Wei wore a look of excitement. Despite her injuries preventing her from contributing extensively, she was delighted to bring something of value to the team. "Chen Mo Gij, Chen Wei Jia has extracted sea salt," Xia Xuanning exclaimed joyfully, raising the bowl as if she had won a prize upon seeing Chen Mo approach. "Really? Chen Wei, you are impressive." Before Chen Mo could respond, Su Mujin hurried over from behind him, peering into the bowl of sea salt. "Excellent. Having salt will significantly aid in recovery," Chen Mo remarked, observing the bowl. "It's too hot at noon. You should all head back to the camp. I'll take a dip in the sea." Noticing that noon was fast approaching and the sun scorched the beach intensely, Chen Wei's clothes were already drenched. "Going into the sea? What about your injury?" Su Mujin looked at Chen Mo with concern, her eyes filled with worry. "It has healed." Chen Mo indicated his right arm, where the wound had begun to mend. "Sustaining ourselves solely on snake meat isn't sufficient. There are seaweeds beneath that reef. I'll retrieve some." He pointed towards a distant reef, rich in marine resources. "Seaweed, or kelp, would greatly benefit their nourishment. Be careful." Su Mujin cautioned, glancing nervously at the rocky outcrop. Chen Mo nodded, grasping a slightly shorter stick in one hand. With a dagger hanging at his waist and a piece of cloth tied around him, its end secured with a wire. He removed his shoes and t-shirt before stepping into the sea. Chen Mo, I'll go with you. Yamamoto Keiko, after placing down the coconuts, joined him at the water's edge, following closely behind him into the sea. Be cautious. Chen Mo turned to glance back at Yamamoto Keiko, nodding in admonition. Before long, Chen Mo and Yamaguchi Keiko arrived at the deep sea area. Right here. Stay close to me, Chen Mo instructed, after gauging the depth of the water. Like a fish, he dove into the depths. Chen Mo had previously attempted to hold his breath underwater for approximately 3 minutes, so time was of the essence. Under the water, his vision was obscured by the murky depths, yet the seaweed was easily identifiable. Spotting the seaweed anchored to the seabed, Chen Mo wasted no time. He unsheathed his dagger and severed the seaweed at its roots. Suddenly, a sea base that had been concealed within the seaweed sprang forth. Recognizing it as a migratory sea base, likely there to spawn, he estimated its weight to be around 5 kilograms. Capturing this fish would indeed make for a delightful meal. Chen Mo abandoned the seaweed, and with his spear in hand, aimed at the sea base. Unfortunately, the resistance of the water made it impractical to capture such a sizable creature. However, to his surprise, Yamaguchi Keiko had been closely following him, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. The moment the sea base leaped out, she sprang into action. Having coordinated with Chen Mo in the past, she understood his intent immediately and positioned her spear to block the fish's escape route. With both hands gripping the spear, she thrust it with all her might, piercing the sea base through its gills. Chen Mo, witnessing the precision of her strike, felt a surge of astonishment as the fish thrashed wildly. Without hesitation, he unfastened the rope from his waist and swam towards the sea base. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi Keiko maintained her grip on the spear, exhausting the fish's strength. Chen Mo deftly inserted the wire into the sea base's body, threading the rope through as well, and then gestured towards the surface. Together, they emerged from the water, panting heavily. You hold onto the rope and head back first. I'll gather the kelp, Chen Mo instructed, handing the rope to Yamaguchi Keiko. The recent struggle had drained their energy, and he indicated for her to return. Without protest, she grasped the rope and began swimming towards the shore, while Chen Mo dug back down to harvest the surrounding kelp. He collected the kelp, bundling it with others and securing it to his waist as he swam towards the beach. The midday sun illuminated the earth, banishing the last remnants of coolness. At the campsite, a fire flickered, casting light upon weary yet satisfied faces. So much kelp, and such a large fish, Summer Xuanning exclaimed as she bounced over to see what Chen Mo and Yamaguchi Keiko had brought back. We'll have a feast for lunch today. Chen Mo smiled faintly. We could dry the leftovers for preservation. He set the kelp aside on a banana leaf. Let us go, you take a break. Su Mujin called over to Summer Xuanning and Shen Yueru, inviting them to help dry the kelp. Yamaguchi Keiko silently moved to the edge, spreading out the collected bamboo on her lap. With a dagger in hand, the blade steadily scraped and polished the wood, producing a subtle and continuous rustling sound. She was crafting a bow arm. Sister Huizi, what are you doing? Xu Wenning inquired curiously after finishing drying the seaweed. A bow, Yamamoto Huizi replied, without pausing her work. Her voice gentle, yet imbued with determination. Yesterday, it was a giant python. Who knows what it might be tonight? Preparedness is key. With an extra bow, we gain an extra measure of safety. In a perilous jungle, lacking ranged weaponry is exceedingly dangerous. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The fish and coconut crabs simmering in the pot were perfectly cooked, and the meat sizzling over the fire was glistening with juices. Dinner is ready. Chen Wei's timely voice rang out, prompting everyone to set aside their tasks and gather. Today's feast is splendid. We have fish and vegetables. Lian Shi exclaimed, eyeing the day's lunch of fish soup, roasted meat, and mixed seaweed. Indeed, the heat outside this afternoon is unbearable. I plan to render some oil from fatter meat to ensure our nutrition keeps pace. Chen Wei expressed with a glimmer of satisfaction, revealing her intentions for the afternoon. Sound great. I'll assist you. Xu Yuening offered her support, though she admitted to lacking any particular skills, believing that diligence is always commendable. Lunch was enjoyed in a tranquil atmosphere. In the afternoon, the temperature outside reached its peak, especially after the torrential rain from the previous night left the ground damp and the sun's scorching rays filled the air with a putrid scent. Chen Mo, too, refrained from outdoor activities, seizing the opportunity while others were busy to catch up on sleep. Time passed quietly, and, as night fell, Chen Mo awoke early, crafting bowls and utensils from the bamboo he had cut. Brother Chen Mo is truly remarkable. He could do anything. Xu Yuening gazed at Chen Mo with admiration. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes filled with deep reverence. Since you admire Brother Chen Mo so much, why not become his bride? Shen Yueru teased. Casting a glance at Chen Mo's sister Yueru, please. I'm still young. If anyone is to be a bride, it should be Sister Chen Wei first. Xu Yuening stammered, as if a secret had been uncovered, her face burning red, her words tumbling over each other as she ultimately handed the pot to Chen Wei. No, that's impossible. Brother Chen Mo belongs to Sister Mujin. Chen Wei confessed her hidden feelings, sneaking a glance at Su Mujin. Yet her expression betrayed her. Upon hearing Chen Wei's words, Su Mujin remained unresponsive, though her gaze discreetly shifted towards Chen Mo. The interactions of recent days had completely altered her impression of him. Noticing Chen Mo's lack of reaction, everyone exhaled in relief. It was not that Chen Mo was unresponsive. He had already heard Xu Yuening's first remark, yet what could he possibly say? If there truly was no returning, perhaps. Chen Mo refrained from pursuing the thought further. Yamamoto Huizi's movements in polishing the bow arm slowed, her gaze resting on Chen Mo's profile, her cool eyes flickering with a barely perceptible complexity. If we truly cannot return, must we really face a solitary old age? Suddenly, the voice of Li Yunhe pierced through the silence, causing everyone to slightly tilt their heads in her direction. No one uttered a word, each person lost in contemplation of the meaning behind her words. All eyes, both intentionally and unintentionally, darted towards Chen Mo, the sole man in their midst, the one who bore the weight of their survival and protected them from the jaws of peril. The young women exchanged glances, sensing an unspoken affection reflected in each other's eyes. Even the atmosphere seemed to ease its tension. The night deepened, marking the third night since they were cast away on this deserted island, and gradually they began to acclimate to their surroundings. Chen Mo stretched his stiff neck. With Li Yunhe on watch, he decided it was time to take a moment to rest. Chapter 33. The attack under the dark night, leaning against the rocky wall. Chen Mo felt a discomfort in his back and waist as he turned to glance at the women lying within. On the far left rested Kaori Yamaguchi, followed by Li Yunhe, Shen Yueru, Xia Xuening, Su Mujin, with Chen Wei on the far right. The watch had now shifted to Li Yunhe, leaving an empty spot. Yet Chen Mo could not simply approach. However, on the right, Chen Wei had left a space for herself, and with a little caution, he could maintain a respectable distance. After pondering briefly, Chen Mo hesitated not and laid down on the far right. Top! Top! Just as Chen Mo settled down, his ears caught a faint sound. It was neither the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind nor the chirping of night insects. Rather, it was a sound more delicate, harder, and swifter, akin to tiny hooves or claws meticulously landing upon the dry leaves or exposed rocks. Instantly alert, Chen Mo rose from the ground, his piercing gaze locking onto the direction of the sound, as if probing for its source. What was that sound? Li Yunhe, noticing Chen Mo's reaction, also heard the faint noise. In the darkness, it seemed something was moving, leaving behind a shadow that flickered past most indistinctly. Arm yourselves. Chen Mo's voice carried a chill as he handed his spear to Li Yunhe. Tap, 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 tap. In that fleeting moment, the noise intensified, coming from various directions like stealthy drumbeats, quietly enclosing the camp. What is it? Kaori Yamaguchi was startled awake by the sudden sound, swiftly moving to the entrance. Her eyes fixated on the pitch-black night outside. This is bad. They are here to steal the jerky, Chen Mo swiftly deduced. He moved with purpose, and when he reappeared, he was before the two sturdy wooden bows that Kaori Yamaguchi had crafted during the day. Drawing an arrow and stringing the bow, the rough limbs creaked under his powerful strength. The cold arrowhead aimed at a shadow that had just materialized, poised to leap onto a boulder. Twang! The bowstring thrummed, shattering the night's silence. A blurred shadow was released, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Meow! A piercing, mournful cry erupted, starkly different from that of a domestic cat, echoing with pain and terror, akin to a baby's wail in the night. This sudden scream, coupled with the sound of the bowstring, was like pouring cold water into boiling oil. Ah! Xia Xuanning was the first to awaken, unleashing a scream of utmost fright as she scrambled from the blanket, akin to a startled rabbit diving into the embrace of Su Mujin, her body trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? What is it? Shen Yueru shrieked, sitting up abruptly, her face as pale as parchment. Chen Wei was also roused, her face etched with fear as she edged closer to Su Mujin. Su Mujin felt only a slight tremor as Xia Xuanning plunged into her arms. Xia, stay quiet. Chen Mo is at the front. Upon seeing Chen Mo guarding the entrance, Xia Xuanning's heart calmed considerably. In a moment, the bowstring twanged. Li and she entered a state of absolute vigilance. A hurried voice rang out. Everyone, stay still. Chen Mo, I'll handle the entrance. The left side is mine. Yamamoto Keiko picked up another bow and aimed at the creature on the left, her movements as deft as Chen Mo's. The campfire barely illuminated a few meters of indistinct scenery. It's a rock cat. Chen Mo's voice was low and urgent, like distant thunder shattering the suffocating silence. A rock cat? Li Enchi's brows knitted together. She had never heard of such a creature. A feline, akin to a wild leopard, capable of climbing trees and leaping across rocks. Yamamoto offered a succinct overview, as she had conducted research on wildlife. They are after the meat. Keiko, watch your 10 o'clock direction, the tree branch. Chen Mo noticed a gray shadow poised to pounce and immediately warned Yamamoto. Just as he finished speaking, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several gray figures burst forth from the treetops, rocks, and bushes at the edge of the camp, like arrows released from a bow. They were significantly larger than domestic cats, with long, powerful limbs and thick tails. In the dim light, their fur displayed a rock-like grayish-brown, adorned with dark spots and stripes. Pairs of eyes gleamed with a ghostly green light in the darkness, radiating pure, predatory greed and ferocity. Their target was the python jerky. Release the arrows. Chen Montak Belut. Boom! Boom! Almost simultaneously, the bowstrings in Chen Mo's and Keiko's hands resounded once more. Thwack! Chen Mo's arrow, seemingly guided by an unseen force, struck true toward a rock cat leaping toward the pile of meat. The sharp wooden arrowhead pierced the creature's body with brutal force, sending it crashing to the ground, where it emitted a pain howl. Keiko's arrow flew toward the tree branch indicated by Chen Mo. There, a rock cat prepared to spring down. The arrow grazed its hind leg, and although it did not strike a fatal blow, it startled the creature, causing it to emit a shriek and tumble clumsily from the tree. But this was merely the beginning. The death and injury of their companion utterly enraged the cunning and fierce predators. Meow! The chilling howls echoed one after another. More rock cats emerged from the darkness. Ah, it's coming. Shen Yueru spotted a rock cat silently darting from the shadows, its green eyes fixated on her. Shen Yueru's scream provoked the creature's ferocity, and it lunged into the campsite through a defensive gap. Xia Xuanning buried her head tightly in Su Mujin's embrace, too terrified to look, only managing to emit suppressed whimpers. Chen Wei's face turned pale, her teeth clenched on her lip to stifle her cries, though her body trembled like leaves in the wind. Su Mujin's gaze sharpened. Just as he prepared to take action, a figure blocked the rock cat's path, thrusting a spear with precision. Thwack! The sound of flesh piercing echoed. It was Li Enchi, her movements clean and decisive as the rock cat was impaled. Su Mujin's eyes transformed entirely. He had not anticipated such depth in her hidden prowess. Li Enchi remained unfazed by the gazes of the onlookers. her hands deftly tossing the carcass of the rock cat aside as she continued to guard the central position, preventing any more of the creatures from infiltrating the camp. The battlefield had escalated into a fierce and heated confrontation. Chen Mo stood resolute as a boulder, tirelessly knocking arrows, drawing his bow, aiming and releasing. His movements were so swift that they blurred into a seamless flow. Whenever an arrow struck its target, it was inevitably met with a piercing wail. Yamamoto Keiko pressed her lips tightly together, her arrows flying in rapid succession, not seeking to inflict grave injury, but rather to disrupt and drive away the assailants. In a split second, a rock cat lunged from the dead angle of her vision, aiming directly for her calf. It moved with the speed of lightning. Keiko. Chen Mo caught sight of this out of the corner of his eye and urgently called out, but he was entangled in the cross-jumping of two rock cats. His arrow poised, yet unable to fire in time for a rescue. At that critical moment, Li Enchi's slender figure appeared like a specter at Keiko's side. Just as the rock cat was about to pounce on her calf, she thrust her spear with precision, striking the creature squarely in its abdomen. With a sickening thud, the sound of flesh meeting steel echoed through the air. The rock cat let out a mournful cry, pierced through, and Li Enchi deftly flung it into the darkness beyond. Having successfully dispatched the creature, she did not linger but gracefully retreated to her defensive position at the rear. Keiko's heart raced. This time, she clearly witnessed Li Enchi's actions. She had not anticipated that this quiet, almost invisible girl would possess such remarkable prowess. However, the battlefield allowed her no time for contemplation. Another rock cat charged forth. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Keiko drew her bow once more. The combat was intense and brutal. The number of rock cats far exceeded expectations. They were fearlessly aggressive and cunning. Scattered across the ground lay the carcasses of numerous rock cats, the air thick with a metallic scent of blood. "Hold on a little longer," Chen Mo shouted, his arrows nearly depleted. If the rock cats could not be repelled soon, they would find themselves in dire straits. His arm trembled from the strain of drawing the bow repeatedly, while Keiko's fingers bore the marks of the rough bowstring, bloodied and raw. At last, after slaying nearly 30 rock cats, it seemed the remaining creatures realized they could not prevail that night. A series of venomous hisses echoed from the distant woods, and the remaining rock cats retreated like a receding tide into the dense shadows of the forest. With a collective sigh of relief, the group watched the retreating rock cats. Thankfully, Keiko had prepared the arrows in advance. Otherwise, the outcome might have been disastrous. Chen Mo slowly lowered his bow, his arms aching to the point of near immobility. Yet he glanced at Yamamoto Keiko with a sense of gratitude. Most of the jerky has been taken. Li Enchi assessed the situation in the shed where the dried meat was stored. Originally over 100 pounds, the supply had been reduced by more than half. In the chaos, those spectral rock cats had seized the opportunity to drag, tear, and pilfer the food. Now, the shed lay in disarray, littered with remnants of gnawed flesh and flecked with bloodstains. The meat has been stolen. Xia Xuenning's voice trembled with tears as she finally dared to lift her head from Su Mujin's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shen Yueru learned that the meat had been stolen, collapsing onto the ground, her complexion paler than the moonlight, murmuring, "It's over. So much meat. All gone." Su Mujin released Xia Xuenning's and followed her into the shed where the meat had been stored. Examining the scene with a grave expression under the faint light, Huizi wearily set down her bow, the wounds on her fingers throbbing painfully. She glanced at Chen Mo, then instinctively cast her eyes towards the shadowy corner where Li Enchi stood, her gaze imbued with complexity. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and frustration that welled within him. Observing the grim scene, he offered a semblance of comfort, stating, "As long as we are unharmed, that's what matters. Everyone, let us come together to clean this up. Huizi, join me in processing these rock cats. Their pelts can still be of use." Chen Mo surveyed the more than 30 carcasses of rock cats strewn across the ground, finding some solace in the fact that not all was lost. Their pelts could prove valuable. The group silently set to work, tidying the aftermath, yet the sleepiness had long since vanished. The loss of a significant portion of their food reserves hung over them like a sword poised to strike, leaving each person in a state of unrest. What shall we do now? The meat we painstakingly dried reduced so drastically. What will we eat? Xia Xueqing asked with a quivering voice, looking helplessly at Su Mujin. Those wretched beasts. Like thieves. Shen Yueru exclaimed in a blend of anger and fear, her voice sharp, lamenting the cursed island. What now? Are we to wait to starve? Shen Yueru continued her complaints, her earlier terror morphing into agitation. If the meat is gone, we shall search the jungle. The most pressing concern is that our shelter is no longer safe. Chen Mo glanced towards the jungle, surprised at how quickly their sanctuary had been compromised. He turned to face the group, scanning their startled faces. Dawn is approaching. We must seize the opportunity to rest for 2 hours. After daybreak, I will venture into the jungle again. I will go with you, a cool voice interjected, carrying an air of undeniable calmness. The group looked on in astonishment. It was Lianxi who spoke. Let Huizi stay to oversee the camp. Lianxi insisted once more. Chen Mo regarded her intently, sensing that this girl harbored secrets. Very well. Upon receiving Chen Mo's agreement, Lianxi visibly relaxed, while Yamaguchi Huizi regarded her with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 34. Cliff and narrow bridge. In a state of unease and apprehension, the group endured yet another tumultuous night. Over 30 skins of rock cats hung on the racks, a testament to the previous night's endeavors, yet there was no trace of joy among them. Let us have some breakfast, Chen Wei softly urged. The pot simmered with a simple fish broth, accompanied by some meat roasted to a golden hue. Silence enveloped the group as Chen Mo split open 2 coconuts and hastily consumed his meal. Huizi, stay behind. Enshi, we shall set off. After breakfast. Chen Mo tidied up briefly, securing a dagger at his waist, wielding a fire axe, and slinging a bow and arrows over his shoulder. Lianxi graspataspa, similarly fastening a dagger to her side. The two stepped out of the camp in unison. Be cautious, Su Mujin warned, her voice tinged with tension as she watched Chen Mo and Lianxi venture into the jungle. Huizi, should danger arise, protect them. Everything else can be forsaken. Chen Mo said solemnly after a moment's contemplation, imparting his serious instructions to Yamamoto Huizi. Understand, Yamamoto Huizi replied, her brow furrowed, comprehending the gravity of Chen Mo's words. Ensuring their safety was paramount. With a nod, Chen Mo resolutely entered the thicket alongside Lianxi. Morning light filtered through the towering treetops, casting mottled beams that seemed to conceal an ominous threat. This path was familiar to Chen Mo and Yamamoto Huizi, having traversed it once before. However, as they passed the spot where Chen Mo had discarded the giant python's head, a tight knot formed in his heart. The once massive head now lay reduced to a pile of bones, gnawed upon by some unknown creature. It appears we must relocate. Lianxi remarked gravely upon seeing the python skull. Chen Mo remained silent, gripping his fire axe tightly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Let us proceed toward the water source. The pace quickened as they advanced toward the designated area. Is this where the giant python was discovered? Lianxi inquired, surveying the disarray around them, with dried bloodstains marking the ground, the freshwater pool visible ahead. Yes, we only reached this point last time, Chen Mo replied, carefully observing the vicinity. This time, they arrived at the location in less than half an hour. Familiar with the terrain, yet recognizing it was unsuitable for camping. Lianxi remarked, this is a low-lying area, not ideal for resting. Since the water flows from above, let's explore the rocks. She pointed toward a northern elevation of the rocks, suggesting that it might lead to a mountain range. All right, let us go, Chen Mo agreed, noticing a gentle slope at the rocky area that would allow them to ascend. Chen Mo, if we truly cannot return, what are your plans? Lianxi walked alongside him, her tone heavy, her gaze inquisitive. First, we must survive, Chen Mo replied, not delving into Lianxi's implications, responding with a measure of detachment. What about us 6 girls? Do you have no other thoughts? Lianxi pressed on, her words laced with curiosity. Thoughts? Chen Mo did not anticipate such a question from Lianxi, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. To claim he was devoid of thoughts would be implausible. After all, there were 6 girls, each a paragon of beauty. Yet to admit he had thoughts seemed futile when survival was at stake. Indeed, there is an ancient saying in Huaxia, beauty favors heroes. After a moment of contemplation, Li Enshi continued, I am Korean, and Huizi is Japanese. We both revere the strong. I hold no objections, and I believe Huizi feels similarly. Upon finishing her statement, Li Enshi cast a sly glance at Chen Mo. He was equally surprised that the typically unassuming Li Enshi would express herself so boldly. The intensity in her gaze caused Chen Mo's breath to grow heavier. Are you concerned about Mujin's perspective? Li Enshi seemed to grasp the essence of the matter, noting, in fact, her opinion of you is evolving. Chen Wei likely holds affection for you, and as for Xiaoxue, that should pose no issue. Regarding Shen Yueru, Li Enshi analyzed each individual, but suddenly paused when she mentioned Shen Yueru, casting a glance at Chen Mo. It can be strong. The last 4 words caused Chen Mo's expression to sharpen. He did not expect Li Enshi to be so decisive. This is how our team can cultivate cohesion, as you are the only one for everyone. Li Enshi's final words were surprisingly calm. She understood that for a team to possess sufficient unity, it required not only strength but also emotional bonds. Only then would the team not be a disjointed assembly. Firstly, I am not a gentleman, yet I shall not take advantage of others' misfortunes. Chen Mo refrained from dwelling on this topic. Surviving was paramount. Let us proceed. We must return to camp before nightfall. Observing the darkening sky, Chen Mo urged and continued to ascend. Appa, what intriguing man! Li Enshi murmured softly with a faint smile, not pausing, yet closely following Chen Mo's footsteps. There is no path ahead. As Chen Mo halted, Li Enshi gazed at the thicket-laden slope, her brow furrowing. Leave it to me. Chen Mo wielded a fire axe, the blade slicing accurately into the thorns as he relentlessly chopped away. Their progress was not slow. Every step was taken on the only safe ground, and soon, he carved a serpentine path through the dense thicket. Let us go, Chen Mo called, and the two continued upward. A soft crack echoed as Li Enshi stepped onto something soft. Ah, she gasped, staring at what lay beneath the leaves. What's wrong? Chen Mo swiftly maneuvered beside Li Enshi, his expression tense as he regarded her. What is this? Following Li Enshi's gaze, he discovered a severed bone at her feet. The bone had weathered, yet that was not the crux of the matter. This is a leg bone. Chen Mo used his dagger to clear the area, revealing that the bone was indeed human. Someone has been here. They both exclaimed in unison. Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeply, while Li Enshi appeared pensive. Look, what is that? Li Enshi scanned the surroundings, pointing towards the thicket where something seemed to linger. Chen Mo took the spear from Li Enshi's hands and parted the thorns, revealing several fragments of bone. The two continued their search in the surrounding area. Chen Mo, what do you think this is? Li Enshi asked, as she picked up a dark object from the dry leaves and handed it to him. A bayonet. This is the bayonet from a Mosin Nagant, Chen Mo exclaimed as he examined the rusted item. The handle was intact, and although the blade was corroded, its shape was still discernible. It was indeed a bayonet. World War II. An uncharted island, Chen Mo suddenly recalled the island mentioned by the black man. Could this be that very place? Li Enshi instinctively reached for her back, where she concealed a relic from her family's lineage, a whisper of a long-lost legend. Chen Mo noticed her gesture and felt a surge of curiosity, yet he maintained his composure. Let us secure the bayonet and proceed, he suggested. Li Enshi said nothing further and followed Chen Mo up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, the landscape became strikingly clear, revealing an expansive area covered in ferns. To the west, dense jungles undulated, and a glimpse of the sea was visible at one corner. To the east lay a chain of mountains, rising higher as one ventured further, cloaked in verdant foliage, resembling a colossal dragon coiling across the terrain. To the south, a lush expanse stretched out, though its end was obscured from view. Let's continue eastward, Chen Mo declared, pointing towards the fern-laden clearing. Indeed, where there are ferns, a water source must be nearby. Li Enshi concurred with his assessment. The damp humus yielded softly beneath their feet. However, danger lurked nearby. Is Li Enshi sudan ligaspat? halting in her tracks, her complexion shifting. She quickly rolled up her pant leg. Chen Mo hurried over to inspect. To his dismay, he noticed two leech-like creatures, each the length of 2 fingers, clinging to her calf, their deep brown bodies writhing like soft mud. Leeches, Chen Mo said gravely. Lianxi fought through her revulsion and the prickling sensation on her skin, rummaging through her small bag to retrieve a packet of mugwort powder, which she sprinkled around the leeches. "Don't move," Chen Mo called out, but it was too late. She had already scattered the powder on her leg. The leeches seemed agitated, twisting in response. "Leave this to me." Chen Mo stepped forward, drawing on his childhood experiences in the countryside to handle the leeches. His hand swiftly clapped above where the leeches had latched on, creating resistance that compelled them to retreat slowly. At the moment the leeches were about to detach, Chen Mo reacted swiftly, grasping them tightly and pulling them from Li Enchi's body. 2 puncture wounds appeared on her leg, blood oozing forth. Chen Mo took out iodine and gauze from his pack and began to bandage her wounds. "All done. We must leave this marshland swiftly," he urged, suppressing the turmoil within him. Although the threat of the leeches was not severe, they were troublesome, and it was evident that this area harbored more than just a few. The 2 individuals quickened their pace, traversing the damp lowland, with a sunlit slope ahead. Lianxi, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Wait!" At the edge of the slope, dense clusters of shrubs adorned with oval-shaped fruits, akin to grapes, caught her eye. The fruits, with their greenish-blue skin and a delicate layer reminiscent of frost, were none other than the milk fruit. Li Enchi meticulously examined the leaves and the shape of the fruits, a radiant smile illuminating her face as her previous fatigue and discomfort vanished. "These are edible. This wild fruit is sweet and sour, brimming with moisture." She took a bite, her eyes sparkling. "Indeed, this is the flavor. A little tart, yet so refreshing. The skin of these fruits is thin and perishable. Let us gather some to replenish our strength." "All right." Chen Mo promptly stepped forward, following Li Enchi's instructions to collect a pouch of milk fruit. After a brief rest, the 2 continued onward. "Chen Mo, I sense we might be off course." Li Enchi scrutinized their surroundings, noting that as they ventured southward, the vegetation became denser, yet the terrain grew ever lower. The southern terrain is low, which likely collects water," Chen Mo pondered, analyzing the topography. "However, with the lower terrain, the advantages diminish." Lianxi pointed to the moist ground ahead, adding, "And given the topography, this area is unsuitable for camping." "What do you mean?" Chen Montauk inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon Lianxi. "We should head eastward. The terrain there is elevated, and there may be a spring." Lianxi gestured toward the path they had just traversed, which led toward the highest point. Chen Mo, deep in thought, ultimately nodded in agreement with her suggestion. As he observed Li Enchi walking ahead, a frown creased his brow. It seemed she had some insight. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed through the dense thicket. "There's water." Lianxi turned to Chen Mo, her face aglow with excitement. The 2 hastened forward, and before them lay a lush bamboo grove, with the sound of water emanating from its depths. Upon reaching the source, they were both taken aback. A fissure blocked their path. The sound of the flowing water originated from within this crevice. "Someone must have been here before," Chen Mo remarked, his gaze fixed on the canyon before them, where a massive log spanned the gorge, forming a natural bridge. Chapter 35. The hyena team. A fissure cleaved the mountain, rendering its eastern and western sides utterly disconnected, with a depth exceeding 20 meters. Strangely, a solitary wooden bridge spanned the chasm. "Are they survivors?" Lianxi inquired, her voice trembling slightly. "I doubt it," Chen Montauk replied, shaking his head. The bridge appeared ancient, the wood having succumbed to decay, and such a substantial timber could not be moved by mere handfuls of people. Chen Mo observed the moss-covered giant log. Although it still lay across the fissure, it was thoroughly rotted within. This indicated that decades had passed. Coupled with the remains and the bayonet they had encountered earlier, Chen Mo felt a weight in his chest. The inexplicable plane crash and the peculiarities of the deserted island suggested an underlying manipulation at play. "What shall we do now?" Lianxi contemplated the wooden bridge before them. "Shall we proceed?" Let's pause for today, Chen Mo suggested, glancing across the chasm, his instincts urging him to press onward, as if something unseen beckoned him. Then let us explore our surroundings first. Li and Shi did not press further and prepared to search the vicinity. They ventured south along the fissure, traversing through bamboo groves and into a coniferous forest, the ground carpeted with desiccated pine needles that crunched underfoot. It seems there's no water source here, Chen Mo remarked with disappointment. Shall we check to the north? Li and Shi replied, equally resigned. It's getting late. If we don't return soon, they'll be worried. Chen Mo glanced at his watch, realizing it was already 3 in the afternoon, and returning to camp would take several hours. Let us depart then. Li and Shi nodded in agreement with Chen Mo's suggestion. Wait. As they entered the bamboo grove, Chen Mo halted Li and Shi, urging, we cannot return empty-handed. Before Li and Shi could comprehend, she watched as Chen Mo stepped further into the bamboo thicket. Crack! Crack! The sounds of snapping twigs echoed from within. Chen Mo drew his bow from his back, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the source of the noise, where a gray figure crouched, gnawing on the bamboo. Whoosh! The arrow flew, followed by a sharp cry as the gray shadow collapsed, letting out a final wail. What is that? Li and Shi asked, observing a gray creature Chen Mo retrieved, which resembled a large rat, yet was bigger than a typical rabbit, minus the long ears. This is a bamboo rat, quite delectable, Chen Mo said with a smile, effortlessly cutting a slender bamboo stalk to bind the rat to it. Let us catch a few more to roast for dinner. Chen Mo handed the bamboo rat to Li and Shi and continued forward, following the trail of droppings. After more than half an hour, Chen Mo had captured 4 bamboo rats, each weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Let us head back the way we came. He took the bamboo pole from Li and Shi, suspending the bamboo rats upon it as they made their way toward the campsite. After a day of trekking through the jungle, Chen Mo and Li and Shi felt their steps growing increasingly heavy, yet they were heartened by the proximity of their campsite. Meanwhile, within the camp, tensions ran high. At noon, a group of uninvited guests arrived, a band of survivors from the airplane who had dubbed themselves the Hyenas. Boss, there's something ahead. A man in his 30s, dressed in a tattered checkered shirt and possessing a rather frail physique, hurriedly approached from the shade near the beach. The one referred to as Boss was a robust and imposing figure, his arms adorned with a myriad of tattoos. His hair was shaved close to the scalp, and a prominent scar traversed his face, resembling a grotesque centipede, which only heightened his fierce demeanor. This was the leader of the Hyenas, known by the moniker Hyena. Where's the food you promised? Came a deep, resonant voice from the muscular man, whose physique resembled that of a mighty bull, weighing over 200 pounds, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight. The hyena regarded the frail leader with a smirk, twirling a dagger in his hand. Behind him stood a pallid-faced Westerner, whose ghastly complexion was unsettling to behold. Wu, you know the consequences of deceiving the boss. Are you looking to find Chen? Just as the slender man was about to speak, a chilling voice echoed through the jungle. A scrawny figure emerged, a wiry, short-statured individual with a pointed chin and darting eyes, exuding an air of cunning and treachery. Monkey, how could I dare? There's truly something ahead. Wu pointed towards the distance, where a distress signal was drawn in the sand, accompanied by a plume of smoke rising in the air. Upon hearing Wu's words, the 4 men in the shade jolted at the revelation. There were survivors. This group had also emerged from the airplane, initially numbering around 10. But the hyena had ruthlessly dealt with those who defied him, including the man they referred to as Chun or Chun Fanchio. Let's go take a look. The hyena rose, with Wu leading the way, while the remaining 3 closely followed. This is the spot. Wu arrived at the beach, where the SOS sign, made of life jackets, stood out prominently. This was indeed the work of Su Mujin and her companions. Boss, there's smoke over there. The slender figure glanced upwards, pointing towards Chen Mo's camp, where wisps of blue smoke were rising. How delightful! The Caucasian man turned his gaze towards the source of the smoke, inhaling deeply to catch the aroma of barbecued meat. The hyena's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he signaled for Wu to take the lead, and the 5 of them hurried towards the rising smoke. Brother Chen is back. Xia Xuanning, busy drying the seafood she had gathered, turned with excitement upon hearing the voice from behind her. Upon witnessing the 5 individuals entering, each exuding an air of menace, the countenance of those present turned ashen with fear. Who? Who are you?" Xia Xuanning's voice trembled as she hastily retreated. "Oh, little lady." The gaunt figure leered at Xia Xuanning, his right hand gently stroking his chin, his squinty eyes scanning her figure. "I am your monkey brother." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together and approached her. Hikaru Yamaguchi, hearing the commotion outside, swiftly moved to Xia Xuanning's side, bow, an arrow in hand. "Who are you? You are not welcome here." Hikaru's gaze was icy, her tone equally frigid. "Japanese woman," a white man declared, his heavy Western accent laced with fervor. "Hyena boss, this Japanese woman is mine." Rizi, Xiaoxu, Su Mujin, and Xia Xuanning stepped forward simultaneously, their expressions tense upon seeing the 5 intruders. "Another 2 little ladies? TSK, 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 this cursed place truly is a dead end indeed, yet a glimmer of hope remains." The bald man stepped forward, his gaze unabashedly roaming over the 4 women. "Baldy, spare us your pretentious airs." The gaunt man scoffed. "Boss, look at them, each more exquisite than the last. Little beauty, from now on, the hyena will protect you." The hyena's expression darkened. During the tumultuous days following the plane crash, he had been scurrying about, not truly savoring the pleasures life had to offer. "Mujin, what is happening?" Chen Wei, leaning on her cane, emerged from the campsite and froze at the sight before her. "Damn, another beauty." The bald man's eyes sparkled with greed as he licked his lips. "I, Ron, an American aristocrat, desire only that Japanese woman," he proclaimed in broken Mandarin. "Boss, can you leave one for me? I want that well-endowed one." Assistant Wu, initially believing himself to be out of the equation, approached the hyena with sycophantic eagerness. Pointing at Shen Yueru, "She's yours." The hyena cast a disdainful glance at Assistant Wu, dismissively responding. The hyena's crew paid no heed to Su Mujin and the others, busily dividing their spoils. "You scoundrel beast, clearly suffering from poor health, yet you dare to cast your lecherous gaze upon me. I will end you." Shen Yueru's anger flared upon noticing the lewd man pointing at her, and she vehemently chastised Assistant Wu. "Filthy whore, let us see if you can still scream later." Assistant Wu's expression darkened. Though he feared the hyena, he was unafraid of Shen Yueru. "Ladies, you are not welcome here. I advise you to depart, or else when our captain returns, you shall find it impossible to leave," Hikaru Yamaguchi stated coolly, her demeanor composed despite the tension. "Captain?" The hyena and his cohorts were taken aback, glancing around, wondering if there were indeed others present. "Bluffing. I am curious to see who can keep us here." The slender monkey noticed no one else around and took a step forward. Whoosh! With a soft sound, an arrow fell at the slender monkey's feet, its tail still trembling slightly. The monkey hesitated, a bead of cold sweat forming on its forehead. The woman's aim was remarkably precise. Had it been directed at his head, it would have spelled trouble. This was a warning. One more step forward, and the next arrow would surely find its mark. Yamamoto Keiko once again knocked her bow, her voice growing icy. The other women, witnessing the situation, armed themselves with long spears, bracing themselves against the 5 fierce adversaries before them. What is there to fear? She wields but a single bow. We shall confront her together. The bald man moved to the front, his gaze fixed on Yamamoto Keiko, ready to charge. No, such a beautiful face should not be marred. Romp, too, approached from the back, recalling an ancient saying from Huaxia. Those who recognize the times are true heroes. "Little girl, you cannot prevail against us." Romp, who is this line from the Teslang group to you? Su Mujin stepped forward, addressing Romp. "He is my brother." Romp was taken aback, surprised that Su Mujin was acquainted with the Teslang group. "Su Mujin of Xinghai technology," she declared, her gaze still heavy with determination as it bore into Romp. "Oh, my heavens, you are the beautiful president of Huaxia," Romp exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief upon hearing Su Mujin's words. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are all survivors. We should coexist peacefully. Leave now, and upon your return, I shall offer each of you 1 billion. Su Mujin immediately initiated negotiations, hoping to persuade them to withdraw, with the worst-case scenario being that they could delay until Chen Mo's return. Sister Mujin is right. I am. My father is the chairman of the Yuanqiu group. If you leave now, I will grant you an additional billion later. Shen Yueru, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stepped forward without further defiance. Understanding the need to buy time. Chapter 36. A tense standoff. The five hyenas erupted into laughter upon hearing those words, as if they had been treated to an amusing jest. Return? What a fanciful notion. Do you truly believe you can go back? This desolate place, devoid of even a shadow, is your prison. And you may not be aware, but the recent plane crash was a disaster of monumental proportions. Silence, or you shall meet your demise. The lean monkey's words were abruptly cut off by a fierce rebuke from the hyena. The lean monkey trembled, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, nearly revealing too much. I advise you to be sensible, or we shall be forced to resort to violence. The hyena's eyes narrowed, having lost all patience, ready to strike. Whoosh! Thud! The sound of slicing air was followed by the sickening noise of flesh being pierced. As soon as Keiko Yamamoto caught the gaze of the hyena, she realized that the situation had escalated beyond control. Without hesitation, she drew her bow and loosed an arrow. A scream pierced the air as the arrow flew swiftly and accurately, embedding itself in the bald man's thigh, piercing through completely. Desire to die, do you? Keiko swiftly knocked another arrow, drawing the bowstring taut once more, her voice icy. Very well. It appears you have chosen your own demise. The hyena's voice dripped with cold malice, his grip tightening around a dagger as his gaze remained fixated on Keiko. Wu, advance. The lean monkey kicked Wu, sending him stumbling forward. Brother monkey, I. Wu stammered, halting in his tracks, his eyes wide at the sight of the bow and arrow in Keiko's hands. Do you not remember Chen Fanchio? The lean monkey threatened. Wu was rendered speechless, and the atmosphere thickened with tension as both sides faced off, neither willing to make the first move. The wooden arrow had been extracted from the bald man's leg, which was now bound with torn cloth, his glare fixed on Keiko. If looks could kill, she would have perished hundreds of times over by now. Keiko, equally cautious, maintained her focus on the five adversaries, her heart racing. Chen Mo had instructed her to flee if danger arose, prioritizing their safety above all else. However, these men would never allow them to escape. Their eyes glimmered with malevolence, and they would not spare her or her companions. All she could do was stall for time, hoping Chen Mo would return soon. My dear, our patience wears thin. Do you truly believe we dare not launch an assault? The hyena menaced, his own tolerance at its limit, unwilling to prolong this standoff any further. Go ahead and try. Keiko aimed her arrow at the hyena, prepared to release it at any moment. You. Very well. Since you refuse to cooperate, brothers, let us eliminate this girl first. The hyena's expression darkened, the dagger in his hand spinning menacingly, confident he could evade her shot. The others began to close in on Keiko, knowing that once she released the arrow, she would be besieged. Mujin, take everyone and retreat. I will hold them off. The voice of Yamaguchi Keiko resonated with an undeniable authority. Although Su Mujin held the position of vice captain, it was she who possessed the true combat prowess, which was also the reason Chen Mo had chosen to remain. With a pallid complexion and trembling limbs, Su Mujin could only envision the dire consequences of falling into the hands of these men. Yet, words were futile. Her only recourse was to protect Xia Xuanning and Chen Wei, retreating with them as best she could. However, behind them lay a cluster of jagged rocks, and their sole escape route was obstructed by the hyenas and their ilk, leaving them with nowhere to flee. At that moment, a sudden rustle of footsteps erupted from the jungle. Chen Mo and Li Enshi had returned. Keiko, Li Enshi, leading the way, was the first to notice the situation in the camp. Her expression shifted dramatically as she rushed to Yamaguchi Keiko's side. Goodness! The thin monkey, the first to exclaim, was like an explorer who had stumbled upon a new world, his gaze appraising Li Enshi. Another girl has arrived? Boss, it seems we're in for a feast today. He cackled, rubbing his hands with a lewd eagerness, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. You seek death. Before the others could react, a coarse voice boomed. and Chen Mo emerged from the jungle, exuding a fearsome aura, his eyes scanning the five in front of him with the cold detachment of one surveying the dead. The bald man's eyes fixed on Chen Mo like a venomous serpent, his lips curling into a malicious grin. And you bring a weapon? Ha, just you, kid? Traipsing around this forest with such a flock of lambs? You must be quite the lucky one. Brother Chen, Xia Xuanning cried out, her tears flowing as she spotted Chen Mo, as if he were a savior. Chen Mo glanced at Xia Xuanning and then at Su Mujin. You two go inside. Su Mujin nodded, her heart finally settling upon seeing Chen Mo's return. Though they faced 5 adversaries, his presence instilled a sense of security within her. The hyena raised his eyelids, his snake-like gaze fixating on Chen Mo. So you're their leader? And you are? Chen Mo's voice was low yet imbued with an undeniable dominance. We? The thin monkey scoffed, snapping open a folding knife, the blade reflecting a blinding light in the fire's glow. Just like you, we are the unfortunate souls who fell from that accursed iron bird. However, it seems our luck is somewhat better than yours, at least. We have the numbers, and all of us are armed. He laughed heartily. The hyena spoke in a gravelly, husky tone, akin to sandpaper scraping against rusted iron. Brother, I won't waste time with pleasantries. How about we strike a deal? Having navigated the underworld for years, the hyena sensed a hint of danger emanating from Chen Mo. He had no desire to escalate matters further, as it would lead to unfavorable outcomes for all involved. Let's hear it. Chen Mo replied. You stick with me, and this territory will belong to us collectively. The hyena paused, then continued. As for these women, you can keep 2. The rest we will divide among us brothers. Absolutely not, boss. That Japanese woman is mine. Lan Pu immediately interjected, pointing at Yamaguchi Keiko and shouting defiantly. Seeking death. Yamaguchi Keiko aimed her bow at Lan Pu, her gaze icy and resolute. Keiko. Chen Mo cast a glance at Keiko Yamaguchi, prompting her to come to a halt. What are you? He narrowed his eyes, tossing the bow to Li Unhe while brandishing a fire axe, defiantly glaring at the hyena. Kid, don't overestimate yourself. Do you really think you alone can stand against us? Women can be replaced, but a life once lost is irretrievable. The skinny monkey leered as his gaze roamed lasciviously over the women. The bald man licked his lips, his eyes fixated on Li Unhe's face like a venomous serpent. Oh, little beauty, how unfortunate to be trembling in the woods with such a pretty boy. You would be far better off with our leader, who will ensure you live in luxury. He let out a nauseating, lewd laugh. Women are trophies, Trump exclaimed in his broken Chinese. It seems you have no intention of letting this go. Chen Mo ignored the others, his gaze locked onto the hyena, his voice devoid of anger, yet sending a chill down the skinny monkey's spine. The hyena squinted, meeting Chen Mo's stare, unable to believe that 5 of them could not overpower a single man, dismissing Yamaguchi and Li Unhe entirely. Leave the goods and the women. You get lost. Don't make me repeat myself. The hyena's tone remained calm, yet it brimmed with a menacing ferocity. Chen Mo stood his ground, as steadfast as a rock amidst a raging torrent. Keiko, deal with that Westerner, and hold nothing back. Chen Mo's voice was laced with murderous intent. Unhe, take care of that bald man. Kill. Chen Mo instructed, knowing Li Unhe's swiftness made her suitable for the task despite her injury. Today, none of you will leave. His voice resonated like a death knell. Barely had he spoken when he surged forward, targeting the monkey. Kid, you're courting death. The skinny monkey, taken aback by Chen Mo's direct advance, shouted in rage, flipping his butterfly knife to meet him. The adage goes, a short blade is perilous. And Chen Mo wielded a fire axe. Attempting to counter with a butterfly knife was sheer folly. Chen Mo showed no mercy. The fire axe whirled through the air with a fierce momentum, aimed to swiftly eliminate one adversary, for he faced 3. In an instant, as the skinny monkey moved, Chen Mo struck. His speed was akin to a hunting cheetah. The fire axe hurtled toward the monkey's face. Sensing the wind from the impending strike, the monkey attempted to evade, unaware that it was merely a feint. Chen Mo, seasoned from the battlefield, outmatched the thug by leaps and bounds. At the moment the monkey dodged, Chen Mo reversed the axe, transforming a cleave into a smash. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. Followed by the monkey's agonized shriek as Chen Mo's axe crashed into his thigh, shattering it instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, as the monkey collapsed, Chen Mo swiftly reversed the axe once more, this time with even greater speed, before the monkey could react. Swoosh! Ugh! The monkey's right hand, clutching the butterfly knife, flew off, blood gushing forth. Chen Mo did not hold back in the slightest. The axe in his hand swung once more. Before anyone could react, the blade sliced through the artery in the thin monkey's neck, and blood erupted forth, rendering the creature utterly unconscious. This swift and decisive counterattack, executed in less than 10 breaths, left everyone astonished. Damn it, it's do or die. The bald man's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he brandished a folding knife that glinted like a venomous serpent, striking directly at Chen Mo's side with a vicious angle. Whoosh! Sizzle! The sound of the bowstring reverberated, followed by a chilling scream as the arrow pierced through the bald man's arm. Fool! Daring to be my opponent while distracted. Lian Shi's voice echoed from nearby. Western dog, you shall perish too. Seeing Li Enshi's successful strike, Yamaguchi Keiko wasted no time and shouted directly at Romp. Romp, having sensed the potency of Yamaguchi Keiko's arrows, evaded continuously. However, just as he dodged 3 arrows in succession, Yamaguchi Keiko had already closed the distance to less than 3 meters from him. Chapter 37. Counterattack. Keiko Yamaguchi, without a moment's hesitation, discarded her bow, an arrow, now wielding a dagger. Upon seeing her abandon the bow, Trump felt a surge of relief. Bitch! He cursed, astonished by Yamaguchi's remarkable skill. Consequently, his arm was pierced, not severed, but he found himself momentarily incapacitated. Now it's your turn. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he fixed his gaze upon the hyena. The hyena instantly sensed the chilling intensity of Chen Mo's stare, more terrifying than the gaze of the python from that fateful night. Instinctively, it took 2 steps back. Brother, let us leave some room for negotiation. I'm on my way. The hyena, recognizing its precarious predicament, believed the best course of action was to retreat. If you wish to escape, leave something behind. Chen Mo understood that mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. He had no intention of holding back. In a flash, he lunged at the hyena. The hyena, no stranger to conflict, gripped its dagger tightly and charged at Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo's reflexes were swifter. Rather than meet the hyena's blade head-on, he twisted his waist with serpentine grace, evading the lethal edge. Simultaneously, harnessing the momentum of his turn, he swung his fire axe with ferocity, aiming for the hyena's neck. The hyena, drenched in cold sweat, ducked and turned its head to evade the axe's path. Yet, Chen Mo had anticipated this very move. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Chen Mo adjusted his stance, bringing the axe down once more. With a sickening sound, the hyena's left arm was severed. It cried out in agony, rolling on the ground to avoid Chen Mo's follow-up strike, scrambling towards the beach without a moment's pause. Crack! Another bone-chilling snap echoed. Fuck! Trump screamed like a slaughtered pig. Keiko Yamaguchi had him pinned beneath her foot. Remembering the gaze Trump had cast upon her, she chose not to use her dagger, but instead, with sheer force, broke both of his arms. Crack! Crack! 2 more resounding snaps followed as she brutally snapped his thighs. Grant him a swift end, Chen Mo remarked coolly, observing Yamaguchi's unquenched thirst for vengeance. Next time, reincarnate in another country. With a malevolent expression, Yamaguchi plunged a knife into Trump's heart. He convulsed several times before succumbing to eternal silence. Just as Yamaguchi dealt with Trump, the bald man let out a pained howl. Both of his legs had been pierced by arrows. His massive frame, racked by excruciating pain and a loss of balance, stumbled forward and crashed heavily to the ground, sending a spray of decaying leaves and mud flying. Lian Shi, witnessing the toppled bald man, felt a glint of determination in her eyes. With the swiftness of a striking serpent, her right hand, fingers poised like a dart, plunged with precision and ferocity into the concealed pressure point at the back of his skull. The bald man was akin to being struck by a jolt of high-voltage electricity, his entire being quivering uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, Li Enshi had acquired a dagger, which she swiftly drew across the bald man's carotid artery, causing his blood to spurt forth like a fountain. The man emitted a series of gasps, and in an instant, his life was extinguished. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from the lean monkey's ambush to Chen Mo's counterattack, and finally to Li Enshi's ghostly strike that felled the bald man. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere 5 or 6 seconds. The camp fell silent once more, the hyena team suffering 3 fatalities and 1 injury among its 5 members. One assistant, Wu, seemingly took advantage of the chaos to flee. Gazing at the disarray of the camp and the 3 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Chen Mo felt an intensified sense of peril. Wow, brother Chen Mo, woo-woo. Before Chen Mo could register the situation, a figure suddenly plunged into his embrace. Xia Xuanning trembled like a leaf in the wind. It's all right, it's over. Chen Mo gently patted her back, soothing her distress. Looking up, he noticed Chen Wei with slightly reddened eyes and Su Mujin's pallor. Shen Yueru appeared as though her very bones had been drained, collapsing to the ground, covering her face while softly sobbing, her body shaking incessantly. After calming Xia Xuanning, Chen Mo observed Yamamoto Keiko's eyes, tinged with anger and anxiety, slightly reddening as he softly reassured her, "It's all right." He cast a complex glance at Li Enshi, saying, "Enshi, Keiko, thank you. Captain, we are a team, we are family." Li Enshi declared solemnly, "Family? You are the guardian." Yamamoto Keiko nodded in agreement, her eyes glistening. "All right, Xia Shui, go back to the camp with Mujin," Chen Mo instructed, gently pulling Xia Xuanning from his embrace and guiding her to Su Mujin's side. "Keiko, and she, come with me to tend to the bodies." Chen Mo turned and approached the site of the earlier struggle, dragging the corpses away. After a brief tumult, the camp succumbed to a deeper, suffocating silence. The air still retained the scent of violence and the acrid odor of sweat. Within the camp, the crackling of the campfire echoed, its flames dancing, casting unsettling shadows upon each face. The bamboo rat, now roasted, emitted an aroma that could not dispel the heavy air of dread that enveloped the camp. Now, this bamboo rat was not easy to find. "You can't get this in the city," Chen Mo remarked, observing the solemn expressions of the women. He picked up the roasted bamboo rat and took a hearty bite. "What Chen Mo says is true. This bamboo rat is a delicacy. Kulme, let's fill our bellies first." Su Mujin managed a faint smile, attempting to comfort everyone. Under the persuasion of Chen Mo and Su Mujin, the group began to eat, yet what was typically a rare and delightful treat felt like chewing wax in a moment. They will return. Xia Xuanning, with a heavy sob, was the first to shatter the silence. She clung tightly to Chen Mo, seeking solace in his presence. "Brother Chen Mo, why don't they listen to reason? They are all in distress and should help one another." Xia Xuanning's voice carried an unrealistic, childlike hope, which appeared particularly fragile in the face of such harsh reality. "Reason?" Shen Yueru abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face displaying an expression that bordered on mockery, provoked by Xia Xueqing's words. "Xia Xueqing, wake up. Have you not seen the gleam in their eyes? They resemble beasts ready to devour. Reason with them. They know only the language of fists and blades." In that moment, Shen Yueru recalled the lecherous gazes that had swept over her, sending a shiver down her spine. The way they looked at us, it was far from human. It was the gaze of a wild beast, no different from that giant python lurking in the forest. As she spoke, her agitation grew, her voice trembling with a blend of sobs and terror. "Those people are venomous serpents, hyenas. 2 escaped today, but they have seen us," Yamamoto Keiko interjected, glancing at Su Mujin and the other women. "They will not relent. We cannot remain passive. The best defense is to eliminate the threat. We must take the initiative, seek them out, and eradicate them, leaving none behind." Yamamoto Keiko's eyes were icy, her voice resonating with a chilling authority. "I concur with Keiko's assessment. That assistant we encountered today is Chun Fanchio Sade. They mentioned feeding Chun Fanchio to the snake, referring to that monstrous python. Su Mujin's revelation sent a wave of shock rippling through the group, as Chen Mo remained unaware of this information. Are you suggesting that Chen Fanxiu is in league with them? Chen Montak in Kviot. Indeed, I overheard their threats towards that assistant Wu. Su Mujin confirmed with a nod. Why are they here? This cannot be mere coincidence. On this island, aside from us and them, are there any other survivors? What kind of individuals might those survivors be? Ordinary people like us, struggling for survival, or perhaps even more ruthless, more organized factions? Su Mujin gazed outside, her voice tinged with melancholy. She had once entertained the notion of encountering others to offer assistance, only to realize now how naive she had been. Indeed, those 5 are merely the tip of the iceberg, a microcosm of the moral decay rampant in this lawless land. Here, there are no laws, no morals, only the primal instinct of survival of the fittest. Today, we face mere thugs. What awaits us tomorrow? The day after? How many more can we eliminate? Chen Mo took up Su Mujin's thread, his heart heavy. In this unconstrained wilderness, human nature is the most fragile existence. The women around him, who could command respect in the city, would merely become tools on this deserted island. Finally, Li Unshi, who had remained silent like a shadow, spoke up. She did not meet anyone's gaze, her eyes fixed on the encroaching darkness of the jungle beyond the camp, her voice calm as though stating an undeniable fact. We cannot stay here. The camp's location is exposed, vulnerable to attack. Remaining here is akin to awaiting our demise. Lianshi's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the heated discussions among the group. To abandon this relatively familiar site, equipped with a water source and rudimentary defenses, to venture deeper into the unknown, perilous depths of the jungle, the mere thought brimmed with immense risk and uncertainty. Relocate? To where? Shen Yueru exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Wei is still so weak. How can we leave? Where can we go? The outside is teeming with man-eating beasts. Moreover, there exist individuals more fearsome than beasts. Venturing outside equates to courting death. I refuse to leave. If I must perish, let it be here. Shen Yu held her knees tightly, as though this simple act could bestow upon her a modicum of security. And she spoke with wisdom. But where shall we go? Su Mujin cast a worried glance at the others, followed by a concerned look at Chen Wei. Perhaps you all should depart. I shall remain. A resolute expression adorned Chen Wei's face, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chen Wei, such words must not be uttered again. Chen Mo's voice bore an authoritative tone, causing Chen Wei's eyes to well with tears. Indeed, Chen Wei, we are a family. Su Mujin, as the vice-captain, sought to comfort Chen Wei. I understand now, Mujin. I shall heed your counsel. Chen Wei sobbed softly, her sense of belonging to the team intensifying. Chen Mo gradually raised his head, his gaze not resting on anyone, but rather transcending the flickering campfire, directed toward the impenetrable darkness of the forest beyond, which devoured the starlight. Migration. We shall depart at dawn. At last, Chen Mo's voice resonated, hoarse and deep, imbued with an undeniable strength, rendering the final decision. He paused, sweeping his gaze over the beautiful faces before him, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier upon his shoulders. Rest assured, I shall spare no effort in ensuring your safety. I will bring you all home. Chapter 38. The difficult path of migration. The embers of the campfire flickered weakly. A few dark red sparks struggling futilely in the depths of the ashen charcoal, their intermittent glow reminiscent of the final heartbeat of a dying beast. Let us retire early. Tomorrow, there is much to be done. Chen Mo murmured, his voice tinged with melancholy as he sat before the fire, observing the dancing flames. Huizi and Shi, you should also rest. I will keep watch. Noticing the indifference of the women around him, Chen Mo felt a sense of helplessness. The events of the day had left their hearts unsettled. Brother Chen Mo, will we truly find a new camp tomorrow? Xia Xuanning, still with traces of tears on her face, nestled within Su Mujin's embrace, her voice laced with sorrow. Indeed, Chen Mo replied with resolute assurance. I miss my mother. I long for home. Shen Yueru's voice trembled, revealing a deep-seated fear for the first time in this pampered young lady's life. Shen Yueru's words seemed to trigger a cascade of emotions. Chen Wei's eyes grew red, tears cascading down her cheeks. After all, regardless of how resilient women may appear, their spirits often wane when confronted with dire circumstances. Especially now, as each of them had once led lives of comfort and privilege in the city. Yet their current plight revealed the fragility of human nature. As night deepened, the temperature plummeted, an incessant chill seeping in from the entrance, enveloping them in a cold embrace. A low growl echoed from the depths of the jungle. After the torrential rain, it was destined to be a sleepless night amidst the forest grasp. Damn it! On the southern beach, a hyena licked its wounds. Having lost an arm and lacking medical aid, it let out pained howls. Boss! Assistant Wu remained vigilantly by the hyena's side. During the fierce battle, he had hidden in the shadows, intending to seize the opportunity. But he had not anticipated the swift defeat of the hyena and its companions. Emerging from his concealment, upon witnessing the hyena's dismemberment, he chose to follow it once more. Once I recover, I shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death. The hyena snarled, its teeth grinding with rage. Boss, let's head south. There are a few stragglers we can recruit, Assistant Wu suggested with a sycophantic demeanor, recalling the solitary survivors they had seen while passing through the southern region. The hyena wrapped its wounds with cloth, grimacing in pain. Rest for a day. Once I gather my team, I will return to eliminate them. Those women shall wish they had never been born, it vowed, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty thirst for vengeance. This night was fated to be sleepless. The members of Chen Mo's team, caught in a whirlwind of fear and anxiety, only succumbed to slumber as dawn approached. When the eastern horizon finally tore open, revealing a gray-white fissure that reluctantly cast its cold light upon the camp, the group had already awakened. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as newly forged blades, scanning the faces of the weary and frightened around him. Daylight has arrived. His voice was heavy, laden with the dryness and profound fatigue of a sleepless night. This statement fell like a stone into a still pond, instantly provoking violent ripples. Are we truly to depart? Will that pack of beasts watch us in our moment of tranquility? Shen Yueru trembled, her thoughts haunted by the ferocity of those men, her eyes reflecting deep-seated fear. Sister Yueru, please do not speak like that. Xia Xuanning, influenced by Shen Yueru's agitation, turned pale, her small face drained of color. She timidly glanced at Chen Mo, then at Su Mujin, her voice thick with the impending threat of tears. Su Mujin gently batte chia kue ninkis trembling bak. Yet her gaze remained unervingly calm as it met Chen Mo's. Chen Mo, Yueru's concerns are not without merit. Su Mujin hesitated, her heart burdened with worries about the potential absence of a safe haven. Should we not conduct reconnaissance on the possible hideouts of the hyenas to ascertain their movements and strengths? Otherwise, migrating blindly may invite even greater peril. Su Mujin's analysis was clear. If migration could be avoided, it would be for the best. No, Su Mujin, did you not see the look in the eyes of that rabble last night? Their gaze upon us, especially. Yamamoto Keiko paused, casting a sweeping glance at the girls. If other survivors are akin to those hyenas, what do you believe will happen if we fall into their clutches? We would become mere playthings. Yamamoto Keiko's voice was frigid, her eyes piercing. She speaks the truth. Chen Wei is currently unable to move. If Chen Mo were to venture out in search of safety, what if others were to approach? Or worse, what if that pack of beasts charged in? She would have no chance to flee. What then? Lian Shi's voice rang coldly, filled with a pessimistic foreboding about the fate of those left behind. Migration is an act of proactive survival, Yamamoto Keiko continued, her tone imbued with an unwavering resolve. Though the depths of the jungle are fraught with danger, the unknown also signifies opportunity. We may discover a more concealed and defensible stronghold. But where shall we migrate to? Shen Yueru's voice trembled with doubt and sorrow. The cliff, Lian Shi uttered, her gaze drifting to a distant place, shrouded in an elusive depth. Yesterday, Chen Mo and I reached the upper stream of the creek. There lies a cliff, a location that is easily defended yet difficult to assault with a broad field of vision. Crucially, we can construct a bridge to escape to the opposite bank in the event of danger. Lian Shi stated with unassailable confidence. I will follow Chen Mo Gu. Chen Wei's clear voice broke the brief silence. I believe in Chen Mo. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Though Chen Wei's voice was soft, it bore the weight of irrevocable determination. This unreserved trust struck like a hammer upon the hearts of each listener. Xia Xuan Ning ceased her sobbing, her gaze flitting from one to another, finally resting on Chen Mo's face. I too believe in brother Chen Mo. Su Mujin to Chen Mo, slowly nodding. Very well, we shall migrate. However, the route must be meticulously planned, and our movements must be cautious. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the group, ultimately settling on Shen Yueru's pale visage. Shen Yueru trembled slightly. Her lips moved a few times before she finally bowed her head in despair, uttering a barely audible word. Go. Gather your belongings and take everything we can. Chen Mo made the final decision, and the others ceased to deliberate. After a hearty meal, they extinguished the campfire and packed all supplies onto a makeshift stretcher fashioned from bamboo. Preparations for departure commenced. Chen Mo's voice, though not loud, resonated like a boulder cast into still waters, shattering the oppressive silence. Enchi, you're familiar with the route. Lead the way. Huizi, you bring up the rear. Chen Mo assigned roles. What about the supplies? Yamashita, Huizi inquired, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the supplies on the stretcher. I'll carry it. Su Mujin stepped up, embodying her responsibility as the vice captain. Huizi and Mujin will carry it together. Xiaoxue, Yueru, stay close to Enchi. Chen Mo glanced at the frail Xiaoxue and the delicate Shen Yueru, deciding it best for Yamashita Huizi to shoulder more of the burden. Su Mujin assisted Chen Wei, helping her adjust her thin jacket. Though Chen Wei was no longer in critical condition, prolonged walking would undoubtedly be difficult. I can manage on my own, Chen Wei whispered, not wishing to be a burden, as she grasped Su Mujin's arm and attempted to move her feet. Leave Chen Wei to me, Chen Mo said softly as he approached her. Su Mujin observed the unreserved trust in Chen Wei's eyes toward Chen Mo, a pang of inexplicable bitterness coursing through her heart. She nodded in silence. Since their stranding on the deserted island, the bodyguard who had once existed solely within Su Mujin's line of sight, tasked only with her safety, seemed to be undergoing a quiet transformation. He had become the pillar for all, an inseparable partner for Huizi, a hero in Xiaoxue's eyes, Chen Wei's sole reliance. And even the enigmatic Enshi regarded Chen Mo with a gaze tinged with curiosity and subtle admiration. A subtle sense of loss and discomfort from the dilution of her exclusive protection crept into Su Mujin's heart. Yueru, Xiaoxue, move faster. Su Mujin's voice retained its usual chill as her gaze swept over the two still dawdling. Shen Yueru, vexed, stamped her foot. Her expensive limited edition sandals had become the greatest encumbrance. The shoelaces were caked with mud, the soles coated in slippery, decaying leaves. This wretched shoe, Shen Yueru muttered under her breath, her face a portrait of disgust and impatience. Had she known, she would have worn sneakers on the plane. This cursed place lacks even a decent path. Xiaoxue, carrying a backpack filled with everyone's utensils and bottled water, straightened her petite form and, upon hearing Su Mujin's urging, quickly responded and trotted to follow behind Lianxi. Su Mujin moved to the other side of the stretcher, collaborating with Yamashita Huizi to lift the supplies. Chen Wei, come here, Chen Mo called, positioning himself before her, bending slightly. Chen Wei gazed at his broad back, which seemed capable of bearing any weight, a glimmer of gratitude and reliance surfacing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she gently climbed onto his back. Her arms encircled Chen Mo's neck, her movements imbued with tender care. Chen Mo steadily supported her leg, effortlessly rising to his feet, as if he were not carrying a person but rather a heavy burden of responsibility. Steadying himself, Chen Mo took a step forward, skillfully parting the enormous banana leaves that obstructed his path, and ventured into the jungle trail leading upstream towards the stream. Enchi, Huizi, keep your hands free. You stay at the back. Remain vigilant of our surroundings. Chen Mo instructed as he caught up with Lianxi. Understood. Lianxi responded succinctly, moving to the rear and simultaneously clearing away the traces left behind. The team advanced along the path that had been carved out a few days prior. Although Chen Mo bore Chen Wei on his back, His agility remained undiminished, navigating the jungle with ease. However, Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru were not as adept. Being newcomers to the jungle, they were overwhelmed with anxiety, and the stifling, humid air soon made their breathing labored. My shoe has sunken again. It's all mud. This wretched vine has snagged my dress. Mosquitoes. There are so many mosquitoes. They're going to devour me. Su Mujin, do you have any mosquito repellent left? I am exhausted. How much longer do we have to walk? My feet feel like they're going to break. Shen Yueru stumbled with every step. Her expensive sandals reduced to mere clumps of mud. Her predicament rendered utterly miserable. Her voice, tinged with irritation and fatigue, became sharp and piercing. Chapter 39. The glimmer beneath the rain veil. Xia Xuanning bit her lip, trailing silently behind. Her petite frame bore a burden far beyond her capacity, and she struggled to keep pace with the group, her steps faltering and nearly stumbling several times. Xiao Xue, hand the bag to Chen Wei. Chen Mo observed Xia Xuanning's determined yet precarious state as she followed behind, signaling her to transfer her load to Chen Wei to alleviate her burden. No, I can manage, Chen Mo. You still need to carry Chen Wei Jia. Xia Xuanning stubbornly shook her head, her breath slightly labored. Yet her eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. Just give it to me. Help Mujin a bit. Chen Mo, noting the flush on Xia Xuanning's cheeks, took the bag from her and placed it on Chen Wei, though he still bore the weight himself. He also noticed Su Mujin struggling, prompting him to encourage Xia Xuanning to assist her. Su Mujin looked at Chen Mo, warmth flooding her heart. He still cared for her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she felt beads of sweat forming at her temples. She maintained her composed demeanor, yet the exhaustion and the toll of the slick, muddy ground were known only to her. Thank you, Chen Mo. Xia Xuanning sighed in relief, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, as she moved beside Su Mujin to help lighten her load. Chen Mo, you are too selfish. You cannot just leave Chen Wei. Can't she try on her own? At this rate, we want to reach the cliff before nightfall. Shen Yueru directed her ire at Chen Mo and Chen Wei, her tone brimming with resentment. Chen Wei, resting against his back, stiffened slightly at Shen Yueru's words. The arms wrapped around Chen Mo's neck tightened instinctively, a flicker of hurt and grievance flashing in her eyes. Chen Mo, please set me down. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. Tears welled in Chen Wei's eyes, as she wished not to become a hindrance to the team. Your injury cannot bear too much strain. Forcing yourself to walk could worsen it. Compared to being left behind, this slight burden is inconsequential, Chen Mo stated coldly. Shen Yueru, go assist Mujin with the stretcher, or you may as well remain lost in the forest. Chen Mo turned to glance at Shen Yueru, his gaze sharp. Shen Yueru was about to retort, but the intensity of Chen Mo's eyes made her heart tremble. She believed he would act on his words. Chen Wei did not expect such protective fervor from Chen Mo, and softly expressed her gratitude. Chen Mo, conserve your strength. The journey is still long. Chen Mo interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. She walked at the rear, her gaze fleetingly resting on Shen Yueru, devoid of emotion, yet it sent an inexplicable chill down Shen Yueru's spine, prompting her to hastily move to the other side of Su Mujin, grasping the stretcher as well. Su Mujin observed Chen Mo's seemingly tireless figure, with Chen Wei quietly nestled on his back, and for a fleeting moment, she mused how wonderful it would be if he were carrying her instead. Startled by this thought, Su Mujin inhaled deeply, her voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. Let us keep our words few. Save your strength. The team trudged forward amidst a suffocating silence. Their breaths labored. An hour later, they reached a familiar mountain stream, faintly hearing the soothing sound of rushing water. We are nearly at the pond. Bear with me a little longer, and we shall pause there. Chen Mo's voice rang out, unwavering as he did not look back. At last, they arrived at the water source, and a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Unchi, stay alert, Chen Mo commanded. Lianxi nodded, scanning the surroundings. Noticing nothing amiss, she approached the pond's edge. The others collapsed onto the ground, their heavy breaths mingling with the refreshing spring water, alleviating their fatigue significantly. After a brief respite, the already gloomy sky suddenly darkened further. Thick, swirling clouds, akin to rolling ink, rapidly consumed the last remnants of daylight, enveloping the entire forest in a foreboding atmosphere, reminiscent of an impending storm. "It's gonna rain." Keiko raised her gaze to the heavens, her expression grave. "Quick, we must leave this place and head to the rocks ahead." Chen Mo had not anticipated rain today, as there had been no prior indication. With no shelter in sight, getting drenched would leave them without a suitable camping site, and illness would pose a far graver threat than hunger. The others shared this concern, hastily standing up to organize their supplies. "Leave the supplies here for now, and guide everyone to the banana grove on the rocks." As the group began to pack, Chen Mo swiftly intervened. "We cannot move quickly with all these items. We must ascend the rocks before the downpour begins. Move quickly, stay close behind me." Lian Shi Akua, urging everyone onward toward the rocks. Chen Wei, come up. Without hesitation, Chen Mo crouched down to allow Chen Wei to climb onto his back. "Chen Mo, you should leave me behind." Tears welled in Chen Wei's eyes as she saw Chen Mo willingly forsaking their supplies for her sake. Her heart moved to tears. "Obey me. Hurry." Chen Mo's voice brooked no argument as he hoisted Chen Wei onto his back and swiftly made his way up the rocky terrain. This time, no one uttered a word. They all hastened their pace, quickly traversing the path that Chen Mo had previously forged, racing toward the banana grove ahead. "Wait for me," Shen Yueru shouted, barefoot and clutching her shoes, calling out loudly from behind. Just as they reached a rock near the banana grove, the sky darkened further, visibility plummeting. "Stop! Do not advance any further. Crouch beneath the rocks," Chen Mo commanded, halting their movements and directing them to take cover. Crack! Boom! A blinding flash of white lightning cleaved through the dense clouds, like the wrath of a deity wielding a colossal whip. Almost immediately, a deafening roar of thunder erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them, causing leaves to cascade down. "Keiko and follow me," Chen Mo shouted above the cacophony, his voice piercing through the thunder as he dashed toward the banana grove not far away. "Everyone else, stay put." As Chen Mo sprinted, he bellowed loudly, causing Su Mujin, who had just intended to move forward, to halt abruptly. Chen Mo dashed into the banana grove, and both Keiko Yamaguchi and Li Unhee quickly grasped his intention, following closely behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo targeted the largest and most pristine banana tree, swinging the fire axe in his hand. With a sharp crack, the resilient leaf stem was severed. He forcefully yanked down the enormous banana leaf. Without pausing, he lunged towards another tree, repeating the same vigorous action. "Keiko, Unhee, take the banana leaves back," Chen Mo shouted once more. Ignoring the presence of Keiko Yamaguchi and Li Unhee behind him, he moved with remarkable swiftness and strength, driven by an unwavering focus. The slippery leaf stems almost caused him to slip several times, yet he persisted in his relentless chopping. This scene was etched in the minds of Su Mujin and the others, as if frozen in time. Keiko Yamaguchi and Li Unhee, disregarding their own fatigue, transported the broad banana leaves to the rocks. Suddenly, with a crack and a rumble, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. The rain fell violently, resembling a barrage of ice pellets, creating a chaotic curtain of water. Instantly, the jungle was engulfed in a dense mist of rain, visibility plummeting to mere meters ahead. Obscured and unclear, the muddy ground transformed rapidly into a slick, swamp-like terrain. Fortunately, Keiko Yamaguchi had returned with the banana leaves, spreading them over the rocks to shield against the falling rain. Li Unhee also returned, braving the downpour with a bundle of banana leaves in her arms. Together, they placed the leaves atop the rocks, using the long hair they held as a makeshift support. "So cold, so very cold." Xia Xue Ning clutched her arms, her teeth chattering, lips turning purple. "Oh my goodness, it's pouring." Shen Yueru's face paled as raindrops struck the ground, the temperature plummeting, making her shiver uncontrollably. What to do? Chen Mo hasn't returned yet. Getting soaked could make him sick. Su Mujin felt a piercing chill. her drenched clothes clinging to her skin, stripping away warmth. They huddled together, and Su Mujin fought to suppress her shivers, trying to hold Xia Xuanning tighter, even as her own body heat rapidly dissipated. Chen Montak! Chen Montak! Su Mujin called out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Through the curtain of rain, she could see Chen Mo still valiantly chopping at the banana trees. Shen Yueru, who had been shivering and complaining, fell silent, her mouth agape as she gazed at the figure laboriously tearing at the banana leaves in the storm, that solitary silhouette always leading the charge. In that moment, Shen Yueru felt a tremor deep within her heart, truly realizing Chen Mo's dedication to the team. Xia Xuanning, her lips blue with cold, also forgot her discomfort, staring at Chen Mo with wide eyes filled with shock and an indescribable pang of compassion. Brother, Chen Mo. Su Mujin tightened her grip around Xia Xuanning's arm, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo as he valiantly battled against the torrential rain. A subtle pang of bittersweet emotion surged within her, intertwined with a profound sense of impact and an undeniable heartbeat. He was no longer merely a bodyguard. He had become the unyielding backbone of the entire team in their moment of despair. Chen Mo, please return quickly. Tears glistened in Yamamoto Keiko's eyes as she wished to rush out as well. Yet she understood that if she were to fall ill, the entire burden would rest solely upon Chen Mo's shoulders. Chen Mo glanced at the nearby banana leaves, deeming them sufficient, and secured the fire axe at his waist. He swiftly scooped up the leaves and dashed towards his companions. Quick, use the vines. Bind them together, he commanded urgently, layering the largest leaves while directing the others. In an instant, Su Mujin grasped his intention. Battling against the chill, she released Xia Xuanning and promptly produced a rope she had crafted from other garments. Shen Yueru, as if propelled by an unseen force, set aside her complaints and stumbled forward to assist in pulling the slippery strips. Xiao Shui grasped the spear tightly. Do not let it sway, Su Mujin instructed as she secured the rope to the spear lodged in the ground. Xia Xuanning nodded vigorously, her small hands, now blue from the cold, striving to hold onto the spear. Chen Mo and Yamamoto Keiko worked swiftly, layering the enormous banana leaves to cover as much ground as possible. Chapter 40. The unique Li Unhe deftly sharpened both ends of the vine with her keen little knife. Su Mujin and Shen Yueru collaborated to pass the vine along. With this, pierce through the leaf stem and secure it. Chen Mo took the sharpened vine from Li Un, using it like a colossal sewing needle to forcefully penetrate the thick banana leaf stem, then tightened it firmly, tying a knot on the other side. Even Chen Wei was not idle, gripping another spear tightly to prevent any tremors. In the torrential downpour, the seven of them truly collaborated for the first time to create a makeshift shelter from the rain. Complaints faded away, as did accusations. Only the hurried breaths, the sound of rain cascading, the friction of the vine passing through the leaf stem, and the occasional brief commands and responses filled the air. Cover that leaf a bit more. Vine, hand me another. Secure this here. Pull tight. Xiao Shui, the vine is coming to you from Chen Mo. Shen Yueru gritted her teeth, unperturbed by the mud staining her hands and arms, as she vigorously tugged at the vine to help secure it. Su Mujin's lips turned pale from the cold, yet her gaze remained focused, accurately passing tools and supports. Xia Xuanning held onto the spear tightly, stabilizing the structure. Chen Wei, while securing the framework, diligently pushed the scattered leaves towards the busy group. Under the relentless onslaught of wind and rain, a rudimentary rain shelter made of overlapping banana leaves and sturdy vines was painstakingly erected with the support of the spears. Though crude, with edges still seeping water, the central area finally offered a relatively dry space. Let's take a break. Chen Mo wiped the rain from his face and called out loudly. The group settled into the small refuge like weary birds returning to their nest. The confined space quickly filled with 7 individuals, their bodies inevitably pressing against one another. The damp clothing rubbed together, transmitting each other's icy temperatures, yet also sharing a faint warmth of survival after the storm. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour violently, battering the banana leaf canopy with a deafening sound. Water trickled down through the gaps at the edges, pooling at their feet to form a small stream. Inside, the dim light, damp and frigid air, permeated with the scent of wet fabric and earth. Each person shivered uncontrollably, their lips turning blue. However, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Shen Yueru hugged her knees, gazing at her mud-stained hands, marked red by the vines, then glanced at the equally disheveled Xia Xuanning beside her. Her gaze moved to Chen Mo, who was drenched but had never given up on them, and an unprecedented feeling surged within her. Silently, she removed her heavy, soaked coat, hesitating for a moment before gently draping it over the shivering Xia Xuanning. Xia Xuanning looked up in surprise, feeling a faint warmth emanating from the cold coat, and softly said, "Sister Yueru, you just wear it. Don't catch a cold." Shen Yueru turned her face away, her voice somewhat awkward. Yet the concern was genuine. As Su Mujin observed Shen Yu's movements, her gaze drifted to Huizi, who was carefully assisting Chen Wei in adjusting her posture for greater comfort. Then, she glanced at Lian Shi, who sat silently in the corner, her body shielding against the wind, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes, a joy born from survival. Chen Mo, Su Mujin's voice resonated distinctly amid the rain, imbued with a weariness that suggested the lifting of a burdensome weight, yet softened by an unprecedented gentleness. "Thank you." Chen Mo momentarily halted his actions, raising his head as droplets cascaded from his chiseled jawline. In the dim light, he perceived the complex, yet warming glimmer in Su Mujin's eyes and the expressions of camaraderie etched on the faces of their companions huddled together for warmth, embodying a shared resilience amidst their exhaustion and tranquility. "Since I have brought everyone out, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." Chen Mo's voice bore a weighty resolve, yet resonated with an undeniable firmness. The torrential rain continued to roar as the earth underwent a cleansing deluge, while a thin mist wafted through the jungle. Water pooled on the ground, converging to form a gentle stream that meandered downward. In the cramped space, 7 individuals stood almost shoulder to shoulder, their heavy breaths and chattering teeth punctuating the silence. Suddenly, Chen Mo sensed someone approaching from behind. A soft body pressed against his back, causing him to stiffen. "Chen Montak Giga. I'm cold." Before Chen Mo could turn, Xia Xuanning's trembling voice reached him. Sensing her shivering form, Chen Mo suppressed his swirling thoughts. "Mujin, draw closer to one another." His words seemed to embolden Xia Xuanning, who wrapped her arms around him from behind, her entire body leaning against him. The others, interpreting Chen Mo's instruction as an invitation to gather around him, moved closer, encircling him. Even Shen Yu, typically headstrong, trembled as she leaned against Chen Mo's right side. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace from Xia Xuanning, Chen Mo found himself momentarily at a loss as everyone nestled around him. The atmosphere shifted palpably within the confined space. He felt enveloped by delicate warmth, igniting a warmth within him that he struggled to quell. "Your body temperature is higher than ours, so try not to overthink it." Lian Shi positioned herself opposite Chen Mo, her back turned to him as she leaned into his space. The fervor he had just managed to suppress began to stir once more, and upon noticing that Kei-ri Matsuko mirrored Lian Shi, leaning against his left, a bead of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sighing inwardly, Chen Mo recognized the futility of refusal. He could only strive to suppress the tumult within him. 2 hours later, the jungle was entirely cloaked in thick humidity and an eerie stillness. The last reluctant droplets fell from the edges of enormous banana leaves, splattering onto the muddy ground with a soft patter, forming the solitary melody in this space that echoed with the aftermath of survival. The rain has ceased. As Chen Mo gazed at the gradually subsiding tempest, a wave of relief washed over him. The torment of those 2 hours could only be truly comprehended by those who have endured it. The jungle, bathed in the aftermath of rain, appeared as if meticulously cleansed by an invisible hand, yet roughly kneaded. Towering trees stood as silent giants, their damp trunks exhibiting a profound ebony hue, while the robust vines, saturated with water, hung heavily like chilling serpents. The once discernible paths lay obliterated, replaced by treacherous, quagmire-like marshes, where murky waters mingled with decaying leaves, exuding an acrid stench. "Huizi, remain here," Chen Mo said, giving Shanku Huizi a gentle pat on the shoulder as he stepped away from the crowd. "And she, let us retrieve the supplies." As he spoke, he hastily departed from that unforgettable refuge. A ripple of laughter erupted from within the shelter, just as Chen Mo exited. "Hey, do you think Chen Mo is incapable?" Shen Yueru's voice rang out teasingly, her gaze laced with mischief. Chen Mo stumbled slightly, a surge of indignation coursing through him as he thought, "Yueru, you shall see whether I am capable or not." "Yueru, do not speak nonsense. Brother Chen Mo is merely showing us respect." Chen Wei, though feeling the chill, defended Chen Mo tch. "Chen Wei, let me remind you, he is the only man in our team. You'd best not harbor any intentions." Shen Yueru brandished her fist playfully, revealing her small canine teeth. "Enough. Quickly remove your clothes and wring out the water." Su Mujin observed the escalating banter and felt a pang of discomfort, though she couldn't quite grasp the cause. The mere thought of them discussing Chen Mo unsettled her. Lian Shi did not keep Chen Mo waiting long and emerged from the shelter, following him towards the stream. After all their possessions lay by the water's edge, essential for their survival, necessitating their retrieval. "Captain, what kind of girl do you prefer?" Lian Shi suddenly inquired as she approached Chen Mo. "What is it?" Chen Mo furrowed his brow, puzzled by her question. "I'm just curious. A man like you. Why do you not have a partner?" Lian Shi regarded him with an inquisitive gaze. "In the future, you shall guard the camp while I take Huizi out." Chen Mo responded solemnly, glancing at the inquisitive Lian Shi. "Hee, Huizi is more inclined to listen to you, but I'm not so bad either." Lian Shi continued her chatter, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor at the camp. Amidst Lian Shi's incessant prattle, they arrived at the stream. The torrential rain had swollen the waters, inundating the surroundings. Fortunately, the supplies on the stretcher remained securely tied, unharmed by the deluge. "Let us proceed. Watch your step." Chen Mo lifted the stretcher and led the way. The jungle, post-storm, was awash with standing water, resembling a multitude of marshes. The path beneath their feet was treacherously muddy as Chen Mo and Lian Shi trudged forward, alternating between deep and shallow steps. "Chen Mo, you are biased." Walking behind, Lian Hui spoke with a hint of complaint, yet a mischievous glimmer danced across her face. "How am I being biased?" Chen Mo, unable to see Lian Hui's expression, was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Are you referring to Chen Wei? She is injured. It is only natural to take extra care of her." Chen Mo assumed Lian Hui was referring to his act of carrying Chen Wei, and though he initially hesitated to clarify, he thought it best to avoid misunderstandings within the team. "And what about Huizi?" Lian Hui's voice rose slightly. "Look at this exhausting task. You let Huizi stay behind and chose me instead. Isn't that favoritism?" Lian Hui chided Chen Mo, yet her expression remained remarkably relaxed. She bore no ill will towards him. Rather, she found that teasing him lightened the mood, especially since he often appeared so cold and aloof. Chapter 41. Fire and Glimmer and Shi. "You seem rather talkative today." Upon hearing Lian Shi's remark, Chen Mo understood that she was not angry, but merely seeking a conversation. "Humph. So you find me bothersome? I'm only 25, you know. My profession dictates a cool demeanor." "Forget that profession." Lian Shi's words carried a sense of helplessness, yet they were imbued with an undeniable authenticity, leaving Chen Mo momentarily at a loss for words. "Your Chinese proficiency is quite commendable." Chen Mo deftly shifted the topic. "Of course, my ancestors were scholars and even passed the imperial examinations." Lian Shi proudly recounted her family's history. "My grandmother says that her great-grandfather was a civil official of the Ming dynasty who came to Han City for cultural exchange and eventually settled here." As Lian Shi reminisced about her family's past, a hint of melancholy graced her expression. "In fact, many from our region are descendants of the Huaxia, though the later generations have gradually forgotten this." She continued, "My greatest dream is to settle in Huaxia, which is why I am participating in this exchange. I am preparing to relocate my company there." "Oh, what prompts your desire to move to Huaxia?" Chen Mo was taken aback by Lian Shi's unexpected plans. "Naturally, it's because of you. If I move to Huaxia, you can come work in my company, and I shall be the boss while you become the boss's wife." Li Yanxi playfully teased, diverting from her earlier sentiments. "All right, enough with the nonsense." Chen Mo felt a sense of helplessness, pondering the enigmatic depths within Li Yanxi. "Hee, Captain." Li Yanxi deliberately elongated her voice. Thus, the two of them seemed to momentarily forget the perils of their deserted island, engaging in light-hearted banter as they arrived at their makeshift campsite. Within the temporary camp, upon hearing Chen Mo and Li Yanxi's voices, Su Mujin was the first to emerge. The temperature in the jungle remained exceedingly low, and combined with the dampness underfoot, a chilling breeze swept through, causing involuntary shivers. "You've returned?" Su Mujin's usual cool demeanor was replaced by a fragile pallor. Her lips were turning blue from the cold, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The once immaculate cream-colored shirt was now soaked, clinging to her form and vividly outlining her delicate waist and generous bust. "Quickly, come inside. The temperature outside is far too low." Observing the typically aloof female CEO in such a state tugged at Chen Mo's heartstrings. "What were you two discussing? I could hear your voices from afar. I thought I might freeze to death while you both sounded so cheerful." Shen Yueru crossed her arms. On the verge of tears, the damp, sheer fabric clung to her, nearly translucent, revealing the contours of her undergarments, her voluptuous figure and slender waist exuding allure. "I was lamenting the captain's favoritism, making me do all the heavy lifting." Li Yanxi jested, attempting to lighten the mood in response to the disheveled group. No sooner had Li Yanxi's words faded than Yamashita Keiko stepped out from the shelter. Her condition was even more dire. Her flimsy t-shirt and shorts were utterly soaked. Clinging to her skin, the graceful lines of her long legs and rounded curves unmistakably visible. She appeared utterly unconcerned about her predicament, simply brushing the moisture from her face with deft movements, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Yet beneath her damp clothing, the undulating curves exuded a wild and breathtaking beauty. Chen Mo observed the pale faces and shivering bodies of the others, all of whom had entered the shelter clad in wet garments. They were at risk of hypothermia, of falling ill. In this environment, even a slight cold could prove fatal. Chen Mo's voice carried an undeniable urgency as he forcibly suppressed the inappropriate flutter of his heart and the embarrassment that accompanied it. Without lingering, he grasped the fire axe and moved towards the adjacent thicket. "You all go ahead. I will follow him." Yamaguchi Keiko glanced in the direction where Chen Mo had vanished, saying nothing more, and promptly followed in his footsteps. As they searched through the jungle, the rain had only just ceased, leaving the trees drenched. "Chen Mo, all the trees here are soaked. It's impossible to start a fire." Yamaguchi Keiko's complexion was somewhat pale, her clothes still dripping. "I know a place. Follow me." Chen Mo, though anxious, understood the necessity of remaining calm. He surveyed the area and recalled a nearby grove of pine trees. Even when soaked by rain, pine wood could ignite. Ignoring his physical exhaustion, he hurried towards the grove. After traversing a bamboo thicket, they finally reached the pine forest. "Keiko, look for some vines nearby. I'll handle the rest," Chen Mo instructed before immediately searching for dead pine trees. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of crashing timber echoed through the pine forest, followed by the thud of trees falling. Chen Mo worked swiftly, soon felling over a dozen dead trees. "Here are the vines." Yamaguchi Keiko arrived just in time. Handing the vines to Chen Mo, he bound the fallen pines into 2 large bundles, securing them with a log through the center. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted the bundles. "Let's go back," he called, leading the way back to the camp, with Yamaguchi Keiko closely following, her eyes alert to the surroundings. Although the rain had ceased, the sun remained hidden and the temperature showed no signs of rising. Instead, the accumulation of water on the ground, combined with the wind in the forest, made it feel even colder. The group huddled together in the cramped shelter, shivering. "Quick, prepare to start a fire." Chen Mo, disregarding his fatigue, carried the 2 bundles of wood to the campsite, his weariness becoming more pronounced. The shelter was too small. The fire had to be kindled outside. Finally, the campfire blazed alive, the temperature around the fire rising significantly. Li Yanxi placed clean water in a pot. preparing to boil some water at that moment. All right, take off your clothes and dry them by the fire before putting them back on, Chen Mo instructed, observing the flames as they roared while everyone gathered around, their garments emitting wisps of white smoke. Take off her clothes? Shen Yueru crossed her arms, her voice trembling uncontrollably, her eyes reflecting not only the cold, but also a hint of panic and wariness as she instinctively glanced at Chen Mo. How do we dry them? Do you want us to? The words faltered on her lips, but the implication was unmistakable. There's not a single place to shield oneself. How can one roast? Xia Xuanning, in a moment of dawning realization, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, instinctively retreating behind Su Mujin. Su Mujin's complexion also paled further, her arms tightening around herself, her lips forming a pale, straight line. The atmosphere became exceedingly delicate and awkward. A chilling tension mingled with an invisible air of vigilance permeating the damp air. Chen Mo observed the expressions of those around him and discerned their misunderstanding. Without further explanation, he rummaged through the wood to find a few longer pieces, sharpening one end with an axe. Huizi, why are you just standing there? Come and help. Chen Mo called out sternly to the still-dazed group. Oh, coming. Although they were unsure of Chen Mo's intentions, they complied and approached him. Support it. Chen Mo handed the sharpened stick to Yamamoto Huizi and then flipped the axe, striking the ground. Before long, several wooden stakes stood upright around them. Inonfe, don't just stand there. Bind the long stick horizontally with vines. Chen Mo prompted again, noticing that Li Enshi and the others remained motionless. Only then did they comprehend Chen Mo's plan to encircle the fire pit, and a collective flush of realization spread across their faces. Oh, Mujin, lend a hand, Li Enshi exclaimed, calling for Su Mujin to assist. As the bonfire blazed to life, a warm air wafted through, lifting everyone's spirits significantly, and they began to bustle about. Before long, they had formed a complete enclosure, retrieving blankets from a stretcher to drape around, perfectly drying them by the fire. Chen Mo, observing the encircled wooden stakes, promptly instructed someone to fetch the blankets, which would not only dry the soaked fabric, but also provide a degree of protection. Chen Wei hurriedly rose from in front of the fire to retrieve a blanket from the stretcher. Chen Wei, don't move around too much. Be careful of your wound. Chen Mo cautioned upon noticing her actions. The wound doesn't hurt anymore. Chen Wei replied, feeling a swell of happiness at Chen Mo's concern, pulling up her pant leg to indicate her well-being. Chen Mo approached to examine the injury, noting that the wound on her leg, once pierced by a steel pipe, while slightly pale from the rain, had already begun to sprout tender, pink flesh around the edges. My goodness! Xia Xuanning had unknowingly drawn near, gasping in astonishment at the rapid recovery of Chen Wei's wound. How? How is this possible? Shen Yueru also forgot the cold, her eyes wide with disbelief. Su Mujin and Huizi mirrored her astonishment. For the first time, Li Enshi's gaze lingered on Chen Wei's wound for several seconds, a flicker of curiosity crossing her features. Chen Mo meticulously inspected the injury, pressing gently on the edge through the chill of the air. Does it hurt? Chen Wei shook her head, a faint smile gracing her face. Much better, brother Chen Mo. It's just a bit itchy, and I feel like I've regained some strength. In truth, my physique has always been somewhat peculiar. From a young age, I have healed remarkably quickly from injuries. Fevers and colds? I generally recover after a good night's sleep. I never thought much of it before, but now, it seems to be of use. Chen Wei's words carried a sense of determination to prove that she was not a burden, elucidating her astonishing recovery speed. Her resilience is both her strength and our fortune. However, a unique constitution does not imply immunity to illness. The damp and cold environment poses a threat to everyone. Well, let us consider this a temporary refuge. You all should hasten to dry your clothes. As Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings, now shrouded in blankets, with some gaps concealed by Li Enshi's remaining garments, he prepared to step outside. Hey, Chen Mo, Shen Yueru's voice suddenly pierced the silence, starkly out of place. When we're drying our clothes, you wouldn't be peeking, would you? Her gaze, sharp as a hook, fixated on Chen Mo's face, attempting to discern any hint of discomfort in his expression. The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Xia Xuanning gasped, her face flushing a deep crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. Instinctively, she clasped her chest and buried her head, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Chapter 42. A heavy burden and a long journey. Su Mujin furrowed her brow, casting a cold and reproachful glance at Shen Yueru. Although she harbored similar concerns, Shen Yueru's provocative inquiries would only serve to exacerbate the already awkward situation. Chen Wei's eyes sparkled with unwavering trust as she softly asserted, "Brother Chen Mo would never do that." Chen Mo offered no explanation and walked directly outside, approaching a private room where he retrieved his backpack. From within, he extracted a pack of cigarettes, grateful that the waterproof backpack had preserved them for this occasion. Otherwise, such a luxury would have been lost. Just as he lit a cigarette, a rustling sound of clothing being removed echoed from inside. "Do you think Brother Chen Mo might have issues in that regard?" Shen Yueru inquired, her expression brimming with gossip, as she curiously looked at the other women. "Shen Yueru, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Wei, feeling a surge of anger at Shen Yueru's repeated provocations, tightened her small face and glared at her. "I'm not talking nonsense. If I were a man among 6 beautiful women, I couldn't help myself," Shen Yueru declared with an air of certainty. "And look at how he sleeps by the rocks, not sharing a bed with us. If I were a man, I would definitely take advantage of the situation. Brother Chen Mo is nothing like your sordid imagination." Chen Wei countered defiantly. "Sordid? This is just normal thinking. Look at Sister Mujin. She is stunningly beautiful, with a generous figure and fair skin." Shen Yueru's gaze lingered appreciatively on Su Mujin's pristine form. "And then there's Xia Shui, a petite beauty and a little star, the dream of countless men." Shen Yueru's attention shifted to Xia Xuanning. "Shen Yueru, how can you be so lewd? Quickly dry your clothes. Brother Chen Mo is still trying on clothes." Lian Shi interjected, noticing Shen Yueru's gaze resting on her. "Lian Shi, are you feeling guilty? Don't tell me. Every time you go out alone with Chen Mo, you aren't doing anything untoward?" Shen Yueru regarded Lian Shi with a knowing look, as if she had caught her in a compromising situation. "Enough, Yueru. Focus on drying your clothes. If you fall ill, you'll be the one suffering," Su Mujin urged, increasingly uneasy with the conversation. "Do you think Brother Chen Mo might hear what we just said?" Xia Xuanning, clad only in a pink camisole, spoke nervously, her eyes fixed on the direction Chen Mo had exited. "Oh no, we're all undressed. If he comes in now, it would be a disaster." Shen Yueru instinctively covered her chest upon hearing Xia Xuanning's words. Yamamoto Keiko had remained silent, tending to her own clothing as it dried. Observing Shen Yueru's reaction, she remarked, "If he wishes to look, let him look." "Wow, Keiko, you're bold," Shen Yueru exclaimed incredulously, her expression one of disbelief. "Our lives were saved by him. If he truly wanted something, would he have waited until now? You've seen this come out there, if they caught us. You know what would happen?" "Sister Keiko." Xia Xuanning abruptly raised her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recalled the predatory gazes of the hyenas. She shivered involuntarily. "I believe Huizi is right. What are you all imagining? Chen Mo holds no interest in you." Lian Shi chimed in at the right moment. "Doesn't she?" Chen Wei? Chen Wei was momentarily taken aback, wondering how she had become involved. I do not know." "Oomph. You naive girl. Do you think I cannot see through your thoughts? Chen Mo treats you so well, and yet you have no intentions of offering yourself to him." Lian Shi's words left Chen Wei blushing fiercely. However, to Su Mujin's ears, these words conveyed an entirely different meaning. Observing Chen Wei's flushed face, she realized that Lian Shi had hit the nail on the head. Yet, why did this realization leave her feeling so uncomfortable? The crackling bonfire illuminated the distinct expressions on everyone's faces. If it weren't for him, we would have long fallen into the clutches of the hyenas. You all know what the outcome would have been. Yamamoto Huizi's voice was unusually cold, yet her words struck at the hearts of everyone present. Shen Yueru opened her mouth to retort, but found that, although her words were harsh, they were undeniably valid. Indeed, if Chen Mo truly desired to act. Who among them could stand in his way? In the face of the hyenas, it was he who shielded them. A surge of complex emotions welled up within her. Shame, anger, fear, and a hint of bewilderment from being awakened to a harsh truth. No wonder Brother Wuji's mother said that beautiful women bring trouble. Chen Mo had not strayed far. The voices within had not intentionally avoided him, and so he had overheard every word spoken. To be honest, facing 6 strikingly different beauties, claiming to be unmoved, would be a deception. The only reason he could maintain composure was due to a lingering sense of moral integrity. After all, in Chen Mo's heart, he held a deep affection for Su Mujin, yet their social standings were vastly disparate, as their garments gradually released steam under the heat of the fire. Becoming warm and dry, a sensation of rebirth enveloped them. Chen Montak, Su Mujin stepped out from the enclosure, seeking him to dry his clothes. However, upon stepping outside, she found no trace of Chen Mo. Chen Mo is missing. Su Mujin's voice trembled with urgency, prompting everyone to emerge from within. Brother Chen Mo has not taken offense at our words, has he? Xia Xuanning glanced around, her face etched with concern at the absence of Chen Mo. Yamamoto Huizi remained silent, picking up her bow and arrow as she ventured outside. Huizi, Su Mujin called out to the departing Yamamoto Huizi. I will go search for him. Without looking back, Huizi continued onward. Huizi, there he is. Lianqi also scanned the surroundings, spotting Chen Mo returning from the hillside with 2 wild rabbits in his hands, and quickly called to Yamamoto Huizi. Chen Mo, are you all right? Su Mujin rushed forward, her heart filled with worry as she examined the exhausted expression on Chen Mo's face. I'm fine. I caught 2 rabbits. We must hurry to roast them. This place cannot be our long-term refuge. Once we eat, we need to set off swiftly. Chen Mo said no more, handing the rabbits to Su Mujin for her to prepare over the fire. Chen Mo, your clothes. Chen Wei approached, holding another sports outfit that she had dried for him. Thank you. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude, taking the clothes and retreating to the makeshift shelter formed by the banana leaves. Changing out of his damp attire, he immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him. The rabbit meat was quickly roasted, and after a long day of toil, everyone's hunger had peaked, leading them to devour their meal with fervor. Chen Mo's gaze calmly swept over the group, observing the lingering flush on their faces and the ease that had settled within them. He noticed the soft glimmers of unguarded exchanges between them, causing the taut string in his heart to finally loosen just a fraction. Let us rest for a quarter of an hour, then set off again. We must reach the cliff described by Li Enshi before darkness falls. Noticing the renewed vigor in everyone's expressions, Chen Mo provided a brief overview and prepared to continue their journey. The team set forth once more. The path remained muddy and slippery, the oppressive humidity still suffocating. Yet the atmosphere had undeniably shifted. Chen Mo continued to carry Chen Wei on his back, while Su Mujin and Yamamoto Keiko, bore the supplies on a stretcher. Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru handled some lighter items. Shen Yueru no longer complained about the difficult terrain. Instead, she proactively assisted Xia Xuanning. When she saw Xia Xuanning nearly slip again, Shen Yueru quickly reached out to steady her, though her words still dripped with exasperation. Be more careful. Xia Xuanning was no longer the silent figure she once was. Though her face still bore signs of fatigue, her eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Chen Mo, let me down. I can walk on my own. Chen Wei softly urged, sensing the sweat accumulating on Chen Mo's back, aware of his considerable exertion. It's all right. There's a hollow up ahead where we can rest. Chen Mo reassured her, glancing at the group and realizing they had reached their limits. Knowing there was a hollow ahead, he intended to pause there. Concerned about the dangers of remaining in the jungle after dark, he decided against taking unnecessary risks. Enshi, head to the hollow ahead. I will go first, and you guide the others. Chen Mo directed Li Enshi towards the hollow, hastening forward with Chen Wei still on his back. All right, everyone hold on. We will arrive shortly, Li Enshi replied, taking the stretcher from Su Mujin and leading the team toward the hollow. Chen Mo reached the hollow first, gently placing Chen Wei on the ground. He used a fire axe to clear away the vines, revealing a platform approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, sheltered by a rock overhead, which successfully blocked the rain. "Let us rest here." As he finished tidying up, the others arrived, and as soon as he spoke, they collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from the uphill trek. "Everyone rest here. And she, come with me." Seeing that it was already 4 in the afternoon, Chen Mo felt a surge of urgency. Realizing they could not afford any further delays, he prepared to lead Li Enshi toward the cliff. "I can't go on. Let us set up camp here." Shen Yueru lamented, cradling her feet in pain. "This is not a suitable location for a campsite. It offers no protection, and we are unaware of the presence of large creatures within the jungle. Therefore, we must seek a safer refuge." Chen Mo understood the fatigue that enveloped everyone, yet he could not afford to show leniency. "Brother Chen Mo, how much farther do we have to go?" Xia Xuanning's face flushed with urgency, her breath coming in labored gasps, her voice barely a whisper. "You all rest here. Huizi, stay behind to look after everyone." Chen Mo recognized that traveling with them would only waste precious time, compelling him to continue alone with Li Enshi. "Do not worry. We shall certainly return before nightfall. Remain here and await our return." Chen Mo reassured the group once more. "Go ahead. We can manage ourselves." Su Mujin, drained of energy, still mustered the strength to speak. "Rest assured, I am here." Yamamoto Huizi's eyes flickered with a subtle hint of concern, yet she steadfastly supported Chen Mo. Chen Mo acknowledged her with a nod, a silent reply. He slung several resilient vine ropes across his shoulder, crafted from the island's vines through a process of repeated soaking, drying, and twisting, rendering them remarkably sturdy. "Let us proceed." Chen Mo called to Li Enshi, his tone devoid of any excess emotion. Chapter 43. The terrifying roar. Chen Mo and Li Enshi once again approached the precipice. Below, the wind howled, reminiscent of countless specters wailing mournfully in the valley. "Captain, how do we proceed?" Li Enshi, unnerved by the chilling sounds, felt a surge of apprehension about what awaited them on the other side. "That bridge is certainly unusable," Chen Mo remarked, gazing at the rickety wooden bridge that spanned the chasm, its decaying timber exuding an aura of death even more potent than the mist emanating from the abyss. Taking out a fire axe, Chen Mo tentatively struck the base of the rotting wood. Thud plop! The bridge splintered under the blow, tumbling into the abyss below, swept away by the rushing waters, vanishing into the surging fog beneath. Roar! As the sound faded, a fierce growl erupted from across the chasm, echoing like rolling thunder, suddenly resonating from the depths of the dark green forest on the opposite shore. "Is there a beast over there?" Li Enshi instinctively stepped back, her gaze fixated on the other side. "It sounds like a wolf." Chen Mo observed the direction of the sound, his eyes sharp as a hawk, locking onto the opposite bank. "Should we still go over?" At that moment, Li Enshi hesitated. The other side was not a paradise, but potentially a hell. Chen Mo remained silent for a moment, his gaze shifting once more to the perilous jungle across the chasm. His expression shifted intensely, weighing his options, until a glimmer of resolute determination ignited in his eyes. "We cannot simply turn back," he asserted, his voice firm yet understated, imbued with an undeniable strength. "We must ascertain what lies beyond." Li Enshi's heart sank. "Chen Mo, this is far too perilous." "That sound, I know," Chen Mo interjected, his tone unervingly calm, even somewhat cold. "Even if we do not venture there now, we shall have to eventually, for that is our only path of retreat. But how do we cross?" Li Enshi gazed at the chasm before them, feeling as if it were an insurmountable divide. Chen Mo scanned the surroundings, noting the lack of substantial trees nearby. Even if felled, they would not reach the other side. After a moment of contemplation, he removed the vine rope from his shoulder. "Enshi, come help me." He secured one end of the rope to a distant large tree. Then he wound the other end around his waist and legs, tying knots with a deftness that suggested years of practice, each knot simple yet sturdy, radiating an air of confidence forged through experience. "Chen Mo, what are you doing?" Li Enshi furrowed her brows, having surmised his intentions yet astonished by his audacity. "The chasm is about 4 to 5 meters wide. I will swing across directly. You stay here and wait for me." Chen Mo calculated the distance, articulating the outcome Li Enshi had anticipated. No, that is too dangerous. What if? Li Enshi's face was etched with concern as she grasped Chen Mo's arm. Don't worry, I want to take unnecessary risks. If the situation feels wrong, I will return immediately. Just hold on to the rope. Chen Mo gently patted Li Enshi's hand, wearing an expression meant to reassure her. Chen Montak. Li Enshi's voice was hoarse and strained. In that moment, something within Li Enshi's heart shifted in ways she herself was unaware of, gazing at his solitary figure. She perceived him as towering and formidable. Chen Mo checked the knots on his body, placed the fire axe on the ground, and with a dagger at his waist. He inhaled deeply the cold, thin air atop the cliff, stepping back a dozen paces to gather momentum. Just as he approached the precipice, his feet propelled him forward with tremendous force, and utilizing the rope's assistance, he leaped like a cannonball towards the opposite shore. Whoosh swish! Chen Mo landed on the ground across the chasm, rolling upon impact before rising to his feet, his eyes scanning the surroundings with urgency. A deafening roar shattered the silence once more. It was more distinct and ferocious than before, seeming to echo from mere inches away. Indeed, wolves 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 9 in total. At last, Chen Mo discerned the scene within the thicket ahead, gray wolves as large as calves. The pack was engaged in a hunt, encircling a wild bull, and upon spotting the unexpected intruder, the wolves became instantly agitated, the largest among them baring its teeth at Chen Mo. The environment here was evidently more complex, yet it appeared to offer a suitable campsite. While cautiously observing the wolves, Chen Mo noted that despite the intricacies of the surroundings, there was a waterfall nearby, accompanied by several caves. Awu, the lead wolf, seeing that Chen Mo had no intention of leaving, let out another furious howl, accompanied by a gust of pungent wind. Chen Mo, are you all right? Come back. Li Enshi's panicked cries pierced the air, her voice trembling with overwhelming fear. Chen Mo, hurry back. This time, her tone was laced with sobs, and Chen Mo, sensing the urgency, dared not linger any longer, for he saw 2 wolves advancing toward him. Yet retreating would not be simple. And she pulled a rope. Chen Mo shouted across to the opposite shore. Upon hearing his response, Li Enshi wiped her tears, grasping the rope and pulling with all her might. Get further away. Chen Mo felt the rope taut at his waist and, no longer hesitating, gripped it with both hands, taking a running leap toward the other side. Ultimately, the distance proved too great. Chen Mo could not leap directly across, even with the rope's assistance. He found himself colliding midair with the cliff face. Anticipating this, he braced himself, pushing off the wall with force, propelling his body outward once more. Li Enshi leaned against a sturdy tree, gripping the other end of the rope tightly. Her exertion had drawn blood from her hands, yet she refused to yield. Chen Mo stabilized himself against the cliff face, exerting his strength to climb upward, while Li Enshi continually pulled on the rope. At long last, Chen Mo, covered in dust and with several bloodied scratches on his arms from the rocks, grasped the edge of the cliff. Following this, his head and shoulders emerged. With a sudden exertion, his entire body rolled over, crashing heavily onto the solid rock surface. Gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, he panted deeply, his face pale, and his lips trembled slightly from exhaustion. Chen Mo, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Li Enshi threw herself into his embrace. I thought you wouldn't return. The warmth of her presence stirred something within Chen Mo, and he wished to pat her back, but his hand froze mid-air. I'm fine. Thank you, Enshi. He could only offer constant reassurances. Li Enshi, sensing her reaction had been overly dramatic, awkwardly extricated herself from his embrace, her face flushed and glistening with tears, clearly having been genuinely frightened. Is your hand all right? Noticing the wounds on Li Enshi's hands, Chen Mo felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that they were incurred on his behalf. I'm fine. What is the situation on the other side? Li Enshi shook her head and pointed across the way. Chen Mo briefly recounted the circumstances on the opposite bank, and Li Enshi appeared disheartened. So what shall we do next? We must proceed. Chen Mo's voice was low and hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable finality. Let us explore the other side. We must find a suitable place to camp before nightfall. All right. They had only surveyed this direction, neglecting the highest peak to the north. Lianxi quickly confirmed their bearings, indicating toward the northwest, where a mountain awaited their exploration. Without a moment's hesitation, they ascended toward the towering peak, finding no path, with thorns gripping both sides. Chen Mo had no choice but to forge ahead while clearing the way. It seems there's a flat area ahead. Lianxi called out, pointing forward. As Chen Mo finished clearing the thorns before them, they reached the mountainside, revealing a level patch of ground. Over there, Chen Mo scanned the surroundings and moved in that direction. Is that jackfruit? And bananas? Lianxi exclaimed, filled with delight upon realizing that hidden treasures lay nestled in this mountainside. They navigated around the trees, arriving at a massive rock face, eroded by wind and rain, riddled with holes. Listen, there's the sound of water. Chen Mo and Lianxi exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. The sound seemed to emanate from their left, deep within the honeycomb-like hollows of the colossal rock wall. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened in an instant, akin to a hawk spotting its prey. They maneuvered around a jutting boulder, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. Just behind that enormous rock face lay a broader expanse, and directly opposite was a vertical cliff, rising straight to the summit. The cliff was draped in dense vines cascading down from above, and the sound of water flowed from within them. Most importantly, a stream of pooled water meandered across the ground, flowing toward the distant foothills. It appears that this is indeed the source of the mountain spring. Lianxi, gazing at the clearing and the stream before her, broke into a smile. We can establish our shelter here. The entrance is fortuitously blocked by a massive boulder. If we secure the passage, this location will be defensible and hard to assail. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings, envisioning the encampment, with fresh water and a natural barrier. It was an ideal site for their camp. Indeed, look over there. Lianxi pointed towards the northwest, where a sandy beach lay, along with their former campsite. And from this vantage point, the descent to the beach would be shorter. I will clear away these vines to prevent any lurking snakes or insects. Chen Mo, observing the vines clinging to the rock face, maneuvered around to the hollow area and wielded his fire axe, eliminating all the vines. Chen Mo, here, there is a cave. Lianxi exclaimed with excitement as the vines were severed, revealing a cave completely concealed by the vines and dense ferns. A cave? Chen Mo was taken aback by Lianxi's words. Yes, a cave, right in the center, and look at the water over here. Lianxi confirmed enthusiastically, pointing to the previously gentle stream that now gushed with a lively sound. The water flow is obstructed by the vines. You should also clear the vines over there. Lianxi indicated the area to the west, where the water was cascading down. Chen Mo did not hesitate. With another swing of his fire axe, he thoroughly removed the vines, and the water burst forth like a waterfall through the crevices of the rock face. Upon returning to the ground, the sight before Chen Mo nearly took his breath away. Halfway up the mountainside, there was a cave whose entrance appeared to be over 2 meters wide and more than 2 meters high from the ground. Most importantly, on the right side of the rock wall, water flowed vigorously, converging into a small stream not far off. This place was a veritable natural sanctuary. I will go up to take a look. You wait for me down here. Chen Mo pushed all the cut vines down the mountain, found a pine branch to erect against the stone wall, ignited a portion of it to serve as a torch, and began to ascend towards the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he illuminated the inside with his torch and, finding no wild beasts, signaled for Lianxi to join him. Wow, it's so spacious inside, Lianxi exclaimed, observing the irregular, semicircular shape of the cave, which reached a height of about 3 meters, ample enough to accommodate more than 10 individuals. The ground was flat and dry, devoid of any claw marks or droppings from animals, clearly indicating that it had never been occupied by wildlife. This is incredible. Lianxi's voice brimmed with excitement, filled with disbelief. It was nothing short of a divine sanctuary. Chapter 44. The ideal campsite since their stranding on the desolate island. These individuals have been grappling for survival, scavenging for sustenance, erecting makeshift shelters, and remaining ever vigilant against the threat of wild beasts. Each day has unfolded as a relentless battle against death. Now, however, this cave before them seems to solve nearly all their dilemmas. The entrance stands over 2 meters above the ground, rendering it inaccessible to predators. All that remains is to fashion a ladder. A hint of relief permeated Chen Mo's voice as he expressed his satisfaction with their newfound campsite. Crucially, there's a source of water, fresh spring water at that. If we can procure food, we need not worry about anything else, Li Enshi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the flowing stream beside her. I will inform the others. You stay here. Chen Mo glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Having been on the island for several days, darkness would descend by 7, necessitating a swift relocation of their companions. I shall go. You should patrol the area and construct the ladder, so we can enter immediately upon arrival. After a moment's consideration, Li Enshi believed it best to lead the others herself, allowing Chen Mo to attend to other matters. Very well, but be cautious along the way. Chen Mo acquiesced, though a tinge of unease lingered. Rest assured, with Haizi and me, the journey should be without incident. Li Enshi assured him solemnly before departing the cave, heading towards their temporary encampment. Chen Mo, refusing to rest, had already spotted a bamboo grove atop the mountain, where he could find the materials he required. Upon reaching the cave's exit, he ascended directly towards the peak, determined to prepare everything before the others arrived. When Li Enshi returned alone to the temporary campsite, all eyes turned to her. Where is Chen Mo? Su Mujin was the first to rise, her voice laced with undeniable tension and a hint of fear upon realizing Chen Mo was missing. Cozy's hand instinctively reached for the short knife at her waist, her keen gaze scanning the area behind Li Enshi, anxiously awaiting Chen Mo's return. Chen Wei's complexion paled instantaneously, her lips trembling. Is something wrong with Chen Mo? Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru swiftly approached, their expressions rife with anxiety. Li Enshi paused momentarily before hastily waving her hands. No, he is fine. Then where is he? Su Mujin pressed, her brow furrowed in concern. We've discovered a new campsite. Li Enshi elaborated, her tone imbued with excitement. He is over there assessing the surroundings to ensure it is safe. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, their taut shoulders relaxing slightly. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Xia Xuanning murmured, patting her chest. Shen Yueru rolled her eyes. I told you, that guy is built like an ox. How could anything happen to him? Weren't you just saying Chen Mo was incapable? Xia Xuanning queried, puzzled. You little brat, if you doubt his capabilities, why not go test it for yourself? Shen Yueru retorted, seemingly provoked, hands on her hips, revealing her small tiger teeth. Her eyes narrowed at Xia Xuanning. Yamaguchi Keiko cast a glance at the two individuals and turned to Li Enshi, inquiring, where's the new camp? Is it safe? It lies just ahead, quite secure. Li Enshi affirmed with a nod. It was a cave situated more than 2 meters above the ground, inaccessible to wild beasts, and it boasted a freshwater source. Fresh water. Chen Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it true? Indeed, Li Enshi replied with a smile. Chen Mo has already verified it. Su Mujin's expression finally softened, though she quickly regained her composure. Then let us move there at once. The group sprang into action, lifting all their supplies onto stretchers. Wait, Yamaguchi Keiko interjected suddenly, her gaze piercing as she looked at Li Enshi. Chen Mo isn't injured, is he? Her words caused the women gathering supplies to freeze momentarily, all eyes filled with hope. Yearning to hear good news from Li Enshi. Li Enshi Nudda. Chen Montak is unharmed. Rest assured, he is busy setting up the camp over there. Yamaguchi Keiko scrutinized Li Enshi, deciphering the implications of her words. After a brief silence, she nodded. Very well. Let's set forth. Huizi and I will carry the stretcher. There is a stretch a mountain path ahead, so everyone should tread carefully. Li Enshi took the initiative to lift the stretcher, acknowledging that with Chen Mo absent, Chen Wei needed support. Muqinjia, I can manage on my own. Chen Wei insisted stubbornly, not wishing to be a burden. I'll assist you. It will allow us to move more swiftly, Su Mujin replied, refusing to release her grip on Chen Wei. In truth, Chen Wei's wound had healed sufficiently, and as long as she did not carry anything heavy, walking was no challenge. Thus, the 6 women ventured into the depths of the jungle. Fortunately, the incline of the mountain was gentle, and the thorns along the path had been cleared by Chen Mo, making the ascent manageable. Within the new camp, Chen Mo had felled numerous bamboo and pine trees from the mountainside. A fire was already blazing within the cave, dispelling the previously cold atmosphere. The stench of decay had vanished, replaced by the distinctive fragrance of pine wafting through the cavern. He was currently constructing a ladder, requiring no intricate craftsmanship, making the task relatively straightforward. By the time the women arrived, breathless and weary, Chen Mo was nearing completion. "My goodness!" Xia Xuanning exclaimed as she approached the clearing, gazing upwards in awe. "This place is so secluded. How did you find it?" After winding through numerous paths, the scene before them was breathtaking. The cliff walls were steep, over 2 meters high, just as Lianxi had described, ensuring that wild beasts could not easily scale it. Chen Mo, upon seeing him setting up the ladder, Su Mujin shouted, "Are you all right?" The concern etched on Su Mujin's face momentarily startled Chen Mo. "I'm fine. You all arrived just in time. I've just completed the ladder." He indicated the simple bamboo ladder he had fashioned using vines and bamboo. "Let us rest for a moment. The fire in the cave needs to burn a while longer. Once the odors dissipate, we shall ascend." Chen Mo observed that the flames hadn't diminished and suggested they take a break. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. What a wretched day. When will it come to an end?" Shen Yueru, disregarding her image, plopped down onto the ground, her lips incessantly uttering curses. The others were not faring much better, as they too settled onto the earth to recuperate their spent energy. "Chen Wei, how is your wound?" Chen Mo approached Chen Wei with a concerned expression. "Chen Montak, I'm fine," Chen Wei replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, genuinely pleased by his concern. "You all rest for a while. I shall gather some water plants to lay in the cave." Chen Mo picked up a fire axe and headed toward the stream below, where a wetland flourished with water plants. "I will accompany you." Unlike the others, Yamamoto Keiko had been observing since their arrival at the campsite, and upon seeing Chen Mo prepare to gather water plants, she immediately rose to follow him. Keiko trailed Chen Mo like a shadow throughout the day. "What do you think? Does she fancy Chen Mo?" Shen Yueru speculated as she watched the two disappear in single file. "Yueru, what are you daydreaming about?" Chen Wei reproached her, displeasure evident in her voice. "Are you jealous? Chen Wei, you like Chen Mo too, don't you?" Shen Yueru felt a twinge of irritation at Chen Wei, pondering why Chen Mo was so kind to her while being stern with herself. "You." Chen Wei appeared momentarily flustered, pointing at Shen Yueru, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Mujin observed Chen Wei thoughtfully, her heart sinking. She could see that Chen Wei indeed harbored feelings for Chen Mo, yet she felt no right to interfere. "Sister Yueru, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Chen Mo has saved you too. Do you not harbor any feelings for him?" Xia Xuanning perceived liking in a manner distinct from Shen Yueru's interpretation. Thus she remained oblivious to the underlying tensions. "Xiao Xue, you don't understand. What I mean by liking is..." Shen Yueru was about to impart her wisdom to Xia Xuanning when Su Mujin interrupted her directly. "All right, Yueru, enough of your unfounded remarks. Keiko and Chen Mo are simply out gathering supplies for everyone." Su Mujin provided clarification, simultaneously seeking to console herself. Before long, Chen Mo and Yamamoto Keiko returned, each bearing a bundle of water plants. The fire within the cave had also been extinguished. "I will go up and clear away the dust." Chen Mo tied a small bundle of water plants together to fashion a rudimentary broom and climbed the makeshift ladder into the cave. "Everyone come up." After sweeping the cave, the musty odor had vanished, replaced by a faint scent of pine. "Keiko and she secure the supplies with ropes. I will bring the items into the cave." Observing Su Mujin and the others beginning to ascend the ladder, Chen Mo issued another command. As all entered the cavern, they were taken aback by the sight before them. This is simply exquisite," Chen Wei murmured, her gaze sweeping across the spacious area and the dry ground. "This place is even larger than the previous one," Xia Xuanning exclaimed, spinning in joyful circles like a jubilant bird. For once, Shen Yueru refrained from dampening the mood, relieved that they might finally enjoy a good night's sleep. "Time is of the essence. Let us take a brief respite, for darkness shall envelop us in less than an hour, and numerous tasks remain to be accomplished before nightfall. Chen Mo, observing the group's scrutiny of the cave, empathized with their sentiments, yet acknowledged that responsibilities must be fulfilled. After all, this is not a beach, but a jungle. Huizi, how do you fare? After resting for a mere 10 minutes, Chen Mo felt significantly rejuvenated and turned to Yamamoto Huizi for her response. I am quite well, though still somewhat fatigued. Yamamoto Huizi's complexion had markedly improved. Upon hearing Chen Mo call her, she promptly rose to her feet. Shortly, Huizi and I shall ascend the mountain to gather some firewood. And she, please endeavor to set up additional traps around the campsite, Chen Mo instructed succinctly. Chen Wei, you shall remain in the cave to organize all our supplies. Xiao Xue, stay behind to assist Chen Wei by spreading the dry water plants on the ground within, arranging them into bedding. Mujin, you will join Shi in setting traps. After glancing at Su Mujin, Chen Mo felt it imperative for her to acquire more survival skills, so she may stand independently when challenges arise. Understood. Without further inquiry, Su Mujin descended the ladder alongside Lian Shi, venturing into the surroundings. Yueru, I am aware of your privileged upbringing. Yet possessing additional skills increases one's chances of survival. Thus, you too must contribute, Chen Mo asserted, his tone brooking no dissent. I never said I would not help. This time, Shen Yueru refrained from arguing, having made considerable strides in her demeanor compared to before. Very well, you shall accompany Huizi and me, enabling us to accomplish more together. Ultimately, Chen Mo decided to keep Shen Yueru close to him, ensuring she would not cause any disruption. The group immediately sprang into action, each member imbued with a renewed sense of vigor. Chapter 45. The most relaxing night after a flurry of activity lasting over half an hour. The group reconvened in the cave just as darkness enveloped the landscape. At the cave's entrance, a rudimentary stove fashioned from stones had been constructed, accompanied by a small bonfire. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, the cave offered a welcoming warmth. To everyone's delight, bananas had been procured. Is this jackfruit? Exclaimed Xia Xuanning, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the bounty brought back by Chen Mo. This is plantain. Its flavor is quite similar to that of bananas, but it is most delightful when roasted, remarked Yamamoto Keiko, whose expertise in botany surpassed that of anyone present. And this is jackfruit. Why is it so enormous? Su Mujin inquired, gazing curiously at the peculiar fruit resembling a Buddha's head. Though they all hailed from urban environments and had tasted jackfruit before, witnessing its true form was a first for them. Indeed, this is jackfruit. Perhaps due to the desolate surroundings, it has grown larger than any we have encountered. Unfortunately, we could only find these 2 ripe specimens today, Chen Mo explained, noting the eager eyes of his companions fixated on the fruit. Keiko, I entrust this jackfruit to you. I shall prepare a pot of porridge with the plantains. And Shi Mujin, you two are responsible for roasting the meat. Chen Mo assigned tasks to the group after surveying their enthusiasm. Without further adu, everyone set to work. As Yamamoto Keiko began to peel the jackfruit, a unique aroma wafted through the air. How sweet, Xia Xuanning exclaimed, being the first to sample a piece. That was brought by me, and you are already devouring it without hesitation. Aren't you concerned it might be poisonous? Shen Yueru remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Xuanning, who was eagerly indulging. The sweetness of the jackfruit alleviated the day's tensions, and with no worries about the outside world, the atmosphere within the cave became lively. Sizzle the jerky was also perfectly roasted, filling the air with a mouth-watering scent. Mingling with the aroma of the porridge Chen Mo had prepared, dinner is served, Xia Xuanning joyfully announced, embodying the spirit of a diligent hostess. The evening meal was far more sumptuous than usual. In addition to the plantain soup, there was roasted meat and freshly harvested jackfruit. The group gathered around the bonfire, relishing this rare and bountiful feast. This soup is delicious, Xia Xuanning praised after savoring a spoonful of plantain soup. Who knew plantains could be made into soup? Brother Chen Mo, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. The roasted meat is exceptionally fragrant today, Shen Yueru added, offering her rare compliment. Lian Shi chimed in, that's because Chen Wei gathered medicinal herbs today and added them to the meat. Chen Wei shyly lowered her head. Actually, they're just some spices, but they can also be used for medicinal purposes. Chinese herbal medicine is truly remarkable. Lianxi exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, the richness of Chinese culture is profound. It boasts millennia of civilization without interruption. As the topic of Chinese civilization arose, Shen Yueru's interest peaked, and she spoke with newfound confidence. I had no idea that Miss Shen was so knowledgeable. Lianxi remarked, taken aback, having initially assumed Shen Yueru to be merely a spoiled young lady, unaware of her depth of understanding. Oof. Do you truly believe this young lady is devoid of knowledge? I am, after all, a talented young woman from Peking University. Shen Yueru lifted her chin, exuding pride. Are you certain that your Peking University talent was not purchased by your father? Chen Mo's voice suddenly resonated, eliciting laughter from the group. You barbarian. I earned my place here through hard work and genuine skill. Upon hearing Chen Mo's remark, Shen Yueru abruptly sprang to her feet. Chen Mo is merely jesting with you. Chen Wei interjected, grasping Shen Yueru's arm with a smile. As night enveloped the surroundings, Chen Mo approached the cave's entrance, retrieving a cigarette and igniting it, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky. Before long, the 6 young women gathered at the cave's mouth, leaning against one another as they settled down. Xia Shui, weren't you supposed to dispose of his cigarette? How come you still have it? Shen Yueru inquired, her eyes on Xia Xuening, who was seated beside her. Kia kuwe ning kesitated. Unsure of how to respond, I didn't allow her to throw it away. This is Chen Mo's personal possession, Chen Wei clarified as she joined them, taking a seat next to Chen Mo without a hint of discomfort at the vacant space beside him. If you throw away my cigarette, I will toss you out. Chen Mo discarded the cigarette, but, casting a glance at Shen Yueru, his tone devoid of emotion. The night sky here is extraordinarily beautiful, Su Mujin remarked, gazing upward in quiet admiration, interrupting the previous conversation. Indeed, after living in the city for so long, one almost forgets how resplendent the starry sky can be. Chen Wei concurred, her eyes sparkling like countless diamonds scattered across the heavens. Silence enveloped them as they reveled in this rare moment of tranquility. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the mingled scents of the ocean and forest, imparting an indescribable sense of ease. After an indeterminate passage of time, Shen Yueru broke the silence. Do you think? Our families are also watching the stars right now. What might they be thinking? This question fell into the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that disrupted the light-hearted atmosphere. My mother wouldn't be watching the stars. She must be frantic with worry. Xia Xuenning's voice trembled. I come from a single-parent family, and my mother has only me. Chen Wei gently wrapped her arms around her shoulders. The rescue team is undoubtedly searching for us. An aviation disaster is an international issue. They won't easily give up. How many days has it been? Lianxi pondered, a mix of nostalgia and a trace of relief in her expression. Today marks the 4th day. Su Mujin replied. Only 4 days? It feels as though a month has passed. Shen Yueru murmured. My father must have scoured the entire Pacific. Actually, I, too, come from a single-parent household. I grew up with my father, without anyone to guide or care for me. Shen Yueru's voice carried a note of sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes. The others were taken aback. This seemingly spoiled young lady had her own struggles. Perhaps her defiance was merely a shield for her vulnerability. Su Mujin gently patted Shen Yueru's back, soothing her emotions. Keiko Yamaguchi remained silent, yet her fingers unconsciously caressed a small pendant hanging around her neck. The only personal item not swept away by the sea. Do you know? Chen Mo suddenly spoke, his voice steady and powerful. In life, aside from birth and death, everything else is merely a scratch. No matter where we are, as long as we understand the purpose of our existence, that is sufficient. Aware of the collective despondency, Chen Mo recognized that prolonged sorrow could prove detrimental. A person devoid of hope could not truly survive. Thus he felt compelled to instill confidence in his companions. At sea, rescue operations typically extend beyond a month. The signal from a modern aircraft's black box can last for 30 days, Chen Mo continued, and according to international conventions, the search will not cease until it is confirmed that there are no survivors. However, Xia Xuanning hesitated to speak. There is no however. Coming here has been an experience of life itself. Many individuals go through their entire lives without encountering such events. This is not misfortune. Most importantly, among the hundreds aboard the aircraft, how many have survived? Chen Mo pausit. Thus, we are fortunate. Regardless of the reasons or the individuals involved, we must persevere. His words resonated deeply within the group. Brother Chen Mo is right. So many have perished, yet we remain alive. No matter the circumstances, we are at least breathing. Su Mujin was the first to emerge from the gloom, casting a grateful glance toward Chen Mo, observing the renewed spirits of his companions. Chen Mo felt a sense of relief. He understood that, in a survival scenario, morale often outweighs material resources. A hopeful team significantly increases their chances of survival. All right, there should be no danger tonight. Everyone should retire early, Chen Mo suggested, glancing at the darkening sky. I will keep watch. The rest of you should rest well. You will keep watch alone. Lian, she exclaimed, astonished at Chen Mo, who had also endured a long day. No, that would be too taxing on your body. What will we do if you collapse? Su Mujin immediately opposed, recognizing that Chen Mo was not merely an individual, but their pillar of support. She could hardly fathom how long they would endure on this deserted island without him. Rest assured, there should be no danger in the first half of the night. Besides, we are in a cave, and even if a wild beast were to approach, it would be of little consequence, Chen Mo reasoned. He had considered that even if a beast were to appear, hunting would be impractical. The cave offered comfort. The others found his rationale sound and ceased their protests, gradually returning to the cave. The soft grass bed proved more comfortable than anticipated, and combined with the weariness of the day, soon the rhythmic sound of even breaths filled the air. Chen Mo sat at the cave's entrance, gazing at the star-studded sky. In the distance, the sound of the waves resembled nature's lullaby. Reflecting on the homesickness expressed by his companions, he could not help but reminisce about his own past. The night breeze caressed him, carrying the ocean's distinctive salty scent. Chen Mo took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the fire axe in his hand. On this perilous deserted island, this night might very well be the most tranquil they had experienced since the crash. Chapter 46. Building the camp as the sun ascended. It dispelled the remnants of darkness, heralding the arrival of a new day. After a night of rest, Chen Mo felt revitalized. The fatigue of yesterday had vanished entirely. Rising early, he prepared to reinforce the camp. Today, we shall fortify our encampment. Huizi, Shen Yueru, accompany me to the woods to fell some trees. And she, take Xiao Xue and delineate an area for our activities. Mujin, you and Chen Wei will tend to the pond. Chen Mo assigned the tasks, intent on transforming the camp into a sanctuary. Why must I be the one to chop trees? Shen Yueru pouted, her expression rife with reluctance. Isn't it simply because the captain fancies you and wishes for your company? Lian, she teased, bearing an expression that conveyed her understanding. I am not foolish. He merely seeks to keep an eye on me. She huffed, observing Chen Mo's retreating figure. Shen Yueru comprehended his intentions. He feared she might cause trouble if she mingled with others. Thus, she grudgingly followed him into the woods. Come on, let us all get to work. Su Mujin stated succinctly, leading the now mobile Chen Wei to the pond's edge, where they began to encircle the area with stones, ensuring a steady supply of fresh water in the future. Thud! The woods echoed with the sound of axes striking tree trunks, with chips scattering about. Chen Mo wiped his brow, gazing at a trunk as thick as a bowl, which groaned under the strain before it slowly toppled. I'll take over. Upon witnessing Chen Mo bring down the seventh tree, Yamamoto Huizi extended her hand for the fire axe. Are you sure? Chen Mo regarded her serene gaze with a hint of skepticism, for tree felling demanded considerable strength. Absolutely. Just deliver it to the camp. Yamamoto Huizi asserted confidently. You, gather the branches on the ground. We will need them for firewood later. Chen Mo handed the axe to Yamamoto Huizi, amused by Shen Yueru, who was muttering while collecting branches. I understand, Shen Yueru replied, her voice barely above a whisper, then continued her quiet grumbling, not a shred of chivalry. May you remain single forever. Chen Mo chose not to respond, instead hauling the felled trees towards the camp. Is this enough? Yamamoto Huizi inquired, glancing at the amassed logs within the camp, her tone devoid of inflection. Chen Mo surveyed the perimeter they had marked, estimating we still need about 10 more. The fence posts must be buried deep to guard against larger beasts. Leave it to me, Yamamoto Huizi replied, striding towards a sapling as thick as her ankle, the axe glinting ominously in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Around the camp, Li Enshi, accompanied by Xiaoxue, delineated the boundaries of their encampment and subsequently began setting traps around the periphery. After completing their tasks, Su Mujin and Chen Wei joined them, observing as Li Enshi used sharpened sticks to sketch intricate patterns and shallow pits in the soft earth, which caused Su Mujin to furrow her brow. Will this truly be effective? Su Mujin's tone was laced with skepticism. She had grown accustomed to strategizing within the confines of the conference room and instinctively distrusted such rudimentary methods. Li Enshi adjusted a trap crafted from resilient vines. President Su, trust me, these little tricks can sometimes be more effective than firearms in the rainforest, and they can also serve as an early warning system. I will teach you how to construct them. Once Chen Mo has erected the wall, we will set traps all around its perimeter. While we cannot guarantee capturing large beasts, securing smaller animals should pose no challenge. All right, teach us how to set them up, Su Mujin said, observing Li Enshi as she deftly maneuvered the slender branches. This is a crucial pathway. Animals tend to favor established routes. First, we need to dig the pits, not too deep, then insert sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom, and finally disguise the top with fine branches and fallen leaves. At that moment, Shen Yueru approached, carrying a hefty bundle of slender branches, just in time to overhear. You all have it easy. I want to trade places with you. Shen Yueru glared at her companions, who were engrossed in trap-making, while she labored alongside Chen Mo and promptly joined them. Yueru, this is what Brother Chen Mo assigned to you, Xiaoxue Ning interjected, noticing Shen Yueru's arrival. He*s just bullying me. I refuse to go. Shen Yueru's temper flared, and she plopped down on the ground. All right, Su Mujin interjected, her voice tinged with undeniable authority. Shen Yueru, you and Xiaoxue Ning go gather the vines. Make sure to find the strongest ones. We need a substantial amount of materials for the traps. Fine, let us go. Xiaoxue. Shen Yueru huffed, reluctantly tugging Xiaoxue Ning along with her. Xiaoxue Ning softly reassured her, Sister Yueru, you really ought to temper your temper. Chen Mo, undistracted by the others, collaborated with Huizi to encircle the flat land around them, creating a fenced enclosure near the cave, leaving two entrances, one at the rocky bend and the other adjacent to the stream leading to the pond. After a busy morning, they finally completed the perimeter of their campsite. All right, from now on, this will be our courtyard. In case of danger, we will retreat to the cave, which greatly enhances our safety. Chen Mo surveyed the wooden enclosure surrounding them, feeling a sense of relief. At least their security was assured. Wonderful. We have a home now. Tia Pue Ning exclaimed, her excitement evident as she beamed at the courtyard nestled against the mountains. With this, our safety is significantly bolstered, Su Mujin acknowledged, feeling pleased as she reflected on her contribution. She glanced at the man standing before her, pondering if this could be considered their home. I recall there's a place in Huaxia known as the Peach Blossom Spring. Could this be deemed a paradise beyond the mundane? Li Enshi mused, recalling her studies. Perhaps, Chen Wei remarked, casting a glance at Chen Mo. Living here indefinitely wouldn't be too bad. She pressed her lips together, her words carrying an implicit meaning. Everyone meticulously examined the area for any vulnerabilities. I will check the pond, Chen Mo stated, not lingering further, and headed towards the pond adjacent to the cave. The water pond has been constructed by Su Mujin using stones, and it now holds a considerable amount of water. However, Chen Mo feels it is still insufficient. After taking some measurements, he intends to deepen it further with a fire axe. Brother Chen Mo, why is there a pond when water keeps flowing down the rock wall? Chen Wei approached, observing Chen Mo digging into the pond, puzzled by his intentions. Our food supply is dwindling, and with the frequent rains, it becomes almost impossible to search for provisions during rainy days. Thus, I am creating a pond to cultivate some resources, Chen Mo replied, glancing at the sky. He was uncertain about the island's climate, but if it were to rain for several consecutive days, the issue of food would become dire. Cultivating resources? Cultivating fish. Chen Wei suddenly realized, her spirits lifting. Indeed, if we can raise fish, then even in the event of continuous rainfall, we need not worry about food. She grasped the essence of the plan, excitement washing over her. Who was going to raise fish? Shen Yueru, who had appeared at the pond's edge, inquired upon hearing about fish cultivation. At the spot where the stream converges, there's a small pool teeming with freshwater fish. If we catch some and place them here, we will not starve in case of strong winds and rain. Chen Mo explained while wiping the sweat from his brow and continuing his work. Then let us go catch fish now. Xia Xuanning joined in, eager to experience the thrill of fishing. That would be futile in this wretched place. Whatever we catch would perish. Shen Yueru retorted. You don't understand. Living water sustains them. They won't die. Chen Wei swiftly countered, seeing Shen Yueru's discouragement affecting everyone's morale. Shen Yueru began to protest, but as she caught Chen Mo's stern gaze, she swallowed her words. Shall we proceed with fishing now? Xia Xuanning asked, her enthusiasm palpable as she looked at Chen Mo. You go find Inshi and weave some fish baskets while I finish deepening the pond, Chen Mo instructed, observing Xia Xuanning's fervor. Chen Mo, I have checked. There are no leaks. Yamamoto Keiko approached, her face devoid of fatigue, despite a busy morning. How many trees are left to cut? Chen Mo inquired casually, not pausing in his work. About 10, Yamamoto Keiko replied promptly. Construct a shelter near the cave entrance, close to the rocks, Chen Mo directed, gesturing towards the cave entrance. Understood. Without further questions, Yamamoto Keiko turned and headed towards the designated area, showcasing her strength in execution once Chen Mo outlined the task. Yueru, go assist Keiko. Chen Mo commanded, noticing Shen Yueru idling after Yamamoto Keiko had left. Always picking on me. Shen Yueru had hoped to linger longer, but upon being called out by Chen Mo, she resignedly sought out Yamamoto Keiko. As the sun set, casting a warm orange hue over the camp, a rudimentary fence made of thick wooden stakes driven deep into the soil began to take shape, providing a sense of sturdy security despite its simplicity. Outside the fence, several cleverly disguised traps lay in quiet anticipation. The newly excavated fish pond has accumulated a shallow layer of fresh water, shimmering under the setting sun. Chen Montak, the fish baskets are ready. Lian Shi and Xia Xuanning approached, each carrying a fishing basket. All right, while it's still light, let us catch some fish. Chen Mo took the baskets, weighing them in his hands, and noted their fine craftsmanship, preparing to try his luck in the small creek. I want to go. Xia Xuanning immediately grasped Chen Mo's sleeve, her youthful face brimming with anticipation at just 20 years old. I want to go too. I want to join. Chen Wei and the others quickly gathered around, each expressing their eagerness to join the excursion. Although they had been on the deserted island for several days, they had yet to venture out, and the prospect of exploring was met with eager faces. All right, let us go together. But remember to head back to camp if we encounter any danger. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, especially noticing Su Mujin's eager expression, and agreed. Don't worry, we know to return when it rains, Shen Yueru replied with an air of disdain, clearly unimpressed by the notion. Yueru, didn't you say that foolish wives don't know to go home when it rains? Do you wish to be Chen Mo's wife? Xia Xuanning asked curiously, causing Shen Yueru's face to flush. Chen Wei, whose leg injury had nearly healed, was also eager to join the outing. To ensure everyone's safety, each person carried a spear, while Yamamoto Keiko and Li Enshi bore bows and arrows. If not for the slight modernity of their clothing, they could easily be mistaken for members of a primitive tribe. As they arrived at the creek, Li Enshi suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, Enshi? Chen Wei, closest to her, inquired, puzzled by her mirth. Seeing the others turn to her, Li Enshi stifled her laughter and said, Haven't you realized? We resemble a wild chieftain leading his concubines on a hunt. Her comment ignited another wave of laughter. That is quite true, Xia Xuanning observed, and indeed, they bore a resemblance. The others blushed at the comparison. Enough chatter, Let us catch some fish. Stay safe. Chen Mo felt a headache coming on. These women were quite the handful. This was a deserted island, not a vacation spot. The so-called creek was merely a pit formed by erosion, measuring about 10 meters across, with a riverbed composed of smooth pebbles worn over countless years. Numerous freshwater fish floated on the surface, seemingly unafraid of the human's presence. After scanning their surroundings for any threats and finding none, Chen Mo stepped into the water, which was refreshingly cool, reaching only to his waist at its deepest. Can we go in? Xia Xuanning, observing Chen Mo, was eager to join. Everyone come down. Drive the fish towards that direction. Chen Mo nodded in agreement with the group's consensus, and like a command, everyone eagerly stepped into the water. Through their combined efforts, they managed to catch over a dozen fish, each weighing around a pound, marking a successful return from their expedition. Chapter 47. Crisis and happiness in the heart of the camp. A bonfire blazed brightly, and on a makeshift stone stove, a simple pot simmered with fish soup and wild vegetables, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. The weariness of the day seemed to dissipate in the warmth of the fire's glow. Chen Mo, will we be able to cook outside from now on? Asked Xia Xuanning, her curiosity piqued. Considering their previously limited range of activity, the prospect of having a courtyard meant they could roam freely in the future. Essential supplies must remain in the cave, Chen Mo replied gravely. During times of safety, we can move about the courtyard, but we cannot venture too far, for the jungle lies just beyond. He understood the frustration that had built up over these days, yet there was little choice. They were still ignorant of what this deserted island held. Enough of that. Let's savor the fresh fish soup, Su Mujin interjected, eager to maintain the fragile hope that had begun to flourish within the team. Gathered around the fire, everyone held simple bowls crafted from bamboo in their hands. Xia Xuanning took small sips of the steaming soup, letting out a contented sigh. It feels a bit like home at last. She glanced at the surrounding fence, the bubbling fish soup, and the newly dug fish pond, her eyes reflecting a newfound sense of security. Though Shen Yueru maintained a stern expression, her actions belied her demeanor as she drank the soup, murmuring softly, "The soup is decent." The crackling fire continued to burn, casting light upon the faces of those gathered, some weary, others serene, and some filled with hope. The jungle faded into the pitch-black night, yet this small camp defiantly radiated the light of humanity. Chen Mo, there's a situation. Suddenly, the voice of Yamamoto Keiko shattered the camp's tranquility. What is it? Chen Mo seized the fire axe beside him, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The sky. Yamamoto Keiko's face was grave as she pointed upwards. Something's off about the sky. Chen Mo looked up, but the inky darkness above revealed nothing. However, in the direction of the sea that Keiko indicated, a sliver of orange-red glimmered amidst the blackness. Return to the cave and bring all supplies inside. Although Chen Mo was unaware of the exact nature of the threat, he trusted Yamamoto Keiko's instincts and quickly instructed the bewildered group. And she, lower the ropes into the cave and bring up some firewood, he urged. Relieved to see the women maintaining composure as they moved towards the cave, each carrying their share of dried provisions. It seemed the trials of island life had instilled a sense of caution in them. After a flurry of activity, everyone successfully entered the cave, and all vital supplies had been moved inside. Chen Mo, we should have enough firewood. Come up quickly, Lian, she called out, eyeing the stacked firewood at the cave entrance, which could last a couple of days. Chen Mo was the last to enter the cave, promptly retracting the ladder. What on earth is happening? Shen Yueru looked bewildered, her confusion mirrored in the faces of the others, all eyes turning towards Yamamoto Keiko for answers. The sky on this day I have witnessed. Before Yamamoto Keiko could finish her words, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating from the depths of the earth, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Dust cascaded from the stone walls. All present froze, their earlier ease swiftly replaced by terror. What is happening? Su Mujin sprang to her feet, her complexion paling. Following this, an even louder clap of thunder tore through the night sky. A ghastly light illuminating the frantically swaying shadows of the trees outside the cave. The jungle erupted in a cacophony of primal roars. The cries of tigers, wolves, and monkeys intertwined into a chaotic symphony of despair, saturated with unprecedented panic. Fluttering, birds took flight from the trees, their cries echoing in sorrow. An earthquake? Xia Xuanning's voice trembled, instinctively seeking the comfort of Chen Mo's proximity. Not merely an earthquake. Lian Shi's countenance was grim. She rushed to the cave's edge, straining to hear as the fierce winds lashed raindrops against her face. Listen, there's the sound of the sea. No, wait. Whale, this is a tsunami. Yamamoto Keiko remained still, having surmised the truth the moment her gaze met the sky. Such phenomena visited her hometown annually. She had once personally endured the most severe year. The colors of the sky etched into her memory for eternity. A tsunami? Su Mujin gazed at Yamamoto Keiko in disbelief, yearning for her to deny it. Yet her disappointment deepened as Yamamoto Keiko merely nodded coldly. Yes, it is indeed a tsunami. Her voice, as chilling as ice, rang out with exceptional clarity. Her sharp gaze swept across the inky curtain of rain outside, a tsunami triggered by an undersea earthquake. As if to validate Yamamoto Keiko's assertion, the mournful wails heightened abruptly, transforming into a deafening roar capable of obliterating all. Silence enveloped the cave. The flickering firelight reflected on every pale, terrified face. The roars of beasts drew closer, infused with the desperation of a frantic escape. Fear surged like a cold tide, swiftly submerging the warmth that had just filled the air. Stay within the cave. Move away from the entrance. Chen Mo's low shout resonated like a stabilizing force, dispelling some of the chaos. Time trickled by, each second akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Everyone, remain calm. Our position is elevated, and the cave is situated halfway up the mountain. With some distance from the shore, the sea should not reach us here. Chen Mo calmly analyzed the situation, attempting to soothe the group's anxieties. Brother, Chen Mo, we'll be all right, one Tiwi? Xia Xuanning clutched her ears tightly. Trembling violently, she leaned against Chen Mo, rest assured. We will be fine. You should sit inside. He gently patted her back, entrusting her to Su Mujin. Shen Yueru's face was ashen, biting her lip in frustration. Why could this cursed island not remain tranquil? The camp, which had only just been established today, was likely doomed. Lian Shi gazed at the dark jungle outside, her expression reflecting concern, yet she remained more composed than the others. With a resounding roar, the tumultuous sound of the ocean echoed from several miles away, reaching the depths of the cave. Chen Mo listened intently, confirming that the sound indeed emanated from the oppressive depths of the sea. Mujin, retrieve the life jackets. You all need to wear them. Chen Mo recalled a few life jackets he had, which could prove to be life-saving should the water level rise. All right. Su Mujin hurriedly found several life jackets among their supplies, and everyone hastily donned them. There were only 6 sets. Looking at the life jackets, they realized that with 8 people present, only 6 jackets were available. I won't need one. Keiko Yamamoto, having grown up by the sea, expressed her confidence in the water. And Chen Mo also felt he wouldn't need one. He glanced at Lian Shi, who said nothing further and put on a life jacket as well. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged from the distance, crashing into the cave with tremendous force, transforming the entrance into a curtain of water. Ah! Shen Yueru screamed, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mo turned to look at everyone. Fear was etched on their faces, their complexions pale. Gather round. Chen Mo's heart was heavy with concern as he observed the trembling figures. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, prompting him to rise and beckon everyone closer. Without hesitation, the 6 women swiftly positioned themselves beside Chen Mo. Xia Xuanning clutched the hem of his shirt tightly, while Chen Wei leaned against him. Su Mujin and Shen Yueru pressed close to him, disregarding everything else. Don't worry, we will be fine. Before Chen Mo could finish, another wave crashed in, causing the water at the cave entrance to swell again, washing inside and extinguishing much of the fire's glow. We will be all right, Su Mujin reassured, her voice rising above the chaos. In that moment, everyone's reliance on Chen Mo reached its zenith. As the water at the entrance diminished, it eventually began to trickle down slowly. They all peered outside, relieved to see that the sea had merely flooded their yard, leaving a safe distance from the cave's mouth. For now, it has passed. Chen Mo's voice bore a slight rasp. Everyone, please sit down, he called out, stepping alone to the fire, adding some dry wood. The flames gradually grew, dispelling some of the coldness that lingered in the air. Crack! Thunder rumbled, shaking the surroundings as torrential rain poured down, once again concealing the cave's entrance with flowing rainwater. Yet this time, the ground remained still. The stagnant air within the cave began to thaw, heavy breaths rising and falling in unison. The tsunami must have subsided. Keiko Yamamoto's voice broke the silence as she settled beside Chen Mo. That scared the life out of me. Xia Xuanning collapsed onto the grass mat, her voice tinged with the relief of survival. Oh heavens! I will certainly engage in more charity upon my return, Shen Yueru murmured as she sank to the ground. Su Mujin's nerves finally relaxed. An overwhelming wave of fatigue washing over her. The moment her tense state eased, drowsiness surged forth. Chen Mo. Chen Wei was the first to speak. Clutching her mat, she shuffled closer to Chen Mo, expressing her reluctance to sleep. Her gaze radiated complete trust and reliance, as if proximity to Chen Mo could dispel the fears that had recently gripped her. No. With a startled leap akin to a frightened rabbit, Xia Xuanning sprang up upon witnessing Chen Wei's actions. Clutching her pillow, she rushed over, pushing past Chen Wei. Chen Mo. Gidge. I am scared. The thunder was so loud, and the beasts were so fierce. May I sleep beside you? Rest assured, I am quite well behaved when I sleep. Su Mujin subli furuit herbruth. Observing the interactions between Chen Wei and Xia Xuanning, an inexplicable discomfort surged within her. Humph. Shen Yueru let out a brief, derisive laugh, crossing her arms. Childish. Chen Montak iam izo afait. You should sleep on my side tonight. She pointed to the deliberately vacated space beside her cot. I fear the thunder. It was always my father who comforted me before. Chapter 48. The draw upon hearing Shen Yu's words, everyone's attention turned towards her. This headstrong young lady, what was amiss? Chen Mo is not your father. Lianxi cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yu, asserting, tonight, Chen Mo is mine. I shall keep vigil alongside him. With that declaration, she took her place beside Chen Mo. Initially, Chen Mo intended to light a cigarette, but he was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding situation. While he could comprehend Chen Wei's fear, this arrangement of sharing a bed was perplexing. Lianxi, how could you speak like that? Chen Mo is the captain of our team. When did he become exclusively yours? Shen Yu exclaimed, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pouting and rising to her feet. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, and she and I should position ourselves on either side of him, ensuring a prompt response, suddenly interjected Yamamoto Keiko, her rationale impeccable. I concur with Keiko. Lianxi immediately nodded in agreement, her gaze sharp as it swept across the others. Keiko is right. This is not a time for personal sentiments. Being close to Chen Mo is imperative for the safety of the entire camp. No way. Shen Yu promptly approached Chen Mo's side. Chen Mo is Mujin's person. Mujin, come here. She signaled to Su Mujin. Su Mujin's face flushed slightly, her heart a tumult of anticipation and hesitation, uncertain whether to join. Chen Mo sat in place, feeling a chill run down his spine. 6 women, 6 pairs of eyes, some pleading, some assertive, some reliant, some composed, and others commanding, were all fixated upon him. He felt more challenged than when confronting a tsunami. I was the first to speak, Chen Wei exclaimed as she felt herself being edged out. Chen Mo always ends up sleeping next to you. It cannot happen today. Lianxi seized Chen Mo's arm, her stance resolute. Indeed, Chen Wei, you are out, Shen Yu declared, offering no support to anyone else, fully endorsing Lianxi's stance. Let Chen Mo decide for himself. Xia Xuanning leaned against Chen Mo, conceding to let him make the choice amidst the overwhelming pressure. Chen Mo opened his mouth, only to feel a sudden chill behind him. Turning around, he found Su Mujin staring intently at him. Though she said nothing, it felt as though her silence spoke volumes. Su Mujin felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least in this crucial moment, Chen Mo still prioritized her. Clearing her throat, she endeavored to sound official. Everyone has valid points. However, Chen Mo also requires rest. Being too close might inadvertently affect him. But where should he sleep then? Shen Yu retorted sharply, her tone laced with tension. The atmosphere instantly thickened with unease. Chen Wei bit her lip. Xia Xuanning appeared on the verge of tears. Yamamoto Keiko and Li Enshi maintained stoic expressions yet resolute gazes, while Shen Yu wore a defiant look. And Su Mujin furrowed her brow in concern. As Chen Mo surveyed the chaotic scene before him, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Surrounded by beauties? At this moment, he merely wished to find a crevice to hide within. He pinched the bridge of his nose, fatigue washing over him like a relentless tide. All right, I will keep watch tonight. You all can rest assured. Chen Mo knew that any choice he made would be erroneous. The wisest course was to abstain from making a choice altogether. No way, the 6 women exclaimed almost in unison. I have a solution. Shen Yueru was the first to speak. What solution? Chen Wei inquired. Drawing lots. Drawing lots? The others were momentarily taken aback. Yes, it is fair and just. After saying this, she found a branch nearby, broke it into 6 pieces, and declared that whoever drew the shortest stick would have Chen Mo's sleeping spot beside them tonight. No one else was allowed to voice dissent. You won't cheat, will you? Li Enshi scrutinized Shen Yueru with an expression of distrust. Let Chen Mo handle it himself. Shen Yueru placed the sticks into Chen Mo's hands, believing this to be an adequate solution. I think we should add one more, if I draw the shortest. I will keep watch. Chen Mo gazed at the 6 sticks in his hand, feeling quite helpless. No way. Almost immediately, the women collectively rejected his suggestion. I don't care what you think. I want what I think. Kia toe ning acceptet firmly. Then let us begin. Shen Yueru proposed. And as she uttered the word start, no one objected. I'll go first. Su Mujin stepped forward without hesitation and drew a stick. Next were Shen Yueru, Yamaguchi Keiko, Li Enshi, Chen Wei, and Xia Xuanning. The 6 sticks lay exposed in the firelight, each face adorned with anticipation, save for Chen Mo, who bore an expression of resignation. Su Mujin observed the noticeably shorter stick in her hand, her expression momentarily frozen before she regained her composure, though her ears, illuminated by the fire, appeared to bear a faint blush. It's Sister Mujin, Xia Xuanning lamented, her small face falling. Chen Wei sighed softly, her eyes betraying her disappointment. Shen Yueru rolled her eyes in response. Humph, you got lucky. Keiko and Li Enshi exchanged glances, but said nothing, silently stowing their long sticks. Chen Mo regarded the outcome, feeling an ambiguous mix of relief and other emotions. You should go to sleep. I will keep watch. Chen Mo glanced at Su Mujin, but refrained from approaching her, knowing that it was perhaps for the best that she had drawn the short stick. No way. A bet is a bet. To his surprise, as soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the 6 women outright refused. With such heavy rain tonight, there is no real danger. We don't need to keep watch. Li Enshi observed the outside with a serious demeanor. Su Mujin did not elaborate further, merely methodically arranging her sleeping area, her movements slightly slower than usual. Chen Mo noticed a space left beside Su Mujin, with approximately an arm's length between them, the air seemingly thickening with an unspoken tension. Yay, brother Chen Mo, you sleep in the middle. Xia Xuanning, seeing Chen Mo's hesitation, quickly approached, grasping his arm and pointing to his designated spot, which had initially been close to the rock wall, but was now occupied by her. Consequently, Chen Mo found himself wedged between Su Mujin and Xia Xuanning. Chen Mo okvarligis da Su Mujin. Noticing her silence as the others gradually succumbed to slumber, reluctantly, he settled into the designated spot prepared for him, with Su Mujin's back turned to him and Xia Xuanning firmly clutching his arm. The cave fell into a profound stillness, punctuated only by the relentless patter of rain outside and the crackling of the campfire. A crisis of affection birthed by nature's wrath found a temporary resolution in this theatrical manner. Yet, an even more delicate atmosphere began to blossom clandestinely within the darkness. Chen Mo could distinctly sense Su Mujin's slightly hurried breaths, her body taut and unmoving at his right. Though she was equally tense, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Inhaling the scent that emanated from Su Mujin, Chen Mo struggled to restrain himself, especially with Xia Xuanning beside him, who seemed to find extraordinary comfort in his presence. Before long, he realized that she had drifted off to sleep, yet her hands remained tightly wrapped around him. For Chen Mo, pain and joy coexisted. Perhaps the exhaustion of the day weighed heavily upon him, or perhaps his heart was weary, and before he knew it, he too succumbed to a deep slumber. In the latter half of the night, the rain subsided, yet the fierce winds continued to howl above the jungle. Chen Mo slept lightly, his years of vigilance allowing him to sense even the slightest shifts in his surroundings. Su Mujin was not far from him, and he could even hear her gentle and rhythmic breathing. Xia Xuanning clung tightly to him, her body trembling intermittently, possibly sensing insecurity even in her dreams. Suddenly, a subtle tremor emanated from beneath him. Unlike the violent quakes before, it resembled the low-frequency groan of the earth. Shortly thereafter, a muffled sound akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses surged from outside, growing louder until it erupted into a deafening roar. Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes, flipping over and leaping from the ground, startling Xia Xuanning awake in the process. Ignoring her, he sprinted towards the cave entrance. Keimoto Keiko and Li Enshi awoke almost simultaneously, following closely behind. What was happening? Another tsunami? Li Enshi anxiously peered outside, striving to discern the unfolding chaos. Oh no, Xia Xuanning, already on edge, could no longer contain herself and dashed into Su Mujin's embrace, bursting into tears. Illuminated by the stark flash of lightning, they beheld an unforgettable sight. In the distance, a towering black wall of water, soaring over 10 meters high, surged forth with an overwhelming force, crashing through the jungle like an unstoppable tide. A tremendous rumble shook the earth. This was not a tsunami. It was a flash flood unleashed by the torrential rain. Chen Mo swiftly deduced the situation, observing the trees toppling in the distance, their destructive power far surpassing that of a tsunami. Oh my God, Su Mujin, Chen Wei, Xia Xuanning, and Shen Yueru arrived at the cave entrance, their expressions frozen in horror as they beheld the apocalyptic scene. Shen Yueru's face turned as pale as a sheet, her body trembling slightly. Chen Wei gripped Su Mujin's arm tightly, her knuckles blanching. Su Mujin fixated intently on the devastating torrent, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes brimming with a profound reverence and fear for the formidable power of nature. Our location. Lian Hui's voice was dry. Fortunately, Yamamoto Keiko's succinct words were laced with palpable relief. Had we not departed yesterday? Su Mujin refrained from completing her thought, yet the implication was unmistakable. Their original campsite had likely been obliterated. A flicker of gratitude ignited within Chen Mo, thankful for the hyena's actions, for otherwise he would not have easily vacated their former encampment. The flood ultimately halted mere meters from their cave, surging violently, yet unable to encroach further. The overwhelming sense of survival washed over them all. It's all right. We're quite safe here, Chen Mo's voice quivered slightly, serving both to reassure the others and to convince himself. This time, none of them felt inclined to sleep, wrapped in blankets. They gathered around the fire at the cave's entrance, peering through the dim light at the torrent cascading outside, intermingled with debris flows. It's truly unimaginable how perilous this deserted island can be, Chen Wei remarked, a hint of fear in her voice. Previously, she had only heard of mudslides through the news, never realizing their terrifying reality. Su Mujin observed the scene outside, recognizing it as her first encounter with such an environment. In truth, this was not the most frightful scenario. The tsunami that struck Japan was infinitely more terrifying. Yamamoto Keiko recalled the events of that time, still haunted by the memories. Chapter 49, New Challenges. The torrential rain and mudslides persisted until dawn, gradually subsiding as the first light of day broke over the horizon. As the chaos of the night finally passed, Chen Mo, observing the somber expressions on his companions' faces, suggested, "Let us prepare breakfast. I shall take on the task." Chen Wei volunteered to cook. "What is the status of our supplies?" Chen Mo inquired softly, taken aback by the suddenness of the tsunami that had disrupted his plans. now necessitating a consideration for food. However, as he gazed outside at the drenched and muddy ground, he realized that even if he wished to hunt, finding game would prove exceedingly difficult. There are plenty of bananas and jackfruits, but as for meat, Su Mujin glanced at the shelf on the right, hesitating to continue. There are only about 10 pounds of jerky left. If we ration it, it might last us 2 more days. Su Mujin finally relayed the current situation. Initially, they had hoped the traps would catch some game, but now it seemed they had all been destroyed. Lianshi Siga, reminiscing about the traps he had painstakingly set up yesterday, feeling a pang of disappointment. I will find a way to secure food. There is no need for anyone to worry. Chen Mo rallied, realizing that he must now devise a solution for their meals. Breakfast was consumed in a somber silence, with no one uttering a word. The idyllic life they had envisioned just yesterday had been shattered by the unforeseen tsunami. I will go down and take a look. Chen Mo hastily ate a few morsels, his appetite waning, and lowered the ladder to descend to the ground. Thud as Chen Mo's feet touched the ground. The mud immediately engulfed his ankles. I'll join you, Yamamoto Keiko declared, following Chen Mo down the ladder. The sight before them was harrowing. The makeshift fence they had worked so hard to erect was partially toppled by the ferocious winds, though the main structure remained relatively intact. Further away, the low-lying areas had transformed into a murky mire, littered with debris. Broken trees lay scattered, their branches heavy with sludge and shattered seaweed, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of the sea, mud, and decaying vegetation. Everyone else should remain above. The mud is too deep down here. Let me assess the situation first, Chen Mo advised, not deterred from Yamamoto Keiko's presence, but cautioning the others. He carefully surveyed the area, with Yamamoto Keiko closely following, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. As Chen Mo reached the back of the camp and focused on a chaotic pile of stones and debris, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Amidst the seaweed and rubble, a glint of metal caught his eye, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. Chen Mo hurried forward, clearing away the layers of mud and debris. A dagger? He gasped, recognizing this as the second dagger he had discovered. The first, found alongside Li Inshi on their way here, had been severely corroded and deemed irreparable, leading him to discard it. He could scarcely believe that he had stumbled upon another today. The blade is elongated and slightly curved. Though it is smeared with dirt and rust from seawater, the edge still glimmers with a chilling light in the morning sun. Most strikingly, near the guard, there is a clearly engraved emblem, a chrysanthemum with rigid lines. Beneath the emblem, there's a line of indistinct yet barely legible Japanese characters. What is this? Yamaguchi Keiko approached, and upon seeing the dagger in Chen Mo's hand, she was momentarily taken aback. What is inscribed here? And this pattern? Unfamiliar with Japanese. Chen Mo handed it to Yamaguchi Keiko. SHWA 15, she read, her tone grave. This pattern, it must belong to the Xinghai family. As a current member of the Black Dragon Society, she possessed knowledge of many Japanese families, thus recognizing the significance of the emblem. SHWA 15 corresponds to 1940, the period of World War II. Chen Mo calculated the time, his voice heavy. Indeed, moreover, this knife is a standard issue, the Type 30 bayonet. Yamaguchi Keiko examined the dagger style and ultimately concluded it was indeed standard equipment. How could standard equipment appear here? Chen must bow full of it. A bold conjecture forming in his mind. The Xinghai family had long served in the Navy, and the presence of this insignia indicates a significant status. Yamaguchi Keiko meticulously searched for information regarding the Xinghai family, recalling that during the Grand Conflict, a naval vessel had gone missing, perhaps. Yamaguchi Keiko's expression shifted from confusion to shock as she turned to Chen Mo captain. This was the first time Yamaguchi Keiko addressed Chen Mo as captain, causing him to pause in bewilderment. I can trust you, correct? Yamaguchi Keiko gazed at Chen Mo with anticipation, her fingers tightly clenched in nervousness, turning pale. I can entrust my back to you. Observing her expression, Chen Mo sensed that what she was about to say might relate to his suspicions, so he refrained from further elaboration. His words sent a shiver through Yamaguchi Keiko. There is a mysterious force manipulating this international exchange meeting. rumored to be connected to the national treasures lost by Huaxia. I have been secretly investigating. Yamaguchi Keiko divulged her secret in one breath, then looked at Chen Mo. Why? Chen Mo remained surprisingly calm, though his face bore a contemplative expression. Because my grandfather was a criminal, this is a debt our family owes to Huaxia. I wish to atone for my grandfather. Furthermore, the Inukai family is also pursuing this batch of lost national treasures. Yamaguchi Keiko recounted the entire saga. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo meticulously analyzed the interconnections. Inukai family, World War II, national treasures, deserted islands, plane crashes. He repeatedly linked these pieces of information. Sensing his conjecture was beginning to take shape, yet he felt something was missing. Are you suggesting that the ship Inukai was on when it went missing had suspicious circumstances? That it might have been carrying Huaxia's national treasures? Chen Mo connected the clues, yet he sensed there was an issue with one of the links. Initially, I was unaware of the connection to Inugai's family. It was merely a speculation I encountered. Yamaguchi Keiko gazed at the dagger in her hand and revealed the reason behind it. Let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now, nor should we disclose it to others. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, his mind filled with conjectures, yet everything seemed shrouded in a veil of fog. Informing others would only bring unnecessary worry. It was best to observe the situation unfold. Very well, Yamaguchi Keiko acquiesced, handing the dagger to Chen Mo. Keep it. It may serve as a means of protection. I have this. Chen Mo indicated the fire axe he held, suggesting that Yamaguchi Keiko retain the dagger. He fell silent, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the direction of the flood's onslaught, peering into the depths of the island, as if something were beckoning him. Chen Mo, Keiko, are you both all right? Su Mujin called out, noticing the two standing motionless for an extended period, her voice laced with concern. Let us go back. Chen Mo, wishing to alleviate everyone's anxiety, set aside his earlier thoughts and began walking toward the cave. It's nothing. A small section of the fence is damaged. It's not a significant issue. Everyone, please refrain from coming down for now. The mud is too deep below. As he walked, he faced the concerned gazes of the crowd at the cave's entrance, speaking in a low voice. Come, let us explore that direction, rather than returning to the cave. Chen Mo ventured toward another path. In the jungle, toppled trees were strewn about, and the ground, ravaged by the mountain flood, was thick with muck interspersed with numerous stones. Amidst this muddy terrain, several individuals struggled to navigate their way. Damn, what a stroke of bad luck. What kind of wretched place is this cursed island? One man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit that once bore prestige but was now tattered and soiled, found his thighs deeply entrenched in the sludge, cursing continuously. Mr. Fong, your lamentations are futile. We should be grateful to be alive. A portly middle-aged man, balding and sporting an expensive watch, spoke with a southern accent, offering a word of caution. Mr. Wang, I am Huang. I've told you countless times. The bespectacled man exclaimed loudly. All right. I understand, Mr. Fong. I have no idea where we've been swept away to. I suspect those old geezers have met their end. The middle-aged man, known as Mr. Huang, trudged along, a smirk playing on his lips. They got what they deserved, those greedy fools. He spat bitterly. It's a pity about that young lady. With no women left on this deserted island, how will we manage in the days to come? Bosses, as long as we're alive. We can always capture a few more later, chimed in one of the four men, a tall and lean fellow, who was equally disheveled, clad in a shirt missing one sleeve. Over there, it seems someone is present. The last man, who had been vigilantly scanning the surroundings, donned a black suit and appeared to be quite robust. He was likely a bodyguard. Zhao Gang, are you certain? A glimmer of excitement illuminated Wang's face as he turned to the man named Zhao Gang behind him, eagerly inquiring. Confirmed. Zhao Gang replied with unwavering composure. Lead the way. Wang gestured for Zhao Gang to proceed ahead. Within the encampment, Chen Mo and Yamamoto Keiko were diligently surveying their surroundings. Chen Mo, over here. Yamamoto Keiko called out loudly from outside the fence. Approaching her side, Chen Mo observed a multitude of fish and shrimp scattered on the ground, along with two sizable sea turtles evidently washed ashore by the tsunami, now resting in the muddy water. With this bounty, we can sustain ourselves for another 2 days. Chen Mo remarked, eyeing the gathered prey as he retrieved the basket woven by Li Yunhe to collect their finds. Let's return. Once Chen Mo had finished gathering, he scanned the area for any immediate danger, and, seeing none, he and Yamamoto Keiko made their way back to the cave. Wow, so many fish and shrimp. Summer Xue Ning exclaimed upon seeing the seafood in the basket, her face lighting up with joy. With these provisions, we can endure for another 2 days. Su Mujin commented, feeling considerably more at ease as she examined the bamboo basket's contents. There should be plenty more washed ashore, but given the muddy terrain, venturing far seemed unwise. However, she reasoned that food outside was likely abundant. Chen Mo, too, felt a sense of relief, momentarily free from concerns about sustenance. Thus, everything appeared manageable. Someone is approaching, Li Yunhe suddenly announced, causing everyone in the cave to freeze in their movements. Without the time to change clothes, Chen Mo quickly rushed to the cave's entrance, following the direction of Li Yunhe's pointed finger. Chapter 50. The greed of human nature at the muddy edge of the jungle. For disheveled figures were trudging towards the cave, struggling with each step. It was none other than Mr. Wang, Mr. Huang, Zhao Gang, and another man, Wang Jianshu. Shen Yueru leaned in for a closer look, immediately wrinkling her nose in disgust. She seemed to recognize the 2 others. If they're still alive? Su Mujin approached as well, her expression darkening upon seeing the newcomers. Wang Jianshu, the chairman of Homely Group. That one appears to be from Huang's group. Is he the one who attempted to seduce my aunt? As Shen Yueru recalled Huang Jian's past, her brows knitted in concern. Do you know them? Lianxi inquired, observing Su Mujin and Shen Yueru. These 2 scoundrels are nothing but trouble. Mujin, wasn't he Wang Jianshu pursuing you at one point? Shen Yueru asked, suddenly recalling something. Upon hearing Shen Yueru's words, Su Mujin glanced at Chen Mo, who seemed unfazed, and replied with disdain, that was his own fabrication. We did have some business dealings, but upon discovering his questionable character, I ceased all collaboration. It appears they are heading our way, Li Yunhe murmured, her hand resting on the stone dagger at her waist. Yamamoto Keiko had also reached a more defensible position at the cave entrance, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. The man in black ahead seems formidable. Yamamoto Keiko focused her attention on Zhao Gang. The 4 evidently spotted the figures at the cave entrance, their faces lighting up with joy and avarice, quickening their pace. Mr. Fong, we are fortunate indeed. This place harbors beauties, and there are 2 exquisite ones right at the entrance. Wang Jianshu leered at Li Yunhe and Yamamoto Keiko. Hey, you up there? Are you survivors from the plane as well? We are too, Wang Jianshu called out, striding toward the cave entrance. We are all billionaires. How about we collaborate? Upon reaching the cave entrance, Wang Jianshu attempted to sway them with promises of wealth. Wang Jianshu, who cares for your filthy money? You are not welcome here. Shen Yueru could no longer contain her disdain and stepped forward, glaring at Wang Jianshu. Is that not young lady Shen? How wonderful. I finally get to see you, dear niece. I have missed you. Back in the day, your father and I shared a bond of brotherhood, Huang Jian exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as tears welled, nearly on the verge of sobbing. Huang Jian, you lecherous old man who tried to seduce your niece. I am not your niece. I am your aunt. Stop pretending and get lost. Shen Yueru's scathing words left no room for mercy as she rebuked Huang Jian's theatrics. Lady Shen, please calm down. Let us discuss this after we ascend. Wang Jianshu interjected, sensing Huang Jian's impending fury, as he exchanged glances with Huang Jian while obsequiously addressing Shen Yueru. Mr. Huang, don't waste your efforts. You are unwelcome here. As Su Mujin observed that the 2 individuals showed no intention of departing, she approached the cave's entrance, donning an expression that conveyed her desire for distance. I wonder how we ended up here. President Su, too. What a fortunate twist of fate to find you both alive and in such a splendid refuge. It seems we've stumbled upon our own little sanctuary. Wang Jianshu's demeanor was reminiscent of a child joyfully reuniting with a parent. Are you certain these 2 are in charge? They appear rather foolish, Chen Wei remarked, her anxiety dissipating as she watched their antics. Do not underestimate them. They're cunning and ruthless in their dealings, Su Mujin thought, aware of the duo's formidable past, recognizing that appearances can be deceiving. Wang Jianshu rubbed his hands together, feigning a smile as he introduced, "This is Zhao Gang, my bodyguard. Quite skilled indeed. And this is Manager Liu from Dahing Group. We originally had over 20 people with us on the southern beach, but alas, last night's dreadful tsunami. We are now the fortunate four who managed to cling to a rock." His tone was mournful, yet his gaze was fixated on the cave. "President Su, this place is truly remarkable. It is defensible and has a water source. We, as weary men, would greatly appreciate your hospitality for a brief respite. In times of distress, it is only natural for us to assist one another." Before Su Mujin could respond, Shen Yueru, arms crossed, coldly interjected with a scoff, "Mr. Wang, your notion of mutual assistance seems rather convenient. What happened to your 20 companions? Did they all assist each other to the sea? This place is the product of our hard work, not a shelter for wanderers." Wang Jianshu's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, but it was quickly masked by a fade of feigned warmth. "Miss Shun, your words are rather ungracious. In perilous times, strength in numbers is advantageous. With a capable man like Zhao Gang, we can ensure everyone's safety. Both Fong and I are benevolent souls. At the very least, we can protect you. It's far better than leaving you." His gaze lingered on the women at the cave's entrance, particularly on Su Mujin and Shen Yueru, a hint of repulsive amusement evident in his expression. "In this desolate wilderness, our company could provide some merriment, don't you think?" he added with a suggestive tone, prompting Manager Liu to chuckle lewdly beside him. Su Mujin's expression turned icy in an instant. "Mr. Wang, our space is insufficient to accommodate all of you. As the daylight is still ample, I kindly request that you depart at once." "Depart?" Wang Jianshu erupted with laughter, his pretense shattered, revealing the arrogance and greed inherent to his position. "Su Mujin, you dare to disregard my face? Do you think you are still in your homeland, the exalted President Su? Understand this. We are on a deserted island. Here, my make's right. We four men, along with a skilled fighter like Zhao Gang, a gathering of women. If you are wise, allow us passage and heed my directives. Your reward shall be plentiful. Otherwise," a sinister smile crept across his face as he turned to Zhao Gang. "Shoulong, proceed. Do you wish to perish?" Chen Mo's voice resonated with an icy chill, halting Zhao Gang's advance, and causing Wang Jianshu and the others to furrow their brows. Chen Mo had initially sat before the fire, contemplating that as long as these individuals did not overstep, he would not pursue the matter. However, their true, grotesque natures swiftly emerged beneath their veneer of civility. The depths of human depravity revealed themselves all too soon on this desolate island. "Ah, Su Mujin, I had presumed you to be a paragon of purity. Yet it appears you harbor a man here." Huang Jian, simmering with pent-up rage, seized the opportunity to mock Chen Mo as he emerged. "You lecherous old fool. What of it if we choose to shelter a man?" Shen Yueru retorted defiantly, knowing that Su Mujin would not engage in petty quarrels. "You, Shen Yueru, you will pay for this." Huang Jian, infuriated by her words, shook with rage, glaring menacingly at her. Chen Wei and Xia Xuanning arrived at the cave entrance, and in an instant, the faces of Wang Jianshu and Huang Jian lit up with elation. "My goodness, 2 esteemed ladies. I had no idea there were 6 beauties within. That one resembles the star Xia Xuanning." Manager Liu's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. "Ha ha, they are all ours. Zhao Gang, take them down, and you shall have your share." Wang Jianshu grinned lewdly, directing Zhao Gang forward. Zhao Gang's brow furrowed, his face betraying his inner turmoil. He took a step forward, cupping his fist before Chen Mo at the cave entrance, his voice low. "Brother, although Wang's words are unpalatable, they bear truth. This place indeed has the capacity for more inhabitants. We harbor no ill will. We merely seek a safe haven. It is far better for us to unite than to clash against one another. I implore you to grant us this favor. We vow to abide by the rules." He endeavored to render his words sincere. "Are you certain you have thought this through?" Chen Mo regarded Zhao Gang with a voice as cold as ice, imbued with lethal intent. Despite the distance between them, Zhao Gang felt the palpable aura of death emanating from Chen Mo. This was a man who had taken lives. Doubt began to creep into Zhao Gang's mind. Zhao Gang, why are you hesitating? Can you not handle this mere boy? Wang Jianshu pressed him further, his impatience evident. Esteemed guests, I must apologize. I assure you we will adhere to the rules. Zhao Gang, reluctant to oppose someone like Chen Mo, felt trapped between loyalty to his employer and his own instincts for self-preservation. At last, Chen Mo made his move. Emotionless, he slowly lowered the ladder from the edge of the cave, his movements steady. Then, step by step, he descended, positioning himself a few paces before Zhao Gang. He did not cast a glance towards the incessantly chattering Wang Jianshu or the shifty-eyed manager Lu in Huangjian. His gaze was solely fixed on Zhao Gang. Rules? Chen Mo's voice, though not loud, was strikingly cold, piercing through Wang Jianshu's clamor with clarity. The rules here are dictated by me. Now, I command you to leave. Otherwise, death awaits. His frigid gaze swept over Zhao Gang and his three companions, resembling the look one would give to a corpse. Zhao Gang was certain that should he dare to make a move, the opponent would certainly strike to kill. Wang Jianshu, Huang Jian, and manager Lu felt a chilling tremor at the sight of Chen Mo's eyes. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness, an invisible aura of impending doom radiating from Chen Mo. At the entrance, Huizi and Li Enxi's expression sharpened, their hands resting on their weapons. Wang Jianshu's smugness faltered, quickly morphing into a furious embarrassment. Shou Weng, why are you still hesitating? Show him a taste of reality. Let him understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Once you incapacitate him, that little star will be yours. His words were abruptly severed by Chen Mo's glacial stare, as if ensnared by a venomous serpent, rendering him cold all over. Chapter 51. Exile. Zhao Gang inhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze upon Chen Mo, a mixture of helplessness and the solemnity befitting a warrior. He recognized that this seemingly ordinary young man was anything but simple. The tranquility exuding from him was unmistakably genuine. Yet, he found himself with no choice. Offended, Zhao Gang uttered a low growl, no longer hesitating. He understood Wang Jianshu's temperament and knew that he must take action. With a sudden, powerful lunge, he unleashed a rapid straight punch aimed directly at Chen Mo's face, the force of his strike revealing a solid foundation in combat skills. This punch, swift and fierce, was evidently a lethal move honed through street brawls. Military boxing. Upon witnessing Zhao Gang's maneuver, Chen Mo instantly recognized the technique, perceiving the trajectory of the punch as if it were unfolding in slow motion. In terms of military boxing, Chen Mo could be deemed a master. He did not retreat. Instead, he executed a subtle sidestep to the left, his body as light as a feather, effortlessly evading the formidable blow. In the fleeting moment that Zhao Gang's fist brushed past his nose, Chen Mo's left hand shot out with the swiftness of lightning, his fingers deftly curling around Zhao Gang's wrist with pinpoint precision. A grappling technique. Zhao Gang was taken aback by Chen Mo's swift action, and before he could react, a sharp crack echoed, accompanied by a muffled grunt from Zhao Gang. He felt as though his wrist were ensnared by an iron clamp, the bones protesting under the pressure. The strength he once took pride in proved utterly futile before his opponent. Panic surged within Zhao Gang. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw and defend, while simultaneously launching a vicious knee strike toward Chen Mo's abdomen. Chen Mo's gaze remained unperturbed. With a fierce downward thrust and twist of Zhao Gang's wrist, his right leg lashed out like a steel whip, striking precisely against Zhao Gang's other calf. Bang! A low thud resonated alongside Zhao Gang's anguished exclamation. He experienced a searing pain coursing through his leg, as though struck by a hammer, causing his supporting limb to falter. His entire body involuntarily lurched sideways, losing balance. Zhao Gang's towering frame collapsed like a heavy sack of sand, crashing into the still muddy ground with a resounding splash. The entire sequence unfolded with dizzying speed. Merely 2 or 3 seconds elapsed from Zhao Gang's initial attack to his tumble into the mud. Su Mujin and the others at the entrance scarcely comprehended Chen Mo's movements. They merely witnessed the aggressive Zhao Gang, only to see him sprawled helplessly in the mire moments later. How could this be possible? Surely he didn't let him win? Huang Jian gaped in disbelief at Zhao Gang, who had been so effortlessly subdued. Previously, Zhao Gang had bested several opponents single-handedly on the southern beach, casting doubts in Huang Jian's mind. Zhao Gang, you incompetent fool, what are you doing? Wang Jianshu seethed with humiliation. Zhao Gang had embarrassed him by failing to withstand even a single move. The smug anticipation on manager Lu's face solidified into a mask of incredulity and shock. How could this be possible? Struggling in the mud, Zhao Gang endeavored to rise, his face smeared with filth, his eyes reflecting shock, humiliation, and a glimmer of confusion. To one's astonishment, Zhao Gang also practiced military boxing. He felt a surge of confidence in his own martial skills, honed through relentless training. However, he had never encountered an adversary as formidable as this one. The opponent's speed, strength, and timing were at an unparalleled level, far beyond his reach. This was no ordinary combat technique. It was a lethal skill forged in the crucible of life and death battles. Humph! How dare you use military boxing? Did you learn martial arts merely to bully the weak? Did you take up this discipline to forcibly seize women? Did you pursue this skill to aid the wicked? Chen Mo nearly roared, each word striking Zhao Gang like a hammer, forcing his head to bow in remorse and regret. Soda. I have my reasons. Zhao Gang could neither retort nor defend himself. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, he lowered his head again. Chen Mo stood above him, surveying Zhao Gang, who lay in the mud, his gaze serene, yet conveying everything. Zhao Gang was unworthy of being his opponent. Do you wish to continue? Chen Mo's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it bore an invisible pressure. Zhao Gang sensed that Chen Mo had shown him mercy, should he dare to strike again. His opponent would ensure his complete obliteration. The chasm between them was no longer something that could be bridged by mere desperation. Shoulong, you worthless fool. Get up. Kill him. Wang Jianshu shouted in a frenzy, spitting with rage. What do you think I'm keeping you for? Get up. Zhao Gang's body stiffened, his facial muscles twitching. Gradually, he rose, no longer meeting Wang Jianshu's gaze, but instead bowing deeply to Chen Mo. Thank you for your mercy. I lack the skill. Shougong, you son of a Wang Jianshu began to curse again, but was silenced by Chen Mo's icy glare, as if he had been choked into silence, leaving only fear in its wake. Chen Mo turned away from Zhao Gang, directing his gaze towards the agitated Wang Jianshu, the terrified manager Lu, and the trembling secretary Zhang, his voice as frigid as ice. Leave, or perish. Chen Mo's words carried an undeniable aura of lethal intent. Wang Jianshu, chilled to the bone by that look, instinctively took a step back, weakly pointing at Chen Mo. You'll pay for this. This isn't over. We're leaving. Fearful of provoking the malevolent force further, he turned and hurriedly retreated, disregarding the mud beneath him. Zhao Gang cast one last penetrating glance at Chen Mo, then lifted his eyes to the various women at the cave's entrance. His expression complex and inscrutable. He said nothing, silently turning to follow the disheveled figures of Wang Jianshu and the others, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate at the muddy edge of the jungle. It was not until the four figures vanished from sight that the tense atmosphere at the cave entrance began to dissipate. Bah, scum! Shen Yueru spat vehemently in the direction they had departed. That Zhao Gang seems different somehow, Keiko Yamamoto murmured softly. He will eventually meet his demise at Wang Jianshu's hands, came the ominous reply. Shen Yueru let out a cold snort, fully aware of the vile faces of those hypocritical individuals. Su Mujin gazed at Chen Mo's returning figure, her expression a blend of complexity. Are you all right? Chen Mo shook his head, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. It seemed that Zhao Gang had some incriminating evidence in the hands of Wang Jianshu. Contemplating Zhao Gang's situation, Chen Mo concluded, all right, it's nothing. He raised his head and addressed the crowd at the cave's entrance, his tone returning to its usual calmness. They must have gone to our original seaside camp. That place doesn't seem particularly safe either. Su Mujin recalled a few other figures. If their two groups were to encounter one another, she wondered what would transpire. Chen Mo surveyed the distant coastline. The fate of these individuals was of no concern to him. His sole mission was to survive at all costs. 2 days passed unnoticed, and the food supplies remained sufficient. Chen Mo and his companions refrained from venturing outside, instead remaining within the camp to rearrange the traps in their vicinity. Chen Montak, Huizi, come quickly. The traps have yielded results. Lianxi exclaimed. On the 3rd day after the mudslide, Chen Mo had initially intended to take a chance and seek out new food sources, but unexpectedly, the traps had stirred. Chen Mo and Yamamoto Huizi hurried to Lianxi's side, with the others curiously following suit. They arrived at the outskirts of the camp. Near the edge of the jungle, where several cleverly disguised traps made of vines and branches awaited. Xia Xuanning pointed at one of the snares with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, there are indeed birds. 2 of them. They're still moving." The trap contained 2 vibrant, struggling wild birds, their feathers smeared with dried mud. Chewing on jerky felt akin to gnawing on wax. Today promised fresh meat. Shen Yueru crossed her arms, nearly drooling at the prospect. Having something to eat is already a blessing, yet you still find fault. Chen Wei and Shen Yueru often engaged in playful banter. Although Chen Wei shared the sentiment that consuming jerky daily was somewhat unpleasant, she refrained from vocalizing it. Su Mujin pointed at another shallow pit obscured by foliage. It seems there's something in that pit. It smells rather foul. Xia Xuanning cautiously leaned forward for a better look. It resembles a large rat. Its tail is so thick. Lianxi wore a professional smile of satisfaction. That SA trap we set yesterday, with sharp spikes below. It seems we might have caught an unfortunate bamboo rat. Today's haul appears promising. Joy illuminated the faces of the group. After 2 consecutive days of snake meat jerky, it was indeed rather difficult to swallow. This isn't a bamboo rat. It must be animal fur. Chen Mo approached the trap that Su Mujin had just indicated and discovered only some tufts of fur inside. The group immediately gathered around. The camouflage branches and vines at the trap's edge had been violently torn apart, scattered across the ground. The soil around the pit had been disturbed, revealing several clear hoof prints. The wooden stakes meant to secure the spikes had been knocked askew, yet no carcass remained. Keiko Yamaguchi crouched down, meticulously measuring a distinct hoof print with her fingers, while examining the scratches on the pit walls and the scattered coarse, deep brown bristles. Such a sizable hoof print suggests the wall was forcefully broken open. This resembles. Unshili picked up a coarse bristle and brought it close to her nose, her gaze sharpening as she detected a strong, pungent odor. The bristle was coarse, dark brown with hints of black. It's a wild boar. Unshili's expression shifted, her eyes scanning the surrounding area of trampled underbrush, revealing more hoof prints and drag marks. Look over there. It seems there's more than one. Did you hear anything unusual during the night watch? Chen Mo inquired, his brow furrowed. Wild boars are unlike other animals. How could there be so many? Not at all. Keiko Yamaguchi responded. The destruction here. This could be an adult wild boar. And she's voice turned grave. After all, wild boars possess formidable destructive power, and hunting them without the proper weaponry would be exceedingly challenging. Could they be targeting our camp? Xuanning Xia thought of the possibility of being charged by a wild boar, glancing nervously around as if one lurked in the shadows. There have been no signs of wild boar activity nearby. Perhaps they migrated from elsewhere. They are likely to return. Chen Mo pondered, increasingly convinced of this likelihood. Without further ado, he held the coarse bristle in his hand, scanning the group with a resolute tone. From now on, everyone, no one is permitted to venture outside without myself, Keiko, or Enshi accompanying you. Do not stray beyond the confines of the fence. Is that understood? I'm not jesting. The jungle is now more perilous than before. Su Mujin immediately responded, her tone serious. Understood. Who would want to go out to feed wild boars? Shen Yueru observed the devastated trap, her complexion paling, and for once, she refrained from retorting. Shall we check our traps? There are a few set further out. Chen Wei pointed towards the distant trap locations. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Mo. He was the anchor for them all. Forget it. The food we have can last a day. With wild boars active nearby, other traps will yield no results. Chen Mo contemplated, stating that the mud in the jungle had yet to dry, and recklessly approaching could lead to troublesome encounters with wild boars. Reinforce the fence. Wild boars are nocturnal. Keiko Yamaguchi observed Chen Mo, believing it prudent to fortify the camp. As long as the wild boars did not invade their active area, they would face minimal threat. Agreed. I will take charge of this with you. And she, rally everyone to reinforce the traps. Remember, do not leave the vicinity of the camp, and retreat to the cave at the first sign of danger. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings, finding no other anomalies, and made further arrangements for the group. Chapter 52. The struggle against the wild boar. Everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. Xia Xuanning crouched by the pond, washing the freshly caught birds, while Shen Yueru stood beside her, plucking feathers, both appearing somewhat distracted. Ah, Sister Yueru, have you ever seen a wild boar? Are they truly as terrifying as they say? Xia Xuanning inquired with curiosity. Where would I have seen one? Haven't you heard, Chen Mo? Wild boars are fierce. We don't even have hunting rifles. How can we defend ourselves? Shen Yueru shot Xia Xuanning a frustrated glance, tugging at the feathers with a vigor that hinted at her suppressed irritation. Our fish have been washed away too. If only we could catch a few. Shen Yueru lamented, gazing longingly at the empty pond and licking her lips at the thought of the fish's deliciousness. Kia Tue Ning. Have you grown bold? Didn't you hear Chen Mo say you can't go out? I warn you, don't wander off. Shen Yueru admonished her like an elder sister. Sister Yueru, what are you talking about? I would never run off, Xia Xuanning retorted, though even she dared not entertain the thought of straying far. Within the confines of the fence, Chen Mo and Yamamoto Keiko were reinforcing the wall with sturdier wooden stakes they had gathered. Given the recent mountain flood, it was relatively easy to collect such materials, as the forest was littered with fallen trees. The afternoon sun filtered through the sparse canopy, raising the temperature. The air was heavy and humid, filled with the scent of decay. Sister Yueru, do you think the wild boars will actually come? It's already afternoon, and there has been no sign of them. Xia Xuanning asked, her curiosity piqued. Everyone else was resting in the cave, while Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru volunteered to wash the dishes. Better no noise at all. Are you hoping the LL show up? If they do come, the LL snatch you away first, little star, Shen Yueru replied, exasperated. After Shen Yueru spoke, she glanced behind her, and that moment sent chills down her spine. Ah, Xia Xue, run. Shen Yueru's scream shattered the tranquility of the camp, echoing with terror. What is wrong? Xia Xuanning momentarily froze, looking up to see Shen Yueru already sprinting toward the cave. Chen Mo, the wild boars are here. Help! Shen Yueru's voice grew sharper as she continued to run, calling out desperately. Almost simultaneously with Shen Yueru's scream, roar. The sound was savage, filled with rage, erupting from the thicket outside the camp like a thunderclap. Ah! Brother Chen Mo, help! A pig! A wild boar! Xia Xuanning's piercing scream followed, her voice breaking with panic. Finally, Xia Xuanning reacted amidst the wild boar's howls, abandoning all else as she fled. The camp erupted in chaos. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the cave, like an arrow released from its bow. Chen Mo, having been napping, awoke to Shen Yueru's initial cry for help, grabbing the fire axe and rushing outside. Yueru, come up quickly, Su Mujin called anxiously, having reached the ladder where Shen Yueru stood. Xia Xue, don't panic. Chen Wei's voice rang out nearly in tandem with Su Mujin's. Damn it! Lian Shi and Yamaguchi Keiko reacted swiftly upon witnessing Chen Mo dash out, instantly grasping the weapons at their disposal. And she clutched a sharpened spear, while Keiko seized a bow and arrow, racing like lightning towards the scene of the incident. And she, catch! Keiko hurled another arrow towards the advancing Enshi, and the two pursued Chen Mo in unison. As Chen Mo reached the edge of the fence, his sharp gaze fixed on a figure outside. Less than 2 meters ahead, a robust wild boar, its body cloaked in deep brown bristles resembling steel needles, was digging with its front hooves, emitting heavy, labored breaths. Its crimson eyes locked onto the newly appeared Chen Mo. What a massive wild boar! Unshi exclaimed, joining Chen Mo's side, estimating its height to be around the waist of an adult man and its weight approximately 200 pounds. This boar appears to be still immature. Keiko observed the creature, its short white tusks slightly easing her tense demeanor. However, she recognized the true dilemma. If her instincts were correct, this was likely a solitary member of a larger boar pack. Chen Mo, eyeing the young boar that had recently separated from its mother, displayed a hint of concern. Keiko, to the left, diverted its attention. After analyzing the situation, Chen Mo swiftly devised a plan, and she remained vigilant for any other boars approaching from behind. Simultaneously, his body exploded forth from the breach in the fence like a cannonball. Understanding his cue, Keiko, like a specter, flanked the creature, her form low to the ground as she aimed her bow at the boar, releasing an arrow that struck the earth just beside its hind leg. The boar, feeling the sting and incensed by the side assault, abruptly turned its fierce gaze towards Keiko, its eyes ablaze with rage. It abandoned its pursuit of Chen Mo, propelling itself towards Keiko with the force of a runaway truck, the ground thundering beneath its weight. Whoosh! Another arrow zipped through the air as she released her shot from the left. Now's our chance, Chen Mo bellowed, having awaited this precise moment. As the boar charged at Keiko, he sprang into action. Chen Mo exhaled sharply, twisting at the waist to drive his fire axe upward, wielding it with the force of a mountain-splitting blow aimed at the boar's comparatively vulnerable neck. With a sickening thud, the blade sank into flesh, the sound resonating ominously. Chen Mo's strike found its mark, the sharp edge embedding deeply into the boar's thick hide, blood erupting like a fountain, instantly staining his arm and half his body crimson. The boar emitted an earth-shattering cry, the searing agony and tremendous impact causing its charge to falter. In a fit of pain, it tossed its head violently, sending shockwaves up the axe handle that numbed Chen Mo's grip, nearly making him lose hold. Be careful! Keiko's urgent shout rang out, her voice echoing as she closed in. As the wild boar swung its head, attempting to charge at Chen Mo with its tusks, Keiko Yamaguchi darted like a slippery fish, swiftly maneuvering past the creature from the opposite side. She exclaimed, her voice laced with fierce determination. The makeshift dagger she wielded pierced the soft flesh of the boar's flank with the speed of lightning. With a twist of her wrist, she yanked downward, creating a deep gash that instantly erupted with steaming entrails and blood. The boar's anguished cries morphed into a desperate wail as its massive body convulsed violently, the momentum of its charge dissipating into mere gasps of survival. Let me send you off, Chen Mo bellowed, gripping the axe handle firmly. He withdrew the fire axe and brought it down with force upon the boar's neck. A resounding crack echoed as the cervical vertebrae were cleaved apart. The immense head of the boar hung at an unnatural angle, blood cascading like a waterfall from the gaping wound, instantly staining the ground crimson. The boar convulsed a few more times, its limbs flailing aimlessly, the fiery glint in its small eyes swiftly extinguishing, leaving only the pallor of death. The entire struggle unfolded in a matter of mere seconds, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and the foul stench of the boar's final excretions. Panting heavily, Chen Mo slowly withdrew the blood-soaked axe, droplets of viscous blood trickling from the blade. The boar lay lifeless. Inside the cave, Chen Wei watched the fallen beast with barely concealed excitement. Su Mujin was busy soothing Xia Xuanning and Shen Yueru. It's all right now. The boar is dead. Is it truly dead? Shen Yueru, slightly calmer than Xia Xuanning, peered outside the cave and, upon seeing the fallen boar, felt her heart finally settle. I want to skin that beast for daring to frighten me, she declared, her teeth clenched as she grabbed a nearby dagger, ready to rush out. Yueru, don't create more chaos. Su Mujin pulled her back, emphasizing the uncertainty of the situation outside. Yes, wait, Yueru, Chen Wei added, surprised by Shen Yueru's audacity. Keiko Yamaguchi observed the now lifeless boar, silently withdrawing her dagger and cleaning the blood from the blade on the grass before she sheathed it in the newly crafted wooden scabbard at her waist. No other boars were in sight. Li and she approached, having kept a watchful eye on their surroundings during the struggle. Let us bring the boar back. We need not worry about food for the next few days, Chen Mo remarked, eyeing the hefty creature weighing around 200 pounds, his previously burdened heart now considerably lighter. Lian Shi, however, remained vigilant, scanning the dense foliage. The scent of blood is overwhelming. We must act quickly. Everyone can come out now. Chen Mo called to the cave, having noticed that everyone had been observing from the entrance. He urged them to assist in cleaning the bloodied ground. With such a large boar, we needn't fret about food anymore, Su Mujin commented, noting the size of the beast. Though the area was stained with blood, she had gradually adapted to the harsh realities of the past few days. As the vice captain, ensuring an ample supply of resources is paramount. Damn the wild boar. Everyone brandished their daggers and charged at the creature, eager to inflict a few stabs in a bid to vent their frustrations. It still lives? Lian Shi observed the commotion and quipped. Ah. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueru abruptly halted, staring blankly at Lian Shi. Lian Shi, you're trying to scare me. Noticing the expression on Lian Shi's face, Shen Yueru realized she had been tricked, her countenance filled with indignation. All right, everyone, let's make haste. Huizi, assist me in carrying the wild boar back to the camp for processing. The rest of you, wash away the blood from the ground with water. And she remained vigilant, aware of their surroundings. Chen Mo showed no signs of hesitation, concerned that the overwhelming scent of blood might attract other beasts. I'll accompany you, Shen Yueru promptly declared to Chen Mo. I want to stab it a few times. With a dagger in hand, Shen Yueru regarded the wild boar as if it were her sworn enemy, her eyes ablaze with fury. Come along. Chen Mo did not decline. Indeed, these girls ought to witness the reality of bloodshed. Otherwise, how would they survive on this uncharted island? Chapter 53. The fracture of trust. The heavy scent of blood lingered in the air above the camp, as wild boars were cleaved into fresh cuts of meat, strung together with vines. To prevent ambush, they were all hung on wooden racks at the cave's ventilation opening to dry. With such an abundance of pork, it seemed they could feast for many days. Su Mujin gazed at the hanging strips of meat, and a smile finally broke through the worry that had clouded her face for days. Chen Wei meticulously examined each string of meat, ensuring they were securely hung and well ventilated, so that the birds or small beasts of the forest could not easily pilfer their provisions. Chen Mo, I would like to render some fat into oil, so we can stir-fry some vegetables, she proposed. That sounds good. In a couple of days, I'll go to the sea to gather some kelp. There are also plenty of wild vegetables nearby. Once it's safe, we can venture out to forage, Chen Mo replied, not rejecting the idea. For sustenance was a pressing concern, and incorporating vegetables was vital for their health. There are wild vegetables in the thicket. With the recent heavy rain, there should be mushrooms and wood ear fungus around. I'll take a look nearby, Lian Shi remarked, glancing at the moist weather outside, ideal for fungal growth. I want to go too, Shen Yueru volunteered, her confidence having grown significantly after participating in the butchering of the boar earlier that day. It seems our mission has become quite bold. Lian Shi tesa, observing Shen Yueru's transformation. I am not to be underestimated, Shen Yueru declared, shaking her little fist confidently. Chen Mo leaned against the cave entrance, eyes closed in meditation, the firefighting axe resting across his lap. He needed to maintain peak physical condition to confront the unpredictable challenges that might arise on the deserted island. I will join you and Huizi to set up some traps, Lian Shi stated, noting that the meat was ready and it was prudent to bolster their defenses against vengeful wild boars. I will help too, Su Mujin exclaimed, following closely behind the two, eager to contribute to the team. The sun reluctantly dipped below the horizon, casting shadows as twilight enveloped the land. Inside the cave, a rich aroma filled the air, the unmistakable scent of rendered pork fat. After an afternoon's labor, Chen Wei had transformed all the fatty meat into lard, stored in bamboo tubes. Wow, it smells wonderful. Sister Chen Wei, whoever marries you will be truly fortunate, Xia Xuan Ning breathed in deeply, her envy palpable. Chen Wei cast a discreet glance at Chen Mo, who sat at the cave's entrance, her cheeks flushing slightly. Don't say such things. I learned to cook from my mother since I was little. If only we can enjoy some braised pork. Shen Yueru gazed longingly at the pork, her cravings stirred. Having anything to eat is a blessing. We are on a deserted island, after all, Lian Shi chimed in. At that moment, Yamaguchi, Huizi, and Li Enshi entered almost simultaneously, their baskets brimming with mushrooms and wood ear fungus. This is what Huizi and I foraged nearby. It's for you, Chef Chen. Li Enshi handed the basket directly to Chen Wei before settling down by the fire. Yamaguchi, Huizi folded the latter and leaned against the rock at the cave's entrance to rest. Perfect. With these ingredients, I will whip up a dish for everyone, Chen Wei declared, taking the mushrooms and eyeing the fresh produce, resolved to showcase her culinary skills. As night deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly cozy. After dinner, the group, having endured a day filled with anxiety, retired early to their slumber. In the dead of night, a shadow stealthily approached the periphery of the camp, skillfully evading the surrounding traps and infiltrating the encampment. At dawn, Chen Wei rose early and went outside the cave to freshen up. As she passed the rack where the pig bones had been hung to dry, she was taken aback, staring at the empty structure, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. The meat. It's gone. Chen Wei's voice trembled with incredulity. Upon hearing her exclamation, the others quickly gathered around, and they beheld the wooden rack that once held the ribs. A significant portion was conspicuously absent. Scattered on the ground were several severed vines, the cuts neat and certainly not the result of a beast's teeth. Nearby, the soft earth bore a few indistinct yet unmistakably human footprints, not small in size. Who did this? Shen Yueru erupted, her sharp voice shattering the tranquility. She resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fierce gaze sweeping over each individual. Who could have done such a thing? So many ribs. They were meant for soup. Who has hidden them away? It can't be. Xia Xuan Ning protested, waving her hands in denial. I'm too timid. I wouldn't dare come out at night. Vice Captain, the supplies are your responsibility. The meat has been stolen. Shouldn't you be held accountable? Shen Yueru remarked with a gleeful tone. Shen Yueru, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting it was one of us? Su Mujin's face turned a shade of ashen, responsible for overseeing the distribution of supplies. Yet it was unfathomable to believe it was one of their own. Huizi, Inonthe, did you notice anything unusual during your watch last night? Su Mujin directed her inquiry at the two. This area is a blind spot. We saw no one approach while on guard. Yamamoto Huizi surveyed the surroundings before responding. Su, do you suspect we're the thieves? What will we gain from stealing? Lien jus burol furovit, hertone karin a bareli perceptible age. Evidente misunderstanding, Su Mujin's implication. That's not what I meant. How could you think that? Su Mujin's tone grew slightly sharper upon hearing Li Enshi's words. Yamamoto Huizi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the severed vines and the footprints on the ground. The cuts were clean, indicative of a metal blade. The footprints, approximately size 43, not light in weight. Yamamoto Huizi's voice was cold, providing objective information that only intensified the internal suspicions. As her words fell, all eyes instinctively turned towards Chen Mo. He cast a casual glance over the group, feeling somewhat exasperated. He hadn't anticipated the fragility of this team. What are you looking at? Chen Mo's voice, though not loud, carried a chilling mockery. What's wrong with your minds? With that, Chen Mo approached the meat rack, picked up a severed vine for inspection, and glanced at the footprints, pondering something profound. Why all the fuss? It's just meat. It's gone. Chen Mo's tone suddenly turned unusually indifferent, even tinged with impatience. Is it worth all this speculation? Instead of wasting time here, we should be out searching for more supplies. As Chen Mo's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Shouldn't he have furiously exposed the thief or calmly analyzed the clues? What could possibly account for such an attitude? Chen Montak, what do you mean? Su Mujin, both astonished and enraged, her voice tinged with indignation over the loss and the accusations, exclaimed, "This is not mere trifle. This is our sustenance, our very survival." Survival? Chen Mo interrupted, a derisive laugh escaping his lips as his gaze swept across the crowd, brimming with disdain. "Mase, Su, do you think they call your leadership into question just to hear your rebuttals? And you, Shen Yueru, what else do you know besides complaints and accusations? Enough. Everyone, return to your tasks." Chen Mo's tone was cutting, his demeanor exuding impatience, a stark contrast to his usual self. "And you all, He directed his attention towards Li Enshi and Huizi, skilled in combat, yet unable to defend your own home? What good is that? His words struck like thunder, shattering the fragile trust within the camp. Chen Mo, you scoundrel! Shen Yueru trembled with rage, hurling a clump of grass at him. On what grounds do you speak to us like that? Brother Chen Mo, how would you say such things? Xia Xuanning's tears flowed freely, her sobs rendering her speechless. Su Mujin's face turned pale, bewildered by Chen Mo's sudden transformation. Did he think she lacked leadership skills? Li Enshi and Yamamoto Huizi were equally perplexed, unable to fathom what had driven Chen Mo, who had always been considerate, to such a state. Ignoring their reactions, Chen Mo coldly surveyed the group, his voice imbued with chilling resolve. If we cannot stand each other, then let us part ways. Walk your own paths, rely on your abilities, and spare us the suspicion and annoyance. Part ways. The collective disbelief was palpable as they stared at Chen Mo. Chen Wei gasped. Brother Chen Mo, have you lost your senses? How can you say such things? Every day, bickering and squabbling. How tiresome. Let's separate. Those who wish to leave should pack their things now. Resources will be divided evenly. Chen Mo offered no further explanation, his demeanor icy as he spoke. With that, he retreated to the cave, gathering his belongings into his backpack. The group remained rooted in place, watching Chen Mo's retreating figure, confused as to why he had acted in such a manner. They had merely expressed doubts, after all. Sister Mujin, are we leaving? Where to? Xia Xuanning looked helplessly at Su Mujin, uncertain of their next step. Where to? Into the jungle to meet our demise? Shen Yueru snapped in response, her anger flaring at Xia Xuanning's suggestion. Su Mujin stood there, lost in thought, her mind in turmoil. Li Enshi and Huizi exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and deep-seated doubt in each other's eyes. Yet Chen Mo's frigid resolve left them at a loss for what to do. Outside the camp, deep within the woods, two pairs of greedy eyes peered through the dense foliage, fixated on the direction of the cave. They belonged to Wang Jianshu and Huang Jian. Zhao Gang leaned silently against a nearby tree, his brow furrowed. Ah, finally, they'd begun to quarrel. How delightful, such a fierce dispute. Huang Jian's excitement was palpable as he lowered his voice, his face betraying an unrestrained delight and depravity. Old Wang, I must admit, your tactic is indeed effective. Those morsels of tainted meat tossed near their trap have certainly lured in the wild boars. Amidst the chaos, we can pilfer their provisions. Now look, they are turning against each other. What was that lad named Chen saying? Dissolution? Ha ha ha. Wang Jianshu's rotund visage was equally adorned with a smug grin, his eyes glistening with avarice and desire. A bunch of fools. Once that Chen fellow departs, the women and the food shall all belong to us, along with their cave. Yes, particularly Su Mujin and that Shen Yueru. I've longed to indulge in them. And that little star, Xia Xuanning, looks so tender. Huang Jian's lecherous expression grew more pronounced, the entirety of the camp driving him into a frenzy. Zhao Gang, keep a close watch. Wang Jianshu commanded in a hushed tone, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The moment that Chen fellow leaves the camp, strike. Bring me Su Mujin and Shen Yueru. He seemed to envision those women beneath him, and his breath became heavier. Zhao Gang, witnessing Wang Jianshu's repugnant countenance, turned his gaze towards the cave, where faint sounds of weeping and quarreling drifted out, weighing heavily on his heart like a boulder. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, but ultimately acquiesced. Understood. Chapter 54. Unmasking the traitor. The atmosphere within the camp was stifling, heavy enough to suffocate. Chen Mo had gathered his belongings, declaring, "The provisions are yours. How you choose to divide them is of no concern to me." With that, he turned away without a hint of nostalgia, his backpack containing only his clothing, a fire axe in hand, and a dagger at his waist. He strode purposefully towards the camp's exit. Chen Mo, where are you going? Aren't you supposed to protect me? Su Mujin could no longer contain herself, her voice hoarse, tinged with an unrecognized tremor of desperation. She was taken aback by Chen Mo's resolute decision to leave. Brother Chen Mo, are you truly leaving? What will I do? Chen Wei cried out, her voice breaking, tears brimming in her eyes, feeling utterly helpless. Chen Mo did not look back, his tone icy. Take care of yourselves. I owe you nothing. He resumed his march, his figure swiftly vanishing into the dense thicket. Watching Chen Mo depart without a backward glance, Su Mujin felt as though her heart was being torn asunder, engulfed by a profound sense of abandonment. He has truly left. Shen Yueru bit her lip, her expression a complex blend of anxiety and fear. Does brother Chen Mo no longer want us? Xia Xuanning raised tear-filled eyes, bewildered. Let him go. Who cares? We can survive on our own, Shen Yueru shouted, though her voice lacked conviction. What we do now? Chen Wei turned to Su Mujin, her eyes wide with despair. Are you satisfied now? Lian Shi, equally surprised by Chen Mo's departure, gazed coldly at the group. Su Mujin collapsed despondently onto the grass bed, her shoulders trembling slightly. The overwhelming sense of defeat and the injustice of being forsaken by Chen Mo brought her to the brink of collapse. Huizi, where are you going? Lian Shi nervously inquired as she noticed Yamamoto Huizi preparing to leave. Where he is, I shall be, Yamamoto Huizi replied, not glancing at anyone. Armed with thorns and a bow, she pursued the direction Chen Mo had vanished, her form quickly disappearing into the forest. Huizi, Lian Shi exclaimed, rushing to the edge of the enclosure, where she glimpsed Huizi's retreating silhouette. Sister Huizi has also left. They have all gone. Xia Xuanning's sobs turned into desperate whimpers. The departure of Yamamoto Huizi had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Su Mujin abruptly lifted her head, a chilling despair overwhelming her. She opened her mouth, but could produce no sound. Lian Shi returned to the camp, cautiously surveying her surroundings, her expression grave. She approached the rack where the missing meat had been, scrutinizing the severed vines and the indistinct footprints trampled by the others. This was not done by our people. The force behind these footprints is unlike any person in the camp. Lian Shi's voice resonated like a tolling bell, striking the hearts of those present. Are you suggesting someone did this intentionally? Is it Wang Jianshu and his group? Su Mujin suddenly calmed, recalling the greedy glints in Wang Jianshu's eyes. What? It was them? They did this on purpose. Shen Yueru gasped in astonishment, rushing to Lian Shi's side, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. Chen Mo had departed, and so had Huizi. What were we to do next? Chen Wei urgently inquired, her anxiety palpable in the absence of their steadfast leader. He has left. So be it. Without him, we shall fend for ourselves. Shen Yueru retorted sharply, yet her voice rang hollow, her eyes betraying an inescapable fear and confusion. Lian Shi's complexion turned ashen, her grip tightening around the sharpened wooden spear as she stepped outside. Unshi, you two are leaving? Su Mujin asked, her voice trembling at the sight of Lian Shi's resolve. I will merely survey the surroundings. Lian Shi paused momentarily, her voice hoarse. She fixated on the direction where Chen Mo had vanished, scanning the eerily silent forest below with a sense of foreboding gripping her. Chen Mo exited the camp and approached a grand tree, where the vantage point was optimal, affording a clear view of the camp's activities. Through the gaps in the foliage, he observed the movements around the encampment with calm detachment. Huizi, just as he concealed himself, he caught sight of Yamamoto Huizi resolutely departing, a heavy weight settling in his heart. This was not part of the plan. He had orchestrated this scenario, even resorting to the harshest words to wound everyone, with the intention of drawing out the hidden observer, compelling the team to confront their grim reality amidst the pain. Yet, he had not anticipated Yamamoto Huizi's unyielding pursuit. This was dire. Huizi was heading towards the ambush point. That foolish woman. Chen Mo cursed inwardly, his expression instantly becoming grave, regardless of Huizi's prowess. Venturing alone into the depths of the forest, especially after he had deliberately created the illusion of the camp's disarray, posed an extremely high risk, almost simultaneously with Huizi's disappearance. The bushes on the opposite side of the camp began to thrash violently. Wang Jianshu's face, contorted with excitement and greed, was the first to emerge, followed closely by Huang Jian and manager Liu, both with lecherous glints in their eyes, along with the heavy-footed Zhao Gang. Ha ha! Heaven is aiding me. That Chen is gone. Even that cold-faced woman has fled. Wang Jianshu cackled, spitting as he pointed at the faint silhouette visible above the cave. Shouvong, Manager Liu, quickly. Those girls are like fish on a chopping block now. Su Mujin, Shen Yueru, today, I shall relish your flavors. Huang Jian, unable to contain himself, rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated hungrily on the frightened face of Xia Xuanning at the cave's entrance. Little beauty, do not fear. Brother will cherish you. The vile words cascaded like filthy water into the cave where the women were gathered. Lianshi's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly approached the cave entrance. Her voice slicing through the air. It is you. If you wish to live, get away now. She brandished her spear, standing resolutely at the foot of the ladder, akin to a lioness guarding her cubs. Oh, a girl from the land of the morning calm? Wang Jianshu sneered, fully discarding his facade of decency. Shouvong, subdue her. Be careful not to mar her face. We shall enjoy her together later. His eyes were devoid of humanity, consumed solely by primal lust. Zhao Gang's body stiffened as he met the furious and resolute gaze of Lianshi. He glanced at Wang Jianshu and Huang Jian, whose repugnant expressions filled him with revulsion. His fists clenched tightly, making a crackling sound, his eyes brimming with struggle and torment. Zhao Gang, are you deaf? Do not forget who saved your father's life. What are your promise? Wang Jianshu roared, his voice akin to a death knell. In anguish, Zhao Gang shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, only cold numbness remained. He let out a low growl, suddenly drawing a stout wooden stick from his waist and charging towards Lianshi. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. A flicker of sorrow and indignation flashed in Lianshi's eyes as she met his advance with her spear. Alone, she could only impede Zhao Gang. She had no hope of fending off four men. But behind her stood her defenseless sisters. There was nowhere for her to retreat. Su Mujin watched anxiously as Liani confronted Zhao Gang. Wang Jianshu's lewd laughter and threats echoed painfully in her ears, searing her heart like a red-hot iron. In that moment, Su Mujin finally comprehended the deeper meaning behind Chen Mo's cold gaze. Stripped of civilization's guise on this desolate island, devoid of strength and unity, their only fate was to become mere playthings, trampled underfoot. Jiji Mujin, what shall we do? Xia Xuanning trembled in fear, retreating to Su Mujin's side, her body shaking uncontrollably. Shen Yueru's face turned ashen, her entire being chilled. Wang Jianshu's lascivious gaze invoked memories of sordid banquets, churning her stomach in turmoil. Chen Mo, you wicked man, come back quickly. Shen Yueru shouted towards the outside. It was the first time she clearly recognized that, without Chen Mo's protection, her proud lineage and beauty were utterly worthless here, even attracting calamity. Sisters, we shall fight back. And she, hurry up. Su Mujin resolved to give her all, no matter the cost. Lianshi, seeing the latter descending into the cave, realized she could not face them alone. Defending within the cave might be their only recourse. Without a moment's hesitation, Lianshi moved like lightning, climbing the ladder into the cave. Zhao Gang, stop her! Wang Jianshu bellowed, commanding Zhao Gang as he noticed Lianshi's attempt to escape. Today, they must capture these women at all costs. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and charged towards the ladder. Cover and she, throw something. Su Mujin knew they had to resist against the approaching Zhao Gang, rallying everyone for a range attack. We'll crush you. The cave was filled with stones and timber. As Su Mujin seized a stone and hurled it outward, Chen Wei and Shen Yueru quickly joined in. The barrage of stones hindered Zhao Gang's advance, allowing Lianshi to swiftly enter the cave, retract the ladder, and barricade the entrance with makeshift wooden doors, leaving only the top open for throwing stones. Stones rained down, landing at Zhao Gang's feet, illustrating the adage, they throw mud at me, they cast stones at me. Zhao Gang now deeply felt the weight of such treatment. Meanwhile, Keiko Yamaguchi was anxiously traversing the dense jungle, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she endeavored to discern any traces that Chen Mo might have left behind. Yet she found nothing. Chen Mo, where on earth have you gone? The increasingly frantic Yamaguchi continually altered her direction. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to solitude. to the coldness, to the perilous edge of survival. Yet, Chen Mo was the only one she could truly trust and fight alongside. Chen Mo, she could not help but call out, her voice quivering in the stillness of the forest. Boss, look, there's a woman. Not bad at all. A pair of malevolent eyes in the jungle fixated on the approaching Yamaguchi, the voice laced with a hint of excitement. Damn it, what splendid luck. Just as I was looking to stir up trouble with those women, one comes right to us. Another voice dripped with lewdness. Chapter 55. The struggle in the jungle in the dense thicket, 6 figures concealed themselves, and as Keiko Yamaguchi approached, they emerged like phantoms from the surrounding foliage, swiftly surrounding her. Hyenas. Keiko halted in her tracks, astonishment etched on her face as her icy gaze fell upon the 6 men before her. The leader, with a venomous glare akin to that of a viper, was none other than the hyena chief who had lost an arm to Chen Mo's blade. His empty sleeve fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with deep-seated malice and a peculiar scrutiny directed at Keiko. Accompanying the hyena were 5 others, all bearing Western features, along with a solitary black man. Each of the 5 wore menacing expressions, brandishing weapons that were undeniably not those of mere survivors from an aircraft. Most striking was the towering black man clad in camouflage, standing beside the hyena chief, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, radiating an aura of danger that set him apart from the rabble. Little girl, it's you after all. Come along quietly, serve us well, and we may spare your life. The hyena chief hissed, licking his cracked lips as his gaze roamed over Keiko's striking face and slender figure. In an instant, Keiko transitioned into a combat stance, her demeanor akin to that of an agitated she-leopard. Drawing her old dagger with a swift motion, she crouched slightly, her eyes devoid of warmth, muscles taut as she sought an opportunity to break free. Dream on, Keiko spat through clenched teeth. Refusing our hospitality? Seize her. Don't kill her. The hyena chief grinned malevolently, gesturing with a flourish. Immediately, the 4 men, save for the black man, howled and lunged forward. Keiko roared, her form darting like a specter, advancing rather than retreating. She evaded a thrust from a samurai sword, slipping between 2 of her assailants, her dagger slicing deftly towards the wrist of one wielding a blade. With her other hand, she parried a descending machete, sparks flying from the collision. Ah! The man with the injured wrist screamed, dropping his sword. Keiko knew she couldn't linger. She pivoted on her toes, her body spinning like a top, evading another's grasp while driving her dagger into the thigh of her attacker. Thud! The sound of the blade, finding flesh, echoed. Curse you! Keiko exclaimed as she barely escaped the fray. But the remaining 2 men, their expressions dark and vengeful, closed in once more. Just as she was about to charge toward a weak point in the encirclement, the black man, who had been observing with cold detachment, sprang into action. He moved with the speed of a hunting cheetah, his assault far swifter than Keiko's own. With no flamboyant maneuvers, he unleashed a powerful low sweep that struck at her legs like a steel whip. Keiko's pupils dilated as she hastily raised her leg to block. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact resonated. Pain shot through her calf, as if it had been struck by an iron rod. The tremendous force destabilized her balance, sending her staggering backward. A perfect opportunity. The hyena let out a ferocious roar, its eyes gleaming with malice as it brandished a military dagger with one arm, thrusting it menacingly towards Huizi's waist. The other 4, despite their injuries, lunged forward once more. Huizi found herself suspended in midair, her old strength waning and new energy yet to arise, and just as the dagger seemed poised to strike, a cruel smile curled at the corners of the black man's lips. At that critical juncture, a piercing sound sliced through the air. A whirling fire axe, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, hurtled out from the dense thicket, aimed directly at the hyena's menacing head. The hyena's soul nearly fled in terror. A fatal sense of danger compelled it to abruptly halt its advance, clumsily rolling backward. The axe grazed its scalp, embedding itself deeply into a tree trunk behind it, the handle vibrating ominously. Damn it, who dares to ambush me? The hyena cursed venomously. Before the hyena's words could dissipate, a figure surged forth, brimming with murderous intent. from the direction of the fire axe's flight. It was none other than Chen Mo, having left the camp. Chen Mo wasted no time, his feet propelling him directly toward the black man. The black man, caught off guard, had no chance to react before Chen Mo reached him. Chen Montak belut, launching a fist that struck like thunder at the man's chest. As the black man's gaze fixated on the rapidly enlarging fist, his expression morphed in horror. He hadn't anticipated such swiftness and ferocity. Realizing he could not evade, the black man crossed his arms defensively over his chest, bracing for impact. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. The black man felt an irresistible force crash upon him, his arms aching as if they might shatter, and he was sent reeling backward as though struck by a speeding truck. He collided violently with a large tree, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Just a single punch, and the devastation was monumental. Chen Mo, unfazed, continued unabated, pivoting with agility towards the two assailants advancing on Yamamoto Huizi. Upon witnessing their most formidable ally being hurled away, a wave of panic washed over them, and their movements faltered. Seeing the fire axe's arrival, Yamamoto Huizi instantly recognized Chen Mo's presence, her heart lifting, her eyes sparkling with newfound vigor as she seamlessly coordinated with him to launch a counterattack. Boom! Crack! Chen Mo's whip-like leg swept across one man's neck with the force of a battle axe, and he fell without a sound. Following closely, Huizi struck with her dagger, which struck like a venomous serpent, precisely piercing another's shoulder blade, instantly incapacitating his arm. A scream of agony erupted from the man who had lost his arm. In mere moments, as if in a dream, the 6 assailants surrounding Yamamoto Huizi were left with one grievously injured, 2 incapacitated, 1 unconscious, while the remaining hyena and another white man recoiled in sheer terror, retreating hastily. "Chun," the hyena stammered, his voice trembling. "We were merely passing by. We had no intention of making an enemy of you." He had not anticipated the sheer strength of this adversary. Initially believing that reinforcements would easily subdue Chen Mo, he realized he had grossly miscalculated. Just passing by. It appears that the lesson imparted to you has not yet sufficed. Chen Mo's voice was as frigid as ice, his gaze fixated on the hyena as if it were a corpse. Instantly, the hyena felt a chill run down its spine. A hyena? Who are these individuals? Chen Mo scrutinized the regrouped team of hyenas, particularly their weapons, drawing connections that he could not yet fully ascertain. They're survivors. The hyena spoke with a hint of hesitation, yet his eyes betrayed him, for during his speech, he instinctively glanced at the recently risen black man. It seems there is no longer a need to spare you. Chen Mo's mind had begun to formulate a hypothesis, and the hyena's actions only served to corroborate it. A cold smirk graced Chen Mo's lips as he slowly withdrew the fire axe deeply embedded in the tree trunk. He stepped forward, resembling the grim reaper drawing near. "Retreat. Flee swiftly." The hyena, witnessing Chen Mo's movement, screamed in terror and scrambled deeper into the jungle, not daring to look back as he plunged into the foliage. "Want to flee? Stay behind," Chen Mo bellowed, his figure suddenly in motion, the fire axe in his grasp akin to the scythe of death. With swift movements, he caught up to 2 Caucasian men who had barely fled a few steps. With a swift thrust, the fire axe accurately sliced through one man's neck, blood gushing forth as he collapsed, convulsing briefly before his life came to a definitive end. "Spare me." The other Caucasian man fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice a frantic murmur. "Since you have come, let us all remain together." Chen Mo showed no mercy, delivering a fatal blow with the axe to the man's neck. His head instantly severed, blood spraying forth. He never anticipated that, merely venturing out on a mission, he would meet his demise on this desolate island. Should we leave any survivors? Keiko Yamaguchi had already dealt with another Caucasian man, leaving only one unconscious on the ground. Chen Mo turned to Yamaguchi, unhesitatingly severing the head of the unconscious man with a swift stroke, his expression as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely squashed an ant. "Do not let your hands be stained with blood." After completing these grim tasks, Chen Mo spoke to Keiko Yamaguchi. The jungle fell silent once more, the air thick with the stench of blood. Chen Mo, woo-woo. Suddenly, Keiko Yamaguchi collapsed into Chen Mo's arms, her body trembling gently, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. It had been so many years she could no longer remember, but this was her first time shedding tears. Chen Mo gently patted her back, murmuring, "It is all right. Let me see your injury." Leaning down carefully, Chen Mo noticed that the pant leg of Yamaguchi's calf had been torn, revealing a long, but not particularly deep wound that was seeping blood, evidently inflicted when she had blocked the blade of the scar-faced man with her leg, possibly cut by a hidden edge on his boot. "I thought you truly would abandon us?" Yamaguchi's voice quivered. She could hardly fathom how they would survive on the deserted island without Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained silent, deftly tearing the hem of his shirt and carefully bandaging Yamaguchi's wound. "Can you still walk?" Chen Mo's voice was low and resonant. Yet Keiko Yamaguchi could discern the deep concern he harbored for her, and that was sufficient. As she gazed at Chen Mo's caring expression, observing his hands, stained with the blood of adversaries, now tenderly tending to her wounds, the icy barrier within her heart seemed to be cast into a furnace, melting away in an instant. Keiko Yamaguchi nodded vigorously, her throat constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Trouble loomed at the camp. Chen Mo swiftly secured her injuries, rising to his feet with a grave expression directed towards the camp's location. It appeared that Wang Jianshu and his band of ruffians had taken action. "We must return immediately." Keiko Yamaguchi nodded in agreement. "What about these corpses and weapons?" She gestured towards the lifeless bodies and the fallen armaments scattered on the ground, 2 katana and 2 military daggers. "Let us take the weapons and leave the bodies for the jungle." Chen Mo cast a quick glance and began to gather the katana and daggers from the ground. "These surely do not belong to our aircraft." Keiko Yamaguchi accepted one of the katana he offered, her eyes brimming with confusion. Perhaps this is related to that incident. Though Chen Mo did not explicitly state it, Keiko Yamaguchi understood what he was alluding to. "Let's proceed." Chen Mo was reluctant to dwell on the matter. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. He extended his hand. Without hesitation, Keiko Yamaguchi placed her hand into the broad, blood-stained yet extraordinarily warm and powerful palm of Chen Mo. In that moment, all doubts and barriers dissipated into thin air. Chapter 56. The truth revealed the situation within the camp had become precarious. Since Wang Jianshu and his cohorts had orchestrated a trap, they had undoubtedly made preparations, including the construction of a rudimentary ladder. This ladder now lay poised at the mouth of the cave. Zhao Gang, resembling a frenzied tiger, charged forward, heedless of the arrows and stones raining down from within the cave. He had already been struck by an arrow, though it had missed his vital spots. He was still bleeding profusely. They had exhausted their arrows, and no stones remained. "Charge!" Zhao Gang pushed forward. Wang Jianshu shouted from a concealed corner. "Manager Liu, it is your moment to shine. Go, capture that little star for yourself." Huang Jian, seeing Zhao Gang begin to ascend the ladder, promptly shoved Manager Liu forward. "Stop him!" Lianxi barked, weaponless now. She seized a spear and lunged, but Zhao Gang deflected her attack with a short wooden stick. The cave's entrance was too narrow for her to fully exert her strength. "Ha ha ha! Little beauties, do not fret. I shall ascend shortly." Manager Liu arrived at the base of the ladder, exuberantly flailing his arms. Within the cave, Su Mujin, Shen Yueru, Xia Xueqing, and Chen Wei utilized everything they could find: rocks, sticks, even the meager rations of jerky, to hurl at the climbing Zhao Gang. However, their feeble assaults were as ineffective against the resilient and determined Zhao Gang as scratching through a thick boot. Zhao Gang drew ever closer to the cave's mouth. His face, flushed from exertion, bore an expression of agony and numbness, while the lecherous laughter of Wang Jianshu and his companions echoed like a nightmare in the minds of every girl present. Despair's shadow enveloped them completely. "Chen Montak, where are you? Hurry back." Shen Yueru, witnessing Zhao Gang's relentless advance, began to falter, calling out desperately. "Kikek, That fellow named Chen has been driven away by you. He will not return. Soon you will belong to us." Huang Jian cackled maniacally, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Su Mujin held a stone aloft, her heart yearning for Chen Mo's return, though she had previously treated him with indifference. His presence had alleviated her burdens. Whenever challenges arose, he was always the first to stand before her. But now, "Chen Mo, where are you?" Su Mujin repeatedly implored in her heart. Zhao Gang finally reached the cave's entrance, and Li Enshi felt her strength waning, her spear continuously deflected. "Sisters, it may come to death." Su Mujin gritted her teeth. She could not assist Li Enshi. To approach would only hinder her further. With a dagger in hand, she resolved that if defeat were imminent, she would rather perish than allow them to succeed. Death would not grant them victory. Shen Yueru steeled herself as well, clutching a dagger with determination. Zhao Gang and Li Enshi had clashed for over 10 rounds. Zhao Gang grew increasingly ferocious, while Li Enshi began to falter. In an instant, her spear was knocked from her grip, and she staggered back, her chest heaving. Zhao Gang reached out for Li Enshi. If he captured her, the remaining girls would stand no chance of resistance. At that moment, whoosh, an arrow, piercing through the air with a shrill scream akin to divine retribution, shot forth from the direction of the forest. Accompanying it was a thunderous roar, "Get down!" The arrow hurtled straight towards Zhao Gang's back. Upon hearing that voice, the women did not hesitate for an instant, immediately dropping to the ground, recognizing it as Chen Mo's. This spells trouble. The moment Zhao Gang heard the warning, he sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. But the confines of the cave left him no choice but to crouch down. Thud! The sound of impact echoed as the arrow struck true, embedding itself in his shoulder blade. Ack! Zhao Gang let out a harrowing scream. In a flash, Li Enshi reacted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the arrow-struck Zhao Gang tumbling out of the cave. Crack! Splash! Caught off guard, Zhao Gang flew out of the cave, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground below. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he gasped. Ah! The laughter of Wang Jianshu and Huang Jian was abruptly silenced, replaced by terrified screams. A figure emerged from the shadows of the forest, resembling a war god, drenched in blood. Wielding a fire axe that had been replaced by a seized katana, like a demon returned from the depths of hell, advancing step by step. Behind him, Keiko Yamaguchi, though injured, her gaze sharp as a blade, held a bow in her hand. The very arrow that had struck Zhao Gang was loosed by her. Have you decided how you wish to meet your end? Chen Mo's voice, chilling as if from the netherworld, directed towards the cave, where the women lay exhausted. The camp fell into an eerie silence. Why you? You were supposed to leave? Wang Jianshu's corpulent form trembled like chaff in the wind, an acrid stench suddenly permeating the air. He had soiled himself in terror. Manager Liu was even more frightfully pale, collapsing to his knees with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly. Spare me. Brother Chen, spare me. It was all Wang Jianshu's coercion. We had nothing to do with it. Zhao Gang had already pulled the arrow from his back, blood oozing from the wound as he lowered his head in silence, discarding the short wooden stick in his hand, as if shedding a heavy shackle. Since you are here, you shall remain. Chen Mo's voice remained cold, his feet not faltering as he approached Manager Liu. Close your eyes. With a glance at the cave, he swung his blade. Thud! Manager Liu's head rolled away like a ball from his neck, blood gushing forth, sealing his fate. Ah! Huang Jian let out a shriek, his body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back as he fainted. Chen Mo exhibited no mercy, moving to Huang Jian's side, the blade sweeping again, swift as a butcher, the glint of a knife flashing. The unconscious Huang Jian met no surprise as his carotid artery was severed. Please, please, in the name of, we are all Huaxia people. Spare me, spare me. Wang Jianshu, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowed his head, pleading loudly. You dare call yourself a Huaxia person? Just a bully of the weak, a piece of trash. Chen Mo glared at Wang Jianshu, speaking with venomous disdain. Within the cavern, Su Mujin gazed at the bloodied figure below, tears blurring her vision. He has returned. Everything will be all right now. Shen Yueru sat on the ground, murmuring to herself. He is back. He truly has come back. The sound of her sobs echoed, a release born of fear intertwined with immense joy. As Chen Mo instructed them to close their eyes, they understood what was to come, yet this time, no one obeyed. Moreover, Shen Yueru had moved closer to Chen Mo from the depths of the cave. I will kill. She gritted her teeth, fear entwined with a greater surge of hatred within her. You cannot kill me. Murder is a crime. I am an entrepreneur. Yes, a philanthropist. I have contributed. You cannot take my life. Wang Jianshu screamed like a madman. Remember, you must not stain your hand with blood. Chen Mo coldly commanded as he noticed Su Mujin and the others approaching. His icy gaze fixated on Zhao Gang. Take this trash and get out of my sight. If I see you come any closer. He slowly raised the knife in his hand, blood droplets falling from the blade, mercilessly declaring, no mercy. The chilling intent to kill was palpable, causing Wang Jianshu to scramble to his feet. You wretched creature, hurry and take me away. Upon hearing he would not face death, Wang Jianshu glared at Zhao Gang, yearning to flee, yet his legs refused to move. Zhao Gang cast a lingering glance at Chen Mo, a complex mixture of shame, gratitude, and relief in his eyes. He solemnly clasped his fists before Chen Mo and, supporting Wang Jianshu, limped away into the thicket. The crisis had passed. Chen Mo. Su Mujin could no longer contain her tears and threw herself into his embrace. In that moment, she was no longer the lofty beauty CEO, but an ordinary girl in need of care. Chen Mo, momentarily taken aback by Su Mujin's embrace, instinctively patted her back in an attempt to comfort her. Woo woo woo. Chen Mo. The other women soon joined, abandoning any sense of hesitation, rushing to Chen Mo's side. Just as Su Mujin emerged from his arms, she was replaced by Chen Wei, who leapt into him. Chen Mo, unable to show favoritism, embraced each of them in turn, offering solace. You big bad guy, woo woo. You almost didn't get to see me. Upon leaping into Chen Mo's arms, Shen Yueru pounded her fists against him, tears flowing uncontrollably. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. His relationship with Shen Yueru had always been strained. What had come over her? Finally, it was Lian Shi who stood still, pale and unmoving. Yet, Chen Mo's return had brought a profound sense of relief to her heart. How are you? Are you hurt? Chen Mo inquired with concern, regarding the girl who had been holding everything together alone. My heart is wounded. Appa, what should I do? Lian Shi raplia earnestly. Chen Mo found her the most difficult to read. Often, he could not discern her thoughts. She appeared strong on the surface, yet her heart was incredibly fragile. And she stopped scaring him. Chen Mo Ji is just a blockhead. Chen Wei hastily stepped forward to assist Chen Mo. I remarked, Wei, you seem to feel pity for him. I have exerted myself tirelessly, yet I have not seen you show concern for me. Lian Shi retorted with a hint of acidity in her voice. All right, let's all head up and rest. I will take care of the camp, Chen Mo said, noticing the group's tension dissipate, which alleviated his worries. He glanced at the two corpses within the camp, realizing that they needed to be dealt with promptly. I shall help you, Yamamoto Keiko remained, looking at Chen Mo with inquiry. You are injured and need a rest. Leave this to me, Chen Mo firmly declined. Sister Keiko, you are hurt? Upon hearing of Yamamoto Keiko's injury, everyone rushed to her side, supporting her as they made their way toward the cave. In that moment, the disparate voices within the team vanished, and they truly united as one. Inside the cave, they gathered together, and Yamamoto Keiko recounted her harrowing experiences in the jungle. Sister Keiko, was it truly their conspiracy? Chen Wei deduced from Yamamoto Keiko's analysis and the dialogues of Wang Jianshu and others that today's events were all meticulously orchestrated by others. Chen Mo had always emphasized the importance of unity within a team. It was her lack of heed that had led to today's outcome. Su Mujin felt a deep regret recalling Chen Mo's admonitions. It is all my fault. It is my misjudgment. Shen Yueru, this time, did not act willfully, bowing her head like a child who had erred. Yueru, do not blame yourself. We all share the responsibility, Su Mujin consoled her. Indeed, Sister Yueru, I too have erred. Kia toe, ning murmured softly. In truth, if anyone were to be blamed, it should be Chen Mo, He was always so frigid, resembling a block of wood. As Shen Yueru observed everyone comforting her, she lifted her gaze outside, seeking an excuse. I do have certain fondness for him, Shen Yueru suddenly exclaimed, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. You like Brother Chen Mo? Is that why you oppose him, hoping to catch his attention? Xia Xuanning's little mind began to connect the dots, her expression revealing understanding. And no, it is not as you think. It is not that kind of affection. Upon hearing Xia Xuanning's comment and seeing the expressions of everyone, Shen Yueru realized the misunderstanding but found herself at a loss for words to clarify. Within the cave, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, marking the first time since being stranded on the deserted island that they could converse so freely, devoid of suspicion or barriers. This time, everyone had completely let down their defenses and had recognized the reality of their situation. Their support and trust in Chen Mo solidified even further. Chapter 57. Dance on the Cliff life gradually returned to its original course. Since Wang Jianshu was expelled, both Yamaguchi Keiko and Li Enshi had sustained injuries, and Chen Mo dared not leave the team lightly. The food supply had once again reverted to its monotonous state. Chen Mo, we are left with only wild boar meat. The surrounding wild vegetables and mushrooms have been nearly foraged to extinction, reported Su Mujin, casting a glance at Chen Mo, who sat at the cave's entrance, updating him on the camp's condition. It's been pork for every meal these past few days. The mere scent has dulled my appetite. Chen Wei also approached, voicing her concerns. Despite having devised numerous solutions and even foraging some wild peppers, the repetitive diet was unbearable. Chen Mo listened quietly, his face etched with contemplation as he surveyed the eager faces around him. Wang Jianshu should be too intimidated to return. The hyena team has also suffered significant losses. Today, I shall scout the vicinity. You are all to remain within the camp and not venture out. But it has been raining continuously. I suspect the rainy season has arrived in the jungle, Li Enshi remarked, gazing at the gentle drizzle outside with a hint of worry. The rainy season? But it's October. Su Mujin responded in surprise. Our deserted island does not resemble a temperate zone. It is likely a tropical rainforest, thus differing from our expectations. Yamaguchi Keiko, an expert in this regard, analyzed. Does that mean we cannot dry the food we find? Without drying, the store provisions are prone to mold and decay. Chen Wei pondered, grasping the crux of the issue. If food cannot be preserved, what then? What are we to do? Xia Xuanning asked anxiously. There will always be a solution. Chen Mo gazed at the rain-soaked sky, his mind racing for answers. If preservation is a challenge, why not consume only fresh provisions? Much like our previous fish farming endeavors, Shen Yueru suggested, recalling the fish pond below. But we can't just capture a wild boar and keep it in the camp. We cannot afford to slaughter one for every meal. Chen Wei expressed her concerns with a frown. Fresh provisions. Indeed, it seems we have focused solely on ferocious beasts, neglecting other fauna. Chen Mo suddenly recalled an alternative source of sustenance. What is it? Su Mujin inquired eagerly. Goats. Chen Mo declared succinctly. Goats? Where do we find goats? The group was momentarily taken aback. Yes, goats, specifically mountain goats. Chen Montag affirmed, nodding confidently. During the days when wild boars disrupted our traps, I traced their tracks to a rocky area at the summit, where the underbrush showed signs of grazing. The hoof prints were distinctly cloven, and the droppings were granular. As he finished speaking, he looked at everyone expectantly. Goats. Chen Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we can hunt them, there will be ample meat. Their hides can provide better insulation, and the fat can be utilized. This is safer than pursuing wild boars. Her words invigorated the group. However, Li Enshi frowned. But mountain goats inhabit high, rocky regions. They are exceptionally wary and nimble. Approaching and hunting them in such terrain will be exceedingly difficult. They conceal themselves, rendering arrows ineffective. Hunting goats was merely one aspect. Have you considered that the goats consume only non-toxic plants? We might search for wild vegetables in the vicinity of their movements. Chen Mo articulated his ultimate objective. The crux lies in locating root vegetables, as our physiological structure diverges from that of Westerners. Lacking staple food, our bodies cannot endure it. Observing the expressions of his companions, It was evident that nutritional imbalance was the culprit. However, we must not resort to a frontal assault. We can only devise a method to approach them. Lianxi's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of a hunter. Chen Mo approached the campfire, swiftly sketching on a relatively flat stone surface with a charred stick. Huizi, does your injury impede your mobility? It does not. Yamamoto Huizi replied succinctly, rising to her feet, her wounded leg firmly taking a step forward. Good. Chen Mo nodded, indicating the rudimentary topographical map drawn with charcoal. The target area being atop this cliff where I previously detected traces. The terrain there is intricate, strewn with rocks, providing a broad view advantageous to the goats, yet also presenting us with the possibility of stealthy approach. The plan consists of 3 phases. First, drive them away. And you're in charge. Create devices along their habitual paths that generate significant noise. The objective is to startle the herd, compelling them to flee in the direction we have predetermined. Lianxi focused intently on the key points Chen Mo illustrated, silently nodding, as setting traps was her forte. Second, the ambush point. I will take responsibility for this. I will lie in wait along the escape route of the herd, seizing the opportunity to capture some young goats, thus allowing us to avoid the urgency of direct kills and prolong our food supply. Third, ranged attack. Huizi will occupy the high ground, ready to shoot with her bow and arrow if necessary, while remaining vigilant to avoid attracting other predators. Lianxi and Yamamoto Huizi exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity and determination in the other's eyes, and they nodded in unison. Understood. Chen Wei, you will accompany us this time, searching for root vegetables in the goats' grazing areas. And after setting your traps, team up with Chen Wei. Chen Mo finalized the arrangements, recognizing that the search for root vegetables was also a crucial task, hence sending Chen Wei along to bolster the chances of success. We will accompany you. The remaining 3 responded enthusiastically. No, in the jungle, a larger group presents a bigger target, and should complications arise, we would be unable to manage. You will remain at the camp. Regardless of what transpires, remember, protect yourselves. Chen Montak. Su Mujin hesitated, her eyes brimming with concern. Engaging agile goats in the rocky heights could indeed pose a perilous situation if anything were to go awry. Rest assured, Chen Mo interjected, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. We are prepared, and nothing will go amiss. He turned to the group. This is the most reliable food supplementation strategy we can devise at present. Therefore, everyone must cooperate diligently. Agreed. The collective response resonated with unprecedented determination and trust. After enduring trials of blood and tears, they finally united as one. In the afternoon, the rain subsided slightly. Chen Mo, Yamaguchi Keiko, Li Enshi, and Chen Wei readied themselves for departure. Chen Mo bore a fire axe and resilient vines, with a dagger secured at his waist. Yamaguchi Keiko's leg wound had scabbed over, allowing her to move freely. She carried 2 katanas at her side and a bow on her back. Lianxi, less adept with blades, grasped 2 captured military daggers in her hands, while also possessing a bow. The camp is entrusted to you, Chen Mo said solemnly to Su Mujin and the others who remained. Rest assured, we will guard the home and await your return. Shen Yueru assured, taking on the responsibility uncharacteristically. Be careful. Su Mujin and Xia Xuanning echoed in unison, their eyes filled with deep concern. The 4 figures swiftly vanished into the still damp jungle, heading towards the elevated terrain in the northeast. After a grueling half-day trek, navigating slippery rocks and dense foliage, they arrived near the area previously marked by Chen Mo. They were essentially at the summit. Split up, Chen Mo whispered. And proceed to the designated location to set up the deterrent devices. Be discreet and conceal your traces. Chen Wei, accompany Lianxi. Keiko, follow me. There is an optimal ambush point over there. Lianxi led Chen Wei towards a grassy patch where the underbrush was low, and the ground was covered in various wild grasses. Yamaguchi Keiko closely trailed Chen Montak, the 2 cautiously ascending the steep rock face to a vantage point with an expansive view. Just as they neared a gently sloping rocky platform, Chen Mo suddenly halted, abruptly raising his hand to signal for concealment. Yamaguchi Keiko immediately crouched low. Chen Mo's keen gaze fixated on a group of approximately 7 or 8 animals grazing leisurely on the grass and tender branches among the sparse underbrush. About 100 meters ahead, on a relatively flat, rocky slope, they were slightly larger than domestic sheep, with long, powerful limbs and a gray-brown coat. The most conspicuous were several adult rams, sporting short yet sharp, curved horns atop their heads. "What do we do?" Yamaguchi Keiko whispered, as the appearance of the sheep disrupted their plans. "We must adapt." Chen Mo replied in a hushed tone, a hint of uncontainable excitement in his voice. "You go notify Inshi to set the trap nearby. I'll keep watch over the herd." "Understood. Be careful," Yamaguchi Keiko replied before promptly heading towards Lianshi. Chen Mo crouched behind a protruding rock, pressing his body against the cold, rough surface, breathing shallowly. His fire axe was secured at his waist, held in place by a belt while he clutched a dagger in his hand. His gaze was as precise as a ruler, locked onto the group of wild goats. One particularly robust ram, with short and sharp horns, stood atop the highest rock, vigilantly surveying its surroundings, the leader of the herd. Yamaguchi Keiko approached Chen Mo quietly. "Like a cat, have you notified Inshi?" Chen Mo asked, lowering his voice. Keiko Yamaguchi nodded, her gaze fixed upon the herd of goats before her. The 3 female goats, accompanied by 2 juvenile kids, grazed leisurely on the right side, downwind and closest to our position. "Are we capturing them today?" she inquired. "Indeed, the trio on the right. However, the lead billy goat is exceedingly vigilant, and his position is rather tricky." Chen Mo crouched low, keenly observing the surroundings. Yamaguchi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with the thrill and tension of a hunter. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, the air thick with anticipation. The goats remained undisturbed, while the sentinel billy goat occasionally lifted his head, his sharp gaze sweeping the terrain below. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the left, accompanied by the sound of tumbling rocks. The massive sound reverberated off the cliffs, startling a distant flock of birds. The trap set by Li Yunhe had been flawlessly triggered. In an instant, the once calm herd froze, and the next moment, every goat emitted a terrified bleat, instinctively raising their front hooves and bolting towards Chen Mo's direction in a desperate flight. The sound of their hooves pounded against the rocks like a frantic drumbeat, dust swirling in their wake. "Here they come," Yamaguchi whispered sharply, instantly drawing her bow, her body taut as a drawn string. Chen Mo's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his form coiled like a spring filled with power. He fixated on the leading female goat and the 2 juvenile kids trailing closely behind. "Now!" Chen Mo shouted fiercely, springing out from behind the rocks. His target, the largest female goat. Thud! A dull impact resonated. The galloping goat, caught off guard, lost its balance from the tremendous force, tumbling and screeching as it collided with the nearby rocks, struggling to regain its footing. Almost simultaneously, Yamaguchi released her arrow. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed, not aimed at the herd, but directed towards the open ground behind them. The arrow struck fiercely into the crevices of the rocks and the earth. This precise interception effectively thwarted the attempts of the trailing goats to change direction, forcing them further towards the narrow passage where Chen Mo awaited. Amidst the chaos, another female goat and a young kid were spooked by their companion's tumble and the sudden appearance of the projectile, hastening their flight into the depths of the passage in a panic. "Keiko, bind that one," Chen Mo bellowed, having already brought one down. His intent was not to kill, but to acquire a live goat. With one successful strike, he wasted no time, rolling to dissipate the force and then springing up to pursue the fleeing female goat and kid. Chapter 58. A confrontation on a narrow path. The narrow, rocky passageway constrained the speed of the goat, as well as the maneuvering space of Chen Mo. He pursued relentlessly, akin to a shadow attached to its victim. "Huizi, use your bow and arrow to block the rear," Chen Mo shouted sternly upon noticing that Huizi Yamamoto had caught up. He needed to swiftly eliminate the immediate target to prevent other predators from arriving. From a high vantage point among the rocks, Huizi aimed her bow and shot arrows at the goats attempting to turn back or escape sideways, forcing them to race along the path that Chen Mo had predetermined. Within the narrow entrance, Chen Mo finally caught up with another panicked ewe. Driven to desperation by the deathly aura that Chen Mo exuded, it abruptly turned, lowering its head to present its horns, protecting the two young lambs behind it. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chen Mo sidestepped like a wraith at the moment the ewe charged, and his dagger transformed into a flash of cold light, striking precisely into the vulnerable side of its neck. Gush! Scalding blood gushed forth as the ewe emitted a brief, mournful bleat, its massive body collapsing to the ground, its limbs twitching involuntarily. Alas, I had no desire to slay you, but fate dictates otherwise. Chen Mo merely cast a fleeting glance at the fallen ewe before immediately fixing his gaze on the two young lambs standing a few meters away. He lunged forward without hesitation. However, just as Chen Mo was about to seize the lambs, he heard Huizi's voice warning him. Chen Mo, be careful behind you. Bah! A furious and frenzied roar erupted from behind him, followed by the sound of rapid footfalls. Chen Mo turned to find the lead ram charging at him. It had come so swiftly. He had not anticipated that the ram had evaded Huizi's pursuit, using its familiarity with the terrain and remarkable agility to descend from a steep cliffside. Descending from a height, it propelled itself off the rocks with its powerful hind legs, its massive form hurtling downwards towards Chen Mo with lethal intent, its short yet piercing horns aimed directly at his heart. Huizi's arrow was released almost in tandem with the sound, attempting to intercept, but the ram's speed was too great. The arrow skimmed past its hind leg, merely drawing a trickle of blood without impeding its deadly dive. Chen Mo's body instinctively reacted, honed by countless brushes with death. He abandoned the easily attainable lamb and dove forward, rolling to evade the impending disaster. Boom! The ram's colossal frame collided violently with the rock behind where Chen Mo had just stood. Debris flew, and the deafening crash echoed in the air. Bah! The ram shook its head, perhaps slightly dazed from the impact, although Chen Mo had narrowly escaped the lethal charge of the horns. A sharp stone had cut into his back during the roll, sending a wave of searing pain coursing through him. Beast, since you crave death, then let it be. Chen Mo gritted his teeth against the pain, swiftly turning half-kneeling, clutching the dagger tightly in his hand, his gaze solemnly fixed on a ram leader, who was preparing to launch another attack. Are you all right? The voice of Kori Yamaguchi, breathless and urgent, echoed as she hurried down from above to provide support. Iemifine. Chen Mo growled in response, his eyes locked onto the enraged ram. It seemed yet another hunt was about to commence. Chen Mo silently shouted within, realizing that ordinary traps and drives were no longer effective against this furious creature. This was a battle that could only be fought head-on. Indeed, the ram charged once more. Its speed heightened and its ferocity intensified. This time, Chen Mo chose not to confront it directly. Instead, he utilized the rocky confines as cover, moving with agility akin to a nimble monkey. The ram's horns collided repeatedly against the rocks, producing a resounding thud as fragments of stone cascaded down. However, the ram's speed began to wane. Let's see how long you can endure. Chen Mo evaded the ram's assaults while relentlessly pursuing it. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly been led by the cunning ram towards the perilous edge of a cliff. The rocks here were even more crumbled and slippery, leaving less room for maneuvering. Chen Mo, stop chasing. It's too dangerous. Kori Yamaguchi finally reached a relatively stable rock nearby, her heart racing as she observed Chen Mo grappling with the frenzied ram at the cliff's precipice. Only then did Chen Mo realize the change in his surroundings. Below lay an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in mist. The ram, clearly familiar with the terrain, leapt and dodged amongst the rocks, while every step Chen Mo took was perilously close to the edge of death. Damn it! After hunting eagles all day, I never expected to be pecked by one. Chen Mo thought bitterly, realizing he had fallen into the ram's trap. Narrowly avoiding the ram's fierce charges, several loose stones tumbled down the precipice, their sounds swallowed by the void below. Chen Mo steadied himself, breathing heavily, as pain coursed through his back and fatigue weighed upon him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. "Chen Mo, come back!" Kaori Yamaguchi cried out, her heart gripped with anxiety as she watched him in peril. The ram was now in a defensive blind spot, and her arrows could not reach him. "No, if I retreat, that beast will surely attack. Don't worry about me. Go capture those two little lambs." Chen Mo gasped, glancing at the poised ram. It was not that he wished to retreat. Rather, the ram had fixated on him, and any backward movement would provoke a fatal strike. "Then be careful. I'll find a way to distract it." Kaori Yamaguchi understood the gravity of Chen Mo's words. Yet her heart raced at the sight of the bottomless cliff behind him. The ram charged again. This time, it seemed to realize this was its last chance. Its assault became even more frenzied. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he ceased to evade, timing the ram's downward lunge. He advanced rather than retreating, sidestepping the lethal horns. Drawing close to the rock, his left hand shot out like lightning, fingers curling like iron hooks, seizing the course. Bristling mane at the side of the ram's neck. "Stop!" With a fierce roar, Chen Mo unleashed the full force of his body in an instant, channeling his strength through his core. Utilizing the momentum of the charging ram, he forcefully yanked and twisted its massive frame toward the precipice. The ram, caught off guard, lost its balance and let out a terrified bleat, its front hooves frantically scrambling at the edge of the cliff, sending shards of rock cascading into the abyss below. Now it was the moment. A surge of murderous intent ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. Gripping the ram's mane with his left hand to steady himself, he wielded his knife with unwavering determination. With every ounce of strength accumulated, he drove the blade deep into the ram's carotid artery. Simultaneously, he twisted his wrist with ferocity. A geyser of hot blood erupted, instantly staining Chen Mo's arm and side crimson. The ram let out a final, mournful cry, its colossal body convulsing violently in its death throes, yet with a firm grip on its mane and the dagger having dealt a fatal blow. All its strength ebbed away like a receding tide. The ferocity in its eyes dimmed rapidly, its limbs flailing weakly before ultimately succumbing to paralysis. Chen Mo gasped for breath, his muscles trembling from exertion. He clutched the mane tightly, ensuring that the heavy prey would not tumble into the chasm below. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the gorge beneath him, and then at the cooling bulk of the great ram, a profound sense of relief and immense accomplishment surged within him. He had succeeded. Yamaguchi Keiko rushed to the edge of the cliff, her tense heart finally easing as she beheld Chen Mo and the lifeless ram beneath him, her cold visage breaking into a relieved smile. Chen Mo steadied his breath, withdrawing the bloodied bone dagger, and offered a weary smile to Yamaguchi. "Drag it up. Tonight, we feast at the camp. You should rest for a moment." "Such a pity that a few got away," Yamaguchi remarked with a hint of regret as she observed the fatigue etched on Chen Mo's face. "At least we managed to catch two," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. He was not overly concerned. Capturing any prey was a success, and despite the slight deviation from his initial plans, the harvest was still substantial. "I wonder how Enshi and Wei are faring," Yamaguchi mused, glancing into the distance where Li Enshi and Chen Wei had ventured in search of wild vegetables, uncertain of their current status. "Do not worry. If they find nothing, they will return on their own," Chen Mo reassured her, feeling little anxiety for their safety. The location was not far from their camp, and with Li Enshi accompanying her, they would be able to escape any danger should it arise. Meanwhile, in the cavern of the camp, the remaining sunlight painted the horizon in hues of orange, yet it could not dispel the growing anxiety within the cave. The crackling of the campfire illuminated the worried faces around it. Footsteps echoed from outside, and Su Mujin perked up, peering towards the entrance. "Enshi Wei, why are there only two of you? Where are Chen Mo and Keiko?" Su Mujin's heart raced with concern upon seeing only two figures return. "Are they still not back?" Li Enshi asked, her surprise evident. She and Chen Wei had searched the area around the ram's lair for quite some time, anxious that Shen Mo might worry if they did not return promptly. "Were you not together?" Shen Yueru gazed at Li Enshi and Chen Wei, who were entering the cave, and inquired with a hint of confusion. "Where are you two going?" "We're off to find food, while Chen Mo and Huizi are capturing sheep," Chen Wei replied directly. "The sky is nearly dark. What if something happens to them?" Xia Shui Ning fidgeted anxiously, her small face contorted with worry. "Close your ominous mouth," Shen Yueru scolded, her expression equally laden with concern. Su Mujin forced herself to remain calm, yet the tightly clenched fist and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed the turmoil within her. Chen Mo is prudent, and Huizi is no ordinary person. Perhaps the prey is elusive, causing a delay. Everyone, do not fret. It's merely a few sheep. There will be no issues. Lian Shi, appearing more composed, reassured the group. "What do you have in your baskets?" Su Mujin inquired, noticing that the two were each carrying overflowing baskets. "This is wild mountain pepper, and this is a spice that eliminates fishy odors, along with scallions. The rest is wild cabbage," Lian Shi enumerated, proudly presenting the contents of her basket. "In my basket, I have cassava and taro. As for this one, I am uncertain. I will ask Chen Mo when he returns." Chen Wei shared the contents of her basket, eventually revealing a round object about the size of her thumb, which she recognized but could not name. "Cassava and taro. We now have staples to eat." Su Mujin expressed her delight at their harvest, recognizing these items as essential supplies they desperately needed. Indeed, Chen Mo was right. "There's a vast abundance in that area," Chen Wei added, her heart brimming with joy as she recounted everything she had encountered that day. Chapter 59. The giant shadow beneath the blood moon as darkness enveloped the sky. Eerie cries echoed through the jungle, heralding the onset of night and the emergence of predators. Where could they be? Su Mujin paced anxiously at the cave entrance, murmuring to herself, "I must go find them." Lian Shi abruptly rose, securing her military dagger and grasping her spear, her eyes filled with urgency. She was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the cliffs. "No," Su Mujin immediately interjected, her voice laced with unprecedented severity. "It is far too late. You cannot leave the camp." But Lian Shi glanced at the deepening twilight outside, her heart racing. "There are no buts. What if Chen Mo returns and you're not here?" Su Mujin declared emphatically. "Trust in Chen Mo. Trust in Huizi. They will surely return safely." Her words seemed to persuade not only Lian Shi, but also herself. "I believe in brother Chen Mo. He promised to bring back food, and he will deliver. He has never let us down," Chen Wei remarked, seated beside the fire, quietly adding fuel to the flames. Her complexion was pale, yet her gaze was resolute. Her faith in Chen Mo bordered on a kind of devotion, an unwavering trust that had become an invisible pillar supporting the camp in this moment of uncertainty. "Heaven above, I beseech you grant them safe passage home. As long as they return safely, I will never speak out of turn again. I will heed Chen Mo, as every word please Shen Yueru whispered a heartfelt prayer, devoid of complaints or contradictions. It was a genuine plea, reflecting her profound transformation. Time trickled slowly amidst the silent anxiety. Despite the day's fruitful gathering of supplies, no one had the heart to prepare a meal. Outside the cave, the jungle was completely engulfed by night, the sounds of nocturnal creatures heightening the unease. Just as the oppressive atmosphere reached its zenith, and even Su Mujin felt on the verge of collapse. "Look, there's a light. It's a torch," exclaimed Xia Shui, her keen eyes spotting a flicker at the jungle's edge, her voice rising with excitement. "Stay vigilant," Su Mujin instructed, her excitement not leading her to let her guard down. Instead, she grasped her spear, assuming a defensive stance. In the shadowy woods, the flickering flames slowly approached the camp, illuminating two indistinct figures, seemingly dragging a heavy object between them. "It's brother Chen Mo and Huizi. They have returned," Chen Wei exclaimed joyfully, tears welling in her eyes as she recognized the familiar figures. "Thank heavens!" Shen Yueru dropped her spear, lifting her head, though traces of tears remained on her face. A relieved smile broke through. Su Mujin exhaled a long, trembling breath, her previously tense body instantly relaxing, nearly causing her to lose her balance. And she had to lean against the stone wall for support. An overwhelming sense of joy and relief washed over her. The firelight drew closer. At last, the silhouettes of Chen Mo and Yamakawa Huizi emerged clearly beneath the cave. The flickering flames illuminated their weary yet exhilarated faces, where sweat, dust, and dried blood intertwined, presenting a scene both disheveled and reminiscent of triumphant warriors. Heavens! 2 sheep! Xia Xuanning exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Chen Mo and Yamamoto Keiko each carrying a sheep. The crowd hastily emerged from the cave, their spirits soaring at the sight of the 2 additional sheep in the camp. Goats! Such large goats! Chen Wei beamed at the 2 lying sheep. My goodness! So much meat! Shen Yueru, forgetting her usual restraint, cried out in excitement. Lianxi and Su Mujin also wore smiles on their faces. Are you both all right? Are you injured? Su Mujin's primary concern shifted to the 2, quickly recovering from the joy of their bounty to cast a worried glance at them. We're fine. Chen Mo replied. Who says we're fine? Look at the wound on your back. Yamamoto Keiko immediately countered. Brother Chen Mo is injured? Chen Wei rushed over, her expression filled with concern. It's nothing. Just a superficial wound. Chen Mo felt warmth in his heart at the caring gazes from everyone. Perhaps this was the reason for his relentless efforts. Leave the sheep to us. Chen Wei, go check on Brother Chen Mo's wound. All right, Brother Chen Mo, follow me. Chen Wei did not hesitate, taking Chen Mo towards the cave. We'll take care of the lamb meat. The skins will be quite useful, Li Enshi instructed, glancing at the 2 sheep and getting to work. While the group was indeed worried about Chen Mo, they felt reassured seeing Chen Wei tending to him, and they joined in the processing of the sheep. Chen Wei examined the wound and confirmed it was indeed superficial, applying medicine and bandaging it before feeling relieved. That evening, the sheep bones were simmered into a broth, and the meat was grilled, bringing joy to everyone during the meal. The aroma of roasted meat lingered in the cave. Brother Chen Mo, are you sure this is yam? After dinner, Chen Wei held a thumb-sized, round ball and inquired. Absolutely. It's yam bean. Chen Montak asserted confidently. But isn't yam supposed to be long? Xia Xuanning asked, puzzled. This is yam bean, which grows on vines, while real yam is buried underground. Chen Mo found himself at a loss for words, patiently explaining to the city-bred ladies. Now I understand. Shen Yueru exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Do you remember the location? Chen Mo asked Chen Wei and Lianxi. We do. They nodded. Good. We'll dig for yam at dawn. Chen Mo was somewhat excited. Yam is a wonderful ingredient, suitable for soups or pancakes, finally addressing their staple food issue. After dinner, Chen Mo finished processing the last piece of sheepskin and handed the rendered fat to Chen Wei for rendering. The continuous battles had drained his energy, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Tonight, we will take the night watch. You, Keiko, and she should rest. Su Mujin observed Chen Mo's fatigue and organized the watch schedule. Just as Chen Mo intended to refuse, Su Mujin reassured him, don't worry. We will wake you if we sense any danger. Indeed, brother Chen Mo, you have toiled all day. Tonight, let us take the watch, said Xia Xuanning with a smile. I will guard the first half of the night, while Xiao Shui and Yueru will take the latter half. The rest may rest. Su Mujin concluded the final arrangements. Chen Mo observed the group, noting their agreement, and offered no objections as he lay down against the rock wall on the right side, next to Chen Wei. Since the drawing of lots, his sleeping position had been fixed, though the spot beside him rotated among the others. Yamamoto Keiko said nothing further, settling onto her bedding, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. She occupied the far left position, while Su Mujin stood at the cave's entrance, spear in hand, staring blankly into the pitch-black night. Why aren't you sleeping? Su Mujin questioned, looking at Chen Wei, who had seated herself beside him, confused. I'll keep you company during the watch. It's too lonely alone. Chen Wei replied softly, and thus, the 2 women began to engage in light conversation. Outside the cave, rain began to fall once more, the gentle patter of droplets striking the rocks and leaves adding a chilling ambience to the quiet night. By the water's edge, despite Chen Mo's efforts to cleanse the area of the strong scent left by the slaughtered goat, the odor stubbornly mingled with the dampness of the rain, wafting through the air and seeping deep into the jungle. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the sound of rain and the even breathing of those within the cave. "You all should rest. I will take the second half of the night watch," Shen Yueru announced as she approached the fire, her eyes heavy with sleep as she relieved Su Mujin of her post. After a few brief exchanges, Su Mujin returned to her bedding, preparing to lie down. Xia Xuanning stirred, her sleepy eyes opening as she rose to join Shen Yueru. "Sister Yueru, I'll keep you company," she declared, wrapping herself in a blanket and settling into the spot Chen Wei had occupied moments before. "You're not sleeping?" Shen Yueru inquired, adding some dry twigs to the fire while glancing at Xia Xuanning. "Not anymore." Xia Xuanning tightened her grip on the blanket, gazing into the flames in a daze. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the night. The sound of splintering wood echoed like thunder through the camp, shaking the very cave. Followed by a primal, terrifying roar that pierced through the rain. It struck every eardrum with force. "Ah!" Xia Xuanning exclaimed, her head snapping up in alarm. "What was that?" Su Mujin, who had barely settled into sleep, bolted upright, fear etched across her face as she stared toward the cave entrance. An attack. Lian Shi and Yamamoto Keiko sprang into action, weapons in hand, rushing to the inner edge of the cave. Chen Mo's eyes flew open, devoid of sleep, filled instead with icy sharpness. Seizing the fire axe beside him, he growled, "Extinguish the flames. Everyone retreat. It's a bear." Shen Yueru remained momentarily stunned, still reeling from shock. It was her first night watch since arriving on the deserted island, and she had not anticipated such an encounter. The roar reverberated through her, confronting her with the unknown danger for the first time, leaving her profoundly shaken. "Get inside, quickly." Chen Mo forcefully pushed the trembling Xia Xuanning and the now-reacted Shen Yu into the interior of the bedding, while he himself rushed directly towards the fire pit. Keiko Yamaguchi, with remarkable agility, extinguished the flames with dirt, illuminated by the faint light filtering through the vine-laden crevices of the cave entrance. The group beheld a sight that sent shivers down their spines. A colossal figure, larger than imagination could fathom, resembling a moving mountain, had arrived at the cave's mouth. Its upright form nearly reached the top edge of the entrance, with robust forelimbs akin to massive pillars, covered in bristle-like hairs reminiscent of steel needles. The enormous head hung low, its small eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light, greedily surveying the interior of the cave, while its moist nostrils twitched in the air, clearly drawn by the potent scent of blood and lingering aroma of flesh. "Hush!" Chen Mo gestured for silence. Xia Xuanning's once cheerful face turned ashen. Her body shaking uncontrollably, she stifled a scream that threatened to escape her lips, pressing her small hands firmly over her mouth. It was a brown bear, an adult, massive brown bear, the true apex predator of the island's food chain. Roar! The brown bear, seemingly wary of the extinguished flames, was nonetheless overwhelmed by the allure of food. It emitted an impatient growl, and with a powerful swipe of its enormous paw, it struck a large hind leg of goat meat hanging from a wooden rack near the cave entrance. Crash! The wooden structure splintered with a resounding noise, and the substantial piece of meat, weighing dozens of pounds, was sent flying, tumbling down into the muddy ground below the cave entrance. Chapter 60. Escape from the bear's mouth. Upon seeing the mutton that had fallen to the ground, the brown bear immediately pounced, lowering its head to sniff the enticing aroma. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing its sharp, ivory fangs, and began to tear into the meat with little regard. The sickening sound of crunching bones echoed clearly in the stillness of the rainy night. It stole our meat. Shen Yueru's voice quivered in fright, the pitch rising in alarm. "This is terrible. There is still so much meat inside the shed." Chen Wei gasped, her heart aching. The food they had painstakingly acquired was being snatched away by this beast. The brown bear lounged just below the cave entrance, greedily indulging in its spoils. While it voraciously tore at the mutton, it emitted a low, rumbling growl that was both satisfying and menacing, casting an oppressive shadow with its massive form at the entrance. Occasionally, it lifted its head, its eerie green gaze sweeping toward the interior of the cave, threatening everyone within. No one dared to move. nor did they dare to utter a sound, all huddled tightly in the innermost recesses of the cave, far from the entrance. Yamaguchi Keiko and Li Unhee gripped their weapons, standing guard at the narrow passage leading deeper into the cave, their bodies taut like drawn bows, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. Chen Mo's fire axe appeared insignificantly small in the presence of the bear's powerful paw. Time crawled slowly in the grip of sheer terror. The brown bear showed no signs of urgency to depart. It leisurely enjoyed the mutton, chewing on the bones, its massive tongue lapping at the blood on its paws. The sounds of rain, the crunching, and the growls intertwined to create a symphony of despair and horror. When will it leave? Xia Xuanning's voice trembled, low and choked with emotion, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Will it? Will it charge in and eat us? Keep your voice down. Don't provoke it, Shen Yueru admonished, gripping Xia Xuanning's arm. Su Mujin dichti embarked tycoon ning her completion equalipale. Her voice attempting to sound calm, but betraying her trembling. Do not be afraid. Do not fear. We are in a cave. It cannot enter. Yes, it surely cannot come in, Shen Yueru murmured, curled up in a corner, her voice laced with a glimmer of hope. Chen Mo. Chen Wei glanced toward the stalwart figure guarding the passage, her tone imbued with desperation. What? What should we do? It seems unwilling to leave. Chen Mo did not turn around. His gaze remained fixed on the immense black silhouette at the cave's entrance, his voice grave and steady. We wait. Once it is sated, it may depart. Do not make any noise. Do not create any light that might provoke it. Chen Mo's mind raced as he contemplated every possible solution. Yet faced with such a colossal adult bear, the only and best choice was to remain deep within the cave. Provided the creature showed no inclination to attack. A low growl escaped the bear as it seemed to finish the meat on the ground, its massive head pivoting once more toward the cave entrance. It appeared to have caught a whiff of the dried meat inside the shed, and in an instant, it lunged forward, toppling the entire structure. The bear opened its gaping maw, incessantly gobbling up the meat that had fallen to the ground. After consuming the meat, seemingly still unsatisfied, it approached the cave entrance again, extending its sturdy forelimbs to probe at the rocky edge of the entrance, causing stones to tumble down. Its massive form attempted to squeeze into the cave entrance, as if the very rock walls were groaning under the pressure. Xia Xuanning clamped her mouth shut, stifling a scream. Yamamoto Keiko and Li Enshi instantly aimed their weapons at the cave entrance, leaning forward, prepared to fight to the death. Chen Mo swiftly grasped Yamamoto Keiko's arm, signaling the two not to act recklessly. However, Chen Mo, seeing the situation, had already gripped the fire axe tightly, ready to strike the moment the bear's head appeared. Fortunately, the entrance proved too narrow for the bear's immense size. After several clumsy attempts, the bear seemed increasingly agitated, letting out a furious roar. It began to pace below the entrance, its colossal body scraping against the rocks, producing a disquieting, grinding sound. At times, it would sit down, licking the blood from its paw. At other moments, it would rise, growling ominously at the cave, seemingly warning the small creatures within to remain still. It lingered, refusing to leave. The long hours of the night dragged on. The rain had lessened, yet the chill deepened. Inside the cave, darkness reigned, save for a faint glimmer of light filtering through the entrance, casting shadows of the immense beast that loomed intermittently. What should we do? Should we venture out and slay it? Yamamoto Keiko's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as she sought Chen Mo's counsel. Not now, it's too dark. It would be to our disadvantage. Chen Mo glanced at the sky, feeling uncertain about stepping outside. Can we hold out until tomorrow? Shen Yueru's voice trembled with fear. We must. Su Mujin's voice was soft, yet imbued with an unprecedented strength. We have faced so much, the wild boars, the tsunami, and those bandits. We survived them all. This time will be no different. The terror of having narrowly escaped death made her acutely aware that this team was the only fortress against the horrors of this desolate island. Indeed, as long as we are together, no obstacle is insurmountable. Chen Wei spoke solemnly, her gaze fixed on the indistinct figures in the darkness, her fears seemingly dissipating slightly. Once Chen Mo slays that wretched bear, I will plunge my knife into it a few times. Shen Yueru's resolve was ignited, gritting her teeth in determination. Rest assured, should it dare enter, I will surely crush its skull, Li Enshi encouraged herself. We shall become the rulers of this island. A mere bear is nothing. Yamamoto Keiko rarely offered encouragement to the group. Chen Mo remained silent, his eyes locked on the bear, his mind racing with calculations. Time dragged on, agonizingly slow. Outside, the sky finally revealed a hint of pale gray. The rain had ceased. Daylight was approaching. Below the entrance, the enormous brown bear seemed to sense an inkling of unease. It halted its pacing, repeatedly roaring towards the cave entrance. Then it took a step, moving toward the direction of the water pool. It's leaving, Xia Xuanning remarked, watching the bear disappear. It seems to have gone, Shen Yueru replied. With a sudden splash, the brown bear lay in the pond, taking a refreshing bath before walking a short distance to the cave entrance, where it settled quietly, its ominous gaze fixed intently on the cave's mouth. Why is it back? Shen Yueru's voice trembled with despair as she gripped Chen Wei's arm tightly, her nails nearly piercing the flesh. Is it guarding us? Xia Xuanning's face was as pale as a sheet, her beautiful eyes filled with hopelessness, akin to a cat vigilantly watching a mouse hole. Chen Wei remained relatively composed, though her body quivered slightly as she endeavored to reassure Shen Yueru, her gaze involuntarily drawn toward the silent figure standing at the cave entrance. Chen Mo. The brown bear remained fixated on the cave, just as Chen Mo's attention was firmly locked onto the bear. It seeks to exhaust us. Yamamoto Keiko's calm voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere, cold and clear. The brown bear was astute and remarkably patient. It understood our entrapment and awaited our energy to wane or for us to err. Li Enshi's gaze was equally sharp, analyzing the precarious situation before them. Time passed inexorably. The sun had risen, yet the brown bear still lingered, even shifting to a more comfortable position, its massive head resting on its forepaws, eyes half closed. Yet the small, ferocious glint in its eyes never strayed from the cave entrance, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Excellent. If it seeks its demise, I wouldn't mind facilitating its journey. Chen Mo observed the bear's movements, his voice laced with lethal intent. It is said that one bear is worth 2 pigs and 3 tigers. Today, he was quite eager to test the prowess of this apex predator. Chen Montak, are you confident? Yamamoto Keiko remained remarkably composed, her concern not for whether the bear would leave, but rather for the likelihood of a successful kill. It has already discovered our presence. If we do not eliminate it, peace will be a distant dream. Chen Mo's voice was calm, yet imbued with a profound sense of urgency. He had every reason to dispatch the bear and felt compelled to do so. Su Mujin stood not far behind Chen Mo, her expression grave, yet her eyes reflected a blend of calm contemplation and deep-seated worry. The brown bear occasionally emitted threatening roars. As noon approached, the persistent days of dreary rain seemed to have passed, the sun gradually emerging, albeit pale. Yet the temperature was on the rise. We cannot wait any longer. Chen Mo's voice was low and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable strength. We could not kindle a fire to cook, and prolonging our wait would surely lead to our exhaustion before the bear. Do you have a plan? Li Enshi, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but inquire upon seeing Chen Mo's expression. Kill. Chen Mo uttered the word coldly. You intend to go out? Shen Yueru abruptly lifted her head, exclaiming in disbelief, tears instantly welling in her eyes. No, you'll die. It's enormous. With a single swipe, it could crush you. Chen Mo, you must not go out. Yueru, compose yourself. Chen Wei's voice trembled as well, but she strove to maintain her rationality. Chen Mo, brother, it's far too perilous. Xia Xuanning pleaded, her voice choked with emotion. Let us consider alternative strategies, shall we? Li Enshi and Yamaguchi Keiko exchanged no words. Yet their gazes were laden with profound concern. Su Mujin stepped forward, locking eyes with Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I recognize your strength. However, that is a brown bear, not a wild boar, and certainly not a hyena. Engaging in direct combat leaves humanity with scant hope. We can endure a little longer, perhaps it. No, there is no perhaps. Chen Mo interrupted her, his tone resolute. We cannot afford to wait. Hunger will weaken us. It will not depart on its own. It is waiting for us to grow feeble or for us to venture out to meet our demise. If we prolong this, we shall all perish. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the group once more, his voice imbued with a heavy sense of responsibility. Listen, if I do not return. Keiko and she, you are the calmest and most capable of survival in our team. Safeguard everyone and find a way to endure. Su, please listen. His gaze ultimately rested on the tear-streaked faces of Shen Yueru and Xia Xueqing, his tones softening slightly. Do not weep. Despair is not yet upon us. Trust me. Chen Mo. Su Mujin's voice trembled for the first time, a noticeable catch in her throat as she fought back tears, her nails digging deeply into her palm. You must return. We need you. This plea was no longer a command from CEO, but a heartfelt supplication from a woman. Brother Chen Mo. Xia Xueqing sobbed uncontrollably. Chen Montak. Chen Wei also covered her mouth in shock. Shen Yueru was at a loss for words, merely shaking her head vigorously in denial. Yamaguchi Keiko cast a determined glance at Chen Mo. I will accompany you. Absolutely not. Chen Mo firmly rejected, uncertain of the outcome this time. You and Enshi will remain in the cave, using bows to harass it. Chen Mo was acutely aware that they were about to confront the island's most formidable predator. This was no longer a hunt, but a life-and-death struggle. Hand me the military dagger. He looked at Li Enshi, requesting a dagger to secure at his waist. Chen Mo conducted one final check of his equipment, a sharp dagger and a fire axe. He similarly fastened the fire axe at his waist, wielding a sturdy wooden spear with a metal tip fashioned from aircraft wreckage. Remember my words. No one is permitted to venture out, especially you, Keiko. Chen Mo spoke with an authoritative tone. Without lingering, he lowered the ladder and swiftly descended. Put away, he called back without turning. Lianxi ubadien li cumplia. Stowing the ladder. Chapter 61. Life and death battle. The light at the cave's entrance suddenly brightened, only to be obscured by a massive form. The brown bear clearly did not anticipate its prey would dare to emerge. It let out a low growl, its enormous body rising to a height of over 3 meters, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. An overwhelming aura of terror and a pungent scent enveloped Chen Mo in an instant. Roar! The brown bear afforded Chen Mo no time to react. To it, Chen Mo's actions were undoubtedly a provocation. The deafening roar seemed capable of tearing through the very air. Its colossal paw, accompanied by a sound akin to a battering ram, descended violently towards Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo's pupils constricted, every nerve in his body tensed. Without a moment's hesitation, he refrained from confronting this terrifying force head-on. In the instant the bear's paw was about to strike, he executed a swift roll to the side, narrowly evading the blow. Boom! The bear's paw crashed down onto the spot where he had just stood, creating several fine cracks in the ground. Debris flew in all directions. Chen Mo sprang to his feet without pausing, seizing the moment when the bear was standing upright and unbalanced, thrusting his spear like a striking serpent towards the bear's relatively soft underbelly. Thud! The spear pierced flesh. Yet, the bear's layer of fat and muscle was astonishingly thick. Chen Mo felt as if he had struck a resilient rubber wall. The spear tip sank in less than 10 centimeters before becoming firmly lodged in the bear's powerful muscles. Roar! The agonizing pain enraged the giant bear. It violently twisted its body, nearly wrenching the spear from Chen Mo's grasp. Another paw, fueled by sheer fury, swept towards him. Recognizing the impending danger, Chen Mo decisively relinquished the spear. He quickly lowered his body and rolled away, narrowly avoiding a blow that could have shattered his spine. Thud! The bear's paw struck the ground once more, causing the earth to tremble and sending a gust of wind that stung Chen Mo's face. Be careful! Su Mujin's startled cry echoed in the cave. Watching Chen Mo roll on the ground, her heart raced to her throat. Though Chen Mo heard Su Mujin's exclamation, he had no time to respond. He continued rolling on the ground, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and the brown bear, drawing out his fire axe from his waist. A sense of dread filled Chen Mo. He had not anticipated the bear to be so formidable. It was evident he must devise a strategy to utilize the surrounding terrain to outmaneuver it, for a direct confrontation in the open was out of the question. Once on his feet, he turned and dashed towards an area filled with jagged rocks and densely packed trees. There, he could find narrow crevices and fallen giants. The brown bear, noticing Chen Mo's escape, immediately roared and pursued relentlessly, its massive form crashing through the low underbrush as it sprinted with abandon. Its speed was not inferior to Chen Mo's, especially as it disregarded the surrounding obstacles and charged through with brute force. That beast is surprisingly swift. Chen Mo cursed under his breath, glancing back at the bear hot on his heels. He zigzagged, deliberately avoiding a straight path, weaving through the rocks and trees, continuously using the obstacles to hinder the bear's direct pursuit. Within the camp, as she witnessed Chen Mo divert the bear's attention, Keiko could no longer remain seated. "What are you doing, Keiko?" Su Mujin anxiously grasped the departing Yamaguchi Keiko, urgently imploring her, "Go help him." Yamaguchi offered no further words, her eyes brimming with resolve. Let us leave. We must wait for his return." Su Mujin also wished for Yamaguchi to assist, yet Chen Mo's orders were not to be defied. "You all stay here. I shall go." Without uttering another word, Yamaguchi broke free from Su Mujin's grasp and leapt out of the cave, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Enshi, what shall we do?" Su Mujin looked to Li Enshi for guidance, momentarily at a loss. "You all guard the cave. Await our return." Li Enshi provided no answer to Su Mujin. Instead, she emulated Yamaguchi and disappeared into the cave, pursuing the direction in which Yamaguchi had vanished. "They're both." Chen Wei anxiously observed the unfolding events, gripping Su Mujin's wrist tightly. "Let them go. An extra pair of hands means additional strength." Su Mujin reassured Chen Wei with a pat on her hand. Chen Mo was still entangled with the grizzly bear, seizing a stone from the ground and hurling it fiercely at the bear's eyes. Yamaguchi had informed him that the grizzly's vision was relatively poor, making targeting its sensory vulnerabilities a viable strategy. The stone barely made an impact on the bear's thick hide, yet one piece fortuitously grazed its nose, a particularly sensitive area for bears. The grizzly howled in pain, its movements momentarily hindered, emitting a more furious roar. "Now's our chance." A glint of cold determination flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he swiftly maneuvered behind a massive rock. No matter how clever the grizzly, it could not outsmart a human, especially when provoked. Just as the bear rounded the rock, searching for Chen Mo, he suddenly erupted from a narrow crevice. For this moment, he had planned meticulously. Chen Mo held nothing back. The fire axe in his hand was wielded with all his might, striking fiercely at the joint of the bear's foreleg. A crack echoed, followed by the sickening sound of blade meeting flesh. The grizzly let out a heart-wrenching howl. The sharp axe had cleaved through its foreleg joint, blood gushing forth. Had the bear not possessed such tough skin, that blow would have severed its paw. This strike severely incapacitated the grizzly, yet it also ignited its primal fury. An injured beast is the most perilous. A roar, more ferocious than before, erupted from the bear, its small eyes glinting with lethal intent. The excruciating pain fully awakened the beast's ferocity. It bared its enormous maw and lunged at Chen Mo, its massive form radiating a destructive force, moving even faster than before. Having landed a successful blow, Chen Mo immediately retreated, but the bear's post-injury explosive speed exceeded his expectations. The overwhelming shadow, thick with the scent of blood and death, loomed over him in an instant. The bear's gaping maw, filled with menacing fangs, aimed directly at his head. He could even smell the rancid odor of decaying flesh emanating from its mouth. Chen Mo had not anticipated the grizzly's speed post-injury, as he beheld the bear so close. His escape route coincidentally led him towards the bear's massive paw. This was perilous. Chen Mo's heart sank sharply. With no possibility of retreat, he resolved to fight with all his might. Rather than succumbing to despair, he contemplated a multitude of thoughts in an instant. Ultimately, steeling his resolve, he grasped the axe handle, flipped the blade, lowered his body, and struck directly at the exposed belly of the grizzly bear. A life for a life. In that critical moment, a cold, commanding voice rang out from behind him. It was Keiko Yamaguchi. Instinctively, Chen Mo ducked his head. Whoosh! A sharp whistle sliced through the air, narrowly grazing his scalp. An arrow shot swiftly towards the bear's gaping maw, striking precisely as if it were lightning, plunging deep into the bear's throat, which had opened wide in a roar. Thud! The mouth, being the weakest point, allowed the arrow to pierce straight through to the esophagus. Blood and chunks of flesh erupted violently from the bear's mouth. Roar! The bear's roar abruptly ceased, transforming into a painful, muffled whimper. Although this fatal blow did not immediately slay it, it severely hampered its ability to attack. The massive jaws, poised to crush Chen Mo's head, froze in agony, the colossal body convulsing from excruciating pain. Keiko Yamaguchi ultimately disregarded Chen Mo's command to remain in the cave. In that moment of desperation, she appeared like a specter, seizing the fleeting opportunity to rescue Chen Mo from the jaws of the grizzly. Seeing the bear momentarily stalled, Chen Mo hesitated not a moment. He crouched low, channeling all his strength into the fire axe, and swung at the exposed belly of the bear before him. Splurt! The hairless portion of the bear's abdomen was struck with precision. The sound of the blade embedding itself in flesh resonated, and the bear was instantly eviscerated. Splurt! The warm, putrid blood of the bear splattered onto Chen Mo roar. The bear howled in agony, lowering its gaze to the diminutive human before it. Its eyes filled with ferocity, preparing for a final strike against Chen Mo, having expended his previous strength and not yet replenished it, found his balance precarious. This time, evasion seemed impossible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Chen Mo could react, 3 wooden arrows flew through the air. The arrows struck the bear's relatively vulnerable neck and chest with pinpoint accuracy. Each arrowhead had been reinforced with metal, piercing through the bear's body. It was Li Yunhe. She too had dashed from the cave, wielding another wooden bow. Her bow arm trembled, yet her gaze was resolute.